Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 1076, Warriors and Pawns. Luo Yunyang naturally had no idea about the things happening in Tianding realm, as he had just suppressed Lu Xinlong in his Great Obliteration Millstone. Although the Great Obliteration Millstone wasn't rotating, it was still very difficult for Lu Xinlong to recover his physical body. It could even be said that Lu Xinlong was suppressed so hard that he could not even move an inch. While Xianming and his gang were Yuan venerates cultivation-wise, all of them were looking dimly at the situation because they knew that it was difficult for them to defeat Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, you have to consider who you're dealing with. Yes, it's your authority not to lend Lu Xinlong your Great Obliteration Millstone. However, it is also not right of you to be trapping Lu Xinlong. I hope you can release him right away. A man glanced at Lu Xinlong before walking over. Luo Yunyang glanced at the man who spoke and replied faintly, all of you could have left if you wanted before you acted. However, only those that did not partake in attacking me can leave now. Lu Xinlong and Xianming must stay behind. Xianming appeared furious when he heard this. Lu Xinlong had been defeated and he had also suffered a major loss himself. Now, Luo Yunyang actually dared to demand more by wanting to keep them in Hongmeng's sacred hall. They were not going to be treated like distinguished guests this time if they were ordered to stay behind. They knew clearly that it would be a complete disgrace for them if they were made to do so. Luo Yunyang, keeping us here is a direct provocation to the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall in the entire Tianding realm. If that happens, you will not be able to withstand the wrath of the entire Tianding realm. Xianming glanced at the silent Lu Xinlong. He knew that he had to say something in order to make Luo Yunyang worry. You're being noisy. Luo Yunyang eyed Xianming before scoffing as he sent out the world-shaking sky bell in his body. He controlled it with his spirit consciousness and expanded the world-shaking sky bell tenfold before it started heading over to engulf Xianming. Although Xianming's physical body shattered, his cultivation remained intact. Thus, the first thought that came to his mind when he saw that Luo Yunyang was going to attack was smashing Luo Yunyang's bell into pieces. Unfortunately, it was completely useless. No matter which move he used, it would have no effect when the bell came down on him. The bronze-colored bell blurred for a moment before enveloping half of his body. Xianming, who had fought back from a distance, found it nearly impossible to move an inch. After all, his body was bound by an invisible force. His struggle became weaker while the Yuan venerates that followed him looked on sympathetically at his situation. Some of those Yuan venerates were prepared to make their moves but eventually decided to give up after seeing the might of the massive bell getting stronger. Hall Master Luo, we'll take our leave. A stern-looking man saluted Luo Yunyang respectfully before turning to make his exit. The other talented figures of Tianding realm also followed the stern-looking man and quickly left Hongmeng's sacred hall. Hall Master, this matter. The new left hall master spoke helplessly as he looked at Xianming and Lu Xinlong, who had been suppressed by Luo Yunyang. In the past, anyone that dared disrespect Hongmeng's sacred hall in the slightest would have been severely punished by Hongmeng's sacred hall. However, the two of them were people with formidable backgrounds. They were from Tianding realm, and one of them was even a disciple of the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall. It would be disastrous for Luo Yunyang and the entire Hongmeng sacred hall if they were treated too harshly. However, letting them off scot-free would put Hongmeng's sacred hall in a passive position. It was precisely because the left hall master understood the consequences that he spoke with such unease. Luo Yunyang naturally knew the underlying meaning of the new left hall master's words. He understood that he must not have the slightest intent of cowering and retreating now. Otherwise, the entire Hongmeng sacred hall would be crushed by his actions. Left hall master, I know what you're worried about, but we mustn't cower at such a time. I would like to ask the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall how he taught his disciples if he were to come knocking on our doors. The new left hall master sighed. Although he felt that Luo Yunyang's approach was a little extreme, he also understood that their status in the eyes of the martialists from Tianding realm would drop if they did not do this. Without its pride, Hongmeng's sacred hall might face nastier things that he did not want to see in the future. Left hall master, I've already talked with the 4 other sacred halls. We will all open our respective secret realms to let disciples of all sacred halls train inside. You will select a group of disciples with better potential and prepare them to enter the secret areas of the 4 sacred halls. Luo Yunyang's words made the gloomy disciples of Hongmeng's sacred hall light up instantly. Even Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow became extremely interested in entering the secret realms of other sacred halls to train. They knew very well that this was a rare opportunity for them to enter and train in the secret realms of another sacred hall. They might even encounter and obtain opportunities that could advance their cultivation in those secret realms. After all, the 5 sacred halls had their own respective foundations that could make them improve significantly. This is great. The left hall master felt very relieved upon hearing Luo Yunyang's words. Thus, he replied seriously, I think we should let the Daqian hall master and the others know how Tianding realm treated our 5 sacred halls. Luo Yunyang nodded in agreement. After giving instructions to the left hall master and the rest, he waved his sleeves and brought Zhang Ming and Lu Xinlong to the palace where he cultivated. Zhang Ming was much more disappointed compared to Lu Xinlong, who was being suppressed by the Great Obliteration Millstone. Although he glared at Luo Yunyang in resentment, he couldn't even endure it for 15 minutes when Luo Yunyang conjured the Great Obliteration Millstone to bombard his mind. Hall Master Luo Yunyang, my family's patriarch, is a disciple of the human race's divine ancestor. Although he isn't one of the 5 hall masters, he still has a reputable status in the entire Tianding realm. If you cripple my cultivation, my patriarch will not let you off. Zhang Ming shuddered while speaking, as he was obviously frightened. Even if your family patriarch is formidable, he wouldn't be able to save you if I were to kill you now. Luo Yunyang did not continue striking his world-shaking sky bell, but his words were like a torrential wave that crashed against Zhang Ming's mind. Only then did Zhang Ming realize that Luo Yunyang could kill him. Would you dare kill me? Zhang Ming only realized how laughable his question was after saying it out loud. Your patriarchs aren't going to let me off anyways, so why can't I kill you both? Luo Yunyang smirked. You should know that too. People will do crazy things when forced into a dead end. Hall Master Luo, I can pretend that this never happened. You just have to release me and Lu Xinlong and I will swear on my name that Lu Xinlong and I will not cause further trouble to you. Zhang Ming sounded anxious. After all, he was really feeling scared. Luo Yunyang felt rather disappointed in Zhang Ming's reaction, as Zhang Ming was a Yuan Venerate. Within the 36 great cosmoses, a person with this level of cultivation could definitely dominate an entire great cosmos. Why would a person who had managed to cultivate to such an extent not be extremely resolute? This particular fellow was acting in such a useless manner. The human race's divine ancestor had established Tianding realm by himself and managed to produce increasingly gifted disciples. However, their wisdom and fighting capabilities were undoubtedly a failure. Momentarily, Luo Yunyang even felt that the looming pressure had nearly disappeared completely. He glanced at Zhang Ming and said, Do you think what you said is going to help your situation? Zhang Ming wanted to speak but couldn't come up with a sentence. After all, he already felt that what he was about to say was utterly useless. Luo Yunyang wouldn't believe that Zhang Ming and his elders in Tianding realm would let this matter rest that easily. Are you really going to kill me? Zhang Ming's voice was shaking. It would be easy to kill you, but I can spare your life too. It depends on how well you're willing to cooperate. Luo Yunyang stared at Zhang Ming and said icily, Everything will be negotiable if you cooperate nicely. However, don't blame me if you do not cooperate. Zhang Ming's hands trembled for a moment before he replied, I will definitely cooperate. We were instigated by others this time. I hope Hall Master Luo will be magnanimous and not mind ignorant fools like us. Luo Yunyang ignored what Zhang Ming said, as he knew that his opponents were definitely not flowers grown in a greenhouse. Release your spirit consciousness and do not resist. I will activate the world-shaking sky bell again if you dare to resist, and I'll be sure to shatter your spirit consciousness. Luo Yunyang spoke peacefully, but his tone was unquestionable. Zhang Ming knew that it would be very unfavorable for him if he released his spirit consciousness, but he did not dare put up the slightest bit of resistance. As a result, a trace of Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness entered Zhang Ming's spirit consciousness in an instant. At first, Luo Yunyang was very careful as he explored Zhang Ming's spirit consciousness. However, he soon let his guard down completely. There was no hint of resistance or any cheap tricks. Obviously, Zhang Ming, who had acted ignorantly initially, dared not put up any sort of resistance against Luo Yunyang's intimidation. This sort of Taishi Yuan Venerate could only fight battles that were favorable and would not participate in any uphill battles. While Luo Yunyang despised such people, the information that swarmed his mind made a grave look appear on his face. Chapter 1077. Supreme Path 1 Tai Yuan Venerate, 6 half-step Tai Yuan Venerates, 143 Taichu Yuan Venerates, and nearly 3,000 Taishi Yuan Venerates. These numbers were the entire current force of Tianding realm. The sole Tai Yuan Venerate was naturally the human race's divine ancestor. Generally speaking, the human race's divine ancestor would not interfere personally with things going on within the human race. But what about the 6 half-step Tai Yuan Venerates? For example, the first Hall Master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, he was definitely not like the human race's divine ancestor, who could give up everything for the sake of the human race. There were 100 million martialists in the entire Tianding realm, and the weakest were already at the peak nebula grade. Such martialists could only become servants, as people without a heavenly venerate cultivation need not think about moving alone. Aside from the force of Tianding realm, Luo Yunyang also managed to understand the way of thinking that powerhouses of Tianding realm like Xianming and his companions used. Those people originated from the same source as the 36 great cosmoses. However, in their lofty opinions, the 36 great cosmoses were just mortal realms and should wholeheartedly worship Tianding realm. As for the martialists of the 36 great cosmoses, they were treated as mortals that could be killed and dealt with in many ways. In the opinion of Xianming and his companions, Hall Masters like Luo Yunyang were merely servants. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the audacity to approach Luo Yunyang and demand the great obliteration millstone. Luo Yunyang was amazed by these people's extraordinary confidence, and he wondered if they were on drugs as he perused their thoughts. He also knew very well that Tianding realm was a formidable ally of the human race. However, they might suffer and become slaves to Tianding realm if the human race of the 36 great cosmoses didn't possess enough power. Rest well, Luo Yunyang shouted after exiting Xianming's spirit consciousness. Then, Xianming simply collapsed on the floor motionlessly. He didn't want to rest, but Luo Yunyang intimidated his spirit consciousness too intensely, thus rendering him utterly helpless against such massive power. Luo Yunyang assumed a lotus position in his cultivation chambers and pondered a martial scripture he had seen within Xianming's spirit consciousness rather than the might of Tianding realm. While Luo Yunyang did not think that the contents of the martial scripture were too profound, the scripture was extremely precise in the way it explained the differences between all the cultivation levels. The martial scripture even went on to provide a detailed description of cultivation techniques. Luo Yunyang's cultivation did not improve too much after he read the martial scripture, but he felt that he had benefited a lot from it. What made Luo Yunyang feel that he'd benefited the most was a description in the martial scripture that explained the path to the Yuan Venerate. According to the martial scripture, there were various paths to reach the Yuan Venerate level, and, in order to show the vastness of possibilities, the martial scripture used 3,000 great paths to describe it. There were actually way fewer paths to attain the Taichu Yuan Venerate compared to the 3,000 great paths. According to the records of the martial scripture, there were only 99 different paths to become a Taichu Yuan Venerate. 99 different paths weren't considered very few, but the martial scripture mentioned that not all ordinary nomological laws could fuse with other nomological laws and advance to a great path nomological law. A Yuan Venerate with exceptional talent that made a wrong decision about his cultivation path would still find it difficult to advance and become a Taishi Yuan Venerate. According to the martial scripture, the possibility of advancing would be zero once the path taken was wrong. Although the martial scripture did not contain different cultivation techniques, it did list one by one all the 99 different techniques that could be cultivated to the Taichu Yuan Venerate. Some of the techniques taught one the control of fusing 5 nomological laws, and some were a fusion of 6, 7, or even 8 nomological laws. The craziest of all was actually a cultivation technique that controlled 13 ordinary nomological laws. According to the martial scripture, the nomological law that controlled the breakthrough of becoming a Yuan Venerate was usually called Yuan nomological law. The power of the Yuan nomological law was also one of the foundations of fusing nomological laws to become a Taichu Yuan Venerate. Luo Yunyang's shattering nomological law was actually one of the 4 top-level nomological laws mentioned in the martial scripture. He discovered that there were 4 different paths that he could follow to become a Taichu Yuan Venerate by using his shattering nomological law as the foundation. The first option was to fuse 5 nomological laws and proceed to the 5-element destruction great path. The second option was to fuse the 6 universal forces and cultivate the universal obliteration Great Path. As for the third option, it was basically an upgraded version of the second option. It was a technique called 3-era annihilation technique that encompassed all the paths he had embarked on except for the 6 universal forces and the force of space and time. The fourth option was, according to the martial scripture, a theory. A theory that the human race's divine ancestor had come up with. According to the reasoning of the divine ancestor, Luo Yunyang's top-level obliteration technique was, in fact, capable of fusing with all types of nomological laws and thereafter reaching an incomparable level. The divine ancestor called this sort of cultivation universal breaking technique. At the end of this path were the clearly written words, "This technique is for reference only. Do not try it out." In other words, the divine ancestor of the human race did not think that the universal breaking technique could even be materialized. Luo Yunyang had experienced a lot, but he was still puzzled when he saw the universal breaking technique. He knew that this sort of technique was nearly impossible to pull off. Plus, there were only 6 paths that led to the Tai Yuan Venerate from the Taichu Yuan Venerate. The heaps of rewards gained from the martial scripture made Luo Yunyang disinterested in provoking Lu Xinlong. He knew very well that the most important thing for him now was to improve his cultivation to the level of a Taichu Yuan Venerate. However, he had just advanced to the Taishi Yuan Venerate, so it would be impossible for him to achieve instant success if he were to train at his slow, steady pace. After pondering this several more times, he finally made a decision. He had made use of his clone embodiment and left it behind in the Longland Great Cosmos. It would be able to move all of his subordinates in Longland Great Cosmos if there was a crisis. Eventually, it would move all his subordinates into territories of the mysterious underworld race. His other clone embodiment, which was Blue Lotus Daozi, would proceed into the secret realms of the 4 sacred halls to allow the chaotic 4 origin beast to advance to the Yuan Venerate level with the aid of these secret realms. His main body would be entering the origin source grounds to try his luck and see if there was any way to increase his strength rapidly. The clone embodiment of the chaotic 4 origin beast would not die if his body were to face any problems, and he would be able to use the clone embodiment of the chaotic 4 origin beast to move his close subordinates directly into the sacred underworld city. Although sheltering them within the mysterious underworld race felt a little unpleasant, the power of the Tianding realm was just too great. This was the only solution as long as he did not possess the strength to go up against Tianding realm. After making his decision, Luo Yunyang simply informed Yuan Venerate White Crane that he was going into seclusion before arriving at the palace hall that the Divine Elder was at. "Are you really sure that you're going to the origin source grounds?" The Divine Elder appeared to be lacking emotion, but his tone clearly expressed his opinion. Luo Yunyang looked at the Divine Elder and said, "I must now improve my cultivation as quickly as possible." The Divine Elder pondered this for a moment before replying, "Middle Hall Master, I still have some sort of relationship with the Divine Ancestor. If you want to, I can contact the Divine Ancestor. I believe he will definitely show me some respect. I can get the Divine Ancestor to help you get through this stage." The Divine Elder had never been too intimate with anyone in the entire Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Some people even said that he would be the best assistant to whoever controlled Hongmeng Sacred Hall. It was because the Divine Elder was a primordial spirit of Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Thus, seeing that the Divine Elder was willing to help surprised Luo Yunyang, who had not expected this. He looked at the Divine Elder and asked, "Divine Elder, why are you helping me?" "Because I don't want you to die in the origin source grounds." The Divine Elder said faintly, "I've seen too many Hall Masters fall in there. If you must enter the origin source grounds, it's best that you enter after advancing to the Taichu Yuan Venerate level." Luo Yunyang glanced back at the Divine Elder and said solemnly, "Divine Elder, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I don't like it when my fate can be decided by a mere thought of someone else." The Divine Elder stared at Luo Yunyang for a long time before saying faintly, "Since you have decided, there's nothing more for me to say. Go." With those words, the Divine Elder moved his palm gently before a gate that resembled a ripple on the surface of water appeared before Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang did not walk through this gateway, he could still sense the extremely horrifying aura in the distance. Origin Source Grounds was the place where the previous Middle Hall Master had gone. In order to keep the secret of the Origin Source Grounds, Hongmeng Sacred Hall had declared that the Middle Hall Master had gone into the endless chaos. Although this trip was going to be very dangerous, Luo Yunyang took a step forward without any hesitation. After the appearance of Tianding realm, Luo Yunyang finally felt really relaxed as he took this step. After Luo Yunyang took this step, he completely disappeared from Hongmeng's sacred hall. The divine elder watched the spot where Luo Yunyang had been with a dim expression. Finally, the primordial spirit of Hongmeng's sacred hall waved his arms, removing the gateway completely from this realm. He hoped that this young man, who had been the hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall for such a short duration, would return smoothly. As the divine elder put away the gateway to the origin source grounds, Luo Yunyang arrived at an expanse of void. Before he could figure out what was happening around the void, he saw a huge sacred mountain being thrown at him. Although he needed not fear ordinary attacks given the toughness of his body, he still felt shocked when the sacred mountain came hurtling towards him. He was so shocked that he could not move at all under the pressure of the sacred mountain. Chapter 1078, Ancient Battle, Limitless Opportunities of Aid. Must evade. Luo Yunyang had a feeling that he would die if this massive sacred mountain smashed into him. With this thought in mind, Luo Yunyang rapidly raised the attributes of his body. He knew that the main reason he was being suppressed by this power was because his mind was stifled. Thus, he would be able to move his body as long as he could break the shackles of his mind. When the mind attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast were added to his main body, Luo Yunyang finally felt capable of moving. He frantically charged into the distance the instant he was able to move. Boom! The mountains and earth collapsed while the endless void turned into fragments. Even though Luo Yunyang had already evaded this, he still felt great fear despite already being in a faraway void. He knew that this had been extremely dangerous. If the adjustments of the attribute regulator hadn't been quick, he would have definitely died here. Luo Yunyang had merely entered the origin source grounds, yet he had already experienced such an encounter. The dangers of the origin source grounds were really easy to imagine. Luo Yunyang's current cultivation base allowed him to be considered one of the top existences in the 5 great sacred halls. However, the strange origin source grounds he had just arrived in had nearly killed him. There was no need to say what would happen to ordinary Yuan venerates that turned up here. A Yuan venerate without sufficient power might have been immediately shattered by the crushing sacred mountain upon arriving. The dangers were exactly the way the divine elder had put it. But what about the opportunities? After the sacred mountain dropped, Luo Yunyang started to take measure of his surroundings. He discovered that he was actually situated in a battlefield that could make people go crazy. 12 tall, towering Yuan underworldings had enveloped this realm with their imposing spirit. Golden hammers, giant axes, straight blades, long swords, all sorts of weapons manipulated by the 12 Yuan underworldings rained down from the void. As the 12 humongous Yuan underworldings attacked what was beneath them, hundreds of human race Yuan venerates frantically resisted. Boom, boom, boom. Even though these human race Yuan venerates were frantically trying to ward this attack off, many of them were immediately shattered as they faced the powerful attack of the 12 Yuan underworldlings, which seemed stronger than the attack of a Tai Yuan venerate. During this process, Luo Yunyang even saw some peak Taichu Yuan venerate powerhouses unleashing the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes technique. Even so, those Taichu Yuan venerates weren't able to withstand the onslaught of weapons and collapsed in the void as a result. Spiritual consciousness fled frantically. However, even though this consciousness was fast, they were still smashed. Luo Yunyang was also facing this sort of onslaught. He had merely been aware of his surrounding circumstances when a mighty golden hammer came smashing down. After going through the previous experience, Luo Yunyang's attribute regulator had already made adjustments so he was at the most appropriate state to deal with the current crisis. Therefore, even though that golden hammer contained great might, it didn't shock Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang rapidly evaded it. Still, as he avoided that huge hammer, a streak of light shot at him from a distance. This streak of light was very fast, so Luo Yunyang simply couldn't evade it. The light and Luo Yunyang clashed in the void. During this clash, Luo Yunyang sensed that this light had already entered his body. The unknown light that entered his body shocked Luo Yunyang. This origin sacred ground was really strange. The consequences of the unknown substance of an object entering one's body would normally mean death for most people. Just as Luo Yunyang used his spiritual consciousness to probe and see what this light was, he suddenly felt a wave of power starting to corrode his mind. This was the power of an ordinary Taishi Yuan venerate. While this power wasn't weak, it didn't pose much of a threat to Luo Yunyang. Mind power gathered in an instant, but Luo Yunyang completely destroyed the mind power that wanted to seize his body. When that wave of mind power was obliterated, Luo Yunyang had an astonished look on his face. He realized that his body now contained an extra Taishi Yuan Venerate nomological law. This was the foundation for a Taishi Yuan Venerate's advancement to the Yuan Venerate level. Now, it had been completely incorporated into his body. Luo Yunyang, who had experienced this wind nomological law, watched the figures being rapidly slain by the 12 giant Yuan underworldlings and finally understood what the opportunities of this origin source grounds were. Luo Yunyang didn't know why an ancient battle would take place at the origin source grounds or why he could absorb the nomological laws of this spiritual consciousness. However, he knew that this was very important to him. Without any hesitation, he took to the sky and shot over at the figure that was about to be struck by a massive axe. A glowing light emanated around him as he grabbed at the projection that was about to be cleaved by the giant axe. However, as he saved this light projection from the giant axe, Luo Yunyang felt someone's gaze landing on him. Then, he sensed that it had become extremely difficult to move even though he wanted to do so. A great sense of fear crept into his heart. His surroundings suddenly experienced a massive change. It was the power of a Tai Yuan Venerate. Against this sort of power, Luo Yunyang felt that he might possibly die if he just moved slightly slower. Luo Yunyang, who didn't care about anything else, converted most of his speed and constitution attributes into mind attribute. Only then was he able to extricate himself from that overwhelming pressure. The main reason he was able to extricate himself from that overwhelming pressure wasn't just because of the attribute regulator but because he wasn't the main target of these 12 giant Yuan underworldings. The most important target during this battle was a youngster who seemed like a blazing sun. The aura emanating from him belonged to a Tai Yuan Venerate. Wherever his spirit consciousness stretched to, everything turned to ashes. Unfortunately, even though he was a Tai Yuan Venerate, there was still a disparity between him and the combined force of the 12 Yuan underworldings. Therefore, he kept being in a disadvantageous, suppressed state. As he suffered from this suppression, his comrades at his side were continuously being destroyed by the power of the 12 Yuan underworldings. Die! An extremely sorrowful voice came out of his mouth as that figure took to the sky. Then, he turned into a pair of black and white light discs before shooting towards the 12 Yuan underworldings. When the black light disc split along with the white light disc, both of them practically turned into 9 discs each. As Luo Yunyang felt that these light discs were going to charge at the 12 Yuan underworldings, they rushed toward each other frantically. Indeed, they rushed toward each other. In just an instant, 9 black and 9 white light discs collided. The power that was unleashed at that moment was equivalent to a Tai Yuan Venerate's self-implosion. Instantly, the entire realm felt as though it was going to crumble. Those 12 peak Tai Yuan Venerates frantically tried to contract their bodies. Luo Yunyang felt like he was going crazy. Even though he wasn't situated at the center of this energy, he knew that it would be very difficult for him to live through the collapse of this realm. These origin source grounds were simply a place where death was common. As this realm started to crumble, all nomological laws and power were now useless. The only thing remaining in this realm was destruction, obliteration, and ruin. During this tremendous destruction, Luo Yunyang felt as if his body was being ripped apart. Right now, the only thing he wanted to do was support his body to prevent himself from being torn apart by that magnificent energy. In the beginning, Luo Yunyang still used his mind to resist that ferocious power. However, in the end, he didn't know how to get through this situation. After who knew how long, that ferocious storm finally dissipated. Luo Yunyang felt that countless fragments had appeared within his body, even though he didn't know how. These fragments were fragments of nomological laws. As Luo Yunyang was checking the situation of the fragments in his body, he felt the realm around him suddenly changing. What was originally situated in this wasteland was actually a realm straight out of a fairy tale. However, before Luo Yunyang could take a breather, a sword gleam had cut a swath toward him. This sword gleam contained boundless killing intent. When Luo Yunyang sensed it, he instantly understood that this was the sword gleam of a Taichu Yuan Venerate. Furthermore, it belonged to a peak Taichu Yuan Venerate. As this sword gleam was surging, Luo Yunyang didn't need to think. He immediately unleashed the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes toward it. Fist light and sword gleam collided, making the void shatter instantly. Even though Luo Yunyang didn't suffer much damage, this clash caused him to be pushed 100 paces. At that moment, Luo Yunyang suddenly realized that the place he was situated at was still a battlefield. However, the human race, the mysterious underworld race, and the divine incarcerate race weren't on this battlefield. The sword strike that had come flying at him had come from a divine incarcerate powerhouse. However, as he looked around, Luo Yunyang realized that many Yuan venerates, bodies had already crumbled during this battle and wisps of spiritual consciousness were frantically trying to flee. Upon seeing the frantic battle underway, Luo Yunyang started to understand this origin source ground a little better. Chapter 1079. I can't accept this one battlefield, 2 battlefields, 3 battlefields. At first, Luo Yunyang had been counting the number of ancient battles these origin source grounds witnessed. However, he no longer counted towards the end, not because he couldn't count but because he was already weary of it. Indeed, he was weary. From the beginning, when the Tai Yuan venerate that was like a blazing sun had died, the scenes had continued to change one after another. Each time the battle scene changed, Luo Yunyang would be able to gain considerable benefits. Even though this involved huge risks, Luo Yunyang could still gain great benefits from these insane clashes. For example, he gathered the complete nomological laws of the 5 elements during this battle. Even though these nomological laws weren't self-cultivated, nor were they from the same Taishi Yuan venerate, these 5-element nomological laws combined with his destruction path would be a complete 5-element destruction great path. He had also gathered a large part of the 6 universal forces required for the universal obliteration great path. Although it was still slightly lacking in might, Luo Yunyang believed that he would absolutely master it as long as he self-cultivated. As for the third option, he had already gathered completed space-time nomological laws. Although it would be difficult for this attempt to be successful, he would still quickly accomplish it if he continued to accumulate. However, as the nomological laws he obtained from each battle scene increased, Luo Yunyang was more inclined toward universe breaking. According to the human race's divine ancestors' inference, the hardest part about universe breaking was obtaining the various nomological laws. Even though these nomological laws didn't have to be complete, a great quantity was required. Regardless of how much innate talent a person had, there was still a limit to one's compression on cultivation paths. Wanting to gain over 1,000 nomological insights was basically impossible. However, the constantly changing cruel battles occurring on these origin source grounds allowed it to become a reality. Even though the battle scene would turn to nothing each time, Luo Yunyang knew that each battle was real. Although the human race sent Tai Yuan venerate existences into every battle that Luo Yunyang experienced, they were defeated each time. The 12 Yuan underworldlings of the mysterious underworld race and a few overwhelming existences from the divine incarcerate race were the ones that killed the most human race powerhouses. This was also why the impulse to kill a mysterious underworld being upon sight existed in an ordinary human's bloodline. This wasn't bloodthirst, it was because that deep-rooted hostility and hatred had seeped into their core. While Luo Yunyang's cultivation level didn't go through any obvious improvements, his comprehensive combat ability had definitely improved more than 10 times after he'd gone through all these life and death situations. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, the most important factor was that he had found a pattern in these continuous battles. He could choose whether to leave after every cycle of 100 battle scenarios. Although Luo Yunyang thought of leaving each time he had this choice, he ultimately pushed these thoughts aside. He exhaled heavily as he stood in this desolate space. He had once again survived. Even though he had seen Tai Yuan venerate Jushi Fairy ultimately get destroyed here, Luo Yunyang hadn't shed a single tear. This was not because his heart was cold, but because his heart had already become numb after going through all these great battle scenes. The only thought he had was absorbing even more nomological laws in the origin source grounds to make himself even stronger. One more battle and he could leave. Luo Yunyang intended to leave after the next battle. While he hadn't been the protagonist of the previous battle and had even managed to hide following his previous experiences, Luo Yunyang had still felt nearly incapable of enduring when Jushi Fairy had utilized her technique to obliterate everything. There was no record of Jushi Fairy's cultivation technique in the human race's divine ancestors' martial scriptures. However, its power was unquestionable. During that battle, the 12 massive Yuan underworldlings that had always seemed like killing machines were finally turned to dust. Even though one of the large Yuan underworldlings proclaimed that they wouldn't be wiped out, Luo Yunyang still felt extremely relieved when those Yuan underworldlings were turned to dust. Even though Jushi Fairy had died, her opponents had also been wiped out completely. It could even be said that this was a battle with no victor, as everyone who had participated in this battle was already dead. However, regardless of how one put it, this battle was the only time the human race was able to take down the enemy along with them. From the very first battle, when the human race didn't put up much resistance against total obliteration, until this battle, when both sides were taken down, Luo Yunyang was able to sense a trend. Thus, he was filled with anticipation for future battles. Even though he knew that the human race ultimately would fail, the following failures weren't at the hands of the mysterious underworld race or the divine incarcerate race. Instead, they were defeated by the entity that buried great eras. Luo Yunyang wasn't sure who that being was, but he really hoped deep down that he would be able to see this entity. After all, knowing the enemy gave one a better chance at victory. As Luo Yunyang was making some guesses about what sort of entity could bury countless great eras, the surrounding sky started to transform. At practically the moment the realm changed, Luo Yunyang shot towards the fringes of this domain as fast as lightning. This was a method he had honed over the years. He used this method to go into hiding at the fastest speed possible whenever he encountered danger. However, this time, as he hid beneath a rock and prepared to counterattack, Luo Yunyang discovered that there were no attacks happening around him. Compared to the overwhelming attacks of the previous battles, there wasn't even a single shout or cry. Deathly silence. Luo Yunyang's surroundings were currently completely silent. When Luo Yunyang lifted his head to survey his surroundings, he saw two figures standing side by side. One of these figures was tall and skinny as a pole, while the other was short and plump as a cylinder. If these two had stood together at any other time, it would definitely have been a hilarious sight. However, the current image of them standing together gave off a heavy vibe. This was a heavy atmosphere that would make many people find it hard to even breathe. Exterminate. As Luo Yunyang was surveying the two figures, a hallowed voice echoed throughout the void. This voice was accompanied by two fingers that punctured the sky. As these two fingers strangely appeared in the sky, the two figures practically shouted at the same time. A bell and a pagoda appeared above them respectively. Although this was the first time Luo Yunyang was seeing this bell and pagoda, two names had already appeared in his mind when the bell and the pagoda congealed. Bell of time, pagoda of space. These two entities possessed the supreme nomological laws to condense a bell and a pagoda. It could be said that this bell and pagoda were the strongest methods to challenge the being that destroyed eras. However, when the two fingers appeared, an overwhelming might capable of destroying anything appeared, crushing down on everything and making the surrounding void tear. Even though the bell of time chimed continuously, cracks had started to appear on it. The state of the pagoda of space didn't seem much better. The two of them seemed like they couldn't bear this and were on the verge of collapsing. Even though Luo Yunyang's spot wasn't the central point of where these two fingers were pressing down, he too felt like he was going to break apart. He knew that if the spot he had found hadn't been good, he would probably have already been crushed without even being able to observe the two peak Tai Yuan venerates going up against these two fingers. This power was too strong. I can't accept this. The bell of time was broken into countless fragments and the powerhouse that utilized it howled furiously. As he howled, his entire body, his spiritual consciousness, and his top-notch nomological laws all broke into fragments. While his anguished wail rang all around, the pagoda of space also shattered. When the pagoda of space shattered, the powerhouse utilizing it glanced at Luo Yunyang's spot. One day, our human race will stop your. The figure that utilized the pagoda couldn't complete his sentence. This was not because he didn't want to but because he could no longer go on. As these two figures crumbled, countless nomological law fragments scattered. Luo Yunyang felt that he couldn't even move his body. At the moment, he felt as if he was going to fall. This feeling was clear and frightening. Even though the attribute regulator was adjusting Luo Yunyang's attributes rapidly, the disparity meant that Luo Yunyang's attribute regulator wasn't as effective as it had been in the past. As Luo Yunyang's body was on the verge of crumbling, two large nomological law fragments hurtled towards him. These two fragments glowed brightly. While the fragments blossomed, Luo Yunyang felt the pressure he was experiencing lessen considerably. Even the sensation of his body getting ready to collapse had started to quickly recover. However, Luo Yunyang had no time to care about this. He was waiting for the channel that should appear. Only by going through this channel would he be able to leave the origin source grounds. Even though Luo Yunyang knew that he hadn't completely explored the origin source grounds, he no longer cared that much. Chapter 1080. Universe-breaking Luo Yunyang felt really melancholic when he stepped back in Hongmeng's sacred hall. This was the feeling of having a new lease of life after a calamity. Even though he didn't dare verify exactly how long he had been in the origin source grounds, the experiences he had gone through made him feel as if he had been there for a very long time. Thus, when he once again returned to this realm, Luo Yunyang felt as though things had changed. "You've returned." The Divine Elder appeared the moment Luo Yunyang entered Hongmeng's sacred hall. Luo Yunyang immediately asked the Divine Elder, "Why is that place called the Origin Source Grounds?" The Divine Elder didn't seem surprised by this question. It could even be said that Luo Yunyang asking this was well within what the Divine Elder had expected. He thus replied, "The reason that place is called the Origin Source Grounds is because each destruction represents the establishment of a great era. Each destruction represents the establishment of a great era." Luo Yunyang repeated what the Divine Elder had said softly as his eyes lit up with understanding. The Divine Elder's words had left him full of lament. Those battles, which had been filled with ruin and destruction, had indeed made the human race become stronger and stronger. "The last battle I experienced was between two Tai Yuan venerates, and that being. Was that the previous great era?" This was the second question Luo Yunyang asked. Right now, he really wanted to know whether he had gone through the human race's history. "I don't know." The Divine Elder glanced at Luo Yunyang as he spoke calmly. Luo Yunyang felt that asking anything more would be futile upon seeing that the Divine Elder had already regained his calm demeanor. Therefore, as Luo Yunyang was about to head into seclusion, he asked how long he had been away. "A moment." This was the Divine Elder's reply. "A moment. So many massacres, so many battles, yet what he had experienced had lasted just a mere moment." Luo Yunyang could not really believe this. However, he believed that the Divine Elder had no reason to lie to him. Upon returning to his own palace, Luo Yunyang quietly pondered for some time before sitting in a lotus position. There were various nomological laws in his body and countless law fragments gathered in his mind. If these nomological laws and nomological law fragments were used as a foundation, Luo Yunyang would have the confidence to construct a different cultivation path. However, after considering it, he still decided to go along with the cultivation path of universe breaking. After all, the Taichu Yuan Venerate path of universe breaking was the most suitable for him. Furthermore, the human race's divine ancestor had made a comment about the universe breaking cultivation path. This cultivation path has unimaginable prospects. Luo Yunyang, who had seen Tai Yuan Venerates dying, was now very aware of the great calamity that they would all have to face. This great calamity was something that could be avoided by becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate. Even ordinary Tai Yuan Venerates didn't have any ability to withstand this. Not only did he have to become a Tai Yuan Venerate in order to withstand this great calamity, but he would also have to become a peak Tai Yuan Venerate. Even though Luo Yunyang had gained nomological laws, the majority were basically ordinary nomological laws that Taishi Yuan Venerates possessed. Great path nomological laws belonging to Tai Yuan Venerates were very few and had mostly been destroyed. However, because Luo Yunyang already controlled them, they weren't too difficult to incorporate. The difficulty of the universe-breaking technique wasn't in incorporating but rather in controlling so many nomological laws. After 49 days, Luo Yunyang finally combed through the various nomological laws and law fragments within his body. Even though he already controlled these laws, he simply hadn't been able to sort them out when he had been in the origin source grounds. After completely sorting them out in those 49 days, it all actually went very fast. After all, for an ordinary 9th level heavenly venerate, condensing a Yuan Venerate nomological law of their own took a long time. Combining various bits to establish a universe breaking involves an incredible disparity. Luo Yunyang had already made up his mind as he was muttering to himself. Although the universe-breaking path recorded in the martial scriptures was not bad, Luo Yunyang felt that he too could create a path that was his own. The first thing necessary for walking down this path was to use these nomological laws and fragments to create a universal boundary. Given the experiences within the divine creation disc, Luo Yunyang didn't feel that combining all these various nomological laws would be very difficult. He would just have to spare a lot of effort tempering it. Fortunately, Luo Yunyang didn't lack time. After determining what he was going to do, he started to condense the various nomological laws within him to establish a boundary. 2 days, 3 days. In Da Qian Sacred Hall, the Da Qian master's expression was somewhat furious. Even though he was livid, he felt equally helpless. Although he was still the Daqian master and the hall master of Daqian's sacred hall, many people within Daqian's sacred hall knew that he wouldn't be able to maintain his position as hall master for long. After all, he had already used the ownership of the Daqian sacred mirror. The Daqian master looked reluctant as he thought about the ownership of the Daqian sacred mirror. Although he also didn't have complete control of the Daqian sacred mirror, his cultivation base improved exponentially when it was in his hands. Unfortunately, the Daqian sacred mirror already belonged to someone else. Even though he hadn't been willing to give the Daqian sacred mirror out, that person had come under the orders of the first Daqian master. Furthermore, 5 Taichu Yuan venerates had come along with him. More importantly, that person's status was much higher than his own. He was a disciple of the first Daqian master. Even the most senior figure in Daqian's sacred hall would have to address him as ancestral master. As a result, the Daqian master had been forced to give up his foundations of many years and stand aside, which had made him very uncomfortable. In all these years, he had given his all for the human race's 36 great cosmoses. Now, with just some words, everything he owned had been seized. How could he not be upset? A jade talisman flew into his hand. When he saw the contents, the Daqian master's face broke into a bitter smile. Zanpin Sacred Hall's Zanping Gate had also fallen into the hands of the so-called precursors of Tanding Realm. While the Daqian master and the Zanpin Sacred Hall master couldn't be considered good friends, the two of them had gone through a lot together. Although he had expected such a situation, the news from Zanpin Sacred Hall was slower than his. When he saw one sentence of the Jade Talisman, cold intent filled his eyes. The Zanping Gate had been brought back to Tianding Realm. The Zanping Gate's use concerned the foundations of the 36 great cosmoses. Without the Zanping Gate to constantly furnish qi, the spiritual energies of the 36 great cosmoses would diminish greatly. That was why the 5 sacred halls had been so worried during the incident in the sealed sky city and had even been willing to engage in an all-out war against the mysterious underworld race to get the Zanping Gate back. Now, the entities from Tianding Realm actually wanted to bring the Zanping Gate back to Tianding Realm. No, absolutely not. They had protected the 36 great cosmoses so vigorously against the mysterious underworld race. Now, they absolutely couldn't allow the Zanping Gate to be taken by Tanding Realm. Tell them that the Zanping Gate is too important to our 36 great cosmoses. Our 36 great cosmoses will definitely decline without it. This is the foundation of our human race. The Daqian master took a deep breath after sending this message out. At this point, he thought about all the news he had heard recently. For example, Tianding Realm powerhouses had been refining an entire void for the sake of harvesting sky blue rainbow metal weapons. Using that void to harvest sky metal would cause irreparable harm to the void. However, that Tianding Realm powerhouse simply didn't care about any resistance from Yuan venerates of the 36 great cosmoses. Thus, he immediately caused a void to collapse. Even though they had given the Yuan venerates of the 36 great cosmoses time to shift the people in that void, they ultimately turned it into a wasteland for the sake of producing rainbow metal. These incidents weren't limited to just 1 or 2. They were recklessly toying with the human race. This was what the Daqian master thought, and he found it really unbearable. The Zanping Gate is supposed to be a part of the human ruler's Ling Xiao Sacred Hall. It can't remain in the 36 great cosmoses. A jade talisman rushed over once again as the Daqian master grimaced. This message wasn't long, but the helplessness within was plain for the Daqian master to see. After all, he was experiencing the same thing. Perhaps what Luo Yunyang wants to do is right. The Daqian master felt respect when he recalled the news of Luo Yunyang dealing with the Tianding Realm powerhouses that had gone to Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. However, he also knew that Luo Yunyang and Hongmeng's Sacred Hall would have to face a coming storm. And this storm would be extremely ferocious. If it was not handled well, the great Hongmeng Sacred Hall might be made an example. As for Luo Yunyang, the Daqian master gazed out into the horizon and shouted, "Tianding Realm, do you really think that you are the sky?" Chapter 1081. Vying to be the human ruler. Sky Star City was a hub. Sky Star City was situated in a central part of the vast sky great cosmos and was a waypoint between various great cosmoses. Furthermore, it produced a sort of sky star wood that was very useful in cultivation and refining. Therefore, Many people came to Sky Star City, and the market within Sky Star City was a place that Sky Star cities had to visit. "Gimme one piece of Sky Star wood," Chen Hao said excitedly. In order to show that he could afford the Sky Star wood, he waved his star card. On the card were 1,000,000 star dollars that could be used in the vast star great cosmos. However, when he pompously slapped his star card on the table, he had not imagined that the beaming attendant would say, "Sorry, sir, but your star dollars aren't enough." His star dollars weren't enough. Chen Hao's face darkened when he heard this. For the sake of buying one piece of star sky wood, he had strived for decades through other galaxies, encountered untold dangers, and nearly lost his life. Only then had he earned enough to purchase some sky star wood. Given the amount of star dollars at his disposal, he should be able to purchase 2 pieces of sky star wood and have some balance. Are you mistaken? Take a careful look. How can the star dollars I have not be enough? Although he knew that he couldn't just draw swords here unlike in space, he was still really upset, so he couldn't help but vent. The attendant's expression remained the same as ever. He had clearly seen this sort of attitude countless times, and he thus replied, "One piece of star sky wood costs 5,000,000 star dollars. 5,000,000 star dollars? Why don't you just go out and rob people? Since when did you raise the price of sky star wood? Wasn't it said that the price of sky star wood would forever be stable?" Chen Hao, who couldn't control himself any longer, snarled. The Li family said that the price would be stable. However, the Sky Star wood in Sky Star City doesn't belong to them. It belongs to Tianding Realm's Long family, the attendant said. It's best that you leave if you don't have sufficient Sky Star dollars. Don't cause any trouble here. Some time ago, a Nebula grade martialist was slain on the spot because he argued over the increased prices. Chen Hao immediately toned down after the attendant said this. Even though he had a decent cultivation base, there was still a disparity between him and a Nebula grade martialist. Seeing that the attendant's attitude was still somewhat friendly, he quickly took an item out of his storage bracelet and carefully put it in the attendant's hand. "Brother, I have been away fighting for decades and don't really understand the current situation well. Could you do me a favor and explain to me what is going on? You came too late. If you had come half a year earlier, Sky Star wood would still have cost 500,000 star dollars apiece." The attendant kindly accepted Chen Hao's small gift. He then whispered, "It isn't just Sky Star wood. Now, all the main resources in the entire vast star great cosmos are controlled by the people who came from Tianding Realm. I heard that prices have to be raised tenfold if any of these treasured materials are sold to ordinary humans like us. When selling to the heavenly humans from Tianding Realm, the prices have to be lowered tenfold. How is this reasonable?" The attendant's words left Chen Hao a little dumbfounded. The difference between those two prices was outrageous. Sky Star wood, which he couldn't even purchase with 1,000,000 star dollars, could be bought with 50,000 star dollars by the heavenly humans. Just thinking about it made him furious. Isn't anybody taking control of the situation? Chen Hao took a deep breath and finally asked what he wanted to know. Who can do so? Who would even dare? I heard that even top entities can only suffer. Our great cosmos Sir Yuan venerate xianxia is already being restrained in the North Sea. The attendant sighed helplessly. Otherwise, did you think the patriarch, who is a disciple of Yuan venerate xianxia, would just completely let others take over the Sky Star wood business? The patriarch the attendant spoke of was the Li family's figure of authority, so Sky Star wood had always been under his control. Chen Hao felt his whole body turn cold when he heard that Yuan venerate xianxia was being suppressed in the North Sea. If the strongest entity in the entire great cosmos was being suppressed, who would even dare to resist? I heard that once the future human ruler unifies everyone, our entire 36 great cosmoses will have to worship the heavenly humans. We'll even have to worship them unconditionally. The attendant shook his head. All the ladies are going crazy while trying to find a heavenly human to wed to become one of them. Chen Hao was already in no mood to say anything else. He knew that anything he said would be useless now. He just muttered the words, "heavenly human," while feeling extremely sullen. In a palace hidden in a void, someone said ruefully, "We can no longer allow the heavenly humans to act so rampantly. If they are allowed to go on as they please, we will just become their slaves, and even our future generations will become their slaves for all the years to come. Even though they too are members of the human race, they never had any intention of being our equals. According to what they say, they are the lofty heavenly humans and the gods who will decide our fate. Everything in the 36 great cosmoses has to go according to them. In that case, what do we even have? A silent pause followed. Even though many people understood that what this person said was correct, what else could they do? The strength of the heavenly humans wasn't something they could resist. What about the 5 great sacred halls? The 5 great sacred halls are the last stand of the ordinary human race. They can't just sit idly by and do nothing at such a time. Someone finally said. However, his words made everyone even gloomier. I heard that Battle Hall has already changed its hall master. As for Daqian Sacred Hall, even though the Daqian master is still in place, the Daqian sacred mirror he possesses has already become a belonging of the heavenly humans. Zanpin Sacred Hall's Zanpin Gate is going to be taken to become one of the possessions of Ling Shao Sacred Hall, which will be helmed by the human ruler. The energy of our 36 great cosmoses is going to fall by at least half. There hasn't been any news from Dark Hall. I heard that the entire Dark Hall is sealed up. The only one that hasn't yet pledged their allegiance to the heavenly humans is Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. However, I fear that Hongmeng's Sacred Hall won't be able to hold out much longer. I heard that some heavenly humans are currently establishing the human ruler and don't have the time to bother with Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Once the human ruler is selected, they will work on Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Various discussions rang out before silence ultimately prevailed once again. Between the alternations of discussions and silence, the entire hall, which had been rather worked up at first, became gloomy. Some people already intended to leave. The human race's divine ancestor has issued a decree saying that any human with a Taishi Yuan venerate cultivation can vie for the position of the human ruler. An old man suddenly saw a message on his communication device just as he was about to stand up. The moment he saw this news, his eyes lit up. This meant that the ordinary human race could also fight for the position of the human ruler. However, he had merely said this when someone spoke up. It sounds like good news, but who amongst us could vie for the position of the human ruler? Even though the decree of the human race's divine ancestor seems fair, in reality, we simply don't have anyone capable of competing for this position. This is merely giving us false hope. The old man's expression turned dim when his compatriot said that. Even though he wasn't willing to admit it, his rationale very quickly told him that his compatriot said the truth. If there really isn't any way to change things, then we can only think of ways to join the heavenly humans, a heavenly venerate said sadly. However, even if we join the heavenly humans, the subordinates and fellow humans, the heavenly venerate didn't continue, but the facts were undeniable. His descendants could only be left within the ordinary human race. Silence prevailed again, as any ideas of rebelling had already diminished. Then, someone took a look at his communication device and said, latest news, Hongmeng Sacred Hall's Hallmaster Luo Yunyang has already announced that he will vie for the position of the human ruler. Really? Someone asked immediately. The already quiet venue became lively once again. Many people even said excitedly, did Sir Luo Yunyang really announce that? Is it true? You aren't lying to us, right? This wasn't just the reaction of the people in the large hall. The other 4 sacred halls in the 36 great cosmoses were all stunned by this news as well. Countless martialists of the 36 great cosmoses went wild when they saw this news. With the emergence of Tianding realm, a huge pressure had made many people feel as though it was hard to breathe. When various main cultivation resources of the 36 great cosmoses had been taken by powerhouses of Tianding realm, many people had formed an even less favorable impression of Tianding realm. However, Sir Luo Yunyang was actually going to vie for the position of the human ruler. The moment Luo Yunyang became the human ruler, the 36 great cosmoses would experience better days. The imminent problem of diminishing spiritual energy caused by the Zanping Gate being taken away would similarly disappear. In no time, calls of support for Luo Yunyang to assume the role of the human ruler echoed throughout the 36 great cosmoses. Chapter 1082. No leeway in the Longlan Great Cosmos. News of Luo Yunyang vying for the position of the human ruler had been widely circulated. The Rising Sky Feather sect had become the largest sect in the entire Longlan Great Cosmos. Although Luo Yunyang was not present in the Rising Sky Feather sect, he was still the most powerful pillar of the Rising Sky Feather sect. The scene of 100,000 young disciples practicing every morning was very frightening. Although the highest cultivation level of these disciples was only a nebula grade cultivation level, they represented the hope of the Rising Sky Feather sect. Sir Luo Yunyang finally made his move. During break time, a young disciple logged on to the virtual realm and was immediately heartened to see Luo Yunyang's statement that he was fighting for the position of the human ruler. Luo Yunyang was akin to a god in the eyes of the disciples of the Rising Sky Feather sect. The topic of the human ruler and Tianding realm was also the most discussed topic among those disciples these days. Although Tianding realm shared the same origins with the human race and was actually a group brought away by the human race's divine ancestor, the people in the 36 great cosmoses had become furious when Tianding realm had forcibly divided the human race into the heavenly humans and the ordinary humans. Of course, they could only be furious and do nothing more. However, the people of Tianding realm had oppressed the 36 great cosmoses and forcibly taken control of the precious resources belonging to ordinary martialists. As a result, many people were infuriated. Younger martialists were particularly enraged. Some of them needed resources to train, while other things had been created by their families through painstaking effort. How could they not be angry when they had to hand over all their resources with only a word from the heavenly humans? On some smaller forums of the human race's virtual world, there was even a saying regarding the human race in Tianding realm. Although they were also part of the human race, they were not much better than the mysterious underworld race. Even though this statement was rather extreme, it still earned the support of many people. The fact that such a small issue had garnered so much support from everyone showed clearly the infamy of the heavenly humans among the 36 great cosmoses. The news of the human ruler's selection by the human race's divine ancestor caused the human race martialists of the 36 great cosmoses to feel a sense of impending crisis. Although the decree of the human race's divine ancestor stated that any existence above the Yuan Venerate had the right to compete for the position of the human ruler, in the opinion of the martialists of the 36 great cosmoses, the position of the human ruler was actually reserved on purpose for the powerhouses of Tianding realm. The 36 great cosmoses in Tianding realm had just come in contact, which had already resulted in these ugly circumstances. If the position of the human ruler managed to be established, then, although many people on the forum said that it was necessary to compete for the position of the human ruler, they all knew that no one would come forward and compete when Tianding realm was so powerful. After all, not only was this position difficult to compete for, but it might also cost one's life. Hence, almost all the martialists in the 36 great cosmoses had a cold attitude toward the position of the human ruler. When Luo Yunyang announced that he wanted to compete for the position of the human ruler, nobody had expected it at all. Sir Luo Yunyang will definitely become the human ruler. Loyal supporters of Luo Yunyang shouted out loud. Only a couple of people shouted in support. However, as more and more people joined in, the shouts became a frenzy and skyrocketed through the roof. Those responsible for training the disciples of the Rising Sky Feather sect saw the reaction of their disciples but didn't stop them. Even the heavenly venerates on top of the management of the Rising Sky Feather sect did not stop this. However, their thoughts were not as simple as those ordinary disciples' thoughts. This time, our leader will be competing for the human ruler's position. He is definitely going to cause a storm. A 6th-level heavenly venerate said heavily. Great heavenly venerate Rubble glanced at the speaker and replied, "Junior brother, Sir Luo Yunyang has no choice. Our 36 great cosmoses have no choice. Even the 5 sacred halls have no choice this time. Sir has to compete for the position of the human ruler." Great heavenly venerate Rubble's position in the Rising Sky Feather was getting increasingly important. Those days, not only had he broken through and become a 9th-level heavenly venerate, but he had even shown signs of breaking through to the Yuan Venerate level. While he still could not be compared to Luo Yunyang even if he broke through and became a Yuan Venerate, this made his words hold enormous weight in the Rising Sky Feather sect until Luo Yunyang returned. "Senior brother, you're right. Junior brother definitely supports our leader in becoming the human ruler. Unfortunately, this position is not so easy to obtain." The heavenly venerate replied respectfully, "Maybe we should prepare early." Great heavenly venerate Rubble nodded. "Send my orders. All heavenly venerate disciples will end their seclusion and be prepared to go to war at any time." Heavenly venerates. In heavenly venerate Rubble's opinion, only heavenly venerates were qualified to join the impending storm. Outside the secret area of Battle Hall, the Battle Hall Master and the Daqian Master were waiting patiently. Although they had now been stripped of their positions as Hall Masters, they still controlled the majority of their halls, resources due to their years of being at the helm. Hence, they were still top-notch. Powerhouses and existences that could make the stars shudder with a stomp of their feet. However, right now, both of them were waiting. Or rather, They were waiting for someone. The young kids are more determined than we are. The Da Qian Hall Master looked at the churning chaotic land and spoke heavily to the Battle Hall Master. The Battle Hall Master nodded in agreement. Speaking of that, I think it's time we fought back. Otherwise, it won't be long before the martial path cultivation of the 36 great cosmoses regresses for tens of thousands of years. Then, the strong will truly get stronger and we, the weaklings, will become weaker and weaker. There might even be a regression in evolution. They are pushing us too far. Both of them went silent. The experience they'd had in the past few days had wiped away the last fantasy in their hearts completely. However, the hope of us winning this time is not too great. There was a touch of emotion in the Da Qian Hall Master's tone. The Battle Hall Master was silent for a moment before responding, but all the glory of our 36 great cosmoses will disappear if we don't put up a fight. While the two of them were speaking, a portal gradually opened and Luo Yunyang, who was dressed in blue, began to walk out slowly. Although the Luo Yunyang who walked out did not look any different from the real Luo Yunyang, the Da Qian Hall Master still knew that this was only a clone embodiment after shooting a glance at it. Since they could not find the real Luo Yunyang, they'd naturally gone to find the clone embodiment that was training in Battle Sacred Hall to discuss what was going to happen next. Yunyang, how confident are you in competing for the position of the human ruler? The Da Qian Hall Master went straight to the point. Although the Da Qian Master felt that the chance of Luo Yunyang winning the position of the human ruler was really slim, he still wanted to seek Luo Yunyang's opinion on this matter. The clone embodiment of Blue Lotus Daozi naturally knew Luo Yunyang's decision clearly. He had gone through the tough training of the 4 sacred halls and it could be said that his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. More importantly, the chaotic 4 origin beast's power had also improved rapidly after he'd entered the secret areas of the 4 sacred halls. In particular, the abundance of essence of vitality in Zanpin Sacred Hall had allowed the chaotic 4 origin beast's level to grow rapidly. In order to enhance his strength, Luo Yunyang had decided not to cover up too much his chaotic 4 origin beast clone embodiment. Hence, he did not have too many scruples about devouring useful powers for himself. As a result, the growth in power had made the chaotic 4 origin beast advance to the peak 9th level Heavenly Venerate. As long as it continued to accumulate large amounts of power, Luo Yunyang would soon be able to advance the chaotic 4 origin beast to the Yuan Venerate level. A Yuan Venerate chaotic 4 origin beast was definitely a frightening existence, 50%. The Blue Lotus Daozi clone embodiment did not hesitate too long before answering the Da Qian Hall Master's question. This answer was not modest or hesitant. Both the Battle Hall Master and the Da Qian Hall Master were startled when they heard that there was a 50% chance. They had never thought that Luo Yunyang would give such a resolute answer. A 50% chance was huge, but given their understanding of the strength of Tianding realm, they also knew very well how cruel the battle for the position of the human ruler would be. It could even be said that it would be extremely tough. They had not even considered the likelihood of having a 50% chance. In the Da Qian Hall Master's opinion, it was already good enough that Luo Yunyang was 50% confident about winning. Yunyang, if you say so, on behalf of our sacred halls, we will provide you with the greatest support. What do you need? We will never be stingy as long as we can help, the Da Qian Hall Master said after glancing at the Battle Hall Master. He was also a domineering figure that knew a lot of things. He would not allow himself to retreat even if he wasn't confident about this. The Battle Hall Master had the same attitude. The same goes for Battle Hall. The Zanpin Sacred Hall Master asked me to tell you that Zanpin Sacred Hall will also give you their fullest support. Luo Yunyang nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you all for your kindness. In that case, I'll make myself at home. I still need a lot of energy so that I can break through a set of techniques in the shortest time possible. The 4 sacred halls have accumulated a lot of energy, so I hope you can support me. This was not the time to be modest. Although Luo Yunyang would not demand anything exorbitantly, he would not be modest at a time like this either. Alright, Yunyang, our 4 sacred halls will give you their greatest support. Both the Da Qian Hall Master and the Battle Hall Master nodded in agreement. What other plans do you have in mind, Yunyang? There are plans, of course. It's too outrageous for those people to cause trouble in the 36 great cosmoses. It's about time we let them know that the 36 great cosmoses are not a place where they can act recklessly. Whoever comes to my 36 great cosmoses will have to abide by the rules of my 36 great cosmoses. They should also keep their hands off the 5 sacred halls. Chapter 1083. Unruly, Luo Yunyang wants to take part in the competition for the position of the human ruler. Ha ha, what an ignorant fool. Does he really think that the position of the human ruler is something he can covet? In the center of Sky Star City, a young man spoke with a look of disdain. The young man's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the heavenly venerate. Although his cultivation wasn't too high compared to Luo Yunyang's, he was a member of the 6 most powerful families in Tianding realm. He wasn't a son of the first wife, as the families were very meticulous about nurturing the sons of their first wives. The sons of the first wives that had the cultivation of a Yuan venerate already had a status that was much higher than his. However, in Sky Star City and the region within the vast star-great cosmos, he represented the tremendous force of Tianding realm, which would make anyone shudder in fear. His words and actions were enough to determine the life and death of the entire Sky Star City. He was drowning in delight about having such great authority. After all, he had never thought that he would be entrusted with an important task by his family. 9th brother, I think Luo Yunyang is simply stalling for some time by fighting for the position of the human ruler, a thin and somewhat shrewd man said with mirth. He is afraid the old patriarch of Hongmeng's sacred hall is going to cause him trouble. That patriarch naturally would not dare to disobey the order of the divine ancestor as long as Luo Yunyang competes for the position of the human ruler. A smile emerged on the face of the young man as soon as the man spoke. He patted the scrawny man and said, "Old 13, you are still a smart man. In big aristocratic families, bastards like them would be ranked according to their birth date. However, their ranking was not in line with the core disciples of the family. This sort of ranking left a bad taste in their mouths, as they were reluctant to accept it. However, no one dared to say anything on the surface. They would also adopt this ranking between themselves. 9th brother, we don't have to pay any attention to this." The scrawny young man smiled and said, "I believe Lord Long Fanshan will not pay much attention to this matter either." The people present looked respectful when Long Fanshan was mentioned, not just because of Long Fanshan's capability but also because they knew clearly that Lord Long Fanshan would soon become the human ruler. It could even be said that Long Fanshan was about to rule over the 36 great cosmoses. These people did not harbor much hope in terms of their cultivation. Hence, they needed to please Long Fanshan if they wanted to enjoy their lives more. As the king grade Sky Star would ready, the young man addressed as 9th brother said icily. A middle-aged man who had been smiling while standing on one side suddenly stiffened up. He said fearfully, "9th young master, the king grade Sky Star wood is the foundation of all Sky Star wood. The entire Sky Star wood in Sky Star City will gradually disappear if it is cut down. Those artisans would not cut anything even if one told them to do so." The young man addressed as 9th brother sneered, "Don't you have another solution if the artisans are unwilling to cut it down? Tell those vile creatures that I gave this command. If they dare to delay my event, I will make sure they pay with their lives and their families' lives, let alone with that stupid Sky Star wood." He sounded cold and emotionless. However, just as the middle-aged man started feeling afraid, he heard the 9th prince say more sinister words. "Listen carefully. You will also be buried with them when I take their lives. No one can delay the enthronement ceremony of the human ruler. I want to build the most magnificent throne for Lord Human Ruler with the most gorgeous king grade Sky Star wood." The middle-aged man's face trembled as he said respectfully, "I have taken note of the 9th young master's instructions. Please rest assured that I will complete this task within the time you gave me." "Good. You can get the slave hunting team to catch more slaves if there is a shortage of manpower. I don't believe there's a shortage of martialists in the whole Sky Star City." The 9th young master snorted coldly in arrogance. Bang! As he was speaking, an orb behind him suddenly broke apart. The 9th young master immediately stiffened when he saw that, as he knew very well what this orb was. Yuan Venerate Xingmie was being suppressed in the North Sea, and this treasure orb was linked to the array formation suppressing him. The treasure orb would break immediately if the array formation was attacked. Who would dare to rescue Yuan Venerate Xingmie on my watch? Did they really think nothing of the Dongfang family? The 9th young master roared ferociously. However, while he was doing so, a piece of jade on his body shattered. The broken jade piece scared him all of a sudden, as it had been given to him by the head of his family when he'd left Tianding realm. The jade piece had only one function, and that was to prompt him to leave immediately when there was looming danger. Danger. How could he be in danger when he was in the 36 great cosmoses? How could he be in danger in a realm full of mortals whose fate he controlled and who could be slaughtered if he wished? He suddenly felt that these thoughts were ridiculous. However, right at that moment, someone shouted, "Who dares to enter the Dongfang family's territory? Do you have a death wish?" As soon as these words were said, a surge of powerful force enveloped the space surrounding them. Although the ninth young master's cultivation wasn't high, he was still a bastard of his family and was considered well informed. Thus, he was able to sense a dozen auras with a moment's effort. All these auras belonged to Yuan Venerates. Although they were all Taishi Yuan Venerates, this many Taishi Yuan Venerates already exceeded the power of the 3 other Taishi Yuan Venerates he had brought over. He even felt that the leader of this group of Taishi Yuan Venerates was more powerful than the leader of his bodyguards. "All you bandits are running amok in the vast star great cosmos. We were ordered by the Middle Hall Master to capture you all. We will kill you without pardon if you dare to resist." The faint voice sounded incomparably calm, but the more calming it sounded, the eerier it felt. The ninth young master did not dare speak now because of the warning of the jade piece given to him by his family. However, Yuan Venerate Greenleaf, the one with the strongest cultivation base among the 3 Yuan Venerates that followed him, sneered, "Just a few of you are talking about killing us. Let me tell you something. You better scram, otherwise, that Bolshti Middle Hall Master of yours will not be able to bear the anger of the Dongfang family, let alone the rest of you." Yuan Venerate Greenleaf's words calmed the ninth young master almost immediately. This sudden situation had startled him so much that he had even forgotten about the powerful supporters behind him. "You are courting death," the first person that had spoken said again icily before a massive white crane appeared in the void. The white crane shrouded the sky, while its wings looked like 2 gigantic divine swords. The ninth young master felt as though the void around him had been enveloped as the massive wings moved in the void. Even people like Yuan Venerate Greenleaf and the others, who were also in the void, found it hard to move as well. A dazzling luster illuminated for a split moment and Yuan Venerate Greenleaf's body was severed into half. The 2 other Yuan Venerates that followed behind Yuan Venerate Greenleaf were about to take action. However, several light shadows had already enveloped them almost at the same time. Although they were all Taishi Yuan Venerates, there were still stronger and weaker Taishi Yuan Venerates. The gap in cultivation and sometimes in battle experience would cause one side to be suppressed completely by the other. Thus, the 2 Yuan Venerates were no match for those Yuan Venerates, who were already much stronger than Yuan Venerate Greenleaf, who was their leader. One of the Yuan Venerates asked in fear while being suppressed, "Aren't you afraid that Tianding Realm will not agree to let you all behave with such disorder?" "Disorder? Are we as disorderly as you guys? Have you calculated how many sects you have destroyed after you people came to the 36 great cosmoses?" The person that spoke was Yuan Venerate Xingmie. A raging fire was burning in his eyes. He would never forget about his sect, his friends, and relatives, who had been turned into ashes by the 3 people in front of him. They had been high and lofty at the time, just like gods above the 9 skies. The reason these people had kept him alive was not because they were kind but because they wanted to use the power of the North Sea to obliterate his spirit consciousness and as a result turn him into a puppet when the right time came. He had thought that his whole life was over and had not expected to be rescued by the people of Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Hence, he would not lose or give up such an opportunity for revenge. Yuan Venerate Xingmie even ignored the injury on his body as he moved frantically toward the Yuan Venerate whose entire body was shrouded by purple light. Although he knew that his attack would not break the Yuan Venerate's defense for the time being, he had to make his move. His hatred for them was all the motive he needed. In a short moment, the 3 Taishi Yuan Venerates had already been suppressed and annihilated. Although the 9th young master wanted to leave, he could only step out in peace. "My family's patriarch is a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. Let me go and I will not pursue this matter in the future." He would not pursue the matter himself, but the Dongfang family would certainly do so. The calm-looking Yuan Venerate White Crane glanced at the 9th young master and said coldly, "You still hope to go back? How could the ghosts of Sky Star City let you go? Why would the martialists of the sects you slaughtered let you off? You killed innocent people in Sky Star City. How can we let you go? You are so unruly. Are you trying to wage war against the Tianding realm?" The 9th prince said fearfully. His voice trembled in fear as he put up his final struggle. "We don't intend to go to war against Tianding realm yet. We are just punishing criminals who entered the 36 great cosmoses on their own and behaved arbitrarily. Yuan Venerate White Crane scoffed in disdain. Chapter 1084. Heaven's Fury. 10 days was really a short duration for the human race, who had a long to near infinite life expectancy. It was unclear if it was because of the extension of life that some people in the virtual realms had begun to adjust the time to 10 times faster than in the past. Although this suggestion did not receive the approval of many people, it had already started to form a trend. However, in these 10 days, earth-shattering changes had taken place in the human race in the 36 great cosmoses. The most evident change that could be felt by lower-tier martialists was the decline in the prices of resources required for cultivation, such as sky star wood, Zheng metal. The Tianding realm martialists who seized resources like crazy in the 36 great cosmoses were either killed or suppressed. This situation plunged countless people into a state of delirium. However, at the same time, some rational people were beginning to feel worried. People had come in contact slowly with the strength of Tianding realm through the virtual realms. Many knew that Tianding realm was much stronger than the current 5 sacred halls of the human race. Once the heavenly humans in Tianding realm started suppressing them by force, then this sort of concern was not superfluous, as on the 11th day, the forces from Tianding realm that had seized the territories were removed, and a legion from Tianding realm descended and headed towards the 36 great cosmoses. Although they did not have a target, their emergence amplified the imposing atmosphere even more. As many people started panicking and were at a loss, a piece of exciting news surfaced. The fleet under the command of the 5 sacred halls had already obstructed the legion that was heading toward the 36 great cosmoses. The 2 armies, which represented Tianding realm and the 36 great cosmoses respectively, were about to meet head-on just 100,000 light-years away. Meanwhile, in a fortress 10 times larger than an ordinary sun, 5 Taichu Yuan Venerate powerhouses were quietly watching a huge screen. They sat aloofly on their high thrones like gods with smirks on their faces. They actually dared to intercept our path. They really think that they have the qualifications to be on equal footing with us just because one of them is competing for the position of the human ruler," said a man sitting in the middle, who showed an obvious disdain with his tone. On his left was a skinny old man who smiled. Maybe they really think that they are qualified to be our equals if they can compete for the position of the human ruler. Our goal this time is not to defeat those bumpkins, but to show them that they cannot afford to offend Tianding realm. What we want to teach them is reverence. My lord, news has been sent over. They're asking us to leave the territories they are defending immediately, or they will go to war with us. A Taishi Yuan Venerate clad in purple armor said with a smile. This smile was, of course, a dismissive smirk, or rather a sarcastic smirk. The man sitting in the middle laughed and said, "Speed up and charge through them within 10 minutes. The man who instructed him pointed forward and added, "Also, don't pay attention to what they say. Just rush over at them in an overbearing manner. Do you think they would dare to attack us?" A beautiful woman sitting on the right asked faintly after the Taishi Yuan Venerate wearing purple armor left. Of course they wouldn't dare. The man sitting in the middle said sternly. It is absolutely ridiculous of them to want to compete with Tianding realm with just their puny force. No one continued discussing the topic raised by the beautiful woman, as most of these people were viewing the situation with complete disdain. After all, they absolutely could not believe that anyone would dare to challenge their might under the circumstances. At the same time, in the fleet of the 36 great cosmoses, a warship shaped like a giant bird was situated right in the middle of the other warships. Although the distance between each warship wasn't wide, they still looked like a battle formation when viewed from below. The giant bird in the middle of the formation was like the king of this troop. The warships from Tianding realm are accelerating. They will rush up to our front in 5 minutes if we do not respond. A man in a white space robe reported respectfully to the new left hall master. The new left hall master furrowed his brows. Although he had received Luo Yunyang's order, he still was in a difficult spot this time. Doing so would mean that the 2 sides were going to fall out completely. Although he did not fear falling out completely with Tianding realm, he was still worried about the strength of his opponent. Warn them and demand that they leave immediately. The new left hall master hesitated for a moment before giving his command. The man wearing white space robes seemed a tad reluctant. He knew very well that it wouldn't be of much use even if he did so. However, in the end, he decided to follow the orders of the new left hall master. After all, the difference in status between them was drastic and it would not benefit him at all to make the new left hall master unhappy. Yes, sir. A minute later, the man in the white space robe said in a muffled voice, the other party rejected our communication. A glimmer of rage flickered across the eyes of the new left hall master. Usually, in space, one wouldn't refuse to accept communication from another party. Something like this meant that they were not considered significant at all. Upon looking at the screen in the fast-approaching fleet, the new left hall master instructed, follow the original plan. Send our warning 3 times. After those 3 times, activate and use the Sky Obliteration Star Cannon. The Sky Obliteration Star Cannon was the most powerful newly developed weapon in the 36 great cosmoses. There were claims that it could reduce a galaxy into ashes with one blow. In terms of power, the power unleashed by the Sky Obliteration Star Cannon wasn't weaker than an attack from a peak-level heavenly venerate. It could be said that the attack of the Star Cannon had reached the peak of machinery. Although it wasn't as good as a Yuan venerate, the power of tens of thousands of star cannons firing at the same time would even make a Taishi Yuan venerate consider not facing it head-on. The price of a Sky Obliteration Star Cannon was hundreds of star dollars, so this was achievable only because of the deep pockets that the 36 great cosmoses had. After all, they'd forked out an astronomical amount of money to build so many star cannons. Powerhouses from both Tianding realm and the human race were watching the impending collision, as the outcome would determine the victory and decide who was stronger, Tianding realm or the human race of the 36 great cosmoses. They actually dared to say that they will fire if we are at a distance of 10 light years away. These mortals are really confident in themselves, a young heavenly human said with disdain. Although he was still in Tianding realm, this did not affect his contempt for the mortals of the 36 great cosmoses. The young man's companion said in a similar fashion, the ignorant are fearless. They really think that their puny strength can be. As these youngsters discussed enthusiastically, countless blazing white light spots started to appear on the large screen in front of them. At first glance, those white light spots were like snowflakes, thus making them feel as though there was something wrong with the screen. However, the youngsters knew clearly that these crazed white light spots represented the sea of star cannons firing at them. The ordinary mortals they regarded as insects had really opened fire and were attacking without mercy. Those people stood there staring at the scene blankly for a moment before someone laughed out loud. They are really ignorant insects. They even believe they will destroy our fleet. This person's words instigated roaring laughter. In the opinion of the heavenly humans, they had already far surpassed the mortals of the 36 great cosmoses. Ordinary humans weren't just lower than them in status. However, the protective shield of the heavenly race's fleet that was erected when the countless beams of light arrived dissipated quickly like snowflakes meeting an inferno upon contact. Many warships even swayed unceasingly and came crashing down the moment they came in contact with the light beams. How was this possible? Both the young heavenly humans and the powerhouses in the huge fortress were stupefied. The warships of the heavenly humans had been defeated right after the first shot was fired. Their warships were more than a tier apart. It was hard for them to accept this outcome, but the scene that unfolded in front of them forced them to accept this unsettling fact. The mortals have made a lot of progress over the years. They are better than us at combat weaponry at the very least. The sullen old man said. However, since the war has started, we should teach those kids a lesson and show them that it is difficult to rely on external things. The old man's words were approved by everyone present. Although they could ignore the loss of the fleet this time, as top commanders of the warships, they would disgrace themselves if they ignored the situation completely. As the 5 of them took flight almost at the same time, waves of nomological law power of Taichu Yuan venerates engulfed the sky. Similarly, nomological law power was rising from the warships opposite them. Although these nomological law forces were much weaker than theirs, there was a thick fighting spirit in each of those nomological laws. You are the new left hall master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Do you think your fleet can really stop us? The Taichu Yuan venerate standing in the middle said while glaring at the new left hall master and the other Yuan venerates. We might be weaker than your side, but we will fight even though we are going to be defeated. The new left hall master had abandoned any hesitation this time. He was calm and decisive as he said, our 36 great cosmoses have not been the slaves of anyone for many years, and we are not becoming your slaves either. If you want to fight, then let's have an all-out war. Chapter 1085. Paragon descends. The words of the new left hall master made the 5 Taichu Yuan venerates, who had originally been very confident, start to feel hesitant. Anyone who could ascend and become a Taichi Yuan Venerate was basically a decision-maker in war that would not hesitate at all. However, this matter had already become too huge for them to be calling the shots. It was a common agreement between the powerhouses of Tianding Realm that they should make the human race of the 36 great cosmoses serve Tianding Realm. However, the consequences of an intense fight between Tianding Realm and the mortals was, in their opinion, a responsibility that they could not afford to bear. After all, above them was still the human race's divine ancestor. The human race's divine ancestor didn't pay much attention to common disputes that could hurt the overall strength of the human race, as true elites were tempered during fights through blood and fire. However, he would have to intervene once a major conflict broke out between the 36 great cosmoses and Tianding Realm. According to their estimate, the human race's divine ancestor would need to deal with some people to pacify the anger of the human race in the 36 great cosmoses. They had caused this huge conflict, so they would naturally be the best scapegoats. Hence, the 5 Taichu Yuan Venerates did not immediately speak. They just stared at each other a few times and quickly asked their own family's patriarch for instructions. In fact, powerhouses in Tianding Realm were also paying attention to the clash between the two sides from above. A meeting was even held in a nameless void. Dear senior brothers, the resistance of the 36 great cosmoses is something I expected, but I did not expect that they would be so ardent. Long Fanshan was smiling like a gentle, noble son as he said calmly, while anyone who dares to fight against Tianding Realm can be eliminated simply with a snap, it will be difficult to explain to the patriarch if there is an actual war between the two sides. What I am trying to say is that it is better to withdraw our men now and wait for me to assume the position of the human ruler first. A patriarch with a pale white face asked coldly, little junior brother, are you so sure that you will obtain the position of the human ruler? I've gotten people to look into Luo Yunyang. Although his rise in the 36 great cosmoses was recent, he has never attempted anything that he was uncertain of. Junior brother, you will be utterly disgraced if you lose to him. Long Fanshan remained cool even though his senior brother's words were sarcastic. He seemed to pretend not to hear what his senior brother had said. Brother Dongfang, you should be aware of the strength of your little junior brother. Long Fanshan said gently, I would like to say something bold. In Tianding Realm, I am really not too worried about anyone else other than my senior brothers and master. As for the 36 great cosmoses, there's virtually no possibility of me failing. The patriarch with the pale face scoffed and did not speak. A withered, aged man who was sitting nearby said heavily, we naturally believe in your cultivation, little junior brother, but we think that the position of the human ruler is extremely important to Tianding Realm. We mustn't allow any form of mishap to occur. In order to help you become the human ruler, I think all our families should send some elite Taichu Yuan Venerates to sweep them cleanly away for your sake. There's also another thing, aren't Lu Xinlong and Zhang Meng being held captive by Luo Yunyang in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall? I'll have to trouble Brother Beiyan to make a trip. First, bring your disciples back. Second, teach Luo Yunyang a lesson that he will remember for the rest of his life. The old man, who looked like withered bamboo, shot a glance at the first hall master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall when he mentioned Brother Beiyan, obviously implying that this person was the first hall master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. The first hall master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall gently nodded and said, I'll take a trip to test the strength of that evil being then. Let's see what sort of skill he has to dare disobey my decree. The smile on Long Fanshan's face widened. Although he wasn't too worried about Luo Yunyang competing for the position of the human ruler, he would still be very pleased if Luo Yunyang was eliminated earlier. After all, he would have no opponents if Luo Yunyang was eliminated. The position of the human ruler would surely fall into his hands. Because of the importance of the position of the human ruler, Long Fanshan did not want any mistakes to happen. He also did not like to take risks when it came to matters like this. Thank you, senior brother. Long Fanshan cupped his fists as he addressed the first hall master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Everything will fall in place after I become the human ruler. By that time, the 36 great cosmoses will be prosperous for those who follow me and disastrous for those who oppose me. This is within the power and authority of the human ruler as long as we don't slaughter all the forces of the 36 great cosmoses. Master would not blame me either. After Long Fanshan finished speaking, the first hall master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall gently formed a series of hand seals before disappearing completely. Long Fanshan was the only one left alone in that huge space when the high-ranking powerhouses departed. He glanced at the empty void and did not say anything, but he clearly had a lofty air. In the starry sky, the legion from Tianding realm was retreating rapidly. Their actions quickly spread to all corners of the 36 great cosmoses through the virtual realms. Many martialists cheered after seeing the situation. The new left hall master, who watched the fleet with the 5 Taichu Yuan venerates leaving, actually felt beads of perspiration on his forehead. Although the 5 sacred halls still had unseen ways of dealing with this matter if it escalated, the new left hall master was really unwilling to let things go south. After all, the power of the 36 great cosmoses was too inferior to Tianding realm's power. However, as these cheers resounded through every corner, in the forum of the virtual realm, news was posted by a powerhouse of Tianding realm. The content of the news was very simple. It was only one sentence: "Welcome the return of the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall." The endless joy and laughter that had filled the entire virtual realms quietened down instantly when the message appeared. The position of the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall was so high that it seemed like a star in the sky to most people. However, the news of his arrival was depressing, especially when someone broke the news in the virtual realm that Luo Yunyang had suppressed the disciples of the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall. The first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall wasn't coming to Hongmeng's sacred hall with kind intentions. This was the first thought nearly everyone had after hearing that the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall would descend on the 36 great cosmoses. Despite these countless thoughts, no one suggested any solutions. Although the human race's divine ancestor had led the first hall masters of all the sacred halls to establish Tianding realm, those hall masters had already been gone for such a long period of time that it seemed like they already had nothing to do with the 5 sacred halls. However, they were still the first hall masters after all. Furthermore, according to the speculation of many people, even if these peak Taichu Yuan venerates had not been able to become Tai Yuan venerates back in the day, they should still be a mere step away from reaching the Tai Yuan venerate level. Could Luo Yunyang resist such formidable individuals? Could Hongmeng's sacred hall resist? And what would be the consequences if they couldn't? During the silence, a video that seemed like a live stream suddenly appeared in the virtual realm. Below was a post that welcomed the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall. The video was streaming from the unadorned palace hall of Hongmeng's sacred hall. A figure could also be seen in the video. The figure was simple, yet it made everything around it turn black and white. He stood in the void and was the size of an ordinary person, but upon careful observation of this person, it felt as though he was 100 times larger than Hongmeng's sacred hall in the distance. Although there was no sound or explanation, almost everyone knew as soon as the figure appeared that this was the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall, who had once again arrived outside Hongmeng's sacred hall. "Get Luo Yunyang to come see me," the figure in this black and white world said gently. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread across the endless land. Some universe-grade martialists that were guarding Hongmeng's sacred hall couldn't help but fall to the ground and prostrate upon hearing the voice. Although they were not willing to give in, they still involuntarily prostrated on the ground in the face of this strong pressure. He was extremely powerful, extremely mighty. This was what most people in Hongmeng's sacred hall thought when they saw the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall. They already felt an impulse to submit to him. Deep in Hongmeng's sacred hall, Luo Yunyang, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes slowly. He appeared very ordinary, yet he gave off the vibe that he could break anything while sitting in the void. The first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall had unexpectedly come now, but Luo Yunyang was not too surprised. After all, he had known that the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall would come eventually after he decided to hold Lu Xinlong. Just as he was about to leave, a voice said, "He is here. Leave it to me." It was the voice of the divine elder. Luo Yunyang already knew that the divine elder wasn't an intelligent person without his own views. After hearing what the divine elder said, he replied, "Divine elder, I'm afraid you are not his opponent. Although the gap between me and him is widening, I am still sure that I'm capable of making him leave. Just leave it to me." The divine elder said with determination, "You shouldn't reveal your true strength so early if you want to compete for the position of the human ruler." Chapter 1086. The great momentum of the world. The news that the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall was descending on Hongmeng's sacred hall swept across the 36 great cosmoses like a whirlwind. Almost everyone knew that Luo Yunyang was in pretty deep trouble this time. Huge trouble, so great that it would make anyone tremble in fear. The Daqian master and the others had gathered. They did not enter the territory of Hongmeng's sacred hall but were monitoring everything that was happening in Hongmeng's sacred hall at all times. Although he had thought of any scenario that might happen when he had decided to rebel against Tianding realm, they were still terrified when the day eventually came. Indeed, they were terrified. After all, he was not only the first hall master of Hongmeng sacred hall but also an existence that was half a step away from becoming a Tai Yuan venerate. This sort of existence was so powerful that ordinary folks could not even imagine how strong his cultivation was. We have to take action. The Daqian master looked at the three other hall masters and said, "We will encounter more trouble in the future if we don't even dare go up against the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall now. Take our respective ancestral masters for example." The Zanpin sacred hall master sounded a little gloomy. "They abandoned the 5 sacred halls many years ago, so we will never agree to let our 5 sacred halls become their puppets again." The Zanpin sacred hall master's attitude had always been the most delicate among the leaders of the 5 sacred halls. However, her attitude this time was resolute. Although the battle hall master and the dark hall master did not speak, their expressions showed that they agreed with what the Zanpin sacred hall master had said. "Let's take a look at what he is going to do first. We'll move out together if hall master Luo Yunyang can't hold him off. After all, he is only a half-step Tai Yuan venerate." The Daqian hall master's last sentence sounded as though it had been said to pump up him and his compatriots. While the three of them were talking, the huge Hongmeng sacred hall was already in a state of panic. Although there were many Yuan venerates in Hongmeng's sacred hall, there were also many disciples who were not afraid of dying. However, the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall's status had really shocked them. Many people did not even know what they should do. Even Yuan venerate White Crane, who was always calm, could only stand aside quietly while waiting for Luo Yunyang to respond. "I haven't seen you in years. How have you been?" A faint voice echoed across Hongmeng's sacred hall. Every disciple of Hongmeng's sacred hall was very familiar with this voice. This voice was here to rescue them from the oppression they were facing. After the voice faded, figures of the Divine Elder appeared in every corner of the entire Hongmeng's sacred hall. In the sky, on the ground, on every brick of Hongmeng's sacred hall, between every door of Hongmeng's sacred hall. It felt as though the figures had surrounded and engulfed the massive Hongmeng sacred hall. When they all took a step forward at nearly the same time, they converged in one in an instant. A seemingly ordinary divine elder appeared in front of everyone. The first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall glanced at the divine elder in a strange manner as he lamented. "I really never thought that you'd actually reach this point." The first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall did not mention what point he was referring to exactly, but it had to be something incredible to surprise him that much. The divine elder replied faintly, "Hall master Flowing Sky, you are no longer the hall master Flowing Sky of the past." The divine elder said this very abruptly as if for no rhyme or reason, but the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall was startled the moment he heard it. "Divine elder, I am still the same person." After a short pause, the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall replied softly. The divine elder shook his head and did not argue about this matter any further. Obviously, he did not care who was right or wrong about this. "Why have you come, hall master Flowing Sky?" Upon hearing that the divine elder had changed the subject, hall master Flowing Sky responded, "This rebellious Luo Yunyang actually imprisoned my disciple. I have come to make him understand what it means to respect his elders." "Respect his elders? Hall master Flowing Sky, are you kidding me? Since the day Hongmeng sacred hall was founded, there have been no rules that mention masters and disciples." The divine elder's tone was ice cold. "This was the decision of the divine ancestor, don't you know that?" Hall master Flowing Sky, who was already a half-step Tai Yuan venerate, would definitely ruin anyone that dared question him. However, the person questioning him now was the divine elder. Not only did he have a deep relation with Hall master Flowing Sky, but his cultivation also made Hall master Flowing Sky deeply apprehensive. Therefore, when Hall master Flowing Sky was asked a question in return, he replied, "Divine elder, arguing with you about this is of no use. Let Luo Yunyang come out here and explain why he suppressed my disciple." The divine elder sounded as calm as ever as he said, "Hall master Luo is training in seclusion in preparation for the selection of the position of the human ruler. He has no time to come over." I'm very aware of your disciple's situation and I believe you must be as well. I once asked you if you were severing all ties with Hongmeng's sacred hall with your departure. Tell me, what was your answer back then? Hall Master Flowing Sky could not recall when was the last time he had been interrogated by someone. However, regardless of how unwilling he was to answer, he had to respond. At the time, that was the divine ancestor's arrangement. I did not know when I would return. Almost everyone could tell that this half-step Yuan Venerate, who was like a supreme existence, seemed a little short of breath while responding. Since you understand everything, then why didn't you stop your disciples from demanding those valuable treasures when they came to Hongmeng's sacred hall? The divine elder ignored Hall Master Flowing Sky's reply and pressed on with his interrogation. Hall Master Flowing Sky's expression changed greatly as he replied, Divine Elder, although your cultivation has improved a lot, you aren't my disciple. You can't stop me. Those watching the situation unfold immediately understood what was going on as soon as this was uttered. They knew that Hall Master Flowing Sky was no longer prepared to reason because he knew he was wrong. The people from the 5 sacred halls of the human race felt extremely nervous, while the martialists in Tianding realm were excited. After all, Hall Master Flowing Sky represented their interests and they would find it difficult to accept it if he returned defeated. The divine elder said solemnly, I can't stop you, but the divine ancestor promised me that he would help me once when I was serving him back in the day. Hall Master Flowing Sky had never thought that the divine elder would have such a trump card up his sleeve. He knew that the divine elder would never dare to lie to him about something like this. A whole bunch of thoughts went through Hall Master Flowing Sky's mind momentarily. Although he was confident about beating the divine elder, he could not prevent the divine elder from requesting help from the divine ancestor. The situation would be very unfavorable for him if the human race's divine ancestor came. After mulling this over for a moment, Hall Master Flowing Sky said, Divine Elder, I'll show you some face for the sake of our many years of friendship. I'm fine with not seeing Luo Yunyang, but my disciple must be handed over today. Take him. The divine elder did not hesitate this time before he formed a series of hand seals quickly. Lu Xinlong and Zhang Ming, who were both suppressed, appeared in the void immediately. Both Lu Xinlong and Zhang Ming looked very battered due to being suppressed. Zhang Ming especially so, because Luo Yunyang had looked into his memories. Thus, his body trembled evidently when he appeared in the void. Greetings, Master. Lu Xinlong was someone who had reached the Yuan Venerate level at a young age. Hence, he calmed down very quickly before greeting his master. Lu Xinlong had already thought about his master's arrival while being suppressed. Therefore, after greeting his master, he said softly to Hall Master Flowing Sky, I hope the master can address this issue for his disciple. You useless thing, your cultivation is lacking. What a disgrace. What can your master do in this case? Although Hall Master Flowing Sky's tone was serene, there was a hint of coldness within. This coldness even made Lu Xinlong's heart tremble. Go reflect on your mistakes after you return with me, he told Lu Xinlong icily before turning to the divine elder and saying, once the position of the human ruler has been confirmed, the human race will be unified and led by the human ruler. In order to integrate all sorts of forces within the human race and thus withstand future calamities, the human ruler will have enormous authority. Divine Elder, on account of our many years of friendship, let me give you a piece of advice. The tides are changing, so you should take care of yourself properly. Although Hall Master Flowing Sky was speaking to the Divine Elder, other human race martialists felt chills running down their spines. They knew very well that they would all be part of the changing tides mentioned by Hall Master Flowing Sky. According to the decree of the Divine Ancestor, every Yuan Venerate can fight for the position of the human ruler. However, this doesn't mean that people from Tianding realm will surely obtain it. The Divine Elder's expression was calm, but his tone was firm. I believe Luo Yunyang will not let us down. Then let's wait and see. Hall Master Flowing Sky smiled faintly as he spoke. He looked at Lu Xinlong and Zhang Ming before gently waving his sleeves and disappearing into the void with them. The great momentum of the world is vast and mighty. Those who abide will live, and those who oppose it will die. The clear, crisp voice reverberated in the void. This was the last sentence said by Hall Master Flowing Sky, but there was clear deterrence in it. The Divine Elder gazed at the void around Hongmeng's sacred hall calmly and did not say a word as he walked towards the huge Hongmeng sacred hall. Every step he took was calm and steady. Chapter 1087. 300 Taichu Yuan Venerates Hall Master Flowing Sky had left. Hall Master Flowing Sky, who had come domineeringly, had finally been stopped by the Divine Elder in front of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. As for the Divine Elder, almost everyone who had entered Hong Meng's Sacred Hall knew that he was the steward of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall and was merely a primordial spirit. However, the primordial spirit had actually managed to stop Hall Master Flowing Sky. This was the first Hall Master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall, who was merely half a step away from becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate. This sort of entity could nearly decide the fate of the 36 great cosmoses. Although Hall Master Flowing Sky had left, the pressure he had created was still like a massive mountain weighing heavily on the hearts of the countless people that were present. The great momentum of the world is vast and mighty. Those who abide will live, and those who oppose it will die. These words spread across and touched the hearts of many martialists through the virtual realm. Basically everyone understood what it meant to follow or oppose this momentum. However, how could most martialists of the 36 great cosmoses willingly become slaves of Tianding realm? Although Luo Yunyang was sitting cross-legged in the hidden void of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall, he could still sense the departure of Hall Master Flowing Sky. He was not that surprised that the Divine Elder had made Hall Master Flowing Sky leave. After all, the Divine Elder was also an extraordinary figure. At the same time, even though the Divine Elder could not send Hall Master Flowing Sky away, Luo Yunyang wasn't that afraid of the current Hall Master Flowing Sky either. Luo Yunyang even had the urge to try and exchange blows with Hall Master Flowing Sky. Although his deduction for universe breaking was not completed yet, he felt that he would not be afraid of Hall Master Flowing Sky if he relied on the countless nomological laws he had gained on the origin source grounds and the technique called Universal Realm, which had been constructed by fragments. This was not blind confidence, but absolute confidence in the Universal Realm technique he cultivated. Since Hall Master Flowing Sky left, no one will come again during this period of time. It is time to fuse the obliteration nomological law with the nomological law of the Universal Realm. After muttering to himself, a surge of light spots appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind. These lights were presented in 9 colors and were different in shape, but their fusion blotted out the sun and slowly formed a perfect world. No matter how huge the universe of a martialist was, even at the level of the Yuan Venerate, the space-time force must have already formed. However, these internal universes paled in comparison to a real universe. After all, there were only one or a few other nomological laws in the internal universe. Although this would not result in any defects during the battle, it was still not the true universe, so it was hard to supply and nourish the growth of life. Even though the universal realm constructed by Luo Yunyang wasn't very big, it was flawlessly perfect. It could be said that after Luo Yunyang completed the construction of Daqian realm, the nomological law of Daqian realm alone would actually reach the level of a great path nomological law. This was also why Luo Yunyang felt a desire to fight after he found out about the arrival of Hall Master Flowing Sky. However, these laws had just been constructed and were not very stable. On the other hand, Luo Yunyang's universe-breaking technique had been achieved by breaking up those nomological laws and incorporating his own shattering Yuan nomological laws into all the other nomological laws. If the nomological laws used to construct the realm were like steel reinforcement, then Luo Yunyang's shattering Yuan nomological law was the cement. Only through the perfect combination of the two could Luo Yunyang's eternal foundation be realized. Break. Luo Yunyang conjured his shattering Yuan nomological law into the universal realm constructed by countless nomological laws the moment he felt that the nomological laws of the universal realm were completely formed. Because he had spent quite some time deducing this scenario coupled with his control of various nomological laws that had reached the point of perfection, the countless nomological laws shattered instantly when the shattering Yuan nomological laws fused with them after Luo Yunyang shouted. The shattering universal realm allowed countless nomological laws to fuse rapidly as a long line of chaotic colors was churning frantically in the shattered universal realm. Luo Yunyang, who sat cross-legged in the hall, was emotionless, as if he had entered a deep trance. While Luo Yunyang was undergoing changes himself, the clone embodiment of the chaotic four-origin beast had also fallen into a deep slumber. Unlike Luo Yunyang's advancement to the Yuan Venerate, which seemed extravagant and earth-shattering, his clone embodiment's advancement was extremely calm. Slumber. This was the method used by the chaotic four-origin beast to advance to the Yuan Venerate level. While his own cultivation was improving, Luo Yunyang also relaxed and improved the cultivation of his chaotic four-origin beast. With the appearance of Tianding realm, the 4 sacred halls had opened their secret areas. This was expected to bring great benefits to the chaotic four-origin beast. The chaotic four-origin beast had originally been a beast that had devoured everything. Although Luo Yunyang had some guesses about what would happen now that the chaotic four-origin beast was going to advance to the Yuan Venerate level, he did not have all the details. The advancement of the chaotic four-origin beast had to have an immeasurable impact on the four clone embodiments produced by the chaotic four-origin beast itself. Take the clone embodiment of Blue Lotus Daozi for example. Although the clone embodiment of Blue Lotus Daozi could be formed, it could only wield 10% of its original power. Similarly, Nalanye could only use 10% of the power of the chaotic four-origin beast in the mysterious underworld race. Fortunately, with the aid of the God Sky conversion technique, Nalanye had managed to form a huge nebula in his body that could allow Nalanye's strength to be maintained at an ordinary Taishi Yuan Venerate level. Nalanye did not face much of a threat, as he was now temporarily guarding over Sacred Underworld City. Even so, Luo Yunyang felt uneasy about the clone embodiment of Nalanye. After all, the mysterious underworld race viewed strength as the most important aspect. His most important cover would be gone if he lost the ability to suppress his surroundings. The fight between the 6 underworld halls had intensified and nearly hundreds of Yuan demons across all underworld halls had fallen. Although the mysterious underworld race was strong, the death of hundreds of Yuan venerates still affected the overall strength of the mysterious underworld race greatly. Some people among the mysterious underworld race were already calling out for all the underworld halls to sit down and talk. Although the Sky Martial Hall Master and the Ancient Underworld Hall Master hated each other, they also seemed to realize the great losses the mysterious underworld race would suffer due to their struggle. Therefore, although the fighting continued, the deaths of Yuan Venerate powerhouses were reduced greatly. This wasn't good news for Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang naturally hoped that the mysterious underworld race would continue to fight internally. It would only be possible for the human race to take down the mysterious underworld race easily if they kept fighting among themselves. However, talks between the 6 underworld halls of the mysterious underworld race had become a big trend. Although it was possible to create small diversions, the difference between diversion and a general trend was simply too huge. Deputy Hall Master, an urgent letter. While Nalanye sat on a huge throne and was pondering to himself, someone quickly came in and presented him with a jade slip respectfully. It was actually very simple to establish communication given the cultivation of Nalanye and the Sky Martial Hall Master. Thus, the letter had to be very important if it had been sent via a jade slip. If the Sky Martial Hall Master was using this method and not another one, it was because he was afraid that this letter would be intercepted. Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness scanned the jade slip and his expression changed immediately. The Sky Martial Hall Master actually said that the first Yuan Underworld Lord had passed down a decree to order a ceasefire between the 6 underworld halls. The Sky Martial Hall Master was ready to stop fighting temporarily, and his letter was meant to instruct Nalanye to guard over Sacred Underworld City at any cost. According to the interpretation of the first Yuan Underworld Lord's decree, the ranking of the 6 underworld halls would be based on the merits of their battle against the human race. 10 days later, the Sky Martial Hall Master and the Ancient Underworld Hall Master would discuss a truce between the two sides. If the mysterious underworld race stopped fighting, then the target of their subsequent attacks would most definitely be the 36 Great Cosmoses. The 36 Great Cosmoses were already under immense pressure from Tianding Realm and were somewhat untenable. The consequences would be unimaginable if the mysterious underworld race, the divine incarcerate race, and other enemies were to invade. Tianding Realm might go on to swallow the 36 Great Cosmoses even before he could successfully become the human ruler. Luo Yunyang wouldn't care if Tianding Realm was truly concerned about the human race. However, judging from what Tianding Realm had done, Luo Yunyang knew that middlemen like him and the 5 sacred halls would definitely be destroyed. What should he do? It would not be very useful if he stood up and opposed this alone. He was well aware of the influence of the first Yuan Underworld Lord, who seemed like he was training in seclusion, on the mysterious underworld race. Many thoughts were in Luo Yunyang's mind as he made a decision quickly. However, this decision required corresponding power. He still had some work to do if he wanted to achieve what he had decided. Hence, he was very much looking forward to his body advancing sooner. At the same time, Luo Yunyang, using Nalanya's tone, ordered a reply to be sent via letter quickly to the Sky Martial Hall Master, telling him that he had no objection to such a major issue but warned the Sky Marshal Hall Master to take some precautions against the ancient underworld Hall Master during their peace talks. After doing that, Nulanye continued training. Unfortunately, his state of mind was already too troubled to stay calm. In the virtual realm of the human race, the forum that attracted countless people's attention finally made a list of candidates that would be competing for the position of the human ruler. In the opinion of many people, the position of the human ruler should be decided by the competition between Luo Yunyang and Long Fanshan, who represented Tianding realm. However, many of them felt like vomiting blood when they saw the list. The list that should have been extremely simple, appeared to be filled completely with names that covered it completely. There were more than 300 names on the list. Each of the names was accompanied by an annotation of its respective cultivation base. Long Fanshan, Taichu Yuan Venerate, Dongfang Heoran, Taichu Yuan Venerate, Examen Feng, Taichu Yuan Venerate. Under these names, only Luo Yunyang's name was marked as a Taishi Yuan Venerate. Chapter 1088, Killing the Sky Marshal Underworld Hall Master, 300 Taichu Yuan Venerates. This is downright bullying. In Longlan Great Cosmos, the Bloody Blade Monarch slammed his palms heavily on the table. The Flame Emperor and the others were also extremely sullen. They were fully confident in Luo Yunyang's bid for the position of the human emperor this time. Even though Luo Yunyang was only a Taishi Yuan Venerate, he had exceptional cultivation. Any other aspects aside, it was already self-explanatory that he was able to stand side by side with the other hall masters. Although Long Fanshan was extraordinary, it was not likely that he was much better than Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang still had a chance to win the position. However, just as they were expecting Luo Yunyang to win the position of the human ruler, they discovered that everything was different from what they'd thought initially. 300 Taichu Yuan Venerates and 1 Taishi Yuan Venerate. Although the connection between them could not be seen just based on names alone, there was no doubt that these people would work together to eliminate Luo Yunyang, who was not part of Tianding realm, from the competition for the position of the human ruler. We don't lack people. We should send more people to attend. We'll send Taishi Yuan Venerates if we do not have enough Taichu Yuan Venerates, the Flame Emperor said urgently. Lu Qubing glanced in all directions before replying, it's no use. The list has been announced, which also means that the human race's divine ancestor has reviewed it. The Yuan Venerates of our 36 great cosmoses can't enroll their names. Furthermore, it would be useless even if they entered the competition. The total number of Yuan Venerates in our 36 great cosmoses is not even close to 300. Not to mention the huge gap between a Taishi Yuan Venerate and a Taichu Yuan Venerate. I'm afraid they will not shoulder any burden for Yunyang even if all of them enter the competition. The Flame Emperor had always respected Lu Qubing. However, at times like this, he couldn't help but ask, then should we simply look on and do nothing? Flame Emperor, you should change that hot temperament of yours. Tell us then, what can you do about it? Getting angry is not helpful to Yunyang. Remember, you shouldn't do such useless things anymore. After he said that, Lu Qubing added with a heavy voice, although Tianding realm is shameless, this does not mean that Yunyang has absolutely no chance. It depends on how the human race's divine ancestor will arrange this competition for the position of the human emperor. No one present was a fool. They all understood what Lu Qubing meant instantly. Luo Yunyang still had a chance if the competition was assessed by a single person. However, if the human race's divine ancestor wanted to throw a group of people together and brawl, then I hope the divine ancestor can give us a fair deal this time, the Flame Emperor said with an obvious hint of anger. Yunxi came in just as they were all talking. Although there was still no news of Luo Donger and her child, which was making her extremely anxious, she still acted very strong on the surface. Miss Yunxi, does Yunyang know about this? Lu Qubing, who saw Yunxi coming over, asked while cupping his fist. Yunxi knew Lu Qubing's status and also respected Lu Qubing. When she heard Lu Qubing's question, she smiled and said, Yunyang already knows about this. I think he seems confident. That's good. That's great. Lu Qubing knew that he and the others did not have a high enough cultivation and worrying about Luo Yunyang was actually not going to solve any problems. Thus, he could only offer words of consolation. Like in Longlan Great Cosmos, everyone in the 5 sacred halls was also furious when they saw the name list. While they felt enraged, they also felt deeply helpless. 300 Taichu Yuan Venerates would be bullying 1 Taichu Yuan Venerate. This was bullying in its most extreme form. However, the brazen behavior of Tianding realm did not violate the rules and regulations set by the human race's divine ancestor. Hence, the 36 great cosmoses could not come up with any objections in this regard. They could retract everything with a sentence, as the strength of the 36 great cosmoses was simply too lacking. Xuantian Zhaoxing and the others cultivated even harder than before. Even Yuan Venerate White Crane and the other Yuan Venerates were training hard. Although ordinary cultivation was not very useful for existences like them, it was the only thing they could do. The Daqian Hall Master and the rest of the Hall Masters did contact Luo Yunyang, but they had no words of comfort to say. At their level, there was no need for consolation. They merely had one line for Luo Yunyang, and that was that he should give up this opportunity if he thought that this could not be achieved. Luo Yunyang's reply to the Daqian Hall Master and the others was also simple. He told them not to worry about it. He had also seen the news but had not taken it to heart. He had completed his cultivation of the universe-breaking technique and a tyrannical aura was now emanating from his body. He did not move or speak a word, but the might surging out of him was earth-shattering. The main reason he didn't say much to the Daqian Master and the other Hall Masters was because he had something major to deal with now. In the territory of the mysterious underworld race, the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master was flying through the void. Meanwhile, deep in his heart he was pondering the countermeasures after his meeting with the ancient Underworld Hall Master. Because of the order of the first Yuan Underworld Lord, the fight between them and ancient Underworld Hall could possibly continue. However, it was impossible for him to obey ancient Underworld Hall again. Commanding the entire mysterious underworld race with ancient Underworld Hall was the bottom line of the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master. He would continue to be hostile to ancient Underworld Hall if they did not agree to it, even though the two sides would cease fighting. However, thinking of ancient Underworld Hall's trump card made him feel uncomfortable. After all, ancient Underworld Hall was the #1 Underworld Hall among the 6 great Underworld Halls. In human terms, this meant that this was orthodox. He did not care about this sort of orthodoxy, but it was very important to the first Yuan Underworld Lord. As the Sky Martial Hall Master was pondering hard, he suddenly felt an aura enveloping him. Startled by the aura, he immediately looked up and saw a familiar figure standing quietly in front of him. He quickly calmed down upon seeing the figure. At the same time, there was some suspicion in his heart. Nilanye, why are you here? What are you doing here when you are supposed to be guarding Sky Underworld City? The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master said with an obvious hint of reprimand. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master and said, Hall Master, peace talks with ancient Underworld Hall will do us no good at a time like this. I know this, but I have no choice but to follow the orders of the first Yuan Underworld Lord. The Sky Martial Hall Master sighed and added, you should know too that no one can disobey the orders of the first Yuan Underworld Lord. My lord, you can actually disobey him, but it will come at a price. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master and spoke in a lowered tone. The eyes of the Sky Martial Hall Master lit up momentarily as he asked, Nilanye, tell me, what solution do you have that can defy the orders of the first Yuan Underworld Lord? As long as you die and the cause of your death is shady, you can make it seem as though it was done by ancient Underworld Hall. If that happened, Sky Martial Underworld Hall and the other 2 Underworld Halls on our side would negotiate for peace, right? The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master had never thought that Nilanye would say such an unexpected thing. For a moment, he even thought that he was hearing things. Over the years, Nilanye had been completely obedient to him and Nilanye's presence had also allowed the strength of Sky Martial Underworld Hall to increase greatly. This was also one of the reasons that had made him dare to challenge ancient Underworld Hall. However, he had never expected that this loyal confidant of his would actually want him to die. How had he come up with such a wicked idea? A serious look crept onto his face momentarily. Nilanye, what bullshit are you talking about? I can overlook everything you just said. Now, return to Sky Underworld City immediately. Sky Martial Hall Master, I'm sorry. You have to disappear now for the sake of Sky Martial Underworld Hall, Nilanye said indifferently. After he said that, Nilanye swung his fist heavily toward the Sky Martial Hall Master, throwing a strong punch. The Sky Martial Hall Master found it comical that Nilanye would attack him. Although Nilanye was very extraordinary, his cultivation definitely did not surpass his yet. Even so, the Sky Martial Hall Master did his best as his 6 palms came together at once to form a seal that transformed into a massive golden palm in the void and smashed toward Nalanye. This technique was called Sky Engulfing Martial Palm and was one of the most important techniques in Sky Martial Underworld Hall. In the process of refining this technique, the Sky Martial Hall Master had even innovated and made many new changes to the Sky Engulfing Martial Palm. It could be said that it had attained new heights. However, as the Sky Martial Hall Master was fully confident in himself, Nalanya's fist collided with his Sky Engulfing Martial Palm. An all-destroying nomological law poured into his body at once, instantly shattering not only his attack but also the void around him. His entire body shattered along with the surrounding void. This scene frightened the Sky Martial Hall Master greatly. He could not believe that he couldn't even take a blow from Nalanye. Nalanya's punch did not contain Tai Yuan Venerate nomological laws, as there was no way for the Sky Martial Hall Master to resist a Tai Yuan Venerate's nomological laws. However, Nalanya's nomological law also restrained the Great Path nomological law that he controlled. The power of the Great Path nomological law was beyond what he could resist. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master still wanted to conjure his Sky Martial Sacred Bowl but soon realized that his mind was under the pressure of a shattering force. How could he still conjure his Sky Martial Sacred Bowl? The Sky Martial Hall Master even felt that he was unable to use any other tricks he had up his sleeves because everything had been enveloped by the nomological law that could shatter anything. What is this? Universe breaking. The universe breaking technique is created from a fusion of thousands of nomological laws. You are also the first Yuan Venerate to die because of this nomological law since I completed cultivating the universe breaking technique. Luo Yunyang looked straight at the Sky Martial Hall Master and said, "Don't blame me. I didn't want to kill you originally, but it will be too disadvantageous for me if Sky Martial Underworld Hall and Ancient Underworld Hall hold peace talks." The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master wanted to speak but was blown and shattered into pieces by the force of the universe breaking technique right away. Chapter 1089. Blood Oath on a Nameless Mountain. The Ancient Underworld Hall Master was quietly waiting for something, but a hint of an imperceptible smile could be seen on his face. Ancient Underworld Hall had not managed to gain any advantages over the years by battling against Sky Martial Underworld Hall. Although they weren't considered to be at a disadvantage, it was also undoubtedly impossible to make Sky Martial Underworld Hall submit to them. As the Ancient Underworld Hall Master felt pity for his subordinates who had died in the war and was fuming in rage at the Sky Martial Hall Master, who he was totally helpless against, he was overjoyed by the decree issued by the first Yuan Underworld Lord. Nothing would be a problem anymore thanks to the decree of the first Yuan Underworld Lord. The Ancient Underworld Hall Master believed that the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master would surely give in this time. However, the warning the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master had given him before he'd arrived made him feel a little unhappy. It was necessary to give some power to the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master. This was what the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master had said. He had to do so if he did not want Sky Martial Underworld Hall to split up. Although the Ancient Underworld Hall Master knew that what the Sky Intellect Hall Master had said was correct, he still wasn't very happy to hear it. After all, the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master had caused them heavy losses. Plus, geniuses like Jiuzi Xuanming and the Golden Mysterious Lord had lost their lives in the hands of Sky Martial Underworld Hall. Although the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master felt that this matter should be forgotten, how could the Ancient Underworld Hall Master forget such a painful ordeal that had been deeply etched in his mind? Killing Nalanye was impossible, but no matter what, he had to make evil Nalanye pay the right price for his vile deeds. When the Ancient Underworld Hall Master secretly made a decision, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. What was happening? Could the human race's Tianding realm really have dared to attack the mysterious underworld race? If that were the case, then it would be necessary to ask all the elders in Underworld Burial Earth to deal with the human race. As thoughts like this crept into the mind of the Ancient Underworld Hall Master, the void suddenly turned blood red and a massive star appeared. The star was dyed blood red and it fell forcefully from the sky. The Sky Martial Underworld Star. This is the Sky Martial Underworld Star. The Ancient Underworld Hall Master recognized the star immediately with a glance. The Sky Martial Underworld Star represented the star of the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master. The fact that it was soaked in blood meant that the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master had fallen. The Ancient Underworld Hall Master had been dreaming of this scene forever and had been eagerly looking forward to it. He'd even wished that he could shatter the Sky Martial Underworld star personally. However, the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master was dead right now. Unfortunately, he was not feeling delighted at all. Instead, he felt shocked and fearful. How could the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master die right now? Although the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master's cultivation wasn't stronger than his own, it wasn't much weaker either. This was also the main reason the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master could challenge his position. However, this person, who could make the whole world look at him askance, had unexpectedly died right in front of the ancient Underworld Hall Master. This was impossible. He couldn't possibly have killed the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master. It was impossible for the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master or the Sky Sun Underworld Hall Master to do so either. There was absolutely no chance that the Sky Gold Underworld Hall Master and the Sky Moon Hall Underworld Master would kill the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master either. However, who could it be if it wasn't them? Who could have killed the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master? Just as the ancient Underworld Hall Master was contemplating this to himself, the communication device in his hand rang and the face of the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master appeared in front of him. Segu, tell me, did you do it? The relationship between the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master and the ancient Underworld Hall Master wasn't ordinary. The Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master showed great respect for the ancient Underworld Hall Master most of the time. Calling him by his name directly was almost unprecedented. The Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master's rage was evident through his abnormal behavior. The Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master was actually suspicious of the ancient Underworld Hall Master. Although this made the ancient Underworld Hall Master very unhappy, he cleared his thoughts immediately. After all, he knew that it was definitely not the time to be angry. He would benefit the most from this unprecedented situation, so it was very reasonable for the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master to be suspicious of him. Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master, I had nothing to do with the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master's death. I find it inconceivable as well. I'm not stupid. How could I ambush the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master at such a time? The ancient Underworld Hall Master tried to calm himself down quickly before speaking sadly. The Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master stared closely at the ancient Underworld Hall Master for a full minute before looking away. Segu, I don't think you would be so stupid either, but this has already happened. What we have to do is deal with the consequences. The Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master's tone was very sullen, as it was obvious that he also felt very helpless about what would happen next. After all, no ordinary person had died. This was the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master, the #1 person that could rival ancient Underworld Hall. His death was not only going to make Sky Martial Underworld Hall panic, but also Sky Moon Underworld Hall and Sky Gold Underworld Hall. The ceasefire this time had been accepted because the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master and the rest could not disobey the decree of the first Yuan Underworld Lord. However, due to the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master's death, Sky Martial Underworld Hall would have a basis to reject any peace talks. Even the first Yuan Underworld Lord would not necessarily be able to suppress their anger. Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master, what do you think we should do now? The ancient Underworld Hall Master knew that it was useless to say anything now, as the main problem was solving this matter. After all, the ceasefire had just started. It would be disastrous if Sky Martial Underworld Hall pinned the blame on him and ancient Underworld Hall. The Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master hesitated for a moment before replying, "There's no right solution. We can only show enough sincerity to convince Sky Martial Underworld Hall that we did not do this." The words of the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master were rhetoric. It would be too easy if Sky Martial Underworld Hall believed their words just because they were sincere. However, as far as he was concerned, there was no other solution. Segu, I didn't expect you to be such a person. The Sky Gold Underworld Hall Master's figure appeared in the communication device with grim, murderous intent in his eyes. The relationship between the Sky Metal Underworld Hall Master and the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master was also extraordinary. Furthermore, the death of his friend naturally made him resent the ancient Underworld Hall Master. When was the last time the ancient Underworld Hall Master had been chided by someone so harshly? However, he knew he had to exercise restraint now. It would be even harder to erase any suspicion about him if he did not exercise restraint, as everyone would mistakenly think that he had really done it thanks to all the rumors and clamor going on. Sky Gold Underworld Hall Master, believe it or not, I, Segu, would never do such a thing. I would definitely never violate the decree of the first Yuan Underworld Lord. Although the ancient Underworld Hall Master tried his best to appear sincere, his explanation was regarded as complete sarcasm by the Sky Gold Underworld Hall Master. It's because the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master believed in you so much that he dared to meet you alone. You want me to believe you? Fine, bring me the person who killed the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master then. I will definitely find this murderer, tear him into 10,000 pieces, and plant him on my head. I will make him regret coming to this world, the ancient Underworld Hall Master said tyrannically. The supreme figures of the ancient Underworld Hall Master, the Sky Sun Underworld Hall Master, and the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master also connected to the ancient Underworld Hall Master's communication device shortly. Obviously, all of them also suspected that the ancient Underworld Hall Master had done it. In their opinion, there was only one person in the world that could assassinate the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master, and that was the ancient Underworld Hall Master. Although the ancient Underworld Hall Master tried again and again to prove his innocence, he still felt extremely frustrated. Although he wasn't the one who had done it, he was forced to shoulder the blame. Furthermore, he could not be angry. He had to put on a smile to face all the accusations. Just as the ancient Underworld Hall Master felt that he was about to explode, a voice began to reverberate frantically in the void. The voice sounded desolate but determined. I, Nalanye, will definitely avenge the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master. I will make ancient Underworld Hall pay the price in blood. I, Nalanye, will enter the samsara forever if I do not destroy ancient Underworld Hall. An endless shower of bloody rain ensued after the voice faded. The ancient Underworld Hall Master felt extremely uncomfortable as the blood rain pelted him. Nalanye had actually taken a blood oath. This oath meant that Nalanye and Sky Martial Underworld Hall would fight to their last gasp against ancient Underworld Hall. It could even be said that only one of the two could exist. This meant that the responsibility for the death of the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master was pushed on ancient Underworld Hall and the ancient Underworld Hall Master after Nalanye took this blood oath. The battle between the 6 underworld halls of the mysterious underworld race would continue. Although the other party no longer had the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master and seemed to be at a disadvantage, the ancient Underworld Hall Master knew that his side wasn't in a much better situation. Furthermore, due to the doubts of the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master and the Sky Sun Underworld Hall Master, the strength invested by the 2 underworld halls would weaken a lot. Nalanye, I didn't kill the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master. Although the ancient Underworld Hall Master knew that it was useless, he still shouted out in response. He hoped that he could dispel the accusations by doing so. After all, he would really have to shoulder the blame if he did not say anything. Nalanye responded very quickly by telling the ancient Underworld Hall Master, "Stop quibbling. I must kill you." These words gave the ancient Underworld Hall Master an urge to cough out blood. This was utter injustice. However, the ancient Underworld Hall Master really did not know what to do after seeing Nalanye's face. It seemed as though Nalanye wanted to use revenge to wipe away his grudges. Even though he knew deep down that he really had not committed the deed and had never had any intention of killing the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master, the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master had been killed while en route to negotiate with him. It was a complete coincidence, but even though it wasn't true, it would be impossible to remove the suspicions on him. Chapter 1090. Path to the Sky. The death of the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master was a huge matter for the mysterious underworld race. However, the human race didn't pay too much attention to it. The reason was that most people were already paying attention to the battle for the position of the human ruler. It was a straight path to the heavens. Everyone, regardless of whether they were from the 36 great cosmoses or Tianding realm, would find that this path to greatness that was made of ancient huge bluestone appeared within a single, separate space. This space was unique, so most martialists couldn't discover it. However, as long as one was from the human race, they could view this pathway from all angles. Unfortunately, martialists from other races wouldn't be able to see this pathway of bluestone even if they stood in the same position as a human race martialist. On the day that this path appeared, a majestic, godly voice reverberated throughout the 36 great cosmoses, thousands of ordinary cosmoses, and countless voids of the human race. After 3 days, the person who ascended to the top of this path would become the human ruler. This saying was as imposing and irresistible as the decree of heaven and earth. When this pathway appeared, the 5 sacred halls of the human race fell silent. In their opinion, Luo Yunyang still had a chance if this trial took place stage by stage and used secret realms or other checkpoints to test candidates for the position of the human ruler. However, this method basically completely demolished any hope of Luo Yunyang becoming the human ruler. After all, such a pathway to heaven might seem fair, but the only person from the 36 great cosmoses who was participating in the contest for the position of the human ruler was Luo Yunyang. On the other hand, Tianding realm had 300 Taichu Yuan venerates. If just half of them ganged up to cause Luo Yunyang trouble, it would be basically more than enough to destroy all hope of Luo Yunyang prevailing. However, this unparalleled pathway had already appeared and the 5 sacred halls knew that nothing could be changed under the circumstances. In Tianding realm, a gathering was underway. Long Fanshan sat in the center of this congregation. Around him were the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates that would be participating in the upcoming contest. Although Long Fanshan was a disciple of the human race's divine ancestor, his prestige wasn't enough to inhibit these 300 Taichu Yuan venerates. After all, anyone that could become a Taichu Yuan venerate was extremely capable. Asking them to be completely subservient to Long Fanshan was basically impossible. However, at this gathering, nobody dared provoke Long Fanshan, as 6 figures were seated behind him. 6 half-step Tai Yuan venerates. These Taichi Yuan venerates were largely disciples or juniors of half-step Tai Yuan venerates like Yuan venerate Flowing Sky. Their presence there made all the Taichu Yuan venerates afraid to even make a sound. Furthermore, even though most of them weren't very convinced by Long Fanshan was still the top entity amongst all the Taichu Yuan venerates. Most of them weren't a match for Long Fanshan. I have said this previously. Before the contest for the position of the human ruler starts, you must all be united. Yuan venerate Flowing Sky, who represented the 6 half-step Tai Yuan venerates, spoke. Now, I want to emphasize these words again. The human ruler's position shall be junior brother Longtian's. If anyone isn't convinced, they can say so now. However, during the battle for the position of the human ruler, if anyone dares disobey our orders, don't blame us if you receive heavy punishment. Heavy punishment. Yuan venerate Flowing Sky had said this with extreme seriousness. A wave of powerful deterring pressure spread out in all directions from him. Practically all the Taichu Yuan venerates bowed respectfully under this pressure. Disciples like us wouldn't dare. Yuan venerate Flowing Sky smiled slightly when he saw the circumstances. He didn't continue, as he had already done what he wanted to do. Junior brother, you should speak. The junior brother Yuan venerate Flowing Sky was talking about was naturally Long Fanshan. Long Fanshan said slowly, my various senior brothers consider this battle for the position of the human ruler very important. I will thus assume the responsibility and burden of being the human ruler no matter what. When I am the human ruler, everyone's interests won't be harmed. Instead, they will further improve substantially. Although the mortal realm of the 36 great cosmoses is way inferior compared to Tianding realm in terms of spiritual energy, it is still more than suitable to offer tributes to Tianding realm. I can seriously promise right now that everyone present will get a cosmos as their own individual domain. An ordinary cosmos naturally seemed way inferior compared to the 36 great cosmoses. However, the Taichu Yuan venerates present also understood that the 36 great cosmoses would be the exclusive property of the 6 patriarchs and their clans. They wouldn't get a share, neither did they dare ask for a share. However, if a cosmos became their own private domain, that wouldn't be too bad either. This treatment was still rather favorable. Thus, after exchanging some glances, practically everyone expressed their satisfaction with Long Fanshan's arrangement. Long Fanshan said calmly, when Tianding realm was established, it was determined that it would surpass the 36 great cosmoses by far. This was already fated when the divine ancestor established Tianding realm. Now, some people in the 36 great cosmoses follow the mandates of heaven and the wishes of people instead of serving Tianding realm. They even have futile thoughts of opposing us. They are so shallow that they are actually thinking of vying for the position of the human ruler against us. Even though this is funny, it is also a chance. A chance for Tianding realm to impose awe and instill its dominance and superiority into the hearts of those lowly people. Not everyone can see this path to becoming the human ruler. Therefore, we should use this chance to crush Luo Yunyang beneath our feet. We'll instill the unforgettable message that everyone has their own fate. Tianding realm's heavenly humans aren't something ordinary mortals can go against. Long Fanshan's eloquence and charisma had always been decent. However, This extremely stirring speech won the hearts of most Tianding realm martialists. The Tianding realm martialists that had been exterminated by the 5 sacred halls had mostly been juniors or subordinates of these people. Even though their fates weren't significant to these Taichu Yuan venerates, every action had consequences. These Taichu Yuan venerates couldn't just let such things slide, as this was a matter of reputation. Uncle Master is right, since the divine ancestor has fashioned such a great opportunity, we mustn't let it go to waste no matter what. A tall, red-faced Taichu Yuan venerate responded in a clear, resounding voice. This time, besides intimidating the mortals of the 36 great cosmoses greatly, we also have to show them how great the disparity is between us. Luo Yunyang is a tool that we have to use properly. We can't let him fail too quickly. Brother Examen is right, he's such a good tool to make a statement, that we mustn't use him up so easily. We have to make sure we use him more. Of course, in the end, we will have to let the people in the 36 great cosmoses know that anyone who dares harbor dreams of assuming the role of the human ruler will die. Long Fanshan didn't say anything else. He had already done all that needed to be done. Next, he would reap the harvest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was basically no way to enter that path, so the Daqian master and all the other martialists of the 5 sacred halls were all waiting in Hongmeng Sacred Hall. A resounding bell chimed, reverberating throughout all corners of the 36 great cosmoses. Practically the entire human race understood clearly what this bell meant. The bell would chime a total of 81 times. Anyone wishing to vie for the position of the human ruler had to step on that massive bluestone path to the heavens before the last chime echoed. The first 49 chimes echoed, but nobody stepped on that path. The first 64 chimes echoed, but nobody stepped on that path. The first 72 chimes echoed, but still not a single person stepped foot on that path. In Hongmeng Sacred Hall, the palace where Luo Yunyang was undergoing seclusion still didn't open even after the 72nd chime echoed. Although the Daqian master and the others were all experienced people, they still felt like their hearts were being squeezed when they still saw no signs of activity from Luo Yunyang. After all, the first person to step on that large path would have a bit more time than the others. Since there still wasn't any movement from Luo Yunyang, it would be difficult for him to put a gap between him and the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates of Tianding realm later on. Perhaps he might even be surrounded by those Taichu Yuan venerates right away. This wasn't good. As the Daqian master was frowning, he saw 36 figures land on the bluestone path at the same time. The way these people appeared in the sky before their feet gracefully touched the ground seemed very ordinary. However, they had actually broken a layer of space-time barriers in the process. This group of 36 was laughing merrily when it landed and walked up the bluestone path. When the first 36 people climbed the first step, the bell chimed again. Yet 36 more people descended and landed on the second step. With every chime that followed, 20 to 30 figures landed in sync. In no time, these people had already occupied the first 10 steps of this pathway to the heavens. 300 Yuan venerates, plus, these were 300 Taichu Yuan venerates. Although they didn't wantonly show off their cultivation, the aura of a Taichu Yuan venerate would intimidate anyone who saw them. Some humans of the 36 great cosmoses still harbored some hope at the beginning. However, they now found their line of thinking childish and laughable when they saw so many Yuan venerates. That's right, childish. How could Luo Yunyang possibly become the human ruler under the circumstances? Some people already thought that they would long have given up if they'd found themselves in the same situation as Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, the last chime started to reverberate throughout the void. Chapter 1091. A roar that breaks the sky and earth. The last bell chime seemed to instantly gather the strength of all the previous 80 chimes together. The sound of the bell spread in all directions, and the moment it echoed, 2 figures rushed onto the path to heaven. Out of these 2 figures, one landed behind the 300 Yuan venerates while the other landed in front of the 300 Yuan venerates. The one that appeared behind the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates was Long Fanshan, while the one who appeared in front of them was Luo Yunyang. 300 Taichu Yuan venerates stood on the steps of the great path to heaven. All of them were gazing at Luo Yunyang, who was standing beneath them. Right now, none of them were holding back their auras. Different sorts of auras emanated in all directions, forming a pressure that could suppress anything and using it against Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang stood alone on the path to the heavens, appearing really insignificant and feeble. Lowly Taishi Yunyang, why aren't you paying your respects when you saw us? A middle-aged man with good-looking features and an imposing bearing rebuked Luo Yunyang loudly. He was a Taichu Yuan venerate, and the aura coming from his body was stifling. Furthermore, under Long Fanshan's direction, over 100 Taichu Yuan venerates roared at the same time. Their shouts were like a thunder making the 9 skies quake. Although they weren't in a void, the path to heaven was already isolated and they all felt their hearts trembling upon hearing these shouts. The Da Qian master and the others gathered together. They all looked worried and angry as they watched the current circumstances. In the opinion of the Da Qian master and the others, the worst-case scenario was that Luo Yunyang would get surrounded. However, he had never imagined that Tianding realm would actually use such methods before anything had even begun. This was a very straightforward and effective method. If Luo Yunyang couldn't take this, then not only would his reputation be ruined, but this could also destroy any hope the people of the 36 great cosmoses had of rebelling. Therefore, these shouts could be considered earth-shaking. As Taichu Yuan venerates, the Da Qian master and the others already felt that they might not be capable of withstanding them. We wouldn't have let Yunyang participate in this contest if we had known this was the case, the Zanpin Sacred Hall master said worriedly. Luo Yunyang's participation had carried the hopes of the entire 36 great cosmoses. However, Tianding realm had brought out an overwhelming power that had rendered them helpless. Luo Yunyang, who was facing all these shouts, maintained his calm bearing. It could even be said that he never felt the slightest bit of panic. As these shouts rang out, he glanced at Long Fanshan, who was standing at the highest position, and grinned. His smile was mocking, as if he didn't care about any of this. As Luo Yunyang's lips curled up, the congregated powerful shouts of those Taichu Yuan venerates approached him. Luo Yunyang didn't seem to react as those shouts reverberated all around the void. Don't tell me he has been scared stiff. A young member of Tianding realm's Dongfang family who was watching from his family's training grounds said. In his opinion, a Taishi Yuan venerate like Luo Yunyang simply wouldn't be able to resist these shouts. That was the most plausible reason that Luo Yunyang was so nonchalant. It was definitely because he was shell-shocked. That was the only reason he could remain unperturbed. No, look at his smile. It hasn't changed, said a tall Dongfang family disciple who had quite a status among the young generation of the Dongfang family. Even though this tall disciple had a high status, some other disciples weren't convinced by him. They immediately rebutted with sneers. 36th brother means that our battle array isn't strong enough. Do you really think that Luo Yunyang alone can withstand the shouts of so many seniors? If you do, then you are really thinking too highly of him. The tall Dongfang family youngster didn't argue. His gaze was firmly fixed on Luo Yunyang, but he now appeared even more solemn. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang spoke. Pay my respects, everyone here is a Taichu venerate. Who should pay their respects to whom? These words drew everyone's attention to Luo Yunyang. The Dongfang family disciples that had been talking fell silent. Yuan venerates held a very high status in the Dongfang family, and Taichu Yuan venerates that controlled Great Path nomological laws had an even higher status. The majority of the people present could become Taishi Yuan venerates. However, none of them would dare say that they could become a Taichi Yuan venerate. After all, becoming a Taichu Yuan venerate was really difficult. A Taichu Yuan venerate possessed an extraordinary status in all aspects. It could even be said that a Yuan venerate could garner respect even if he were an enemy. Luo Yunyang had been a Taishi Yuan venerate when he had announced that he would be vying for the position of the human ruler. Now, his ascension to a Taichu Yuan venerate would make people envy and respect him. Instantly, many young martialists of Tianding realm lost their breath. You ascended to a Taichu Yuan venerate in such a short time. Looks like I really underestimated you. Long Fanshan glanced at Luo Yunyang as he spoke unperturbedly. However, even if you have become a Taichu Yuan venerate, you still have to prostrate yourself before the might of Tianding realm. Why aren't you kneeling yet? What are you waiting for? Long Fanshan's berating had initially started off clear and calm. However, the final 10 words seemed to undergo a strange change. This change made Long Fanshan's words contain a strange power. A sort of power that would make one involuntarily prostrate themselves. The 300 Taichu Yuan venerates standing before Long Fanshan practically shouted at the same time, repeating the 10 words that Long Fanshan had just said. Their voices merged with Long Fanshan's voice. This shout was even more thunderous than the previous one. Not only did it contain immense power, but it also contained unrivaled might. Might that could cause anything to shudder. The Daqian master felt a little faint. Even though he quickly regained his composure, he could still remember this feeling of fear. This shout wasn't in the same space as him, yet he could sense how unyielding it was. How would Luo Yunyang actually feel? Could Luo Yunyang endure this? If he couldn't, then the competition for the human ruler's position wouldn't have to go through. All thoughts of resisting the 36 great cosmoses had already turned to dust. Although the Daqian master hoped that Luo Yunyang would withstand this no matter what it took, the Daqian master really didn't feel confident that Luo Yunyang was capable of doing so. After all, this might was too powerful. Even though Luo Yunyang wasn't weak, could he be able to withstand the might of 300 yuan venerates together? As the Daqian master stared fixedly at Luo Yunyang, he realized that Luo Yunyang's expression was still as calm as ever. It was as if he hadn't even heard this reverberating sound. All these shouts probably contain the might of ancient dragons. Unfortunately, I'm not afraid of the roars of ancient dragons. Luo Yunyang chuckled. Countless people were shocked by his reaction. Long Fanshan's face was dark. He had never treated Luo Yunyang as an equal. In his eyes, Luo Yunyang was merely a fellow with extremely good fortune. His goal was to become the human ruler, but the current circumstances meant that he had to accord respect to Luo Yunyang. It would be rude not to reciprocate in kind. Now, I will give something in return. Luo Yunyang took no notice of Long Fanshan's fury. As he spoke, a huge bell appeared in the void. Luo Yunyang's palms smacked the world-shaking sky bell heavily. This strike contained all of Luo Yunyang's previous fury. However, the instant his palm struck the world-shaking bell, a formless bell wave spread out in all directions toward the Taichu Yuan venerates. Every entity that could become a Taichu Yuan venerate was someone with a strong will. They had already steeled themselves and sealed this spiritual consciousness the moment Luo Yunyang made his move. After all, they could tell that Luo Yunyang's move would definitely be extraordinary. Unfortunately, they had never imagined that there would only be silence when Luo Yunyang's palm struck the world-shaking sky bell. It seemed as if that giant bell hadn't been struck at all. Nobody heard anything. When this happened, some of the Taichu Yuan venerates who had extraordinary cultivation bases appeared even more cautious. Even so, when Luo Yunyang's palm struck the world-shaking bell again, dozens of Taichu Yuan venerates cupped their ears with their hands. Some of them even coughed out blood. Taichu Yuan venerates didn't get hurt easily. However, they had met Luo Yunyang this time. Luo Yunyang had become a Taichu Yuan venerate, and his universe-breaking technique was already perfected. His cultivation base had also improved considerably. In addition, the world-shaking sky bell was a paragon treasure. The power coming from it was naturally something that ordinary Taichu Yuan venerates couldn't compare with. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Luo Yunyang's palms struck the huge bell continuously. Although there was no sound, the Tianding realm Taichu Yuan venerates started falling from the steps one after another. Chapter 1092. Soul-shaking Taichu Yuan venerates were high and mighty and overlooked everything. The gathering of 300 Taichu Yuan venerates was an astonishing, pressurizing sight. Against such pressure, even other Taichu Yuan venerates would have no will to fight either. However, Luo Yunyang hadn't just resisted the shouts of the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates. He had even used the world-shaking sky bell. As the bell rang, Taichu Yuan venerates rapidly fell off the steps of the great path to the heavens one after another. Although these Taichu Yuan venerates didn't suffer any life-threatening injuries, more and more felt an unbearable sensation in their bodies. The stronger one's spiritual cultivation was, the better they would be at resisting external forces. Long Fanshan, who stood in the most central point, appeared calm. Even so, he still used a large amount of strength to resist Luo Yunyang's bell chimes. Long Fanshan already had a very meticulous understanding of Luo Yunyang's situation. He knew that Luo Yunyang had an unparalleled sacred bell that could attack by using sound waves. In the past, the ancient 6 families had suffered tremendous losses because of it. However, Luo Yunyang and the other Taichu Yuan venerates hadn't thought much of these sound wave attacks. After all, at the time, Luo Yunyang had been merely a Taishi Yuan venerate. Sound wave attacks were ultimately attacks that targeted the mind. They were very confident that their own mind power surpassed Luo Yunyang's by far and would naturally not take Luo Yunyang's attacks seriously. However, Long Fanshan had just discovered that they had really underestimated Luo Yunyang. Not only had Luo Yunyang ascended to a Taichu Yuan venerate, but these soundwave attacks aroused the 7 emotions so that even Taichu Yuan venerates would find it difficult to shield their mental state from such an attack. Luo Yunyang's hand kept striking the world-shaking sky bell, which seemed to be in an inspired state in sync with Luo Yunyang's maniacal striking. Others might not be able to sense this, but as the owner of the world-shaking sky bell, Luo Yunyang could sense a power within the world-shaking sky bell continuously mending the cracks that appeared as he struck it. Although the rate that it mended at wasn't very fast, it was still much faster than average. Halt! A shout from Long Fanshan reverberated all around. Even Luo Yunyang's bell waves softened in the face of this shout. The Taichu Yuan venerates that had been affected and had coughed out blood because of Luo Yunyang's bell waves immediately calmed down. They stared furiously at Luo Yunyang. Besides rage, there was also slight apprehension in their eyes. Indeed, it was apprehension. However, they didn't immediately attack Luo Yunyang. Instead, they looked at Long Fanshan. Dongfang Qishan will lead 36 of you to hold up the rear. The others will ascend the path. Long Fanshan calmly told all the Tianding realm Yuan venerates present. The intent behind this was very clear. He wasn't willing to further tangle with Luo Yunyang. Since they couldn't suppress Luo Yunyang in an instant, then they should obstruct Luo Yunyang's way on the path to the heavens. The Taichu Yuan venerates called out by Long Fanshan were the Taichu Yuan venerates with the strongest mental cultivation. In Long Fanshan's opinion, Luo Yunyang would need quite some time if he wanted to suppress these people completely. After all, these people were all Taichu Yuan venerates. While they could survive this, they couldn't allow Luo Yunyang to strike the bell continuously. After the bell waves dissipated, the Taichu Yuan venerates seemed to sober up. Dongfang Qishan had the appearance of a middle-aged man with good features and a bearing that gave others a favorable impression. The instant he heard Long Fanshan's command, he immediately cupped his fists. "Yes, Lord Fanshan," Long Fanshan said gravely, "Qishan, your task is very important. Don't let me down. Rest assured, my lord. I, Dongfang Qishan, and my fellow compatriots definitely will not permit Luo Yunyang to ascend this path to the heavens," Dongfang Qishan said with great confidence. Dongfang Qishan wasn't underestimating Luo Yunyang, as he really was capable. However, even though Luo Yunyang's performance had surpassed their expectations and Dongfang Qishan felt pressured in the face of those bell waves, this didn't mean that he and the others had no other means of dealing with him. After all, they were Tianding realm elites that had been groomed for many years. If they couldn't stifle Luo Yunyang, then they might as well knock themselves to death against a wall. Long Fanshan gazed at Dongfang Qishan and laughed heartily. "All right, I believe you all." After saying that, Long Fanshan looked at Luo Yunyang and said, "Luo Yunyang, you have indeed surpassed my expectations. I shall now give you a chance. As long as you are willing to pledge your allegiance to me, you can become one of the 4 great heavenly lords when I am the human ruler." The 4 great heavenly lords were beneath the human ruler. This was the arrangement of the human race's divine ancestor. It could be said that the status of these 4 great heavenly lords was very illustrious. Many people within Tianding realm were vying for these 4 positions. However, Long Fanshan made this promise in front of all these people. The sides of Luo Yunyang's lips curled up into a snide grin. "I want to be the human ruler." Big words. Dongfang Qishan rebuked him. He was already determined to win the position of one of the 4 great heavenly lords. Thus, Long Fanshan's offer made him very unhappy. After all, there were only a few of these positions. If one was given to Luo Yunyang, then one of the 4 predetermined great heavenly lords wouldn't be able to get a position. Long Fanshan didn't say anything else. He merely turned around and started to walk up the path to the heavens. Dongfang Qishan and the others blocked the entrance of the path to the heavens like tigers eyeing their prey. This is clearly overkill. The path to the heavens could be seen by every member of the human race, so many people were paying attention to this contest. When Long Fanshan and the others had formed a startling roar, the martialists of the 36 great cosmoses had felt mostly dispirited rather than angry. This was the dejection of ordinary humans who were facing gods. After all, they had discovered that Tianding realm was really powerful. It was so overwhelming that they couldn't match its level. Under the circumstances, they had chosen to be silent. It could even be said that the only thing they could do was stay silent. However, when Luo Yunyang had conjured the world-shaking sky bell and made Taichu Yuan venerates fall, the people of the 36 great cosmoses had stirred. They'd felt overjoyed and delighted. Luo Yunyang totally had hope of becoming the human ruler. Once he became the human ruler, the 36 great cosmoses would see better days. Although they wouldn't necessarily surpass Tianding Realm, they definitely wouldn't end up the way Tianding Realm had planned for them. While the situation had turned into something no one had expected, Long Fanshan had actually gotten 36 Taichu Yuan Venerates to block the pathway and prevent Luo Yunyang from ascending the path to the heavens. Luo Yunyang had no way of becoming the human ruler if he couldn't move up the path. If this happened, the eventual victor would be Long Fanshan. How shameless. Is this what Taichu Yuan Venerates are like? These are the Yuan Venerates of Tianding Realm. Someone posted these words on the human race's virtual void forum sarcastically. How disgraceful. Martialists of the human race's 36 great cosmoses naturally responded en masse to this sarcasm. In mere moments, countless people had made resonating comments. Many voices were also encouraging Luo Yunyang through all sorts of means. Unfortunately, against this wave of encouragement, some Tianding Realm powerhouses immediately responded. If you think this isn't fair, you can ask your Taichu Yuan Venerates to do something. We have sent 300 Taichu Yuan Venerates. Wouldn't it be fine if the 36 great cosmoses sent out 300 Taichu Yuan Venerates too? He. You are crying foul when you lack any ability. How hilarious. Although the person who said this immediately received criticism from countless others, many more martialists of the 36 great cosmoses stayed silent. They were very aware that these circumstances were mainly a result of the 36 great cosmoses' weakness. If the 36 great cosmoses were not too weak, Tianding Realm wouldn't have been able to overwhelm them with numbers. Put in effort while cultivating. One day, our 36 great cosmoses will definitely catch up with Tianding Realm. A martialist posted these words to encourage others. However, his words didn't elicit much of a response, as many people felt that this was too difficult. Are you all going to obstruct me and not let me proceed? Luo Yunyang walked toward Dongfang Qishan and the others with the same calm smile. Dongfang Qishan grinned. You know the answer. We are going to stop you from ascending the path to the heavens. You won't be able to proceed with us here. Even though that bell that can jolt souls is very powerful, we are still dealing with you here. You won't be able to ascend the path with us here. Luo Yunyang glanced at the confident Dongfang Qishan and said nonchalantly, while you guys have great self-confidence, you still won't be able to stop me. We won't be able to stop you. Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I have heard in 10,000 years. Luo Yunyang, since you have said this much, bring it on. Let me see whether you are merely bragging or you really have that ability. While Dongfang Qishan's tone was laced with disdain, he and the other 36 Taichu Yuan Venerates had already made preparations. They were confident about keeping Luo Yunyang at the bottom of the path regardless of which method he used. Chapter 1093, Leaving them biting the dust. Luo Yunyang, 11,410, Speed, 12,420, Constitution, 13,548, Mind, 15,752, Bloodline, 9.8 Chaotic 4 Origin Beast, Power, 7,541, Speed, 6,382, Mind, 7,598, Constitution, 6,784. The figures shown on the attribute regulator jumped immensely when Luo Yunyang broke through to the Taichu Yuan Venerate. Although Luo Yunyang's various attributes seemed to have doubled, in reality, the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to rise. Plus, doubling his attributes was a really huge upgrade. Speed. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang transferred all the attributes to his speed. Of course, the various attributes of the Chaotic 4 Origin Beast were used to supplement the respective attributes of his main body. After completing the adjustments, Luo Yunyang had a crafty smile on his face as he calmly looked at Dongfang Qishan and the others. The various attributes of these people were shown in Luo Yunyang's head as well. However, what Luo Yunyang was most concerned about now was their speed. Dongfang Qishan's speed was a little over 4,000. There were some people with greater speed than Dongfang Qishan who were ranging around 5,000. Although Dongfang Qishan and the others could tear the void and traverse millions of miles in an instant, there was still a discrepancy even if ordinary people couldn't tell the difference. Wait a while, everyone. I shall leave first. Luo Yunyang was brimming with confidence. Even though he said this flatly, his self-confidence could make others tremble. Dongfang Qishan and the others also had a bad feeling in the face of this type of powerful self-confidence. As Taichu Yuan Venerates, it could be said that they had full confidence in their own abilities. However, They were a little unwilling to believe Luo Yunyang's words. After all, there were over 30 people here. Although this group of more than 30 people wanted to kill Luo Yunyang in one fell swoop, it seemed impossible to do so instantly. However, obstructing and delaying Luo Yunyang didn't seem too difficult. They were even less willing to believe that Luo Yunyang could overcome their defense at the entrance of this path to the heavens. Everyone from Tianding realm who was watching this contest for the position of the human ruler similarly didn't believe that what Luo Yunyang said could be true. In their eyes, the 30-plus Taichu Yuan venerates obstructing the path were entities that could cause the sky to fall by merely stamping their feet. Any one of these people was already strong enough to be a match for Luo Yunyang, let alone this group of close to 40 Taichu Yuan venerates. Luo Yunyang simply couldn't rush through their barricade. 36 great cosmoses indeed. Their bragging skills are simply too strong. A Tianding realm powerhouse said sarcastically. While the martialists of the 36 great cosmoses were itching to let Luo Yunyang increase his strength, they understood that this situation was something they couldn't change with their strength. It would be an extremely difficult task for Luo Yunyang to break through the encirclement of 36 Taichu Yuan venerates. It might even be impossible. Even martialists of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall and the Rising Sky Feather sect didn't harbor too much hope for Luo Yunyang at the moment. Although they had witnessed Luo Yunyang create many miracles and they also hoped Luo Yunyang would be able to pull something out of the hat this time, they understood very well that it would be really difficult to pull off a miracle now. After all, those people were 36 Taichu Yuan venerates. As all sorts of thoughts went through their minds, they saw Luo Yunyang rise into the sky. Suddenly, they couldn't see any traces of him when he rose up. It wasn't just ordinary martialists who felt this way. Even some Yuan venerates also realized that they already couldn't spot Luo Yunyang. No, Luo Yunyang had completely vanished the instant he had risen into the sky. It was as if Luo Yunyang hadn't moved at all, yet he was no longer there. The Da Qian master and the other hall masters' eyes were glued to the situation on the great path to the heavens. Although their spiritual consciousness couldn't really enter the path to the heavens, everything happening there could be seen clearly by them. As entities who had become Taichu Yuan venerates, they naturally had extraordinary perception. However, they'd realized that they totally couldn't keep up with Luo Yunyang's speed the instant he'd flown up. Despite their spirit consciousness, they were unable to keep up with Luo Yunyang's speed. These strange circumstances shocked them completely. Indeed, they were shocked. Even though they weren't Luo Yunyang's enemies, they too thought that if they were to become enemies one day, they would simply have no way of keeping up with Luo Yunyang's speed themselves. This was a terrifying thought, as it signified that they would never be able to catch Luo Yunyang if they were enemies or they were fleeing. Perhaps they might not even be able to react to Luo Yunyang's attack. Even though Dongfang Qishan had said all that rather easily, he still wasn't going to get careless. The instant Luo Yunyang rose into the air, he and a dozen Taichu Yuan venerates with good coordination rose up as well. Their objective was naturally to stop Luo Yunyang. In their opinion, this simple maneuver shouldn't be difficult in any way. They had already prepared to expel Luo Yunyang from this special void where the path to the heavens was. However, as they made their move, they discovered in astonishment that their target had actually disappeared completely. This scene left Dongfang Qishan and the others feeling perplexed. Where had Luo Yunyang gone? Even a tiny bug that surpassed the speed of light would find it difficult to break out of this encirclement, let alone a person. However, Luo Yunyang had disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, they didn't know how Luo Yunyang, a fully grown person, had escaped from them. Dongfang Qishan and the others immediately regained their senses. They were Taichu Yuan venerates after all. Although these circumstances were hard to accept, they knew what the most important thing right now was. Above, a Taichu Yuan venerate tilted his head and saw a figure currently walking upward about 10,000 steps ahead. The moment this Taichu Yuan venerate shouted, the figure turned over. That mischievous grin was still on his face just like before. This grin immediately pissed off Dongfang Qishan and the others. Although they couldn't sense the mocking intent in that smile, they already knew that Luo Yunyang's actions had humiliated them. Chase after him. Dongfang Qishan paused for a moment before barking out this order. Although he knew the possibility of catching up to Luo Yunyang wasn't high, Dongfang Qishan still had to attempt this. After all, others would still be obstructing the way ahead of them. As long as Luo Yunyang was stopped, the people in front could quickly converge and there would still be room for redemption. 36 Taichu Yuan venerates shot upwards on the bluestone path like arrows unleashed from bows. They were extremely quick, so they had already rushed past 5,000 steps in an instant. However, when they reached 5,000 steps, their speed practically dropped to zero. They hadn't willingly slowed down. They had just realized that they couldn't go quickly. On the path to the heavens, a mighty aura suddenly appeared. As the pathway got higher and higher, this pressure increased. At their level of cultivation, Yuan venerates could basically break the speed of light, and the speed of Taichu Yuan venerates could be several times quicker than the speed of light. However, against this pressure, the speed of Dongfang Qishan and the others immediately fell below light speed. Meanwhile, the previously visible figure of Luo Yunyang disappeared completely again. He can still maintain his speed above light speed. How is that possible? A Taichu Yuan venerate especially adept at speed said in a shaky voice. Dongfang Qishan didn't reply to this person's question. He looked around at everyone in his surroundings before saying, "Shall we continue chasing him? We can't catch up to him. His speed is beyond light speed, and ours has dropped. This gap would require us to walk for a very long time." That Taichu Yuan venerate lamented again. His comprehension of speed was practically the strongest amongst those present, so his views were naturally respected by all the Taichu Yuan venerates present. Dongfang Qishan said, "I also know that it is very unlikely that we will catch up to him. Besides us, the others tasked to stop Luo Yunyang will also find it very difficult. Therefore, even if we want to pursue him, it is because our cultivation base is lacking that we won't be able to catch up to him. However, if we choose not to chase Luo Yunyang, our attitude would be lacking. This would be a considerable crime if the various patriarchs looked into it." Dongfang Qishan's words made the other Taichu Yuan venerates nod their heads continuously. Therefore, after exchanging a glance, they all started to rush after Luo Yunyang frantically. 10,000 steps, 20,000 steps. The speed of Dongfang Qishan and the others got slower and slower until they couldn't see anything besides steps and more steps. Dongfang Qishan and the other Taichu Yuan venerates felt disheartened. They all knew very well that this meant that their pursuit had completely failed. "Quick, look, there's someone ahead." The Taichu Yuan venerates, whose speed had already reached ordinary galaxy-grade martialist levels, suddenly discovered a bunch of figures ahead. Dongfang Qishan looked surprised when he saw clearly who these people were. Chapter 1094, Celestial Emperor All-Living Mark. The 36 great cosmoses really have some geniuses. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky was the first Hall Master of Hongmeng Sacred Hall and also a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. An entity like him had the extraordinary ability to pass out discerning judgment. Even so, Luo Yunyang's current state made him lament involuntarily. Naturally, Luo Yunyang's speed couldn't evade the spirit consciousness of people of their level. More importantly, as Luo Yunyang got further and further along the path to the heavens, the pressure he faced increased, making his speed start to fall. Although he became slower, he was still much faster compared to the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates from Tianding realm. As Dongfang Qishan watched in shock while Luo Yunyang left, the other over 200 Taichu Yuan venerates were also unable to obstruct Luo Yunyang in any way. Some Taichu Yuan venerates didn't even realize that Luo Yunyang had already rushed ahead of them. Therefore, the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates were basically shooting themselves in the foot. Not only were they ineffective, but they had become a tremendous joke. This scenario wasn't well received by Tianding realm. The other 5 Tai Yuan venerates didn't speak. However, they had solemn expressions on their faces. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky reacted to this silence. Those haughty fellows should be taught a proper lesson. The haughty fellows he mentioned were naturally Dongfang Qishan and those 300 Taichu Yuan venerates. Although these people were all great individuals in Tianding realm, they were merely juniors in the eyes of Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and his companions. "Don't be impatient, Flowing Sky. Junior brother won't disappoint us. He is Master's last disciple, so he must have methods that are not inferior to our own," a gentle-looking lady said. She seemed to have a similar disposition with the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master. Actually, it should be said that she and the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master were very much alike in terms of temperament and personality. Her name was Yuan Venerate Zanyi, and she had been the first Hall Master of Zanpin Sacred Hall in the past. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky nodded. "Junior sister is right, however, we planned to establish our might this way and ended up with an egg on our faces. This outcome is really detestable. It had been Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky's idea to let 300 Taichu Yuan Venerates take part in this competition for the position of the human ruler. Thus, this outcome naturally pissed him off. Both Tianding realm and the human race of the 36 great cosmoses were paying close attention to this contest, but the sentiment of both sides had undergone drastic changes. Although the Tianding realm martialists had been viewing the competition for the human ruler's position as merely fun and games at the beginning, they now started to have a more serious outlook toward the contest. Some of them even thought that something unexpected might happen. The source of it all was Luo Yunyang. On the other hand, the human race of the 36 great cosmoses felt as though the dark clouds were being dispelled and they could truly see some hope. Even though Luo Yunyang hadn't yet caught up to Long Fanshan, he had already passed the blockades of the 300 Taichu Yuan Venerates. This on its own was already extremely impressive. After all, a blockade of 300 Taichu Yuan Venerates was basically an impossible obstacle in everyone's opinion. However, Luo Yunyang had overcome it. Luo Yunyang will definitely be the human ruler. There was ardent support for Luo Yunyang on the forums of the virtual realm. In the past, such posts would merely be seen but not endorsed by many. After all, when it came to the contest for the position of the human ruler, strength was more important than morale. The 300 Taichu Yuan Venerates were like heaps of mountains heavily crushing the hearts of the 336 great cosmoses. Now, this pressure had completely disappeared. There was only one opponent Luo Yunyang would have to face, and that was Long Fanshan. Luo Yunyang's impressive display gave many people hope that he could seize the position of the human ruler. Therefore, in no time, countless members of the human race started to speak out in the virtual realms. There was only one goal, and that was to show Luo Yunyang support. Some impatient people had already started to proclaim that Luo Yunyang was the human ruler. After some silence from the Tianding realm martialists, they too started counter-attacking. This time, they didn't attack Luo Yunyang's ability. Instead, they mentioned a problem: the Divine Ancestor's disciple. Long Fanshan was the Divine Ancestor's disciple and the last disciple of the Divine Ancestor. Even though they were both at the Taichu Yuan Venerate, Luo Yunyang wouldn't be a match for the Divine Ancestor's last disciple, no matter how extraordinary his performance was. These words immediately garnered the approval of countless Tianding realm martialists. In no time, the virtual realm became very lively. Although the Daqian master didn't voice his thoughts on the forums, he paid attention to such content. At times, he would perform an evaluation after seriously looking through some opinions and commentary. The Zan Pin Sacred, Hall Master and the other two would naturally be listening to his evaluation. Brother Daqian, what's the point of listening to all this? Do you even need their analysis to determine the victor? As the Battle Hall Master spoke, his eyes were fixed on the figure of Luo Yunyang on the great path to the heavens. I think that Luo Yunyang isn't too far away from Long Fanshan. The Daqian Master nodded. He isn't too far away. However, Battle Hall Master, this sort of analysis isn't completely useless. Take a look at the people voicing their thoughts. They are all ordinary martialists. When this path to the heavens first started, they basically had no intention of refuting what the Tianding realm martialists were spouting. Now, as long as Tianding realm slanders Luo Yunyang in any way, these people won't hold back at all. Just this simple fact proves one thing: our 36 great cosmoses already intend to resist the martialists of Tianding realm. The Dark Hall Master nodded. Yes, compared to improving our ability, I think that having the intent to resist is very important too. Otherwise, even though we are all members of the human race, the members of Tianding realm would be the high and mighty heavenly humans while we would only be lowly ordinary humans. As the Hall Masters were conversing, they discovered that a figure had already appeared ahead of Luo Yunyang. Although this figure was still a fair distance away from Luo Yunyang, the fact that they could see this figure meant that Luo Yunyang had hope of catching up. Luo Yunyang was accelerating, whereas that figure's speed was constantly slowing down. The figure even turned around for a moment on that bluestone path. Two sets of eyes met. Many people who were outside this path to the heavens even felt as if time had frozen for a moment. Not only did Luo Yunyang's speed fall, but he even smiled at Long Fanshan when their gazes met. Although Long Fanshan appeared calm, there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes when he saw Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was very strong, but Long Fanshan didn't think that he would be able to charge through a blockade of 300 Taichu Yuan Venerates. While he firmly believed he could defeat Luo Yunyang, Long Fanshan was somewhat impetuous. He liked to go steady and strike hard with everything he did. Using 300 Taichu Yuan venerates was very worthwhile in his opinion. Unfortunately, he had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would bypass 300 Taichu Yuan venerates and chase after him. Luo Yunyang, you have given me quite the pleasant surprise. However, the position of the human ruler still won't be yours. Long Fanshan glanced at Luo Yunyang and spoke with a satisfied smile. These are merely flowers on a brocade. The greatest thing I rely on for this contest is my own ability. Take this move. Long Fanshan formed hand seals and a tremendous radiance started to gather behind him. Each type of light coming from this radiance was a type of nomological law. Although these nomological laws weren't very powerful, a huge projection appeared behind Long Fanshan as all these nomological laws converged. This was a projection of a celestial emperor in the 9 heavens. A projection formed completely of a convergence of nomological laws. The instant this projection appeared, the huge path to the heavens seemed to resonate with it. Orthodoxy in heaven and earth. How is this possible? Long Fanshan is merely a Taichu Yuan venerate. How can his power be this strong? The Daqian master could no longer remain calm. Long Fanshan's display had exceeded his expectations. In the Daqian master's opinion, even if Luo Yunyang was inferior to Long Fanshan, the gulf between them should be very limited. Unfortunately, the might Long Fanshan displayed had exceeded the scope of a Taichu Yuan venerate by far. If the Daqian master himself was before Long Fanshan, he believed that he wouldn't even be able to take a single strike from Long Fanshan. Long Fanshan's power was actually overbearing. A half-step Tai Yuan venerate. He believed that this wasn't the case. There seemed to be a difference between his strength and the strength Yuan venerate Flowing Sky had shown. However, this difference was extremely small. Master really views him highly. Even though his current manner is still somewhat weak, he should be able to reach the peak of the half-step Tai Yuan venerate once he becomes the human ruler and has the added resources of the human race. What a celestial emperor great path. How fitting for the human ruler. Yuan venerate Flowing Sky lamented with a slight trace of unevenness. Clearly, he felt a little uncomfortable with the methods that Long Fanshan had just used. Luo Yunyang had a grave expression on his face when he sensed the pressure coming from Long Fanshan. He hadn't treated Long Fanshan lightly all this while. However, the strength Long Fanshan was displaying now had exceeded his estimations. Take my move, Celestial Emperor All-Living Mark. Long Fanshan's voice sounded like the mandate of heaven. Chapter 1095. Half-Step Tai. The Celestial Emperor overlooked everything, combining the paths of heaven and earth into one. The projection of a Celestial Emperor appeared in the space above the path to the heavens. However, practically everyone felt an urge to be subservient the instant they saw this projection. That's right, subservient. This was the sort of subservience the weak felt for the strong and the subjects of a monarch felt for them. Practically all martialists of the 36 great cosmoses intended to resist Long Fanshan. They all hoped that the person who would become the human ruler would be Luo Yunyang and not Long Fanshan. However, when the projection of this celestial emperor appeared, the idea that this being was the actual human ruler appeared in many people's hearts. Even Yuan venerate entities subconsciously felt like pledging their allegiance to such a mighty person, let alone ordinary martialists the human ruler. This should be the human ruler. Meanwhile, the celestial emperor projection's hands were quickly forming hand seals. Countless beams of light and shadows converged into one seal. Ordinary martialists simply wouldn't be able to see anything occurring throughout all these lights. Only entities above the heavenly venerate level could see the strange nomological laws taking form. In a mere moment, a massive, majestic mark was blasted toward Luo Yunyang. Before cultivating the universe-breaking technique, Luo Yunyang had looked through the martial scriptures compiled by the human race's divine ancestor. In these scriptures was a total of 99 Taichu Yuan venerate great paths. Luo Yunyang's obliteration path was amongst these 99 types. Furthermore, the martial scriptures also mentioned the 4 most successful Taichu Yuan venerate great paths of this obliteration path. However, the methods Long Fanshan was using now hadn't been among these 99 methods. Although this was a different approach to the universal realm Luo Yunyang had created while refining the universe-breaking technique, its results were similar. It also combined different nomological laws into one, thus achieving a boundary with perfected laws. However, the main objective of Luo Yunyang for converging this realm had been to destroy it. On the other hand, Long Fansion's objective was to use his will to replace the will of this realm and form a top nomological law that controlled everything. Luo Yunyang wasn't too astonished that Long Fansion would be taking this path. After all, Long Fansion's master, the human race's divine ancestor, was behind him. Long Fansion, who could get guidance from the human race's divine ancestor, would definitely be much better than Luo Yunyang, who had to fumble around and learn things himself. I gained so many laws from the origin source grounds. Where did Long Fansion gain all these nomological laws? Luo Yunyang was a little puzzled about the origin of these laws. After all, he knew how difficult it was to gather so many nomological laws. However, the current circumstances didn't give Luo Yunyang too much time to guess the origins of these laws. Just as the surging mark barreled toward him, Luo Yunyang utilized the Great Dauphin Sky Mark. When the Great Dauphin Sky Mark was combined with the universe-breaking nomological laws, they were both very intense. The instant Luo Yunyang utilized the Great Dauphin Sky Mark technique, a deluge of devastating intent filled the surroundings. If Long Fansion with his celestial emperor projection was like a god of the nine skies, then Luo Yunyang was like a demon that determined the fates of millions. The human race martialists that had been terrified of Long Fansion's overwhelming displays now had their fighting spirit ignited when they saw Luo Yunyang, whose killing intent flooded the surroundings. This was a fighting spirit born from the unwillingness to let others decide their fate. Obliteration Great Path Nomological Law. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky was paying the most attention to Luo Yunyang, not only because the fight between Luo Yunyang and Long Fansion was important but also because of Luo Yunyang's status. He was Hongmeng Sacred Hall's current hall master. The always cool and icy divine elder had personally stopped Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky for the sake of this person. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky had known the divine elder for quite a long time and naturally knew how he ticked. The fact that the divine elder was having a dispute with Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky showed clearly what Luo Yunyang meant to the divine elder. As the first hall master of Hongmeng Sacred Hall, he had never thought it would be possible for him to surpass the human race's divine ancestor. However, at the same time, he didn't wish to become a stepping stone for those that would surpass him. Luo Yunyang had surpassed him, which had left a bad taste in his mouth. When Luo Yunyang unleashed the Great Dauphin Sky Mark, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky could see the obliteration Great Path nomological law that Luo Yunyang controlled. This Taichu Yuan Venerate nomological law was strong, but in Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky's opinion, it was still a little inferior to the nomological laws being displayed by Long Fansion. The other 5 half-step Tai Yuan Venerates sitting with Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky were all watching the fight between Luo Yunyang and Long Fansion seriously. One of them even suggested, the strength Luo Yunyang displayed is something that has rarely appeared in Tianding realm in many years. Should we be changing how we treat the 36 great cosmoses? Although this Tai Yuan Venerate used a conversational tone, his words actually represented his stance. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky had a cold look in his eyes. His attitude toward the human race of the 36 great cosmoses had always been firm and unyielding. We can talk about this later. A half-step Tai Yuan Venerate sitting beside Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said with a smile. Let's see exactly how much potential Luo Yunyang, who represents the 36 great cosmoses, has. As he was speaking, Luo Yunyang's Great Dauphin Sky Mark and Long Fansion's Celestial Emperor All-Living Mark collided. While even the space they were in had been made by the human race's divine ancestor, everyone watching felt that this void seemed to be distorting slightly as the two forces clashed. Although the degree of distortion was very light, it still frightened people. After all, this collision was too ferocious and intense. Long Fansion kept smiling calmly when the two forces collided, fully confident about this clash with Luo Yunyang. His Celestial Emperor All-Living Mark was not only derived from the guidance of the human race's divine ancestor, but he had also used thousands of nomological law fragments that had been bestowed upon him by his master. Although these nomological law fragments weren't complete, their combined power was much more powerful than what Taichu Yuan Venerates were able to get. Furthermore, he had an advantage in this space, where the path to the heavens was. Compared to him, Luo Yunyang had no advantage at all. Therefore, he was very confident that he could defeat Luo Yunyang in one blow. Unfortunately, as the two powers collided, Long Fansion was shocked to discover that his Celestial Emperor All-Living Mark seemed like it was being destroyed. The huge black mark that Luo Yunyang had conjured actually caused cracks to appear in his Celestial Emperor All-Living Mark. However, What was even more shocking was that the Celestial Emperor All-Living Mark's supreme nomological laws were actually subdued. Indeed, they were subdued. Long Fanshan had never imagined that the supreme nomological laws he controlled would one day be subdued. After all, his Celestial Emperor All-Living laws subdued other people's Great Path nomological laws most of the time. Boom, boom, boom. Before Long Fanshan could think of a way to resolve this, his Celestial Emperor All-Living Mark had already shattered. Even the Celestial Emperor projection behind him seemed to have suffered some sort of massive blow and appeared to be tottering. Long Fanshan was no ordinary being. When the surging power of the Great Dauphin Sky Mark came at him, he suddenly soared upward. He was like a floating leaf as he was backing off the bluestone path. Although the Celestial Emperor projection still remained, its previously superior aura had completely diminished. He had been defeated. Even though Long Fanshan wasn't willing to admit it, he had really been beaten by Luo Yunyang. Not only had he lost, but he had been defeated rather miserably. In terms of power, Long Fanshan wasn't weak. However, his nomological laws had been subdued by the ones Luo Yunyang controlled. This is the universe-breaking technique. Long Fanshan exclaimed in shock. He cultivated the Celestial Emperor All-Living nomological laws and had naturally read up on the universe-breaking technique in the martial scriptures. After all, this sort of technique could subdue his Celestial Emperor All-Living nomological laws in the fundamental sense. However, after studying it, he hadn't been worried anymore. In his opinion, nobody could completely cultivate the universe-breaking nomological laws. When the human race's divine ancestor had given him thousands of nomological law fragments, he had already said that nobody in this world could get that many nomological law fragments. Long Fanshan had never doubted the words of the human race's divine ancestor. However, now that he was at a disadvantage against Luo Yunyang, he was aware that what Luo Yunyang was using was the universe-breaking technique. Not bad, it is the universe-breaking technique. Luo Yunyang didn't hide it either. Instead, he said calmly, the Celestial Emperor All-Living Great Mark is merely mediocre. Long Fanshan's eyes were burning red. Naturally, he had become the final disciple of the human race's divine ancestor because he was a genius. It could be said that he had basically never been defeated in his life before. Now, at the most crucial juncture of the battle for the position of the human ruler, he had actually been defeated by Luo Yunyang. This was extremely unbearable for him. However, Long Fanshan was no ordinary individual. Thus, he steeled himself and said calmly, "At first, I thought that my hidden means wouldn't have to be used. However, today, you successfully invoked my fighting spirit. Luo Yunyang, I must emerge victorious from this fight for the position of the human ruler." After he said that, Long Fanshan stepped forward slowly. While he did, the surrounding aura suddenly underwent a drastic change. At that moment, the mighty aura around him wasn't inferior to Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others' auras. He was a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. Chapter 1096, Going for Broke, a Tai Yuan Venerate. Someone with the authority of heavenly laws and the ability to crush Taichu Yuan Venerates like ants. Long Fanshan had become a half-step Yuan Venerate with one step. Although there was a gulf between a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate and an actual Tai Yuan Venerate, it was just a tiny difference in the eyes of many people. At the very least, when facing a Taichu Yuan Venerate, a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate possessed a power that was hard to rival. If the space where the path to the heavens lay had been exerting a definite pressure on Long Fanshan previously, then Long Fanshan had practically harmonized himself with the surrounding sky and earth now. It could be said that this entire scope was him. He was the master of heaven and earth. He was the master of the universe. While he was stunned as he was facing Long Fanshan, who had advanced to a half-step Yuan Venerate, Luo Yunyang had a mocking look in his eyes. Your cultivation shouldn't even have reached the half-step Yuan Venerate. Luo Yunyang's voice was calm and unperturbed. Naturally, Long Fanshan understood the intent of Luo Yunyang's words. He also knew that dragging things on with Luo Yunyang wouldn't be beneficial to him. Therefore, he just smirked and said, "The winner takes it all. The winner always takes it all." The same applies to this battle for the position of the human ruler. After he said that, Long Fanshan didn't make any movements. His palm was waved gently and a huge 9-colored palm crashed down toward Luo Yunyang. This palm didn't seem to have too many variations, but it contained a power that was like the laws of heaven. The laws of heaven, practically all Great Path nomological laws had no way of resisting such laws. The people that could become Tai Yuan venerates were basically the finest individuals in the world. The disparity between Tai Yuan venerates would also be even smaller. Even without relying on special treasures, a half-step Tai Yuan venerate's combat strength wouldn't be very different. Most martialists of the 36 great cosmoses in Tianding realm had fallen completely silent. Although they wished to speak, the astonishing palm had already completely inhibited whatever they wanted to say. This extreme power made them feel like there was really nothing they could say. Practically everyone felt their hearts shudder when they saw this palm. 9th level heavenly venerates were also impressive entities within Tianding realm. However, while observing this all-encompassing palm move, even 9th level heavenly venerates could only use silence to express their sentiments. The Da Qian master and the others were similarly shocked. They even looked slightly afraid. After all, this single palm had made them aware that they themselves lacked the capability to withstand it. All the cultivation techniques and everything else they had would be useless against this palm. The great path nomological laws that they used so readily would also be crushed by it. Divine Ancestor, the Da Qian master's voice contained some bitterness. However, halfway through, he stopped speaking. Nevertheless, the meaning behind his words was very clear. He harbored great dissatisfaction for the human race's divine ancestor. This space was where the path to heaven was controlled by the human race's divine ancestor. The reason Long Fantain could harness a power that didn't belong to him and reach the heights of a half-step Tai Yuan venerate was naturally because of the human race's divine ancestor. To the Da Qian master's knowledge, it wouldn't be difficult for the human race's divine ancestor to stop this if he wanted to. However, under the circumstances, the human race divine's ancestor wasn't stopping it. He was indulging it in adopting a hands-off approach. This wasn't fair. Still, this was the titular number 1 person in the 36 great cosmoses, so the Da Qian master absolutely couldn't speak rudely to the human race's divine ancestor. The Zanpin sacred master said, "How about we just get Luo Yunyang to give up? Even if he gives up now, I think that Tianding realm would be more afraid of our 36 great cosmoses from now on. Due to this fear, Long Fanchen wouldn't be able to cope with us for the time being." The Battle Hall Master and the Dark Hall Master showed their approval at the same time. The two of them also knew that they wouldn't have any hope of victory against such an attack. Although Luo Yunyang's cultivation seemed much stronger than their own, they didn't think that Luo Yunyang, who had just advanced to the Taichu Yuan Venerate, would be able to withstand such an attack. "It's no use. We cannot reach Luo Yunyang." The Da Qian Master shook his head. The path to the heavens is already completely controlled by Long Fanchen's will. The 9-colored palm was currently falling slowly. Although the speed of its descent made it seem like Luo Yunyang had many opportunities to escape, in reality, the palm had already engulfed Luo Yunyang and made him the center of its attack. As long as Luo Yunyang was unable to escape the confines of the path to the heavens, he wouldn't be able to evade it no matter how great his cultivation was. Luo Yunyang's expression was calm. At the moment, he didn't adjust his attributes, so he instead prepared to use his strength and his own power to take on this half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. He wanted to see exactly how strong this half-step Tai Yuan Venerate was. Although the inhibitions of the laws of heaven were very powerful, Luo Yunyang's universe-breaking nomological laws continued to work. While these universe-breaking nomological laws seemed to have lost their special characteristic of destroying all other nomological laws, they still contained immense power. The instant the 9-colored power charged over at him, Luo Yunyang blasted out his fist at the 9-colored palm. Because the 9-colored fist contained a boundless power, Luo Yunyang's fist seemed feeble, like a snail trying to stop a cart. Boom! There were no variations in Luo Yunyang's move, which was the tyrannical fist move. Luo Yunyang had comprehended the obliteration nomological laws, so his tyrannical fist had also improved immensely. The tyrannical fist and the 9-colored palm collided in the void. The instant they clashed, the power of the tyrannical fist shattered. The 9-colored palm that covered the sky seemed complete and perfect, yet as it continued its descent slowly, cracks started to appear in the middle of it. As it descended, the 9-colored palm started to crumble. While the fist shattered, Luo Yunyang coughed out a mouthful of blood. The power of the 9-colored palm was really strong. So strong that even though Luo Yunyang's universe-breaking laws had managed to break the 9-colored fist, the overwhelming power still made him cough out blood uncontrollably. A half-step Yuan Venerate. This was a half-step Yuan Venerate. There was still a definite gulf in strength between him and a half-step Yuan Venerate. After wiping away the blood around his mouth, Luo Yunyang smiled calmly. Although he had suffered considerably during this exchange, he too was aware of some things. For example, the seemingly all-powerful Long Fanshan couldn't sustain the might of a half-step Yuan Venerate for long. It could even be said that Long Fanshan had to pay a hefty price in order to unleash the power of a half-step Yuan Venerate. Furthermore, even though he had gotten injured this time, Luo Yunyang had even more confidence now. His strength wasn't just limited to this. He could easily adjust his attributes through the attribute regulator. His speed and constitution attributes weren't very useful now. Thus, he could quickly convert them into power and mind. Furthermore, he still had the chaotic four-origin beast. Luo Yunyang, you are really a rare elite genius. I have taken quite a liking to you, so I will now give you a chance. Long Fanshan relaxed a little upon seeing Luo Yunyang cough out blood. He overlooked Luo Yunyang like a godly entity and said, as long as you are willing to pledge your allegiance to me, I can let you become someone who is only second to me. I am taking pity on your cultivation base, which is lacking. If you want to decline, then I wouldn't mind killing you on the spot. Even the proudest Tianding realm martialists found no issue with the terms Long Fanshan had proposed. After all, the ability Luo Yunyang had displayed had already shown his value. Luo Yunyang glanced at Long Fanshan and said nonchalantly, Long Fanshan, is there even a need for this at such a time? Even though you possess the methods of a half-step Yuan Venerate, you should probably know that you can't sustain more than a few moves. I shall be taking over the position of the human ruler. Long Fanshan stiffened up. He had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually understand his circumstances that well. This made him feel uncomfortable. While watching the confident Luo Yunyang, Long Fanshan knew that any further discussion would be pointless. Therefore, he decided to deal with Luo Yunyang with one move. Unfortunately, just as he was preparing to make a move, Luo Yunyang stepped forward and said, take my move. Although he used just a fist, countless figures appeared as Luo Yunyang blasted this fist out. 4 swords appeared around each figure. The swords seemed blurry but they truly contained immense power. This attack was called the Thousand Era Imperial Purposes, but it actually combined the 4 devastating sword technique Luo Yunyang had come across in the Sky Martial Divine Bowl. This technique was extremely powerful. It could even be said that the potency of this technique was more powerful than the Thousand Era Imperial Purposes and even more appropriate to be used with Luo Yunyang's Obliteration Great Path. Besides being able to increase his attacking power, this method could also block some people's sight. As this attack was unleashed, a powerful obliteration intent surged up into the 9 skies. Chapter 1097, Breaking the Path. With the help of his cultivation technique, Long Fanshan managed to converge with the patch of space opened up by his master, thus achieving the cultivation base of a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. It could also be said that he was cheating. Even the human race's divine ancestor had to bear some of the responsibility for his disciples' actions. At the very least, Long Fanshan would not have been able to converge with the space of the path to the heavens if the human race's divine ancestor had not connived. Of course, there was also a price to pay. Although Long Fanshan's cultivation was extraordinary, it was still not easy for him to keep being a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate for a long time. After all, it was too exhausting to maintain the state of a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. According to Long Fanshan's estimations, he could only execute 3 moves at most. However, he believed that just one move would be enough. One move would be enough for him to defeat Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, the cold hard truth was that his first mighty strike had already been contained by Luo Yunyang, who was now striking back at him furiously. He could feel the ferocious power of destruction within Luo Yunyang's strike, and it made him feel threatened. In a split moment, a jade plate shaped like a full moon appeared on the top of Long Fanshan's head, whirling in the void while countless abstruse mysteries were revealed on its surface. The Divine Creation Disc, the supreme treasure of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Not only did this treasure contain unlimited creation, but it could also control the endless opportunities of a battle. The Creation Divine Disc had originally been in the hands of Luo Yunyang, as he was the Hall Master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. However, it had changed hands and now belonged to Long Fanshan because of the decision made by the human race's divine ancestor. Long Fanshan was going to use the power of the Creation Divine Disc to visualize Luo Yunyang's flaw and defeat Luo Yunyang with one move. Luo Yunyang's eyes instantly lit up brighter when he saw the Creation Divine Disc. It could even be said that the murderous intent in his eyes had intensified. The Thousand-Era imperial purposes blasted out by him and the terrifying sword intent encompassed within also became even crazier. Although it was claimed that the creation divine disc was capable of visualizing anything, its effectiveness depended largely on what sort of technique it was facing. Luo Yunyang was using an apex technique. While the creation divine disc could still visualize this, the time required would be more than a few seconds. Luo Yunyang's attack had already drawn close to Long Fanshan when a few small flaws showed up in front of Long Fanshan. As a result, Long Fanshan did not have the time to tell which flaw was most useful to him. Instead, he struck back at Luo Yunyang's attack hastily. At the same moment that he struck Luo Yunyang, the sun and the moon hung high above his head and 5 elements gathered at his feet. 4 seasons of change appeared around him, along with 6 combinations of life and death and 8 divinatory trigrams. It could be said that Long Fanshan already looked like an invincible human ruler. Heavenly Emperor 9 Domain Quake. These 5 words, which were spoken majestically by Long Fanshan, seemed like the mandate of heaven, which was nearly impossible to resist. The massive palm of the Thousand-Era imperial purposes collided with the gigantic formation of Heavenly Emperor 9 Domain Quake. Both techniques were equal in terms of strength, but Long Fanshan's half-step Tai Yuan Venerate Cultivation was much higher than Luo Yunyang's. Thus, the massive palm formed by Luo Yunyang's Thousand-Era imperial purposes collapsed immediately upon collision. The 4 towering swords that threatened Long Fanshan also collapsed into nothing right after the massive palm did. Long Fanshan was really relieved after seeing the collapse of the 4 towering swords. He had been most worried about the 4 towering swords. Thus, it was ideal for him that the 4 towering swords were destroyed. However, Long Fanshan realized that something was wrong the moment the 4 swords crumbled. A wave of murderous intent that seemed like it had destroyed the ancient world surged toward the collapsing palm. It was only a moment's effort, as the wave of energy had already surged toward his surroundings in the pathway to heaven frantically. Boom, boom, boom. The frenzied murderous intent gave Long Fanshan the impulse to cough out blood, while his Heavenly Emperor 9 Domain Quake technique also collapsed due to the surge of energy. Long Fanshan retreated quickly. After all, he couldn't care less about the fact that he should possess the ability to suppress Luo Yunyang. All he wanted to do was just retreat as quickly as possible. He was not willing to fight to his death with an extremely sharp energy in the void, as a faint trace of fear lingered in his heart for that energy that came from the endless immemorial. He wasn't a match for it. This thought made Long Fanshan feel extremely uncomfortable, but no matter how uncomfortable he was, he would never put himself in such a dangerous situation. He was going to be the future human ruler, so he would never allow himself to be in danger. Long Fanshan dodged the attack and the energy, which was as mighty as the destruction of heaven and earth, eventually dissipated. However, just as Long Fanshan turned to look at the path to the heavens, he realized that not only were there thousands of cracks both large and small, but more than half of the steps formed by piles of massive blue boulders with an ancient vibe had been smashed by Luo Yunyang. The pathway to the heavens represented the path the human ruler would walk to ascend the 9 skies and command the entire human race, yet Luo Yunyang had smashed no less than tens of thousands of steps. Although these steps weren't a significant problem for him and Luo Yunyang, Long Fanshan could feel strongly that the power he had, which could suppress a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate, was slowly dissipating. Luo Yunyang had blasted through this patch of space and, as a result, it had become very difficult for him to converge with the space, which in turn made it even tougher for him to maintain his half-step Tai Yuan Venerate state. His Heavenly Emperor 9 Domain Quake had already been repressed by Luo Yunyang, and the fact that Luo Yunyang had blasted through his half-step Yuan Venerate state was putting him at a severe disadvantage. Although Long Fanshan was extremely reluctant to admit it, if the current situation continued, it was evident that the position of the human ruler would not belong to him. He would become just a common Taichu Yuan Venerate if he failed to ascend to the throne of the human ruler. Although he was a disciple of the human race's divine ancestor, it was still impossible for him to become a Tai Yuan Venerate. Luo Yunyang, you've exceeded my expectations. A heartfelt admiration could be felt through Long Fanshan's words. He originally hadn't been very concerned about Luo Yunyang, yet he now considered Luo Yunyang his biggest nemesis. Even though Luo Yunyang appeared unscathed on the surface, in fact, the earlier strikes, especially the one that had shattered the pathway to the heavens, had already caused unspeakable trauma to the meridians of his body. Fortunately, He had the attribute regulator so he could quickly adjust the constitution of his body in order to recover from his injuries. However, even so, it would still be difficult for Luo Yunyang to inflict a similar level of destruction in a short period of time. It could even be said that more than half of Luo Yunyang's power had been exhausted already. Luo Yunyang stood in the void without the blue boulders and looked calmly at Long Fanshan. You're weaker than I thought if you only have these small tricks. The position of the human ruler will be mine. Long Fanshan took a deep breath gently, as he knew that it would be useless to say anything now. Luo Yunyang would never give up the position of the human ruler to him, and he would not do it either. Luo Yunyang's move can hurt us. Yuan venerate Flowing Sky and the rest were looking gloomy. They all had a similar attitude toward the 36 great cosmoses, but Luo Yunyang's move had made them feel very wary of the 36 great cosmoses. Actually, they were wary of the 36 great cosmoses that Luo Yunyang was a part of. They truly realized that the 36 great cosmoses were no longer a place they could take advantage of as they pleased. We would be in deep trouble if our junior brother were to lose the position of the human ruler. The first hall master of Daqian Sacred Hall said solemnly, "We cannot afford to lose our advantage. Don't worry, the direction of the entire human race is not his decision to make even if he becomes the human ruler with our master around. It is still a question of how many things the human ruler can decide about," said the first hall master of Dark Sacred Hall. Although his voice was soft, it always gave people a sinister feeling. As these 6 people were talking, trails of figures suddenly came rushing up from the bottom of the shattered pathway to heaven. The speed of these figures was as fast as lightning. In a flash, they arrived at a spot not far away from Luo Yunyang and Long Fanshan. Luo Yunyang and Long Fanshan managed to see clearly who these people were as they approached. They were the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates from Tianding Realm, who finally rushed up after Luo Yunyang had shattered the suppression of Tianding Realm. Long Fanshan, who had already started to feel disappointed, immediately smiled in ecstasy when he saw those Taichu Yuan venerates rushing over. These people were going to help him. They had not been very helpful at first when the two of them had gone all out against each other, as Luo Yunyang had easily shrugged them off. However, they were going to play a vital role now. Everyone, the battle for the position of the human ruler has reached its peak. Trap Luo Yunyang for me. I will increase your reward 10 times as long as I obtain the position of the human ruler. Long Fanshan no longer cared about the astronomical reward he had promised. What he had to do was exhaust all means to ensure that he obtained the position of the human ruler. Dongfang Qishan and the rest felt their eyes raging as their blood started boiling the moment they saw Luo Yunyang. After hearing Long Fanshan's promise, they all became more excited and their speed increased to a crazy level. Chapter 1098. The seal of the human ruler. Dongfang Qishan and the other 300 Taichu Yuan venerates glared at Luo Yunyang with hostile gazes. Long Fanshan had already given them a reward that was hard to refuse, but they would still have been at odds with Luo Yunyang even without this offer. This wasn't because they had the mentality of serving Long Fanshan wholeheartedly, but because Luo Yunyang had given them a harsh face slap. 300 Taichu Yuan venerates had failed to stop Luo Yunyang and some even failed to realize that Luo Yunyang had already bypassed them. This had been an utter disgrace for them. Besides, they simply couldn't afford to lose to this person. However, the pressure during the ascent on the path to the heavens made them unable to speed up. They could only rush over frantically after Luo Yunyang destroyed the pressure that was suppressing the pathway. Luo Yunyang, take this. Dongfang Qishan roared as he formed a series of hand seals rapidly. In an instant, a steam of endless stars gathered and transformed into numerous long swords in the void that swooped down together at Luo Yunyang. This was one of Dongfang Qishan's trademark techniques. He would usually execute this technique only in life and death situations, but he had disgraced himself too much so he couldn't care less anymore. Dongfang Qishan executed his move swiftly and the rest followed, not moving any slower than him. Momentarily, all sorts of attacks swarmed toward Luo Yunyang at once. Long Fanshan was already in the air when Dongfang Qishan and the rest attacked Luo Yunyang. The most important thing in Long Fanshan's opinion was to rush toward the peak of the pathway to heaven and obtain the supreme position of the human ruler. Luo Yunyang's cultivation base had suffered a major setback after he'd unleashed his previous punch. Although it was recovering at a rapid speed, it wasn't easy for it to recover fully. He wouldn't necessarily get the short end of the stick if he went ahead and took on Dongfang Qishan and the rest of the Yuan venerates. However, He would be falling into their trap if he did so. Therefore, Luo Yunyang transferred his attributes to his speed without any hesitation and flew up the path to the heavens immediately. Although his body had suffered significant injuries, the clone embodiments of the chaotic four-origin beast were relatively unscathed. Thus, he could still dodge and rush out of the attack range of Dongfang Qishan and the other Yuan venerates after transferring his attributes to his speed and before rushing up the path to the heavens. As Taichu Yuan venerates, Dongfang Qishan and the other powerhouses could change the terrain with a mere thought. However, this technique wasn't exactly useful against other Taichu Yuan venerates. Hence, their attacks fell short even though they were extremely brilliant and inescapable. After all, their speed was much slower than Luo Yunyang's. Luo Yunyang and Long Fanshan were like two soaring dragons getting farther and farther away from them. What a freaking speed he has! A Taichu Yuan venerate beside Dongfang Qishan said angrily. The people watching the battle for the position of the human ruler from the 36 great cosmoses could not believe it when they saw Luo Yunyang breaking through the encirclement of Dongfang Qishan and the other Taichu Yuan venerates with ease. Some of them even started to express their disbelief. Ha ha, I always thought that the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates had come to compete for the position of the human ruler. Now, I finally realize how wrong I was. The position of the human ruler is nothing to these 300 Taichu Yuan venerates. Their most important task is to join in the fray. As soon as this mocking post appeared, countless posts began to flood the forums of the virtual realm. I agree, but I still think they came here to improve their acting skills. Otherwise, why would they have bothered? Life is like a play that depends entirely on one's acting skills. What you said makes total sense. I have always respected the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates, but after seeing their brilliant performance, I have even more respect for them. In less than a minute, the number of posts poking fun at the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates had exploded to tens of thousands in the virtual world. Although Tianding Realm loathed connecting with the 36 great cosmoses in any aspect, they still needed the virtual realm. However, the powerhouses of Tianding Realm remained silent in the face of this mockery. This wasn't because they didn't want to speak up, but because they didn't know how to refute these claims. The might of the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates went through the roof, but in the end, they all became a laughing stock. They even felt that the performance of the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates was an utter disgrace. This sort of mockery only trended for a minute or two, as most people shifted their attention back to the void where the path to the heavens was, where both Long Fanshan and Luo Yunyang were frantically rushing toward the top of the Bluestone Path. One would become the supreme human ruler after ascending the Bluestone Path, one would become the ultimate winner by reaching the top. Long Fanshan was very fast. Although the void where the pathway to heaven was located had been damaged, there were still leftover nomological laws, so he was able to double his speed with the support of these laws. Even though Luo Yunyang couldn't make use of the nomological laws within the void, his speed still increased multifold due to his attribute regulator. Furthermore, thanks to the rapid recovery of his body and his increasing attributes, his speed had become much faster than ever. Long Fanshan was in the lead at the beginning, but toward the end, the gap between him and Luo Yunyang had narrowed greatly. Some people even felt that they were already neck to neck with each other. Luo Yunyang, I will become the human ruler. Don't even think of getting your hands on it. A burning fire blazed in Long Fanshan as he sent 3 palm strikes toward Luo Yunyang. While Luo Yunyang appeared indifferent, he still fought back and accelerated while facing Long Fanshan's attack. After all, Luo Yunyang could sense that they were not far away from the peak of the path to the heavens. Thus, instead of wasting time with Long Fanshan, it was better to quickly get to the peak. Both of them sped up after tangling with each other for a moment. As they were frantically rushing forward, the people watching the battle suddenly quietened down. They had seen a massive blue platform exuding an unadorned simplicity at the peak of the steps made of bluestone. There were no desks or chairs on the platform, only a big seal that was roughly a foot wide and was suppressing the void. Even the Taishi Yuan venerates couldn't see the big seal clearly. However, when the seal appeared, almost everyone felt reverence for it. The seal of the human ruler. The seal of the human ruler awaited the victor at the peak. Long Fanshan's expression became even more intense when he saw the human ruler's seal. He had put in great effort for the sake of becoming the human ruler and had planned for ages. Thus, no matter what, he would never give up the position of the human ruler. He would never allow the position of the human ruler to fall into the hands of Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang also accelerated frantically. Apart from the attributes that did not belong to the speed of the chaotic four-origin beast, Luo Yunyang went on to convert all the other attributes into speed. Faster, 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 fast, fast, fast. Luo Yunyang was using an insane level of speed to dash toward the seal of the human ruler. He dashed past Long Fanshan and was now only a step away from the human ruler's seal. Everyone in the 36 great cosmoses held their breath at that moment. They were afraid that their own breathing would distract Luo Yunyang's struggle for the position of the human ruler. In Tianding realm, almost all the martialists were roaring in rage. Although they had always respected Long Fanshan, the speed displayed by Long Fanshan was undoubtedly very poor in their opinion. Losing the human ruler's position was undoubtedly unacceptable under the circumstances. When Long Fanshan looked at the seal of the human ruler, which was not too far away from him, the fire in his heart dimmed. He had expanded most of his secret methods and techniques and was on the verge of complete exhaustion. Under the circumstances, it was basically impossible to stop Luo Yunyang anymore. Luo Yunyang's speed had left him feeling utterly helpless. He had calculated everything he could, but the position of the human ruler would still fall into the hands of Luo Yunyang in the end. Ah, a sigh was heard in a space within Tianding realm. The sigh was peaceful, but it contained a hint of disappointment. Long Fanshan has tried his best, but his opponent is too strong. When did such a thorny figure appear in the 36 great cosmoses? Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky lamented. The other 5 half-step Tai Yuan Venerates were silent as they watched what was happening. Although their cultivation bases were impressive, they still could not stop Luo Yunyang from ascending to the peak. You should not feel too disappointed. It will not be easy for Luo Yunyang to command as he wishes even if he becomes the human ruler, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said heavily. After all, we aren't here just for show. As Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky was speaking, Luo Yunyang was only 100 paces away from the seal of the human ruler. For someone like Luo Yunyang, covering such a distance in 1/10,000th of the duration required the snap of a finger. However, right at that moment, the seal of the human ruler that was floating quietly in the void suddenly acted as if it was being influenced by a mysterious force. In a flash, it radiated a blinding brilliance that formed a huge barrier and stopped Luo Yunyang from approaching. A hint of delight emerged on Long Fanshan's sullen face when he saw the barrier that blocked Luo Yunyang's path. He almost burst out laughing. Luo Yunyang, you are one of the few powerhouses of the human race, but you aren't fated to become the human ruler. The seal of the human ruler has not acknowledged you. How are you going to become the human ruler? 5 colored clouds began to gather on Long Fanshan's head as he spoke. In mere moments, a patch of celebratory clouds had gathered on top of his head. The big 5-colored celebratory cloud seemed like it had a special connection with the barrier formed by the seal of the human ruler. In an instant, the two of them resonated and seemed to form a connection. Chapter 1099. I decide my own fate, ha ha ha. Didn't I say the human ruler would definitely be Long Fanshan? Only Tianding realm can produce the human ruler. Thousands were gathered on a sacred mountain in Tianding realm. Unfortunately, while there were thousands, only about 20 to 30 people were qualified to sit. All these people were elites of the various large clans. The others were attendants of these people. The main job of these attendants was to fulfill the various requests of the people they served. The person who had shouted out was a youngster with the appearance of someone in his 20s. He certainly wasn't over 100. Even so, his cultivation base had already reached the 5th level heavenly venerate. In the human race's 36 great cosmoses, a 5th level heavenly venerate could helm a sect or rule over an area. Seated beside this young man was another young powerhouse who showed extraordinary promise. Although he seemed affable, deep down he was ambitious and usually he didn't accept what others said. However, this time, this person didn't object to what that youngster had said. He even shouted out in approval along with a few other youngsters he wasn't on very good terms with. The object of their shouts was naturally Long Fanshan. The human ruler's position was set by the human race's divine ancestor. The divine ancestor is the founder of Tianding realm. How could he just give the position of the human ruler to the ordinary human race? The youngster that had spoken first noticed everyone's approval and got even more worked up. Originally, because of Tianding realm's disdain about the 36 great cosmoses of the human race, they had believed that using strength to attain victory wouldn't be worth their time. However, whoever got to be the human ruler would be too important. Who had told Long Fanshan to be at a disadvantage right now. Who had asked the trouble-making Luo Yunyang to be this sick? As a result, they were delighted when their despair turned into victory. It wasn't just them, all the martialists of Tianding Realm were feeling overwhelmed with delight. After all, Tianding Realm's Long Fanshan had been chosen by the seal of the human ruler. The moment Long Fanshan became the human ruler, nothing else would be important. People from the human race had already started to curse. Although they didn't dare blame this on the human race's divine ancestor, the fact that the seal of the human ruler had chosen Long Fanshan was really unbearable. Luo Yunyang had basically gone up against 300 Taichu Yuan venerates alone during this battle for the position of the human ruler. In many people's opinion, Luo Yunyang had basically had no chance of victory in every single aspect. However, just as everyone had thought that Luo Yunyang would be thoroughly defeated, he had succeeded. By relying on his extreme speed and his overwhelming strength, he had surpassed Long Fanshan and become the first to ascend to the summit of the path to the heavens. Unfortunately, when he had been one step away from the human ruler mark, the human ruler mark had actually repelled him. The power that emanated from the human ruler mark was immense, and the moment Luo Yunyang was repelled, the human ruler mark resonated with Long Fanshan. What a battle for the position of the human ruler! Why not just announce it if the intention was to make Long Fanshan the human ruler all along? Why rely on such a method? Could he think that our human race is a bunch of fools? The Da Qian master was exasperated. While he didn't mention names, it was clear that he was talking about the human race's divine ancestor. The Zanpin Sacred Hall master said gloomily, all these histrionics just leave a bad taste in one's mouth. While the Battle Hall master and the Dark Hall master didn't speak, it was clear that the two of them were displeased. Compared to their rather mild ways of expressing dissatisfaction, many people were even more direct. For example, the Flame Emperor in the Longland Great Cosmos cursed and swore. Although he was in front of a bunch of subordinates, his verbal barrage didn't spare that supreme entity's face. Most of the humans were livid. However, some of them were more sorrowful than angry. They thought that if the human race's divine ancestor had been helping Tianding Realm cheat in this manner, then there was really no hope for the 36 great cosmoses of the human race. There was no need for the conflict between the heavenly humans and ordinary humans. It was clear that the heavenly humans already had victory in their grasp. Ha ha ha, Luo Yunyang, what else can you do to compete against me? The position of the human ruler is mine. The modulating circumstances had delighted Long Fanshan, who could no longer maintain his composure. He watched the seal of the human ruler coming toward him and roared with laughter. After all, he had felt disheartened when Luo Yunyang had rushed toward the human ruler mark. He had felt like falling into the abyss. Fortunately, just as he had been disheartened, the seal of the human ruler had actually surprised him pleasantly. This implied that it was fate. This implied that he was the human ruler. An icy feeling gripped Luo Yunyang's heart when he saw the ecstatic Long Fanshan. Luo Yunyang would never believe that the human ruler mark wasn't fishy. Under the circumstances, he didn't even need to use his brain cells to guess who could be the one aiding Long Fanshan. Give up? Do I have to give up because this person is set on Long Fanshan? There was only one thought going through Luo Yunyang's mind: no. Regardless of whether the human ruler mark favored Long Fanshan, Luo Yunyang was already here and he would never permit the seal of the human ruler to fall into that person's hands. At practically the moment the human ruler mark flew toward Long Fanshan, Luo Yunyang immediately took action. His cultivation had recovered more or less, so he sent a heavy strike in Long Fanshan's direction. This punch didn't just contain the power of the universe-breaking technique. It also contained the intent of the 4 devastating sword techniques he had gained in the Sky Martial Divine Bowl. Therefore, this punch was extremely penetrative and wild. I must have the position of the human ruler. If any gods try to stop me, I will slay them. If any demons try to stop me, I will slaughter them. These resolute, unquestionable words came out of the mouth of Luo Yunyang. As he said that, the vast killing intent of the 4 devastating swords barreled toward Long Fanshan. He was the human race's divine ancestor's final disciple, so Long Fanshan's cultivation wasn't weak. Furthermore, the seal of the human ruler had made him feel rather relaxed and his strength had increased. Still, the instant he faced Luo Yunyang's fist, he subconsciously felt terrified. Knowing that he couldn't evade it, Long Fanshan didn't think of anything else. He just frantically threw out a fist to try and block it. Unfortunately, Long Fanshan was mistaken this time. He had thought that Luo Yunyang's strength was close to his own. After all, Luo Yunyang had just exerted a great deal of effort to break the fetters of the space inside the path to the heavens. However, he had never imagined that Luo Yunyang's fist would be this powerful. Besides, Luo Yunyang had used his attribute regulator to raise his power and mind to the max. Therefore, when the two fists collided, the Tai Long Fanshan had expected didn't occur. He was immediately blasted away by the ferocious power of Luo Yunyang. Long Fanshan was unable to believe the outcome. However, his body was hurtling toward the huge bluestone path. As Long Fanshan fell, the seal of the human ruler chased after him. Many people felt helpless while watching the scene. In Tianding realm, youngsters were even proclaiming in the virtual realms, destiny will decide who the human ruler will be. The martialists of the 36 great cosmoses felt sullen and helpless. After all, regardless of how angry they felt, nothing could change this situation. As people were feeling pity for Luo Yunyang turned his sights to the seal of the human ruler flying toward Long Fanshan. If you are unable to distinguish it, then you are useless. As he said this, Luo Yunyang soared into the air once again. This time, he used the 4 devastating sword techniques that had previously shattered the void. The 4 swords, which contained boundless killing intent, gathered around Luo Yunyang and a wave of powerful killing intent appeared in Luo Yunyang's hand. The seal of the human ruler that had been about to shoot past Luo Yunyang suddenly stopped in midair as though it had sensed danger. At the moment, it seemed like it was afraid of shattering as it rushed past Luo Yunyang. Long Fanshan was waiting for the seal of the human ruler to come. He would be the victor of this battle as long as the seal of the human ruler fell into his hands. However, Luo Yunyang's current stance startled him. Luo Yunyang, you dare attack the seal of the human ruler? You are insane. As Long Fanshan said this, the 4 swords around Luo Yunyang started to rapidly disintegrate, forming a wave of annihilating power that hurtled toward the human ruler. The seal of the human ruler howled and the 5 colored lights suddenly disappeared. Only an ordinary seal fell at Luo Yunyang's position. Countless people of the 36 great cosmoses found this scene unbelievable. The haughty seal of the human ruler had used this method to show that it recognized Luo Yunyang. However, as the seal of the human ruler fell into his hands, Luo Yunyang's attack, which was filled with obliterating intent, continued to pound on the seal of the human ruler. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out and the seal of the human ruler, which seemed to contain immeasurable power, rotated in the void. Meanwhile, magnificent radiance flickered from the seal of the human ruler and cracks started to appear on it. Chapter 1100. Ascension to Human Ruler, the gall of you. You actually attacked the seal of the human ruler. You really disregard law and natural morality. The voice of Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky reverberated throughout the void. The other 5 half-step Yuan Venerates didn't seem very pleased either. The seal of the human ruler chose its owner and it had chosen Long Fanshan. In their opinion, this was really appropriate. However, the trouble-making Luo Yunyang had actually used unreasonable means against the seal of the human ruler during this selection. The seal of the human ruler was terrified of Luo Yunyang's might and had pledged its allegiance to him. This was blasphemy in the eyes of Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others. Even so, Luo Yunyang had still made his move on the seal of the human ruler. Although the seal of the human ruler had withstood his attack, it had ended up in a cracked state. Clearly, Luo Yunyang could shatter this seal, which represented the human ruler, with ease if he wanted to. This was the greatest blasphemy. Master definitely wouldn't allow such a lawless person to be the human ruler, the first hall master of Battle Hall said icily. The first hall master of Dark Hall also lamented. But he has already become the human ruler. As they were talking, the seal of the human ruler that was already in Luo Yunyang's hands seemed tame and it once again started to emit light. The 5-colored celebratory cloud gathered above Luo Yunyang's head and a set of emperor robes made completely of nomological laws quickly appeared on Luo Yunyang's body. A mystical glow shone down from the 9 skies. When it landed on Luo Yunyang, the damaged bluestone path to the heavens was restored and quickly harmonized with Luo Yunyang. As he was bathed in this mystical glow, Luo Yunyang seemed like an emperor overlooking everything. At the moment, he had already been integrated with the sky and earth of the 36 great cosmoses. Practically all the martialists in the 36 great cosmoses felt a sense of allegiance when they saw Luo Yunyang draped in these emperor robes. The human ruler. This was the human ruler. Long Fanshan gazed at Luo Yunyang, who was floating above the path to the heavens, and felt an impulse of subservience. Long Fanshan shuddered when he had this thought. He was an experienced, resolute person after cultivating for so many years. Furthermore, he had always had hostile feelings toward Luo Yunyang. This is mine. This is all mine. I, Long Fanshan, should be the one receiving endless adoration. I should have become the human ruler. Luo Yunyang had relied on forceful means to seize the position of the human ruler. He wasn't the true human ruler. He was just a rebel who had taken the position by force. Long Fanshan's resentment intensified as these thoughts went through his mind. At that moment, Dongfang Qishan and the others also rushed over. They didn't seem very pleased as they gazed at Luo Yunyang, who was floating high above. The battle for the position of the human ruler had involved massive benefits. The 300 Taichu Yuan venerates had followed Long Fanshan because of the benefits Long Fanshan had promised their clans. Unfortunately, Long Fanshan hadn't become the human ruler, which meant that the things he had promised their clans wouldn't happen. Although they were all important and mighty people, they would still receive criticism from their own clan patriarchs. This was extremely humiliating for Dongfang Qishan, who had been easily overtaken by Luo Yunyang at the first hurdle. Lord Long Fanshan, didn't you say that Luo Yunyang snatched the seal of the human ruler from you? Let us snatch it back from him now, Dongfang Qishan said with a hint of viciousness. Although Long Fanshan felt that doing so wouldn't be right, he still nodded his head. After all, this was his only chance. Luo Yunyang, you have committed a terrible crime by scheming to seize the position of the human ruler. Today, we shall return the position of the human ruler to its rightful owner. Dongfang Qishan said as he shot over at Luo Yunyang frantically. 300 Taichu Yuan venerates practically made their moves simultaneously. All the martialists in the 36 great cosmoses were extremely delighted. The 36 great cosmoses of the human race would stand to gain the most now that Luo Yunyang had become the human ruler. Everything else aside, the great clans of Tianding realm would definitely not be able to seize the cultivation resources of the 36 great cosmoses without any scruples as they had in the past. Their position would also rise continuously along with Luo Yunyang, who was the human ruler. However, even after seeing Luo Yunyang being recognized by the heavens, the 300 Taichu venerates still attacked Luo Yunyang. This really infuriated them and made them feel a deep sense of helplessness. Although the majority of them were very willing to lend their power to Luo Yunyang right now, they couldn't enter the space where the path to the heavens lay. Besides, their cultivation bases were too lacking. Under the circumstances, they could basically do nothing. Shameless. Why not come one at a time if you want the position of the human ruler? Using such methods is simply vile. Xuantian Zhaoshan roared angrily. Unfortunately, Xuantian Zhaoshan and the others were just as powerless. Only Xuantian Zhaoshan's cultivation base was close to the Taishi Yuan venerate. However, it was still too far apart from the Taichu Yuan venerate. The Da Qian master and the others were also anxious. The four of them were basically all the Taichu Yuan venerates of the 36 great cosmoses. Although they were probably slightly stronger than Dongfang Qishan and the others, the other side had too many people. Under the circumstances, they really couldn't be of much use. Just as they were preparing to rush over at the space where the path to the heavens was, Luo Yunyang's expression was as unperturbed as ever. How reckless, he said calmly. As he said this, his hands moved and the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes fist was unleashed. This wasn't the first time Luo Yunyang had used the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes during the battle for the position of the human ruler. However, compared to the previous times, the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes move was milder, yet it contained an unquestionable might. When Dongfang Qishan sensed this might, he felt like the great path nomological laws he had were already suppressed by 2/3. That wasn't all. When Luo Yunyang's fist descended, he felt as if more than half of the power in his body was being sealed. The fact that their combat ability was deteriorating multi-fold was an absolute calamity for Dongfang Qishan and the others. Half-step Tai Yuan venerate, how is this possible? An ear-piercing shout echoed. Dongfang Qishan heard this shout and instantly understood that this was the might of a half-step Tai Yuan venerate. Although the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates were powerful, they were merely insignificant ants in the face of a half-step Tai Yuan venerate entity. In just a moment, Dongfang Qishan realized that he could do nothing. Unfortunately, it was already impossible for him to retract his attack. Luo Yunyang's attack made the sky tremble. Everything seemed to have frozen in midair in the face of this power. You have really become the human ruler. Although Long Fanshan was still attacking, the Heavenly Emperor all-living mark he used was much weaker than before. He was willing to accept this, but he was feeling more helpless than unwilling. He was rueful because he was reluctant yet helpless. Luo Yunyang felt the various laws in the surroundings fuse with his body as he said indifferently, "You are right, I have already become the human ruler. You already have no chance of vying with me for the position of the human ruler." Luo Yunyang spoke with a trace of mockery. "I have lost. I have really lost this time. But is there absolutely no chance? No, I am the disciple of the divine ancestor. There should still be a chance even though I have lost this time." Although Luo Yunyang has become the human ruler, he is still far from being comparable to the divine ancestor. "Luo Yunyang, you have beaten me this time. I admit defeat. However, one day, I will return all the humiliation you brought upon me." Long Fanshan's face was rigid as he stared at Luo Yunyang bitterly. Luo Yunyang flashed a smile at Long Fanshan but didn't say anything. However, the Thousand-Era imperial purposes still barreled toward Long Fanshan. In an instant, the golden palm was slapping down Long Fanshan. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others all looked disappointed as they saw the state the 300 Taichu Yuan Venerates of Tianding Realm were in. They all knew that Long Fanshan and his party had already lost their last chance. However, they had never expected that Luo Yunyang would go overboard and make such a vicious move on Long Fanshan. Luo Yunyang, who possessed the might of a half-step Taichu Yuan Venerate, was considerably more powerful than Long Fanshan. Under the circumstances, Long Fanshan would basically have no way out of a full power strike from Luo Yunyang. Boom! Long Fanshan's body was immediately blown up. His spirit consciousness wanted to rush out from this void, but the golden palm didn't stop. Instead, it started to crush his spirit consciousness. In just an instant, Long Fanshan's spiritual consciousness had started to fragment. Losing a body was already a great loss for Long Fanshan. If his spiritual consciousness broke down, he wouldn't be able to maintain his Taichu Yuan Venerate cultivation base easily. While Taichu Yuan Venerates couldn't die in the eyes of ordinary people, this immortality depended on who their opponent was. If a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate wanted to squish a Taichu Yuan Venerate, it wouldn't be very difficult to achieve. "Luo Yunyang, you actually dare kill me? Master won't pardon you." Long Fanshan roared, "Save me, Master." As Long Fanshan howled, Luo Yunyang said icily, "The human ruler's sanctity isn't allowed to be questioned." Die. Chapter 1101. Six Joint Heavenly Rulers. Long Fanshan's status was way beyond the ordinary. Not only was he a renowned figure amongst Taichi Yuan Venerates, but he was also the divine ancestor's final disciple. It could be said that Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others would give in to him when it came to many things. More importantly, he was the human ruler that the human race's divine ancestor had chosen. However, Luo Yunyang was actually trying to kill him audaciously. He is courting death. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky's gaze was like crackling lightning as fury built up in him. He wasn't furious because of how important Long Fanshan was, but because if Luo Yunyang were to kill Long Fanshan in this way, it would be a provocation to the sanctity of the human race's divine ancestors' disciples. However, he simply wasn't able to stop it. Although their cultivation was outstanding, they were unable to enter the space where the path to the heavens was and were naturally unable to stop Luo Yunyang. Master definitely wouldn't let him act so impudently. The first Zanpin Sacred Hall Master said irrefutably. There wasn't much time for them to discuss, as Luo Yunyang's fist intent had already struck Long Fangtian's soul viciously. In an instant, Long Fanshan's soul shattered and dissipated into the void. Although martialists at the level of a Taichu Yuan Venerate could be resurrected with just a trace of spiritual consciousness, the possibility of being resurrected when facing the entrapment of a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate wasn't too high. Long Fanshan looked terrified and unwilling the moment before his soul was destroyed. He was afraid that he was really going to die. What made him feel unresigned was that he hadn't achieved many of his lofty ambitions. Actually, he was filled with anger. The object of this anger wasn't Luo Yunyang but his own master. Originally, he had thought that his own master would definitely show up and save him if he were to encounter a calamity that concerned his fate. He was still the master's final disciple, so the divine ancestor would definitely save him at a crucial time. However, while his assumptions seemed great, he wasn't saved by anyone. His soul was annihilated by Luo Yunyang's overwhelming fist intent. The nomological laws he controlled and even some life-preserving methods he possessed all disappeared in the face of Luo Yunyang's fist intent. Long Fanshan has died. Dongfang Qishan and the others were flabbergasted as they watched Long Fanshan fade away. They couldn't believe that what they had witnessed was true. In their opinion, Luo Yunyang wouldn't dare kill Long Fanshan even if he dared to make a move. He would at most just teach him a lesson. They had never imagined that this entity that had just attained the position of the human ruler would make a move and immediately kill the disciple of the human race's divine ancestor. What sort of person was Long Fanshan? In terms of status, he was more than 100 times stronger than them. Not only did his cultivation exceed theirs by far, but his status couldn't be comparable either. However, such an individual had been killed just like that. Are you all going to do something? Luo Yunyang's voice rang out as they were all still feeling confused and muddled. Although Dongfang Qishan and the others had strength in numbers, Luo Yunyang had displayed a half-step Tai Yuan venerates cultivation. In the face of such crushing power, the final outcome of possible resistance would be death. Therefore, after exchanging apprehensive glances, Dongfang Qishan and the others realized that this was the time to yield. Greetings, human ruler. A Taichu Yuan venerate hesitated for a moment before bowing. Luo Yunyang was in a position of power now. Therefore, some Taichu Yuan venerates chose to lower their heads. They weren't being too disgraceful. After all, Long Fanshan was already dead and they didn't want to be buried alongside him. When some took the lead, others would follow. In just a moment, more than 100 people bowed in Luo Yunyang's direction. Dongfang Qishan and the other Taichu Yuan venerates of the various large clans hesitated a lot at the beginning. However, as more of their comrades chose to bow, they too paid their respects to Luo Yunyang. Greetings, human ruler. Luo Yunyang smiled at the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates. Although he really wished to kill these fellows, he realized that killing Long Fanshan had most likely tested the limits of that person. That person would definitely not agree if he were to kill so many other Yuan venerates. After all, nurturing a Yuan venerate wasn't easy. Permitting the killing of Long Fanshan already showed the newly ascended human ruler some respect. If Luo Yunyang didn't know when to draw a line, then there was a possibility that he would receive great punishment. No need for formalities. Luo Yunyang glanced at the 300 Taichu Yuan venerates and chuckled. I heard that there were 300 constellations in ancient times. From now on, you are the 300 starlords of our human race. 300 starlords. This sounded very impressive, but Dongfang Qishan and the others were no fools. They immediately understood that these starlords weren't much in front of the human ruler. After all, anything that existed in a big quantity would fall in value. However, they understood that they needed to express their gratitude to the human ruler, who had presented them with this title. When this was done, Dongfang Qishan and the others left the path to the heavens. As they were leaving, some information appeared in Luo Yunyang's head. This information mainly concerned the space of the path to heaven. This space actually had another name, Supreme Sky Domain. This was a space the human race's divine ancestor had created by drawing on a portion of energy from the 36 great cosmoses and Tianding realm. Or rather, it could be described as an ultimate treasure. As long as the seal of the human ruler was incorporated, even a Taishi Yuan venerate could display power equivalent to a half-step Tai Yuan venerate in this space. More importantly, because of the existence of the Supreme Sky Domain, the human ruler could still exhibit the power of a half-step Tai Yuan venerate within the 36 great cosmoses or Tianding realm. Upon leaving the scope of the human race's control, the power of the Supreme Sky Domain would decline considerably and the human ruler's power would only be restored to his original strength. Controlling this half-step Tai Yuan venerate power required that one should become the human ruler. After completely integrating the seal of the human ruler, that person would truly be one with the Supreme Sky Domain. Now, there were two choices Luo Yunyang could make. One was to completely integrate it, and the second option was not to integrate it. Fully integrating it would naturally mean that all the benefits would be controlled by Luo Yunyang. Not integrating it would mean that even though Luo Yunyang could display the strength of a half-step Tai Yuan venerate in the Supreme Sky Domain, he would still only have his own cultivation base in the 36 great cosmoses and Tianding realm. This meant that it would be difficult to tap on the power of the Supreme Sky Domain in these places. On the surface, it seemed like the benefits of integrating the seal of the human ruler were great. However, once it was integrated, there would practically be no possibility of advancing one's cultivation base. Taishi Yuan venerate, Taichu Yuan Venerate, Tai Yuan Venerate. While it seemed like the only difference between these three was their grade, each of them had barriers that were difficult to exceed. It was very difficult to go from the Taishi Yuan Venerate to the Taichu Yuan Venerate, and even more difficult to ascend to the Tai Yuan Venerate from the Taichu Yuan Venerate. It could even be said that ascending from the Taichu Yuan Venerate to the half-step Tai Yuan Venerate already seemed insurmountable. Otherwise, Tianding realm wouldn't only have Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the other 5 half-step Tai Yuan Venerates after so many years since the divine ancestor. The reason Long Fanshan had strived for the position of the human ruler and had even been willing to give the majority of the benefits to Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others was because he had been striving to become a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. Although this sort of half-step Tai Yuan Venerate ascension seemed somewhat false, he wouldn't have been any weaker than Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the other first hall masters as long as he was within the range the human ruler controlled. For all Yuan Venerate powerhouses, being a half-step Yuan Venerate was enticing and hard to reject. It could even be said that the allure of being a Tai Yuan Venerate couldn't be resisted. Luo Yunyang pondered this for a moment before making a decision. After seeing what it felt like to possess the enormous power of a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate, Luo Yunyang really liked the power that a half-step Yuan Venerate could possess. However, he understood that this sort of power wouldn't be his own true strength. This power originated from the human race's divine ancestor. It was like the God-Sky conversion technique, and the human race's divine ancestor could easily withdraw this power if he felt like it. However, the ones who experienced this would suffer immense losses. Decline. This was Luo Yunyang's choice. The instant Luo Yunyang made this choice, he felt more relaxed, as though a massive load had been lifted off his back. The moment Luo Yunyang made his decision, he even felt like he heard a sigh. However, the source of this sigh was too far away and he simply couldn't tell where it had come from. A call from the Daqian master and the others was received by Luo Yunyang's communication device. Luo Yunyang quickly put them through after he regained his composure. While he was already the human ruler, Luo Yunyang knew clearly that being the human ruler only sounded great. In fact, the power he had was still the same. Even if he constructed a human ruler palace, he would need the cooperation of the Daqian master and the others. Congratulations, human ruler, the Daqian master said with a bright smile when he saw Luo Yunyang through the virtual realm. At the same time, the Zanpin sacred master and the others also bowed respectfully in Luo Yunyang's direction. Although Luo Yunyang had already become the human ruler, he still smiled gently while facing them. Hall masters, even though I have seized the position of the human ruler, I am still the same old me. Let's speak like we always have. I will cut ties with you all if you address me as human ruler or anything. The Daqian master laughed heartily. He was about to speak when a thunderous sound rang out throughout the void. Luo Yunyang serves as the human ruler. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the other 5 will be the 6 joint heavenly rulers, who will rank under the human ruler. They will be in charge of the sky and earth. Chapter 1102. 9 Cauldrons Training Hall, Nurturing Yuan Venerates, 6 joint heavenly rulers. Looks like the divine ancestor doesn't want to completely hand Tianding realm over to you, the Daqian master said decadently after hearing the words that had reverberated around. Luo Yunyang smiled as if nothing had happened and said earnestly to the Daqian master and the others, would you all have been willing to submit your various sacred halls to my control in the past? He meant the time before Tianding realm had emerged. The 4 hall masters pondered this for a moment before shaking their heads simultaneously. While Luo Yunyang was great, they wouldn't have handed over their authority and control rights so willingly. After all, their sacred halls were of great importance. How could they just grant control of them to someone else? The divine ancestor is also taking the sentiments of Tianding realm into consideration, the Zanpin sacred hall master said. After all, our strength is still some way off Tianding realm's strength. Luo Yunyang's ability to become the human ruler has basically enabled us to stand on level ground with Tianding realm. However, we are still too weak to stifle Tianding realm. Tianding realm had more than 300 Taichu Yuan Venerates, whereas all the Yuan Venerates of the 36 great cosmoses were less than 300. This sort of disparity wasn't something just one human ruler could even out. Plus, Luo Yunyang believed that the human race's divine ancestor had established the 6 joint heavenly rulers because Luo Yunyang had chosen to decline incorporating the seal of the human ruler into himself. Completely incorporating the seal of the human ruler would allow the human race's divine ancestor to be fully at ease and naturally gain his full support. A period of silence followed after the Zonpin Sacred Hall Master said this. The words, "too weak," sounded like a curse. While it appeared as if the 36 great cosmoses had emerged victorious from this battle for the position of the human ruler, in fact, the victor was just Luo Yunyang. The gulf between the 36 great cosmoses and Tianding realm still existed. This gulf meant that human ruler Luo Yunyang would find it difficult to have total control over Tianding realm unless Luo Yunyang's strength or the strength of the 36 great cosmoses could reach a level that would allow him to suppress Tianding realm. Yunyang, how do you plan on building your imperial court after this? The Daqian master asked seriously as he glanced at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang started to ponder this. Building the imperial court of the human ruler would have been easy if only the 36 great cosmoses had been involved. However, Tianding realm was involved as well. There were many powerhouses in Tianding realm, including Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the other 6 joint heavenly rulers, as well as the enigmatic human race's divine ancestor. Regardless of one's perspective, the human race's 5 great sacred halls wouldn't easily gain any advantages related to the establishment of the human ruler's imperial court. After all, Tianding realm was too powerful. If people from Tianding realm and the 36 great cosmoses were forcibly pulled into the imperial court, then Luo Yunyang would ultimately be just a figurehead in Tianding realm. We can't control Tianding realm, so the human ruler imperial court has to be entirely composed of our race. Luo Yunyang pondered the situation for a moment before speaking firmly. Naturally, the Daqian master and the others were eager to see a human ruler imperial court that was completely composed of people from the 36 great cosmoses. However, even though they were willing, would Tianding realm be willing? The way they saw it, the possibility of Tianding realm willingly agreeing to this was very low. Yunyang, the 6 joint heavenly rulers of Tianding realm, the Dark Hall master reminded him. Although Luo Yunyang had told the Daqian master and the others to treat him just like before, the other hall masters had subconsciously treated Luo Yunyang with much greater respect after he had established himself as the human ruler. This was even more respect than they had accorded the former middle hall master. The 6 joint heavenly rulers would definitely not agree, Luo Yunyang said. Therefore, I will permit them to establish their own court in Tianding realm. Their own court. The Daqian master and the others instantly understood Luo Yunyang's intention. This meant that Luo Yunyang would control the 36 great cosmoses while the 6 joint heavenly rulers would manage Tianding realm. While this method seemed very unfair to Luo Yunyang, it was the most beneficial for the 36 great cosmoses. I'm just worried that their greed will never be satisfied, the Battle Hall master said pessimistically. This caused their group to fall silent again. In the past, they had been able to decide the fates of countless people with a mere thought. It was only now that they realized that they were too weak. Luo Yunyang had already fought for them to achieve such a good result, but they had no way of keeping it this way. The main reason was because they lacked many Yuan Venerate experts. If they don't agree, then I will establish the human ruler's imperial court in Tianding realm, Luo Yunyang said frostily. Suddenly, he had an idea. Hall masters, I currently have a method to raise the cultivation bases of some heavenly venerates and let them ascend to Yuan venerates. However, once this method is used, they will find it difficult to raise their cultivation base anymore. You can check whether your sacred halls have any subordinates willing to raise their cultivation base. Who knew how many people would be stuck trying to ascend from the heavenly venerate to the Yuan venerate? The eyes of the other 4 hall masters immediately lit up when Luo Yunyang suddenly said that he had a method that could make heavenly venerates progress. Does this method apply to all levels of the heavenly venerate? The Daqian master asked. All levels can use it, Luo Yunyang said decisively as he recalled his experience in the origin source grounds. Is there a limit to the amount? Each of the halls has many heavenly venerates. The battle hall master looked excited. Although the Daqian master had always maintained a calm demeanor, he couldn't keep his composure now either. After all, the benefits of what Luo Yunyang proposed were immense. The heavenly venerates of Daqian Sacred Hall. No, just our 9th level heavenly venerates are over 100. As long as you need them, Yunyang, just say the word. The Zonpin Sacred Hall Master and the Dark Hall Master couldn't stay passive either. After all, every additional Yuan Venerate was a huge upgrade to the strength of their sacred halls. Yunyang, Zonpin Sacred Hall also has many heavenly venerates. Upon seeing that they weren't willing to back down, Luo Yunyang added, I can't guarantee a 100% success rate. There might also be risks and dangers involved. Risks aren't a big deal. In the process of ascending to the Yuan Venerate, more than half failed to ascend and turn into ashes, the Daqian Master said calmly. The Battle Hall Master was even better. He said that Battle Hall had always valued blood and battles. Dying in the process of breaking through was a very ordinary thing in Battle Hall. Yunyang, what do you feel the odds of advancing are? The Zonpin Sacred Hall Master had a milder temperament. Although this matter was different from most other things that concerned the sacred halls, the Zonpin Sacred Hall Master still asked this question after thinking for a bit. About 60%. Although Luo Yunyang was rather certain about his method, he didn't dare say it would have a 100% success rate. The Daqian Master's eyes widened as he said in disbelief, Yunyang, are you certain it is 60%? I can assure you of this at least, Luo Yunyang said with a smile. Good, good. Even if there was a 10% chance of success, the heavenly venerates of Battle Hall would all give their all to strive for it. The Battle Hall Master was the first to speak up. If any of you aren't able to get the necessary numbers, look for Battle Hall. We absolutely wouldn't decline. The Dark Hall Master smirked. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? Do you think that anyone would give up this opportunity so Battle Hall can have it? The Daqian Master didn't get involved in their conversation. He thought for a bit and asked Yunyang, how many spots can you give to each of the sacred halls? Every sacred hall can assign 500 people. Luo Yunyang replied. The Battle Hall Master pursed his lips. Clearly, 500 people wouldn't be enough to satisfy Battle Hall. With the emergence of Tianding Realm, hidden powers of the various sacred halls had started to be brought out. A batch of elites had also broken through to the Heavenly Venerate because of their efforts. However, nurturing a Heavenly Venerate was easy. Nurturing a Yuan Venerate was incredibly difficult. How many 9th-level Heavenly Venerates were stuck at their level, unable to make any progress? Luo Yunyang couldn't provide many opportunities like that. As the 4 Hall Masters were deep in thought, Luo Yunyang added, if the results of this round are good, we can start with the second batch. There will be more batches. Great. The Battle Hall Master was the first to break into hearty chuckles. He knew that Luo Yunyang wasn't one to make up lies. Since he had said that there would be a second batch, then it was definitely true. Once the 5 of them finished discussing this, Luo Yunyang's expression straightened. A decree had suddenly appeared in his hand. A decree from the human race's divine ancestor. The message on this decree invited Luo Yunyang to the 9 Cauldrons Training Hall in Tianding Realm to discuss establishing the human ruler's imperial court. Tianding Realm's 9 Cauldrons Training Hall. As Luo Yunyang thought about the 9 Cauldrons Training Hall, his consciousness appeared before 9 huge sacred cauldrons. When Luo Yunyang saw each of these 9 sacred cauldrons, he thought that they were stunning. He couldn't see the inscriptions on these 9 cauldrons clearly. However, he believed that each of these sacred cauldrons wasn't inferior to his world-shaking sky bell. If the 9 cauldrons were combined, they would form a shocking power. Upon seeing these unparalleled 9 cauldrons, Luo Yunyang understood why the divine ancestor had been willing to leave behind the divine creation disk and other similar treasures in the 36 great cosmoses when he had left to establish Tianding Realm. Chapter 1103. First time entering Tianding Realm, there was a total of 4 channels between Tianding Realm and the human race's 36 great cosmoses. When the human race's divine ancestor had appeared, these 4 channels had basically opened. However, due to the overwhelming strength of Tianding Realm, not many people from the 36 great cosmoses entered Tianding Realm, even though many people from Tianding Realm visited the 36 great cosmoses. After all, who would be willing to tolerate the arrogant attitude of the people from Tianding Realm? Ever since Luo Yunyang had led the 5 sacred halls to implement stricter control over those who acted recklessly, the number of people coming to the 36 great cosmoses from Tianding Realm had dropped as well. The 2 sides of the channels were guarded by people dispatched by Tianding Realm and the 36 great cosmoses respectively. The guards of the 2 sides didn't get along either. The guards from Tianding Realm were generally peak universe-grade martialists, but some of them were at the Heavenly Venerate level. Meanwhile, even though the people dispatched by the 36 great cosmoses were also elites, their cultivation bases were clearly not on the same level as the guards from Tianding Realm. This resulted in the guards of the 36 great cosmoses being mistreated whenever the 2 sides had a conflict. After all, a cultivation level wasn't something that could be surpassed just with words. Zhao Jun, who was a soldier guarding the passage from Tianding realm to the human race's territory, possessed a peak galaxy-grade cultivation base. Back in his homeland, he could be considered someone with a significant status. However, he was merely an ordinary soldier here. The reason he never left the forces of the human race was mainly because Zhao Jun hoped that he could obtain even more resources for his personal use. The human race's forces were rich in cultivation resources. Using merit to get cultivation forces was 10 times cheaper than any other way. All the fighting would also allow their cultivation bases to rise. Therefore, while life in the forces was arduous, Zhao Jun still wasn't willing to leave the human race's military force. Zhao Jun, looks like you are guarding this place again today, my fellow. Ha, I have a proposal for you. You can enter Tianding realm and become a part of it as long as you are willing to be my servant. What do you think? The person speaking was a Tianding realm martialist not too far away. Compared to the strict measures in place, Tianding realm martialists were clearly much laxer. The reason this Tianding realm martialist was willing to talk to Zhao Jun was because there were only 2 guards within 100 miles of this passage. Zhao Jun didn't really find the words of the Tianding realm martialist that annoying. Even though he seemed rather arrogant, he really couldn't be considered a bad person. No, Zhao Jun declined without any hesitation. You must know that you are a rejected 6th level heavenly venerate. Ha, it seems like 6th level heavenly venerates possess status and authority in the 36 great cosmoses. The Tianding realm martialist didn't get mad. Instead, he chuckled and mocked Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun didn't feel malice for this Tianding realm martialist. Although this person always spoke arrogantly, he wasn't irksome. Furthermore, according to Zhao Jun's theory, the reason this person put in so much effort to talk to him was because Zhao Jun was the only person he could chat with there. You are a 6th level heavenly venerate of Tianding realm, not a 6th level heavenly venerate of the 36 great cosmoses. Zhao Jun took a deep breath before speaking. Zhao Jun, you are getting cocky. Let me tell you something. You will never have any way of becoming a heavenly venerate in the 36 great cosmoses. The Tianding realm martialist pursed his lips and added, the future of the entire human race lies with Tianding realm. Even the human ruler will also have to establish his imperial court in Tianding realm. Then, you will not have a chance like this even if you wish to enter Tianding realm. Zhao Jun glanced at the Tianding realm martialist and said, I don't believe that the ruler will establish his court in Tianding realm. As Zhao Jun was about to continue, he suddenly heard the sound of the void being ripped from afar. Zhao Yun's expression changed when he heard this sound. After all, very few people were already entering Tianding realm from the 36 great cosmoses. Nobody might even be entering Tianding realm for months. Who could be entering Tianding realm at such a time? He quickly turned his head in the direction of the spot where the void had been torn and saw that an ancient chariot had broken through the void. Although this chariot wasn't being pulled by any mythical beasts, it seemed much more powerful than any chariot pulled by mythical beasts. However, what caught Zhao Jun's attention was the figure standing on that chariot. Zhao Jun instantly had a feeling that this figure was very familiar the moment he saw him. He had seen this figure break through an encirclement of 300 Taichu Yuan venerates and rush up the path to the heavens to assume the position of the human ruler. Although Zhao Jun was merely an insignificant person in the human race, that didn't mean that he didn't understand the general situation of the human race. If the person stepping forth had not seized the position of the human ruler, the entire 36 great cosmoses would really have become subordinates of Tianding realm. Tianding realm had countless resources, but all these resources had nothing to do with Zhao Jun. If Tianding realm controlled the 36 great cosmoses, then ordinary beings like Zhao Jun would have an even lower status. Perhaps they might even lose their cultivation resources. Therefore, Zhao Jun straightened up when he saw that figure passing by. He wished to use the most sincere way to express his heartfelt respect for the human ruler. When he assumed his most serious pose, Luo Yunyang's chariot arrived in front of Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun could sense Luo Yunyang glancing at him. When his gaze met Luo Yunyang's, he felt countless information flowing into his mind. Although Zhao Jun didn't understand a lot of this information, he knew very well that he had gained a rare chance to make progress. When he glanced at the Tianding realm martialist with a provoking glance, he realized that the prideful Tianding realm martialist was standing even straighter than him. I really never expected that from you. Zhao Jun lamented when he could no longer see Luo Yunyang. The Tianding realm's 6th level martialist smiled faintly. This is actually very normal. He deserves the title of the human ruler given his strength. I was just showing my respect to the human ruler, who is also a top martialist. Zhao Jun's voice became lower as he watched the earnest Tianding realm martialist. However, he said even more forcefully, "You are right." Even though Zhao Jun had gained some guidance from Luo Yunyang, this was no big deal for Luo Yunyang. It could even be said that this was something Luo Yunyang had done offhand. After entering Tianding realm, Luo Yunyang sensed an extremely abundant spiritual energy and experienced the various laws that were nearly visible. He could even see the majority of earth-based nomological laws as he glanced at a mountain or gentle water nomological laws when he glanced at a lake. These nomological laws, in combination with a Tianding realm martialist's constitution, would produce Tianding realm powerhouses. The fact that the human race's divine ancestor had left the 36 great cosmoses and established Tianding realm could be considered a success. "Greetings, Your Majesty human ruler." A group of people hurriedly came and greeted Luo Yunyang as he was appreciating the scenery in Tianding realm. At the forefront of this group was a Taichu Yuan venerate that was all smiles. He bowed before Luo Yunyang respectfully right away. His bow was fully respectful, so it was very easy for people to get a good first impression of him. Luo Yunyang smiled at the bowing man and asked, "May I know how to address you?" "In reply to Your Majesty, my name is Nan Gongli. I have been tasked to come and receive Your Majesty. Your Majesty will need to enter the 9 Cauldrons training hall through the conveying array." Nan Gongli put out his hand and invited Luo Yunyang forward. "Please come with me, Your Majesty. The conveying array is ahead." With Nan Gongli and the others leading the way, Luo Yunyang walked to a huge sacred mountain peak. The peak of this mountain extended for a radius of 1,000 miles that was occupied by an abstruse array formation power. "Your Majesty, this is Red Moon Child, who serves by the divine ancestor's side. He will lead you into the 9 Cauldrons training hall." Nan Gongli pointed at a green-robed child in the middle of the large array. While the green-robed child looked very young, Luo Yunyang sensed an extremely immense power within its body. However, what was even more shocking than the powerful strength of this child was the aura emanating from him, which didn't belong to a human. The Red Moon Child didn't treat Luo Yunyang with any special cordiality. He only bowed and said dully, "Your Majesty human ruler, the divine ancestor is waiting for you. Please come with me." The Red Moon Child moved his fingers and the huge array formation revolved before Luo Yunyang felt his surroundings warping continuously. Although Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness was far greater than most people's, the revolving sky and earth made Luo Yunyang slowly lose track of the coordinates of the 9 Cauldrons training hall. As Luo Yunyang lost count of how many spaces he had traversed through, he realized that he had appeared in a small space. Upon entering this space, he first saw 9 massive and mighty cauldrons. Luo Yunyang felt an impulse to lower his head and bow before these massive cauldrons. As he used his strong mind power to steady and retract his spiritual consciousness, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the other 5 had already appeared not too far away from him. Although the 6 of them were seemingly mild, their eyes burned with dissatisfaction, as though they had been wronged. Ultimately, the 6 of them said, "Greetings, Your Majesty human ruler." Chapter 1104. 10 Heavenly Emperors. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the other 5 were true big shots. Tianding realm and the human race's 36 great cosmoses, perhaps even the mysterious underworld race, would consider them big shots. This wasn't only because they were disciples of the human race's divine elder. They were already strong to begin with. Before Tianding realm had appeared, they had been like looming mountains that people would look up to. After Tianding realm had appeared, they had still been entities that the 36 great cosmoses could only look up to. Now, they were bowing and greeting human ruler Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang wasn't really happy with the salutations of these 6. Instead, his heart felt a little heavier. Given their status, the fact that these 6 were paying their respects to him could only mean one thing. They were up to something. The object of their respects wasn't Luo Yunyang, but the status of the human ruler. It could even be said that they were bowing before the human race's divine ancestor, who had bestowed Luo Yunyang with this status. After pondering it for a moment, Luo Yunyang said nonchalantly, "There's no need for formalities, 6 heavenly rulers." The eyes of those 6 people turned cold when they heard Luo Yunyang address them as heavenly rulers. They naturally knew the difference between a heavenly ruler and their previous status, especially since it was Luo Yunyang who was addressing them. However, Luo Yunyang didn't find these appellations to be wrong in any way. Thus, the 6 of them could only suck it up. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky introduced the other 5 Yuan Venerates to Luo Yunyang. Or rather, the other 5 heavenly rulers. Your Majesty Human Ruler, speaking of the 6 heavenly rulers, the 6 of us aren't willing to assume this role, the first Hall Master of Dark Hall said. He was also the Southwest Earth heavenly ruler of the 6 heavenly rulers. He then added with a faint chuckle, actually, the position of the human ruler should have been given to junior brother Long Fanshan. This way, your Majesty would have been able to control everything. It's a real pity. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the other heavenly rulers didn't seem alarmed or frightened by the Southwest Earth heavenly ruler's criticism of Luo Yunyang. Although they would meticulously show Luo Yunyang the respect he should be accorded, they wouldn't think twice about inhibiting Luo Yunyang whenever possible. For example, using words to thumb down Luo Yunyang was not a big deal. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Southwest Earth heavenly ruler's smiling face and knew that these matters wouldn't be so easily resolved. However, he returned the smile. Actually, I didn't wish to involve the 6 of you either. I like being direct and efficient when handling matters. Back then, my moves were excessively quick and violent. In a moment of carelessness, I killed your brother Long Fanshan. What a pity. The 6 of them got the cold shoulder and stared unkindly at Luo Yunyang. However, they were now warier of him. This fellow had said these provoking words without even batting an eyelid. As if killing Long Fanshan was a huge merit for him. Ha ha, so be it if he's dead. Dying in the battle over the human ruler's position was Long Fanshan's time to go. The North Thunder heavenly ruler said. He was also the first hall master of the sacred hall that had been destroyed. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others discovered that they couldn't gain the upper hand over Luo Yunyang during this exchange and decided to no longer tangle in a war of words with Luo Yunyang. After all, this was not a big deal. Human ruler, since the divine ancestor wants us to lead the entire human race, we mustn't delay any matters concerning the human race, regardless of how big or small they are. As Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said this, he produced a jade talisman. This is a list we drew up for the formation of an imperial court. Take a look at it. If there are no problems, we can update this name list. Luo Yunyang took the jade talisman. The contents were quickly projected in the void. According to this name list, the human ruler was right at the top. Below his name were the 6 heavenly rulers. Although he was right at the top, the 6 heavenly rulers were like a firm layer of clouds. Luo Yunyang had already prepared for this. Therefore, he didn't react as he continued to go down the list. Beneath the 6 heavenly rulers were 10 heavenly emperors. According to Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky's arrangement, these 10 heavenly emperors would command the affairs of 10 regions. They would report everything to the 6 heavenly rulers, who in turn would listen to the orders of Luo Yunyang. Each of the 10 heavenly emperors was a peak Taichu Yuan Venerate exponent, but Luo Yunyang didn't recognize any of the names. Clearly, they were top experts of Tianding realm. Below the 10 heavenly emperors were 24 heavenly marshals, who would be responsible for commanding the imperial court's military. Each heavenly marshal would have 20 divine generals working under them. Luo Yunyang discovered that amongst these divine generals, who were close to 300, were people like Dongfang Qishan and other Taichu Yuan venerates. This name list didn't seem to have any issues in terms of ability. It could even be said that this name list was fair and had been created based on merit. However, if Luo Yunyang's imperial court was arranged using this sort of method, then he would simply be a joke of a human ruler. I think that this name list is very good. Luo Yunyang simply wasn't interested in looking beneath the divine generals. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky's eyes widened. He absolutely couldn't believe that Luo Yunyang would so easily give up all his authority that easily and let the human ruler become just a puppet. However, I do not agree, Luo Yunyang said calmly as he put the jade talisman aside. Oh, I wonder what aspects your majesty finds unsuitable. As long as it is fair, we can make the corrections quickly, the Southwest Earth Heavenly Emperor said with a hint of mockery. In their opinion, they had already made the general framework. Even if Luo Yunyang wasn't satisfied with certain aspects, they wouldn't mind promoting the Daqian Master and the others to heavenly marshals as long as it didn't affect the general situation much. After all, there were 24 heavenly marshals. So what if the Daqian Master and the others were 4 of them? I don't think that this arrangement is problematic for me. The most important thing is that this is fair for everyone. As he said that, Luo Yunyang looked around him before adding, although I received the divine ancestor's decree and became the human ruler, you six are still seniors of the human race. While you do not care about worldly rewards and are willing to serve under me for the sake of the human race, I wouldn't be at ease having you serve me. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky frowned when he heard this. He thought to himself, since when did you assume that we are serving you? We just rank beneath you. That doesn't mean that we are your subjects. However, your words seem to imply that, even though they were uncomfortable, they could only push aside these thoughts and listen to Luo Yunyang patiently. Then, Luo Yunyang chuckled. What I mean is that I, as the human ruler, will establish my imperial court and control the domains of the 36 great cosmoses, whereas the 6 of you will establish your own courts and govern Tianding realm. You will only report to me about matters that are beyond the 6 of you. Imperial court. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky immediately felt like scoffing when he heard these words. He was a crafty old fox, so he knew exactly what Luo Yunyang was playing at. Having 2 separate courts where everyone minded their own business seemed like a good thing. However, they wanted this high and mighty human ruler to become a puppet. They did not want what Luo Yunyang had proposed. Your Majesty human ruler, the divine ancestor's goal for establishing the human ruler wasn't for us to mind our own business. His objective was for our race to truly band together and become a force to be reckoned with. Your suggestion will really disappoint him. Just like before, the Southwest Earth Heavenly Ruler spoke. Luo Yunyang smiled. Southwest Earth Heavenly Ruler, you are mistaken. I have already said that the 6 of you can report to me if there are any matters you are unable to handle. Don't tell me that I, the human ruler, have to meticulously deal with every single thing. Unless you feel that there is no need to report to me regarding Tianding realm matters. The Southwest Earth Heavenly Ruler felt a hint of anger but instantly suppressed it. Although he was very uncomfortable, this wasn't the place for him to show his anger. Even though the divine ancestor hadn't appeared, he knew that his master was observing. He could ignore Luo Yunyang but he couldn't defy his master. Human ruler, the Southwest Earth Heavenly Ruler didn't explain himself clearly. He believes that there is no need for us to establish an additional court. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky, who was the leader of those 6, spoke up for the Southwest Earth Heavenly Ruler. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky. So it turns out that I misunderstood the Southwest Earth Heavenly Ruler's intentions. While it appears like the Heavenly Court and the Imperial Court are separated, in reality, they are 2 strong forces under my command. These are merely names. Luo Yunyang chuckled. Otherwise, your Heavenly Court would be called Heaven Hall, while my Imperial Court could be named Imperial Hall. These words nearly made Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others blow their tops off. They knew that Luo Yunyang didn't wish to be their puppet. They would govern Tianding realm but would, in fact, become Luo Yunyang's subordinates. Meanwhile, they wouldn't get a share of the pie that was the 36 great cosmoses. Although they didn't really think much of the resources of the 36 great cosmoses, the 36 great cosmoses were huge territories of the human race that they needed to control. Your Majesty, you want to establish your own imperial court. However, an imperial court requires lots of manpower, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said sternly. If your Majesty can produce 1,000 Yuan Venerate powerhouses, then you can establish this imperial court if you please. Chapter 1105. Words of a ruler. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others knew the strength of the 36 great cosmoses very well. Although they didn't lack Yuan Venerates, they had at most around 300. 1,000 Yuan Venerates. The 36 great cosmoses definitely wouldn't be able to produce so many Yuan Venerates. These words made it seem like Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky was giving Luo Yunyang a choice, but in reality, he wasn't. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others mockingly and smirked. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others definitely were aware of the strength of the 36 great cosmoses. However, they didn't know that Luo Yunyang had made sufficient preparations for this. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky, what does this mean? Although he was already prepared to agree, Luo Yunyang still pretended and growled angrily. Your Majesty, I am just speaking the truth. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky had cultivated for many eons and was well versed in many matters, so he didn't lose his temper easily. Besides, in the current situation, he held the upper hand. Luo Yunyang had been forced into a corner. Your Majesty, please do not get angry. The Imperial Court and the Heavenly Court will stand alongside each other. Therefore, its strength cannot be too weak. The Southwest Heavenly Emperor chuckled. It would be a laughing matter if the strength of the two sides wasn't comparable. The words, laughing matter, were said very crisply. The other four heavenly rulers also smiled to show their stance. Based on their smiles, Luo Yunyang felt that his chance had already come. Good, good, good. Since you said this, I shall use 1,000 yuan venerates to establish an imperial court. Luo Yunyang put on an exasperated front. If your majesty doesn't have 1,000 yuan venerates, then forget about this imperial court. Yuan venerate Flowing Sky pressed hard. Luo Yunyang scoffed. Fine, there won't be segregation between an imperial court and a heavenly court if there aren't 1,000 yuan venerates. However, the moment I have more than 1,000 yuan venerates, the human race's strength shall be split into these two courts. Naturally, we can't and won't dare oppose your majesty. Yuan venerate Flowing Sky chuckled sardonically. Luo Yunyang grinned at Yuan venerate Flowing Sky. I also don't believe that you will dare go back on an agreement that is set here, at the Divine Ancestors' Nine Cauldrons Training Hall. We will definitely abide by this agreement. We are only afraid your majesty will go back on his words. Yuan venerate Flowing Sky chuckled. If the human ruler must establish an imperial court in 1,000,000 years. Ha ha, perhaps the 36 great cosmoses will be able to provide 1,000 yuan venerates. I can't afford to wait 1,000,000 years. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yuan venerate Flowing Sky and said calmly, I shall establish an imperial court within a year. When he said that, he met Yuan venerate Flowing Sky's gaze. Consider it my loss if it happens after a year. Although Yuan venerate Flowing Sky had a slightly bad feeling, he couldn't believe that the human race's 36 great cosmoses would have 700 hidden yuan venerates. 300 yuan venerates should already be the extreme limit of the 36 great cosmoses. After exchanging a quick glance with his comrades, Yuan venerate Flowing Sky said, since that is the case, we shall do what your majesty has said. All other discussions were pointless now that there was this bet. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to leave the Nine Cauldrons Training Hall, the Red Moon child that had brought Luo Yunyang spoke up. Your Majesty, the Divine Ancestor has asked for you. Luo Yunyang wasn't sure whether he would get to meet the human race's Divine Ancestor. After all, the Divine Ancestor hadn't appeared at all since the human ruler had been established. Seeing him at such a time was very unlikely. Deep down, Luo Yunyang didn't really want to see the Divine Ancestor either. After all, there were too many secrets in his body, especially his attribute regulator. As his cultivation base rose, the effectiveness of the attribute regulator increased more and more. He didn't know what the limits of the attribute regulator would be, but one thing was certain. His attribute regulator was becoming increasingly important. Luo Yunyang didn't know whether he could hide such a precious thing from the human race's Divine Ancestor. It wouldn't be good for Luo Yunyang if the human race's Divine Ancestor knew about the secret of his attribute regulator. Therefore, he had been prepared to leave after this round of negotiations. However, he had never expected that the Divine Ancestor would actually get the Red Moon Chill to summon him. Please lead the way. Luo Yunyang, who knew that he wouldn't be able to avoid this encounter, told the Red Moon Child in reply. The Red Moon Child made an after-you gesture and then led Luo Yunyang away from the negotiation spot and toward a distant palace. Yuan venerate Flowing Sky and the others weren't invited to see the Divine Ancestor despite coming to the Nine Cauldrons Training Hall. Thus, they made all sorts of conjectures as they watched Luo Yunyang get summoned. Master probably called Luo Yunyang over to knock some sense into him. Yuan venerate Flowing Sky saw the puzzled looks on his companions' faces and chuckled. But whatever he says to Master will be useless. After all, this was an agreement that he came up with. We didn't force anything onto him. The Southwest Earth Heavenly Ruler nodded. As disciples of the human race's Divine Ancestor, they more or less knew their master's temperament. According to their master's arrangement, the human ruler's position should have been occupied by Long Fanshan. Then, Long Fanshan would have led Tianding Realm to greater heights. The 36 great cosmoses of the human race were probably just a domain for back-end logistical support. However, the emergence of Luo Yunyang had disrupted the human race's Divine Ancestor's arrangements. Luo Yunyang wasn't overthinking as he walked into the palace. Right now, he could only make sure to stay calm. Although the outside of the palace didn't look huge, Luo Yunyang discovered that there was another realm inside. There were sunrises and sunsets, winds and clouds, and countless nomological laws. The human race's divine ancestor was sitting in a lotus position and giving off a godly vibe. When Luo Yunyang arrived, he spoke gently. Human ruler, you should be one with the seal of the human ruler since you have assumed that position. The divine ancestor's tone was placid, but there was an unquestionable might contained within it. A might that seemed capable of controlling heaven and earth. Luo Yunyang had seen the divine ancestor's attacks before and knew that even though his cultivation base had improved greatly, he was still a junior before the divine ancestor. I feel that my cultivation base still has room for improvement. Luo Yunyang didn't feel like he could hide anything from the human race's divine ancestor. Thus, he stated his thoughts straightforwardly. The human race's divine ancestor shook his head. The extreme limit of a human race martialist is basically the Taichu Yuan venerate. He then paused for a moment before continuing. You have developed really quickly over the years. You could even say that your progress is startling and an object of envy for many people. However, you have to remember that the path from the Taichu Yuan venerate to the Tai Yuan venerate is a very difficult road. Even if your cultivation base is immense and has countless resources, you will still stop on this path. Since you have already chosen it, you shall try it out. However, I don't think it's favorable. The divine ancestor's status in the entire human race could be considered paramount. When he said that something was unfavorable, he could basically decide a person's fate. Even though Luo Yunyang didn't dare show too much emotion at the moment, he still felt like he couldn't disobey the human race's divine ancestor. Even so, he steeled his resolve and said, "Thank you for your mercy, divine ancestor." The human race's divine ancestor nodded. Human ruler, you are the most outstanding genius the 36 great cosmoses have produced in many years. You are also the human ruler. Therefore, I hope that you can resolve the differences between Tianding realm and the 36 great cosmoses and quickly complete the establishment of your imperial court. We already do not have much time. Thus, we have to quickly defeat the mysterious underworld race and the divine incarcerate race. Only this way can we fight for a glimmer of survival. The divine ancestor didn't say who they would be fighting against for this glimmer of survival. Clearly, he was very afraid of that entity. So much so that he wasn't willing to mention that being's name. Luo Yunyang had nothing on his mind after bidding the divine ancestor farewell. He only exhaled sharply after leaving the Nine Cauldrons training ground. Although the human race's divine ancestor hadn't put him in a difficult spot, Luo Yunyang sensed that he wouldn't be able to withstand the divine ancestor's usage of nomological laws if it were to crush him. The disparity between Heaven Path nomological laws and Great Path nomological laws was massive. There wasn't even a need to mention strength. Even though the human race's divine ancestor hadn't displayed any strength, Luo Yunyang had sensed that the power within the divine ancestor's body was sufficient to shatter him instantly. Although his attribute regulator could make adjustments, it would merely turn a small stream into a small river. The power the human race's divine ancestor had displayed seemed like an endless lake. Quickly, go to war with the mysterious underworld race. Luo Yunyang's thoughts finally focused on these words. He knew that there wasn't much time for him or the 36 great cosmoses. When Luo Yunyang returned to Hongmeng's sacred hall, he received a call from Yuan Venerate White Crane. Ever since Luo Yunyang had become the human ruler, Yuan Venerate White Crane had shown him even more respect. However, Yuan Venerate White Crane now spoke anxiously. Your Majesty, you really agreed with the 6 heavenly rulers to establish your imperial court with 1,000 Yuan Venerates? Yes, Luo Yunyang replied calmly. Yuan Venerate White Crane mulled this over for a moment before speaking. Your Majesty, I know that this isn't easy for you, but our 36 great cosmoses really do not have that many Yuan Venerates. Not in the past, but we can start nurturing them now. Luo Yunyang smiled as he spoke confidently. Chapter 1106. Yuan Divine Mandate. A piece of information was rapidly spreading throughout Hongmeng's sacred hall. His Majesty the human ruler had a method to raise one's cultivation base that could allow people with ordinary heavenly venerate cultivation bases to quickly break through to the Yuan Venerate boundary. When this news first emerged, it shocked countless people. After all, Hongmeng's sacred hall had many old heavenly venerates. These old heavenly venerates had 6th level and higher cultivation bases but found it difficult to progress to the next level or break through to the Yuan Venerate. These powerhouses had already given up any hope of breaking through to the Yuan Venerate. Some just stayed free and unfettered, while others entered armies to fight and kill. However, over time, many of these old heavenly venerates would choose a monastic lifestyle. Because they had already made sufficient contributions to Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, Hongmeng's Sacred Hall wouldn't mobilize them unless it was at a crucial juncture and the Sacred Hall's fate was at stake. Nevertheless, the circumstances were no longer the same. The news that Heavenly Venerates were able to break through to the Yuan Venerate regardless of their level sent many Heavenly Venerates into a frenzy. In just a day, over 1,000 old Heavenly Venerates came rushing over from everywhere. Opposite Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow sat an old Heavenly Venerate. Although Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow had a bad temper, he too had old friends he got along with in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. The last time we met was probably 100,000 years ago. His old friend lamented. He was a Yuan Venerate, so time no longer left any vestiges on his body. However, this old friend actually didn't have too much time left. Back then, both Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow and this old friend had been full of mettle when they'd entered Hongmeng's Sacred Hall at the same time. All this seemed as though it had only happened yesterday. It was 103,000 years ago, the 8th level Heavenly Venerate said. You don't even have to keep track, as my time isn't like yours. That's why I keep a special track of time. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow picked up the jade pot in front of him and poured his comrade a cup of wine. Then, he said, time is like a shuttle. You didn't come to visit me in many years either. Why would I? The aged martialist laughed heartily. I put aside everything and lived rather freely. I had originally thought that I would give my all one last time for the Imperial Hall when Tianding Realm appeared, yet I never imagined that the Hall Master simply wouldn't have any use for people like me. Or rather, His Majesty the human ruler. The aged martialist was full of respect when he mentioned Luo Yunyang. If the aged martialist hadn't paid attention to Luo Yunyang, he also wouldn't have been able to see the battle for the human ruler's position. The entire 36 great cosmoses had practically watched the battle for the ascension of the human ruler. His Majesty's cultivation is so profound that we cannot compare to it. Even though Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow had been somewhat apprehensive about Luo Yunyang in the past, he no longer felt such apprehension. This wasn't because he was magnanimous but rather because, given Luo Yunyang's current standing, he could easily make Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow disappear. Because he couldn't rebel under the circumstances, his attitude toward Luo Yunyang was naturally different now. I have come to get a chance to become a Yuan Venerate. I originally thought that I would be able to get a spot due to my previous merits, but I am no longer so confident considering that there are so many other illustrious seniors. The old martialist added, I was afraid of lowering myself before you. I've never asked for anything in the past, but this is really important to me. I hope that Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow will help me get a spot on account of our many years of friendship. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow used to be in charge of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's Law Bureau. Therefore, he had always been impartial and emotionless when it came to many matters. He couldn't shirk now. He had already made up his mind, so he said firmly. I might not necessarily be able to do that. However, you have to think carefully, because there is a 50% chance of failure. A 50% chance of success to break through to the Yuan Venerate is simply a gift from the heavens. Do you think that I would give up just because of the odds of failure? The old martialist relaxed a little more, as Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow was being frank with him. The Yuan Venerate said with a smile, all right, then I wish you success, brother. Scenarios like the one Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow was experiencing were playing out all over Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Even the newly appointed Left Hall Master was asked by many old friends for an opportunity. The new Left Hall Master actually felt a little weary after dealing with this deluge of requests. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang didn't know about the situation within Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. At the moment, he was shuttling around the origin source grounds. Although he had already gained considerable nomological law fragments in the origin source grounds, the nomological law fragments he had obtained were merely a drop in the ocean compared to the nomological law fragments produced during era-destructive scenarios. After all, who knew how many times such apocalyptic wars had occurred? Each time, the nomological law fragments produced during each era-destructive scenario were tens of thousands. Luo Yunyang was much more relaxed compared to the previous time. After all, his cultivation had already risen to the Taichu Yuan Venerate. Unfortunately, as his cultivation base increased, Luo Yunyang slowly discovered that he was starting to attract the attention of some peak existences during these apocalyptic battles. If Taichu Yuan Venerate Luo Yunyang was like a little fish swimming around during those apocalyptic battles, then the current Luo Yunyang was already a huge beast. Although he was still a far cry from the top, he couldn't be overlooked either. This resulted in some unyielding attacks focused on him. Fortunately, he had the attribute regulator so he could quickly make adjustments and allow himself to escape time after time in the origin source grounds. After obtaining about 2,000 Taishi Yuan Venerate nomological law fragments, Luo Yunyang immediately left when the channel opened. Thanks to having prior experience from his previous time, Luo Yunyang very easily separated the nomological law fragments in his body. Finally, those countless nomological law fragments were compressed by Luo Yunyang into pieces of crystal about the size of a finger that contained a boundless sense of abstruseness. These crystals were extremely firm, and as long as they were integrated into a body, the user would be able to use the strength of this crystal. However, the power in the crystal was fixed, and the user wouldn't be able to pour any more comprehension into this crystal no matter how hard they cultivated. Therefore, the user who integrated this crystal could become a Yuan Venerate but would find it hard to make any future improvements. 2,000 pieces of crystals were like stars in the sky, sparkling continuously in front of Luo Yunyang. These crystals had different colors, their attributes weren't the same, and even the corporeal bodies they could fuse with were different. As Luo Yunyang gently waved his hand, about 25 smooth round pieces of crystals flew into it. These 25 pieces looked like very pretty round balls. The reason Luo Yunyang had drawn them to himself wasn't due to the aesthetics of these crystals but because their backlash would be very mild. While the other crystal required at least a heavenly venerate to utilize it, these smooth round crystals could be used by universe grades. Perhaps the best of them could even be used by nebula grades. It could be said that these crystals held the same value for heavenly venerates. However, they were worth many times more for universe grades. These 25 crystals are for the Flame Emperor and the others. Luo Yunyang muttered to himself. The Flame Emperor and the others had followed Luo Yunyang for many years. Although Luo Yunyang had given them massive amounts of resources over the years, their natural aptitude had already rendered them unable to keep up with Luo Yunyang's pace. However, they were still a group that was absolutely loyal to Luo Yunyang. After storing those 25 Yuan crystals securely, Luo Yunyang eyed the remaining glittering crystals and said to himself, each of these crystals basically represents a Yuan Venerate. Calling them crystals doesn't do them justice. I should probably give them a new name. A crystal that can make one soar with a single step like a god. How about Divine Mandate? As if they were able to hear Luo Yunyang's words, the Divine Mandates glittering in the void glowed even brighter, as if showing that they were satisfied with their new names. After keeping these more than 2,000 Divine Mandates, Luo Yunyang sent a message out to the other 4 Hall Masters, telling them that he was ready to create Yuan Venerates. The 5 great sacred halls immediately went into a frenzy. While Luo Yunyang was mass-producing Yuan Venerates, a strange tear appeared in a shattered void filled with death and stillness. Seeing a tear like this in a shattered void was really commonplace. However, this tear had appeared strangely and was filled with vitality as well as a tremendous sense of antiquity. If not for the fact that there was no life in this void, this antiquity could have made the vitality of this space evolve a handful of times. However, a few moments after the spatial tear appeared, an ellipse stone also appeared in the same position. The stone emitted a vast hallowed glow the moment it appeared. This hallowed glow lasted for a mere split second before it was absorbed back. The ellipse stone only stopped for a moment before it split open. However, it didn't split as though a knife was cutting through it. Instead, it looked like 2 flawless yin-yang fishes splitting apart. A 3-meter-tall figure appeared out of nowhere and glanced at the swimming yin-yang fish ruefully. What a pity that these have to die. However, they brought me to this last great era. I just wonder whether the human race of this era will disappoint me greatly. Chapter 1107. Shortcut. In the eyes of ordinary martialists from the 36 great cosmoses, this was the most ordinary of days. However, it would go down as an extraordinary day in the history of the human race. That day, golden giants, silver deities, and even powerhouses were stepping down from the 9 skies wielding bronze axes. The domains these beings returned to were very remote, and they chose to keep a low profile when they first returned. Thus, even human ruler Luo Yunyang did not hear that these beings were appearing. At that moment, Luo Yunyang was with the Daqian master and the others, discussing how to raise their subordinates' cultivation bases. The Daqian master and the other 3 hall masters each had a divine mandate about the size of a finger. Good stuff. The Daqian master was the first to put down the Yuan Venerate divine mandate and lament. Although he didn't know how the Yuan Venerate divine mandate was made, he could sense what was contained inside it. Inside it was a complete worldly nomological law. Although this nomological law wasn't too powerful, one would immediately become a Yuan Venerate upon mastering it. Unfortunately, it would be impossible to progress after becoming a Yuan Venerate. This was probably the only flaw of the Yuan Venerate divine mandate. For top geniuses with lofty ambitions, this was basically of little value. However, for people that had no hope of becoming a Yuan Venerate, this was the best opportunity. Your Majesty, can you really provide 1,000 of these divine mandates? The Daqian asked half in disbelief as he thought about the situation in Daqian's sacred hall, where so many people wanted to fight for this opportunity. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Daqian master and said, 1,000 is absolutely no problem. However, I can't provide these 1,000 Yuan Venerate divine mandates at no cost. Those that ascend to the Yuan Venerate have to serve in the imperial court for 100,000 years. The Daqian master and the Zanpin sacred hall master exchanged a glance. It was clear that they both seemed to have just heaved a huge sigh of relief. Naturally, Luo Yunyang wouldn't just give away these divine mandates that were of immeasurable value to heavenly Venerate powerhouses. Plus, serving the imperial court for 100,000 years wasn't something difficult to accept given a Yuan Venerate's unlimited lifespan. Alright, then let's go with what you say, Yunyang. Can we start to make these heavenly Venerates break through? The Daqian master wasn't the only one who wanted to ask this question. The Zanpin sacred hall master similarly found this very important. The quicker, the better. Luo Yunyang pondered it for a moment before saying, although the success rate of this advancement is very high, it isn't entirely risk-free. I have already established an area in Hongmeng's sacred hall to allow everyone who will be advancing to enter. Then, I can provide prompt assistance if anyone experiences any problems. In that case, we will send the various halls, advancing heavenly Venerates to Hongmeng's sacred hall in 3 days. The battle hall master and the others quickly made their decision. In their opinion, they definitely shouldn't wait to let their subordinates break through to the Yuan Venerate. After all, this would be an extraordinary upgrade for each of the various sacred halls. Even if they were the most ordinary Taishi Yuan Venerates, if each sacred hall had an additional 200 Yuan Venerates after a short time, they would have even greater confidence when facing the crushing power of Tianding realm. 3 days later it is. Luo Yunyang wasn't too impatient about this. After all, he still had a year's time. Then we shall go prepare first. On the contrary, the Daqian master and the others couldn't wait. After all, this matter was really important to them. As he watched them leave, Luo Yunyang's thoughts flickered and he vanished from this void. In Longland Great Cosmos, the Flame Emperor and the others had gathered and were currently getting guidance from Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble regarding some cultivation questions. Although their natural aptitude meant that it would be difficult for them to become Yuan Venerates, they had still never stopped cultivating. As Luo Yunyang's ensemble, they could be considered the most loyal and devoted subjects of Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang's power and status kept rising and they felt incapable of keeping up with his pace. Even so, they still didn't relax when it came to cultivating. After all, the resources of the entire Longland Great Cosmos were mostly given to them. Flame Emperor, you are a little too impatient. Right now, what is important is to make progress step by step. Even though Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble had already reached the peak of the 9th level Heavenly Venerate, he was still smiling wide while dealing with the Flame Emperor and the others. It was known that Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble had a handful of disciples that were at the Heavenly Venerate level, whereas the Flame Emperor had merely entered the universe grade. The Flame Emperor was similarly full of respect for Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble. He knew that there was a reason why Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble was so polite to him. That was why the Flame Emperor and the others who came from the Da Alliance always kept up a modest attitude. Thank you for your guidance, Great Heavenly Venerate. I was indeed too impatient. Sigh. It has already been more than 100 years, and my cultivation base hasn't made the slightest bit of progress. This is just, the Flame Emperor said sheepishly as he scratched his head. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble understood what the Flame Emperor was thinking about. However, he really was unable to help the Flame Emperor with this matter. After all, he also had no way of getting the Flame Emperor's cultivation base to progress much faster. While the two of them were speaking, someone said, the wager between the human ruler and Tianding realm isn't so easy to get through. After all, there are more than 1,000 Yuan Venerates. Great Heavenly Venerate Rebel was silent. He clearly understood how arduous it was to break through to the Yuan Venerate. Although his cultivation had made significant progress with Luo Yunyang's guidance, breaking through to the Yuan Venerate would still depend on luck. If Heavenly Venerates had the power of the heavens, then Yuan Venerates defied natural order. Without great willpower and mystical techniques, would it even be easy to achieve this? I think that if His Majesty the human ruler is saying such a thing, it means that he definitely feels some assurance. After all, he is the human ruler, said a Rising Sky Feather Sect disciple who spoke about Luo Yunyang with praise and respect. It could be said that the entire Rising Sky Feather Sect viewed Luo Yunyang like a god. Great Heavenly Venerate Rebel nodded. Right now, he was thinking about the information he had earned from a friend in Daqian Sacred Hall. This information excited him, but he didn't know if he would have this right. After all, the people chosen were disciples of the 5 great sacred halls. Even though the Rising Sky Feather Sect had an extremely intimate relationship with Luo Yunyang, Great Heavenly Venerate Rebel didn't know how to ask Luo Yunyang about it. As he was in a bind, Luo Yunyang's voice was suddenly heard. Flame Emperor, looks like you really want your cultivation to jump in a single bound. When he heard this, the Flame Emperor immediately stood up and said, Yunyang. No, Your Majesty, you have returned. The figure of Luo Yunyang slowly appeared in the Great Hall as he spoke to the Flame Emperor. Everyone in the Great Hall seemed lost momentarily. In the past, even though Luo Yunyang had become master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, they hadn't been part of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, so they had still been on equal footing with Luo Yunyang based on their relationship. But now, the human ruler wasn't just a title but the true ruler of the human race. As human race martialists, they needed to have a deferential attitude toward the human ruler. They could bow and pay their respects, but it seemed a little inappropriate now. While everyone was at a loss, Luo Yunyang waved his sleeves and gently raised a few Rising Sky Feather Sect powerhouses up. All right, there is no need for formalities. Even though I have the human ruler's title, I am basically the same old me. These words immediately made Lu Qubing and the others relax. Flame Emperor, since you anxiously want to raise your cultivation base, I shall give you an opportunity. As Luo Yunyang said that, 25 divine mandates appeared in his hand. You can choose one of these divine mandates. After infusing it, you can raise your cultivation base to the Yuan Venerate. Ha ha ha, if this little thing can make me a Heavenly Venerate, then a Heavenly Venerate is just. The Flame Emperor suddenly realized that Luo Yunyang hadn't mentioned a Heavenly Venerate but a Yuan Venerate. The main reason he had instinctively heard, Heavenly Venerate, was because being a Yuan Venerate was too far away from where he currently was. The Flame Emperor's cultivation goal had always been to become a Heavenly Venerate. He had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually provide a way for him to soar up in one shot. I'll become a Yuan Venerate for real. The Flame Emperor's voice was trembling. For real. Luo Yunyang's gaze turned to Lu Qubing and the others. You can also choose whether to become a Yuan Venerate or cultivate slowly. I don't even have to think about being a Yuan Venerate with my natural aptitude. I might not even be able to reach the Heavenly Venerate, Lu Qubing said. Give me one piece. Gimme one too. With Lu Qubing leading the way, the others also quickly rushed to get one. Great Heavenly Venerate Rebel was in a bind. He really wanted to get this opportunity, but the thought of being unable to progress after becoming a Yuan Venerate made him a little reluctant. Ultimately, when Luo Yunyang's gaze fell on him, Great Heavenly Venerate Rebel said, Your Majesty, if possible, I would like one too. I know that cultivating on my own would be very difficult, so why not become a Yuan Venerate in one swoop? Luo Yunyang felt a little disappointed when he heard Great Heavenly Venerate Rebel say this. This was a shortcut. How could Great Heavenly Venerate Rebel follow the general tide? However, although he was a little disappointed, Luo Yunyang still gave a Yuan Venerate divine mandate to Great Heavenly Venerate Rebel. Chapter 1108. The Golden Sacred Land, I'll swallow a golden pill and become the master of my own destiny. This saying was something the Flame Emperor had occasionally heard back in the Da Alliance. He liked the second phrase and had thus memorized it in his heart. However, he had always treated this saying as a sort of fantasy. Now, when this smooth round Yuan Venerate divine mandate entered his body and fused with his soul, the Flame Emperor sensed the truth in that saying. He gently moved his hands and could sense space, time, and the world around him. He could even feel time flowing around him and could reverse it once again at will. All this was a dreamlike experience for him. Yuan Venerate. He was already a Yuan Venerate. He had so easily become a Yuan Venerate. Besides the Flame Emperor, Lu Qubing and the others were also comprehending the changes in their bodies while feeling both surprised and shocked. They had already become Yuan Venerates. They had now become peak existences within the human race. They no longer needed to live under Luo Yunyang's Rising Sky Feather sect. They could wander as far as they wanted. Countless thoughts went through the minds of these people. There was excitement, lament, slight madness. Thank you, Your Majesty. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble might have been the one closest to the Yuan Venerate, but he therefore knew that becoming a Yuan Venerate was not easy. Thus, he displayed the utmost devotion and respect when he thanked Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang was feeling somewhat disappointed with Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble's decision, things had already progressed, so he just said, "There is no need to stand on ceremony." Rubble led them so they can familiarize themselves with this power. It would be best if everyone could develop their own unique cultivation technique. This is the only way for them to truly bring out their Yuan Venerate powers. Naturally, the Great Heavenly Venerate wouldn't reject Luo Yunyang's instructions. He nodded and headed off with the Flame Emperor and the rest into seclusion. After all, their current power was way beyond what they had expected. If they didn't properly get used to it, who knew what sort of problems it might cause? Luo Yunyang didn't immediately leave this time. Instead, he strolled into a sacred ground sealed by an array formation and observed a small hill bursting with vitality. It was the hill where Yunxi was currently in seclusion. Yunxi had searched frantically for her child to no avail. Ultimately, after not finding anything, she had entered seclusion. She knew very well that her mindless search wasn't as effective as a simple order given by Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness had already scoured the 36 great cosmoses and found nothing. This caused Yunxi a lot of despair, so she suddenly channeled this despair and frantic madness into cultivation. She had reached the 6th level Heavenly Venerate. Yunxi's progress could be considered extremely great. Although she had Luo Yunyang's large quantity of resources to support her, Yunxi's natural aptitude meant that ascending to the 6th level Heavenly Venerate was very difficult. However, she had already become a 6th level Heavenly Venerate. Luo Yunyang had also searched Tianding Realm for his beloved child, mother, and sister but hadn't found anything. He had originally wanted to ask the human race's divine ancestor for help. Unfortunately, their relationship had changed, so Luo Yunyang chose to give up on such thoughts. Furthermore, if they weren't in Tianding Realm, the human race's divine ancestor might not be able to deduce where they were either. After a long sigh, Luo Yunyang flicked his sleeves and vanished from this sacred ground. More than 1,000 heavenly venerates gathered in one place could be considered a grand occasion. Many of the gathered heavenly venerates were familiar with the others, and some bore grudges between them. However, at that moment, not a single person dared to make an issue over previous grudges. They didn't even shoot any angry glares at parties they weren't too pleased with. This was not because their blood had already cooled or they had let go of these grievances. Instead, it was because this opportunity was too important to all these people. A 60% chance of ascending to the Yuan Venerate was a 1 in a million opportunity for these heavenly venerates. If they wasted it, they would definitely regret it and commit suicide. Thus, even if they encountered their greatest enemy, it would have to wait until their cultivation base had risen. Following the instructions of a few attendants, everyone found a spot and sat down in a lotus position. They were like a school of kids awaiting a feast, their eyes firmly fixed at what was in front of them. "Greetings, Your Majesty." They respectfully greeted Luo Yunyang without needing any direction the moment he appeared. Luo Yunyang put up a hand and said, "All right, no need to stand on ceremony, everyone. I believe that the various hall masters have already informed you all about the objective of your presence here. I only have one thing to say. There are some risks to this advancement. If anyone feels unwilling to take up this risk, they can leave now." Luo Yunyang's voice wasn't loud, but it was heard by everyone. None of these powerhouses spoke, and nobody shirked away either. To be frank, many of them had used up a lot of personal favors to get this opportunity. Giving up such an opportunity would simply be a huge joke. Luo Yunyang had already anticipated this outcome. The reason he had said all this was entirely to make these powerhouses firm their resolve. After confirming that nobody would be backing out, Luo Yunyang waved his sleeves and 1,000 Yuan Venerate divine mandates flew toward the crowd. At the same time, His words quickly played out in the minds of every single one of these people. You will each be chosen by a piece of Yuan Venerate Divine Mandate. During the process of fusing with it, you must keep a stable mind. If you aren't able to resist the outflow of the Yuan Venerate Divine Mandate, it will ultimately make your body implode. Everyone can utilize their own technique. When it is appropriate, your personal Yuan Venerate Divine Mandate will land beside you. Any entity that could become a heavenly Venerate was no fool. Furthermore, the current situation was extremely important to them. Therefore, when Luo Yunyang's voice was heard, practically everyone started to conjure their cultivation technique. Even though they hoped to get a more impressive Yuan Venerate Divine Mandate, they also knew that they couldn't insist on it. Yuan Venerate Divine Mandates flew toward the heavenly Venerates like shooting stars. As the Yuan Venerate Divine Mandates already contained complete nomological laws, the heavenly Venerates basically didn't have to care about the integration process. They just had to steel their minds to prevent themselves from imploding. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Compared to the perfected Yuan Venerate Divine Mandates the Flame Emperor and the others had received, these ordinary Yuan Venerate Divine Mandates were full of uncertainty. This was also why a user would need great willpower to fuse his body and mind with the Yuan Venerate Divine Mandate. If it couldn't fuse properly, then the result would be bodily implosion. During that stifling peace, someone suddenly shouted out. This cry sounded mournful and full of fear. Luo Yunyang looked over and saw a heavenly Venerate with the appearance of a 50-year-old man. His entire face was sinister, and his eyes seemed to have a terrifying, crazy look. Upon seeing this, Luo Yunyang knew that if he didn't do anything, that heavenly Venerate wouldn't be able to keep going. He paused for a moment before bellowing. His bellow made the seemingly crazed heavenly Venerate calm down immediately. That heavenly Venerate had cultivated for many years and knew he had escaped a bodily implosion. The instant the Yuan Venerate Divine Mandate in his body calmed down, he immediately urged his mind to rapidly fuse with that Yuan Venerate Divine Mandate. When he opened his eyes once again, he felt that everything about him was no longer the same. The cultivation techniques he had originally cultivated had already been wasted, and his mind and soul were already one with the Yuan Venerate Divine Mandate. Yuan Venerate, he was already a Yuan Venerate. Although he was the most ordinary Taishi Yuan Venerate, he was many times more powerful than he had ever been. After getting used to his body, he approached Luo Yunyang and bowed. Jin Li can't thank your majesty enough for your grace, human ruler. If your majesty has any instructions, I am willing to brave through fire without resting. You are the first to successfully integrate the divine mandate. Very good. Luo Yunyang smiled at Jin Li. Stay aside and get some rest for the time being. Although most heavenly Venerates were very focused on fusing with the divine mandate, they could still clearly sense Jin Li's recent experience. Upon hearing Luo Yunyang's words, all of them were now full of anticipation. After all, becoming Yuan Venerates was their dream. Now, this dream was becoming a reality. As the seated heavenly Venerates started to rise, this implied that the number of people who had successfully integrated the divine mandate and advanced to the Yuan Venerate was increasing. In just half an hour, 800 people had successfully integrated the Yuan Venerate divine mandate. The around 200 individuals that didn't succeed mostly had their souls disintegrated. Even though Luo Yunyang tried to help, some of these heavenly Venerates faced situations even Luo Yunyang was unable to help suppress. However, an 80% success rate was very exciting. As he led the 800 Yuan Venerates out of this sealed space, Luo Yunyang saw that Yuan Venerate White Crane had an anxious look on his face. Right Hall Master, did something happen? Based on Luo Yunyang's understanding, Yuan Venerate White Crane wasn't someone who lost his cool easily. His current panicky state meant that something big had happened. Your Majesty, there's trouble. The people of the Golden Sacred Land have captured the Left Hall Master and they want you to personally go over. Yuan Venerate White Crane said anxiously. Chapter 1109, Return of the Ruler Golden Sacred Land. Luo Yunyang was stunned when he heard these three words. Even though he didn't fully understand the various great powers like the back of his hand, he still largely knew about the powers that could cause some threat to Hongmeng Sacred Hall. What was the Golden Sacred Land? He really didn't know. Yuan Venerate White Crane understood when he saw the look in Luo Yunyang's eyes and immediately said, the Golden Sacred Land is a new rising force that has resources. As he said this, Yuan Venerate White Crane sent over some information to Luo Yunyang via his mind. Luo Yunyang stiffened when he saw this information. He had only discovered that the 36 great cosmoses weren't very peaceful now that he had been using the divine mandates to create Yuan venerates. That year, powerhouses had continuously sprung up and various factions had established their own powers within the 36 great cosmoses. Or rather, they had each established their own ways. Amongst them was a deity that was seemingly completely golden in color. He had set up the golden sacred land within Longland Great Cosmos, west of Longland Great Land. As long as martialists joined the golden sacred land, they would be taught their ways and would even obtain an empowerment technique that would allow them to make rapid progress. According to the information recorded, even heavenly venerate powerhouses immediately advanced to Yuan venerates via this empowerment technique. This information was extremely shocking. Longland Great Cosmos was Luo Yunyang's base. These golden saintly beings had actually seized part of it to establish the golden sacred land. The Rising Sky Feather sect definitely wouldn't agree to it, and neither would the Flame Emperor and the others. While Lu Cubing and the others were slightly weaker, they were still Yuan venerate entities. However, when they'd gone to seek out those golden saintly beings, they had been captured by a golden rope even before they could see the golden deity. When the news had reached Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, the Left Hall Master had acted personally because he knew that Lu Cubing and Luo Yunyang had an extraordinary relationship. However, as a result, the Left Hall Master had been tied up by that flying treasured golden rope and detained in the golden sacred land. Upon getting this information, Luo Yunyang thought about the information he had received when they had been breaking through the ancient six families' ancestral grounds. Before each great era was buried, the most outstanding talented beings would be sent out. Most people wouldn't be able to guess the methods they were sent out with. According to this information, those that were sent out were human race elites that never returned. They were supposed to participate in the last battle to prevent the human race from being completely wiped out. Golden human race, white-silver deities, bronze monarchs. All sorts of human race beings appeared on established sacred grounds, while others set up training grounds. Some even established their own divine kingdoms. Although they all appeared around the same time, there wasn't much discrepancy. More importantly, they basically came alone. All this made Luo Yunyang think that these people were sent from the various great eras to participate in this last war that might wipe out the human race. From this standpoint, these beings belonged to the human race and were not enemies but great assistants. However, they didn't contact the various sacred halls. Instead, they established their own factions. This meant that they were all proud and arrogant and were beings that would never be subservient. The golden deity that had established the golden sacred land was probably the most annoying one. He had established the golden sacred land in Luo Yunyang's Longland Great Cosmos. To think that he had the cheek to do that. As these thoughts went through his mind, Luo Yunyang looked at the Yuan venerate. What do the hall masters say? The few hall masters are outside the golden sacred land. They too have exchanged blows with that golden deity. Although they weren't captured by the golden rope, they seem to have suffered quite a bit. Yuan venerate White Crane told someone reluctantly, even a Taichu Yuan venerate can't ward off this treasured golden rope. Only Taichu Yuan venerates that possess ultimate treasures might be able to prevent themselves from being captured. Luo Yunyang's thoughts quickly turned to the countless battles he had witnessed in the origin source grounds. During one battle, the human race's powerhouses had largely been those completely golden deities. What had left the deepest impression on Luo Yunyang was an extremely huge Tai Yuan venerate golden deity. Although he had been defeated by a technique later on, his clashes had been the only ones capable of causing cracks to appear in that black palm. If Luo Yunyang's guess was correct, that deity should have been sent out during that great era to take part in this last calamitous battle. Individuals who were able to rise and distinguish themselves were the chosen ones. Their cultivation bases were as high as the sky and they had the support of countless people. Each of them was a proud and arrogant person. It could be said that all these existences were high and mighty. Even though being the human ruler was great, making these people subservient wasn't easy. Come on, let's pay him a visit. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yuan venerate White Crane as he spoke. Yuan venerate White Crane nodded. Just as he was preparing to lead the way, Luo Yunyang glanced at the 800 excited Yuan venerates by his side. Although each of these newly ascended Yuan venerates had cultivated for many years, they couldn't hide their elation at breaking through to the Yuan venerate for the time being. Every single one of them was excitedly discussing their own experiences with their comrades. Come with me to see the world today. The moment Luo Yunyang said this, all those newly ascended Yuan venerates immediately quietened down. Even though they didn't know what Luo Yunyang wanted them to do, they guessed that it wouldn't be an easy task. Nevertheless, nobody expressed any intention of backing off. Luo Yunyang had helped them way too much. It was simply too easy for a group of Yuan venerates to go to Longlan Great Cosmos. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang had already appeared in the sky above Longlan Great Land. Longlan Great Land had been just an expanse of green in the past. However, it was half golden and half green now. Luo Yunyang didn't conceal his form, so the Da Qian master and the other hall masters immediately came over to meet him. Yunyang, if my guess is right, the master of the Golden Sacred Land must be an unparalleled elite from a certain great era. His cultivation is above the cultivation of the four of us, the Da Qian master said upon seeing Luo Yunyang. You must be absolutely level-headed while dealing with this. After all, you guys might be friends instead of foes. Luo Yunyang smiled at the Da Qian master before shooting a glance at the golden land beneath him. You guys have just become Yuan venerates. Although you have already forcefully controlled your own nomological laws, you are probably not too sure about the might of these nomological laws. I have found you all a place to test out your strength. Feel free to use your strongest power and smash it all up. If I find out that any of you are holding back, I will immediately remove the divine mandates in your bodies. To me, that is an easy task. The 800 Yuan venerates that had followed Luo Yunyang here actually wanted to test out their strength. Now that Luo Yunyang had given them a clear threat, they naturally didn't dare disobey. After all, these people had just become Yuan venerates and they didn't want their power to be taken back. If that happened, it would be too unfortunate. Although the Golden Sacred Land before them had strange origins, how could it compare to Luo Yunyang's threat? Therefore, the people present didn't hesitate to blast their strongest attacks against the Golden Sacred Land. From the point of view of a Taishi Yuan venerate, the attacks of these people were barely satisfactory. However, while these newly ascended Yuan venerates could still work on their techniques, their strength was sufficient, their numbers were big enough, and the point they blasted their attacks from was wide enough. In just a moment, this rain of destructive attacks blanketed the Golden Sacred Land. Countless golden words appeared when these attacks descended on the Golden Sacred Land. Although Luo Yunyang could understand the meaning of these words, he could also confirm that this was the first time he had encountered such golden words. Thanks to these words, Luo Yunyang became even more certain of this golden deity's identity. Because of this, Luo Yunyang appeared calmer while watching these attacks. It could even be said that he was watching with a sense of anticipation. Boom, boom, boom. The golden words formed a huge extraordinary array. Unfortunately, the attacking force it encountered was just too powerful. The combined attacks of 800 Taishi Yuan venerates was too powerful. In just an instant, the huge golden array had already crumbled within the void and the many golden trees on the Golden Sacred Land were turned to ashes by the powerful attacks. Meanwhile, a huge golden mountain crumbled and many golden human powerhouses frantically ran toward the center of the Golden Sacred Land to hide. Break! A furious roar echoed throughout the void. As this roar was heard, a golden rope that looked like a huge golden dragon flew over at the 800 newly ascended Yuan venerates. This long rope contained a great path nomological law. As this nomological law power surged, it instantly suppressed those 800 newly ascended Yuan venerates. However, as these Yuan venerates panicked, the world-shaking sky bell flew forth from Luo Yunyang's hands and smashed against the golden rope. A gigantic figure had already appeared over the Golden Sacred Land by the time the two treasures clashed. He stared at Luo Yunyang and his group furiously. How audacious! Chapter 11:10. Don't trifle with the human ruler. This giant had a body that seemed like melted gold had been poured on him and was exuding a great path nomological law like the scorching sun. Although he merely shouted out two words, it felt as though the sky and earth were shuddering because of him. A peak Taichu Yuan venerate. Judging by the imposing manner of that person, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that he was much more powerful than Long Fanshan in terms of both his aura and cultivation base. Luo Yunyang also came to the realization that these chaps were returning kings. However, returning kings were still kings. They would definitely not pledge allegiance to others easily, let alone surrender to another Taichu Yuan venerate. Luo Yunyang had already guessed most of the Golden Giant's thoughts, so he did not hold back the slightest when dealing with the Golden Giant's attack. Hence, Luo Yunyang retaliated immediately when the giant bellowed and sent forth his 1000-era imperial purposes, which was filled with destructive intent, to smash heavily against the golden giant. What a splendid 1000-era imperial purposes move! Ardent intent to fight emerged in the eyes of the golden giant when he saw Luo Yunyang's attack. He raised his face and shouted, "But this move of yours is useless against me." His enormous palm flew toward Luo Yunyang as he spoke. Divine King's Wrath. Constellations fell because of the Divine King's wrath, the heavens shattered because of the Divine King's wrath, the sky and land crumbled because of the Divine King's wrath. Phenomenons appeared one after another when the Divine King's wrath was unleashed. Two extremely violent energies with an aura capable of obliterating the entire golden sacred land began to develop. Luo Yunyang appeared calm. He could feel the power hidden within the attack based on the might of the Divine King's wrath. However, he was more confident about his universe-breaking technique. The two energies collided in the void. As they clashed, many people started to pay close attention to the Golden Sacred Land. Although the Golden Sacred Land was located in Longland Great Cosmos, most Taichu Yuan venerates believed they could enter the land with their exceptional mind power as long as they wanted to. While both of them made their moves, a deity with a white and silver body appeared in the void. The deity did not seem like he was going to attack. Instead, he watched the battle with a smile on his face. Standing close to 10 meters tall, with a purple lightning mark in the middle of his brows, was a man in bronze armor. He was clearly a top powerhouse. And many people were watching the battle between Luo Yunyang and the Golden Deity. Or rather, most of them were looking at Luo Yunyang. Boom! An earth-shattering blow broke out in the void. The mighty Divine King's wrath of the Golden Deity was cracked inch by Luo Yunyang's universe-breaking technique. Eventually, the body of the Golden Deity also started to crack as he retreated hastily. Although the Golden Deity still had other techniques, he was shocked by the confrontation. He had never ever thought that his technique, which could at least rival Luo Yunyang's, would be defeated. He had been born a deity who roamed the great era he was from and fought against powerhouses from the mysterious underworld race and the divine incarcerate race. He had even wounded the Hall Master of Sky Marshal Underworld Hall, one of the 6 largest underworld halls of the mysterious underworld race. However, he had never expected that he would be defeated in this final era by a junior who was, in his opinion, not even worth mentioning. Although the main purpose of his return this time was to prevent the fall of the human race in this final era, this did not mean that he was willing to submit to the present human ruler of the human race. The human race's divine ancestor had a Tai Yuan venerate cultivation base, so he would pay his respects when they were due. However, Luo Yunyang did not deserve his respect. By seizing Longland Great Cosmos, he wanted to provoke Luo Yunyang. However, he also found it very suitable to set up his cultivation grounds there, so he occupied it. This golden deity had long been accustomed to owning whatever he saw, and that had already been instilled in him. "You are stronger than I expected, but it would be naive of you to think that you can beat me." While the golden deity was talking, his finger pointed at the long golden rope that was beside the world-shaking sky bell, which shrank rapidly before returning to his palm in a flash. Luo Yunyang did not respond at all. Instead, he adjusted his attribute regulator and transferred all his attributes to his power and mind. 1000-era imperial purposes. He was still using the 1000-era imperial purposes. If his previous attempt had been considered mighty and vast, then the 1000-era imperial purposes move was even crazier and more violent this time. The expression on the golden deity's face turned ugly. If Luo Yunyang's move hadn't increased so much in terms of power, he would definitely have thought that Luo Yunyang was running out of tricks. However, he now knew that Luo Yunyang was going to crush him. He was crushing him with absolute power. Human ruler, you're indeed the chosen one. Not only do you have exceptional cultivation, but your personality is also. The deity's white-silver body let out a heartfelt sigh as he watched the scene. Standing next to the white-silver deity was the giant, whose eyebrows were crowned by thunder inscriptions. He smiled faintly and said, "He's just showing his might to us." The white-silver deity chuckled and said, "Although he's just showing off, the result is immediate and very effective. After all, that conceited fellow has suffered greatly this time." The conceited fellow mentioned by the white-silver deity was naturally the golden deity. Although the two men were similar appearance-wise, they did not like each other. The thunder giant nodded repeatedly and said, "I initially thought that the elite of this generation would at best be similar in strength to me, if not weaker. Now it seems like he is indeed better than me." Are you perhaps going to bow your head and become one of his generals? The white-silver deity said with a hint of mockery. The thunder giant shook his head. Although he is better than me, there's still a limit. Nobody knows who would win or lose if we had an all-out fight. I can submit to him, but before I do so, he has to show me that he is worthy of making me submit. While the two men were talking, the golden deity had already manipulated the golden rope in his hand by turning it into a massive golden mountain behind him. Although this massive mountain was formed by the golden rope, it contained an extremely hard divine mark, causing the golden deity who stood behind it to look much more majestic. Open. The golden deity still stood behind the mountain. However, after he shouted out this command, the divine mountain took flight and rose to the sky, flying forward to greet Luo Yunyang's thousand-era imperial purposes. A violent boom was heard as the golden rope scattered in the void. In a split second, it turned into a huge golden net and flew toward Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, my golden rope can change form freely and is a supreme treasure refined by my master. It costs 3,000 pieces of supreme treasure just to refine it. One could say that it has expended nearly half of the supreme treasures available in the realm. Although your attack is strong, it cannot break my treasure rope. The golden deity was very proud of himself as he spoke about his weapon. Luo Yunyang sneered inwardly in the face of the golden net that was coming toward him. Meanwhile, the great obliteration millstone immediately appeared in front of him with a mere thought. The great obliteration millstone became 10,000 times larger in an instant as the two millstones sandwiched the golden rope in the middle. The golden giant net, which seemed to have sensed Luo Yunyang's threat, instantly transformed back into a long rope in an effort to leave quickly. But how could Luo Yunyang let it escape that easily at this point? While Luo Yunyang's mind was controlling the great obliteration millstone, the speed of its rotation accelerated and countless inscriptions formed a dense net between the millstones. No matter what the treasure rope changed into, it was still difficult for it to break out. The greatest reliance of the golden deity was his golden treasure rope, which could transform at will. However, he now felt his supreme treasure cracking continuously every time the great obliteration millstone rotated. Although these cracks could be repaired, the golden treasure rope would eventually be destroyed if the number of cracks continued to increase. Luo Yunyang, stop at once. We'll talk. The golden deity was really worried as he employed all sorts of negotiation techniques that he had previously disregarded. Talk, sure, but before that happens, I have a few things to settle with you. We'll talk when we're done. While Luo Yunyang was speaking, he also used the tyrannical fist that he had comprehended against the golden deity. The golden deity had extraordinary cultivation. He was even stronger than Long Fanshan. Besides, he came from a noble family and did not lack secret techniques. It could be said that his fighting capabilities were top-notch even amongst Taichu Yuan venerates. Unfortunately, his enemy was Luo Yunyang, someone who not only had a higher cultivation base than him but also had enhanced power and mind attributes thanks to the attribute regulator. In a quarter of an hour, tons of cracks had appeared on the body of the golden deity. Although he had always been high and lofty, he was still smashed directly against the ground. The 800 newly ascended Yuan venerates watched the battle flabbergasted. What had happened was really shocking for them. They had originally thought that they would be at ease and be able to look down on common people after becoming Yuan venerates. However, after seeing the battle between Luo Yunyang and the golden deity, they realized that they had been overthinking. The two fighting entities could easily decimate the entire lot of them simply by flipping their palms. What are you guys staring at? Didn't I ask you to come here and try your moves? If you don't start now, then when will you? Luo Yunyang shifted his gaze toward the 800 Yuan venerates as he shouted. The 800 Taishi Yuan venerates finally snapped awake from their awe and exchanged a glance before summoning their techniques almost simultaneously and blasting them directly at the golden sacred land. The golden sacred land, which had already begun to recover slowly, showed signs of collapse as soon as the Yuan venerates bombarded it. Chapter 11:11. Fate's Edict. The golden deity looked at the sacred land that was on the verge of crumbling as his eyes burned with hysterical rage. He wanted very much to fight with the man in front of him. However, the golden deity did not have any confidence whatsoever. He was afraid that he would not be an equal opponent for Luo Yunyang even if he were to use all his powers. After all, the human ruler had been pressuring him since the beginning of their fight. He had been suppressed entirely in terms of cultivation base, speed, and techniques. He was not a match for this human ruler. The golden deity had accepted this reality, but this human ruler actually went ahead and desecrated the golden sacred land even when he said he wanted to talk things out. One had to know that the golden sacred land was of paramount importance to him, as he could improve his strength only in the golden sacred land. He had not brought a lot of resources to rebuild the golden sacred land after breaking through the restrictions of the unparalleled seal and arriving at the location of the last great era. The bombardment of 800 yuan venerates shattered mountain after mountain, causing countless divine inscriptions to turn into powder in the void. Luo Yunyang, get them to stop quickly, or I will kill all your subordinates. The golden deity's threat echoed in Luo Yunyang's ears. Upon hearing this threat, Luo Yunyang smiled and said, I will kill you if you dare to kill any of them today. Don't think that I will spare you just because you are a powerhouse who has returned from ancient times. The golden deity was genuinely angry. He looked at Luo Yunyang and felt extremely wrong deep down. Spare me, when did you spare me? Although he complained deep down, he did not dare do anything. This person's cultivation suppressed his own and he would be in for a tough time if this man really went crazy. Furthermore, that was the human ruler of this era, so he would be more familiar with things here than he was. Hence, the golden deity's eyes began to look at the figures watching the commotion. Although those people did not come from the same great era as him, their status was actually the same. However, every top-notch powerhouse would have their own unique character. It was precisely these unique characters that made it difficult for them to work together. Some might even clash with one another over a single word or two. It was not because they did not know the benefits of staying united, but because some people were used to being at the top alone and thus found it hard to put themselves into a supporting role for another person. For example, the golden deity did not see eye to eye with the white silver deity. There was no conflict between the two of them and both were members of the human race. It could even be said that their great eras were very close. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that they did not see eye to eye with one another. Everyone, His Majesty the human ruler is taking advantage of me by showing his might. You will all be next if you sit back and do nothing. The golden deity's brain worked quickly. He knew that he had lost face anyway, so he shouted out loudly without any qualms. The expression of the white silver deity and the bronze monarch changed immediately when he heard the golden deity's words. Eventually, the bronze monarch with the thunder mark between his eyes spoke. Human ruler, the golden deity has offended you, but you have also taught him a huge lesson. In my opinion, this matter should be over. Although the giant with the thunder inscriptions between his eyebrows seemed to have only expressed his opinion, all the people present understood that he actually represented the opinion of many powerhouses who had returned. Therefore, as soon as the giant uttered these words, the atmosphere surrounding them instantly became stale. All the people present exchanged a glance before turning to look at Luo Yunyang. As Luo Yunyang's companions, the Daqian Hall Master and the others quickly sent a message to Luo Yunyang and said very solemnly, Yunyang, although you are the human ruler, it is better not to annoy these people. They are, after all, formidable beings of a different era. You may not be afraid of one of them, but things will be troublesome if all of them feel threatened at the same time. The Zonpin Sacred Hall Master also used voice transmission to speak to Luo Yunyang, asking him not to act too hastily, as some things needed to be dealt with slowly. Luo Yunyang didn't speak immediately. He glanced at the man with the thunder inscriptions between his eyebrows and then said, What did you mean when you said it should be over? The man with the thunder inscriptions between his eyebrows frowned, as he sensed a hint of hostile intent in Luo Yunyang's rhetorical question. Although it was too late for regrets, he was more angered by the fact that Luo Yunyang was looking down on him. Of course, you will be leaving with your people. The golden deity will do what he should do, so let's not waste our time here. The thunder giant looked at the thousands of his companions, including the white silver deity, as if to say that this was their common opinion. Luo Yunyang smiled and said slowly, I don't agree with that. He looked at the thunder giant and said icily, All of us know why you came back from your great era. As the human ruler, I have only one sentence for all of you, I'd definitely welcome it if you were all willing to help. However, don't blame me for being impolite if someone is unable to help and still causes trouble here. Luo Yunyang had a cold look on his face as he muttered the words, being impolite. The thunder giant glared coldly. He had never thought that his proposal would be rejected in such a manner. It seems that His Majesty the human ruler does not care about us. The thunder giant's tone was threatening as he looked at the golden deity who had been beaten by Luo Yunyang. Since all of you came to this era, you should understand what threat this era is facing. As the human ruler, I want strict compliance and obedience. I want us to work together and not have you do whatever you want. Luo Yunyang stared at the golden deity as he added, if anyone wants to do whatever they wish, then scram from the land I command. I don't care if you find a place and do whatever you like, but if you are so presumptuous within the 36 great cosmoses, then don't blame me for killing you. Killing intent burned even greater in the white silver deity and the bronze monarch. Luo Yunyang was really unruly and annoying. The golden deity nearly wanted to hug Luo Yunyang upon hearing what he said. Luo Yunyang was simply garnering hatred. The golden deity himself was not an equal opponent for Luo Yunyang, but as long as Luo Yunyang caused a public uproar and provoked the thunder giant and the others into making a move on him, Luo Yunyang would still be inferior to the returnees even though his cultivation was exceptional and he had nearly 1,000 yuan venerates. Thus, the golden deity was anticipating what would happen next. You'll kill us all just because your cultivation is a little better. The monarch whose body was made up entirely of bronze said. Luo Yunyang looked at the bronze monarch and said lightly, my cultivation plays only a small part. I'm relying on the human race's divine ancestor, the edict of a Tai Yuan venerate. The human race's divine ancestor asked me to command the human race and gather the strength of the human race to destroy the mysterious underworld race. Would you guys like to challenge the Lord Divine Ancestor? Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the other 5 half-step Tai Yuan Venerates also arrived on the scene via their spirit consciousness. They overlooked the entire scene as if they were watching a show. However, they frowned when they heard what Luo Yunyang had said. These words left them stupefied. At first, they had thought that Luo Yunyang would chastise them angrily in return, but they did not expect that Luo Yunyang would mention the human races. Divine Ancestor. Furthermore, he had said this in such a righteous, dignified tone that it seemed as if he was speaking the truth. While they were furious, they also felt that what Luo Yunyang had said was true. His appointment as the human ruler had indeed been ordered by the human race's divine ancestor. But wasn't this fellow a little too shameless? He wanted to split the human race into the imperial court and the heavenly court, yet he dared to use their master's name without any qualms against the golden deity and the rest of the returnees. Although Luo Yunyang's reprimand angered the thunder giant, the edict of a Tai Yuan venerate that Luo Yunyang had just mentioned made him calm down immediately. He found himself in a dilemma now. After all, the current situation made it difficult for him to decide what to do. The white silver deity and the others quickly retracted their overwhelming auras, acting as if everything had nothing to do with them. They were facing a common enemy in Luo Yunyang, but they were merely suppressing Luo Yunyang for the sake of their common interests. After realizing that they could no longer suppress him, they thought it would be best for them to withdraw first. They didn't speak again, as it was not necessary to anger a Tai Yuan venerate. Although they also knew a little about the dispute between Luo Yunyang and Tianding Realm, Luo Yunyang was still the human ruler, a title bestowed by the human race's divine ancestor. The human race's divine ancestor would take them down if they really went too far, even after considering showing them some respect. Not only would they suffer once they were suppressed, but it would probably be very difficult for them to complete the important task they had to. Sacrificing themselves for the sake of the golden deity, whom they were not very familiar with, was not worth it. At the moment, the golden deity felt like he could cry. Although he wanted to tell the wild silver deity and the rest not to be afraid because Luo Yunyang was clearly just making threats, he knew that it would be futile even if he said it. After all, Luo Yunyang's position as the human ruler was indeed an edict of the human race's divine ancestor. The attack of the 800 Yuan venerates intensified as they became more skilled, accelerating the speed at which the golden sacred land was crumbling at the same time. Your Majesty, I admit defeat this time. Please make your men stop and I will take back the golden sacred land. From now on, I will mind my own business. The golden deity was also someone who knew when to stop, so he was aware that there was nothing he could do. Hence, he could only apologize to Luo Yunyang. Chapter 11-12. Recruiting talent. A single disagreement, yet they were at odds till the end. Some people were naturally like that, but there weren't many of them. Even fewer people could become the strongest Taichu Yuan venerates of a great era. Although the golden deity had made the mistake of underestimating the powers of this world at the beginning, he chose to change as soon as he realized that things weren't looking good. He who understands the times is a wise man. Luo Yunyang glanced at the golden deity and chuckled. You made me display such great force and then apologized to me. How do you think others would view the human ruler? Are you playing around with me? The golden deity had originally thought that he would be spared when Luo Yunyang had smiled. He had never imagined that he would get such a reply from this fellow. Although he was completely furious, he also knew that continuing to butt heads wouldn't do him any good. Your Majesty, could you be thinking of eradicating me? The golden deity eyed Luo Yunyang and laughed. I can traverse through countless spaces and evade that beings grasp. I do have some methods. We would both be in a losing situation if we continued to fight. It wouldn't benefit your Majesty in any way and it would only frighten the majority of people like me. Luo Yunyang grinned as he stared at the golden deity. We would both lose. Hee. Although I admit that you might have some techniques that can make me apprehensive, those methods absolutely aren't enough to put me on the losing end of this situation. Luo Yunyang's self-confidence made the golden deity gloomy. Feeling slightly peeved, he said, Luo Yunyang, what are you trying to do? You offended the dignity of my imperial court. If I were to let it go, wouldn't my imperial court lose all its awe? Luo Yunyang smiled. Since you have already laid out some foundations here, you would suffer considerable losses if you were to withdraw. The golden deity really felt like crying. Considerable losses. So many of you have attacked me that you have already caused me great losses. However, he could only keep all these thoughts in his heart and say nothing aloud. My imperial court has just been established. If you are willing to humble yourself and serve as one of the paramount starlords of my imperial court, then we can discuss this further. Not only am I willing to turn a blind eye to what happened previously, but I can also give you half of Longland Great Cosmos. The golden deity's eyes widened. You want me to become your subordinate? Paramount starlords aren't subordinates of the human ruler but honorary officials, Luo Yunyang said with a warm smile. Other than listening to the dispatches of the imperial court to the war against the mysterious underworld race and other enemies, you don't have to follow any other instructions. The golden deity looked hesitant. Although he wasn't willing to pledge his allegiance to Luo Yunyang, he had to admit that the conditions Luo Yunyang had offered were rather generous. Becoming an honorary official offered massive benefits. Although he would be Luo Yunyang's subordinate in name, all he needed to do was lend a hand in the war against the mysterious underworld race and other enemies. This sounded very worthwhile. After all, he had come from a distant timeline for the sake of this penultimate battle. Even if Luo Yunyang didn't order him, the current human race's divine ancestor, who was a Tai Yuan Venerate, wouldn't let him be. Unless he could quickly break through to the Tai Yuan Venerate and determine his own fate. Then can the other members of your imperial court order me around? The golden deity had already some ideas in mind when he asked this. In the imperial court, no one besides me can give you any orders. The golden deity's every action was watched by Luo Yunyang. How could Luo Yunyang not see that the golden deity was tempted? As a result, Luo Yunyang spoke in an unquestionable tone. The golden deity had already made up his mind even before he had asked that question. Upon hearing Luo Yunyang's answer, he replied at once, in that case, I am willing to become the paramount starlord of the imperial court. Luo Yunyang stopped attacking the golden deity. However, the 800 Yuan Venerates didn't stop. They hadn't been commanded by Luo Yunyang and they weren't prepared to give up this opportunity to test out their recently developed techniques. The golden deity had a rather decent EQ and he knew what Luo Yunyang was thinking when he didn't speak. Although the golden deity found this a little humiliating, it would be a better outcome than his golden sacred land being eradicated. Therefore, after hesitating for a bit, he shouted out, Your subordinate Jin Wudi pays his respects to His Majesty the human ruler. The conversation between Luo Yunyang and the golden deity was conducted through voice transmission. Although the white silver deity and the other martialists knew what Luo Yunyang and the golden deity were discussing, they didn't really care. However, they had never imagined that the golden deity would lower his head and become subservient. This instant change in attitude was totally unexpected. Although Luo Yunyang didn't care what the others were thinking, the golden deity had an extraordinary cultivation base. Even though Luo Yunyang might be able to use the great obliteration to grind him out, it would consume too much effort. Rather than exhausting that much effort and damaging the strength of the human race as well as his strength, why not allow the golden deity to join his imperial court? While the constraints weren't a big deal, this would at least increase his overall strength. No need for formalities, Paramount Starlord. We are a family from now on. In the future, you can use the resources of the imperial court. Luo Yunyang was forthright right from the start. However, only he knew exactly how many resources his imperial court had. Golden deity Jin Wudi was both surprised and delighted upon finding out that he would get the resources of the imperial court. Although he didn't know exactly how many resources there were, the human ruler's imperial court should have rather decent resources. After instructing the 800 yuan venerates to stop for the time being, Luo Yunyang then turned toward the white silver deity and the others, who seemed a little dumbfounded. Everyone, my imperial court has just been established. I hope all of you can become honorary officials of my court. The imperial court can ensure everyone's current interests. Furthermore, I guarantee that all of you absolutely won't be troubled by trivial, ordinary matters. Everyone just needs to make a move on the mysterious underworld race when the time is right. The white silver deity and the other powerhouses were all moved when they heard Luo Yunyang's conditions. Even though they all had profound cultivation bases and had started to occupy their own territories after arriving in the 36 great cosmoses, most of them had generally wanted to fight alone. They had recruited subordinates, but these subordinates were basically relying on them to survive and could provide little help. Now, the conditions Luo Yunyang suggested didn't tie them down in any way. Furthermore, they could utilize the imperial court and the human ruler's resources. It was tough not to be tempted. If we are willing to enter the imperial court, what sort of treatment will we receive from your majesty? The white silver deity was the first to speak. Just like Jin Wudi, you will become the imperial court's paramount starlords, Luo Yunyang said with a smile. I can guarantee that nobody will touch your training grounds. Besides participating in the war against the mysterious underworld race and other enemies, you won't be bothered by anything else. The white silver deity and the others had been sent using great mystical techniques with the objective of increasing the strength of the human race from a future era. It could be said that they couldn't escape this fight. Plus, Luo Yunyang's conditions basically didn't restrict them. Right away, some of them started to talk in harsh voices. The eyes of Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the other 5 widened. They had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would be crafty enough to actually beguile the returning powerhouses so quickly. While Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others were half-step Tai Yuan Venerates in terms of cultivation base. They knew clearly that they might not be victorious if they were to fight with these returning peak Taichu Yuan Venerate entities. Since they had been able to return, each of these people had shown great explosive strength. Perhaps they might even threaten the lives of Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others. Should we also recruit some people? The Southwest Earth Heavenly Ruler said while observing the White Silver Deity and the others. The cultivation bases of the White Silver Deity and the others weren't ordinary. If they could get them to join, then the heavenly court they established would be even more powerful. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky shook his head. Although Tianding Realm's territories aren't small, we have no way of giving them places to set up their training grounds. After all, we can't allow unfamiliar people with ulterior motives to enter Tianding Realm at will. It would also be very difficult to bring out the benefits of the various families. What Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said made the other 5 heavenly rulers frown. They were aware now that even though Tianding Realm possessed great strength, it also put some constraints on them. If too many people join, then won't Luo Yunyang's court be successfully established? The Southwest Heavenly Ruler clearly sounded reluctant. Even if these people don't join, Luo Yunyang's imperial court will still be established. Take a look at the people he brought along. Although their cultivation bases are all over the place, each and every one of them is at the Yuan Venerate level. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky eyed the Southwest Earth Heavenly Venerate Ruler and lamented. Regardless of the methods Luo Yunyang used, producing so many Yuan Venerates in such a short time really deserves our admiration. A powerhouse standing behind the White Silver Deity who had a third eye on his forehead spoke up. What if we don't join the human ruler's imperial court? Do we have to leave our own training grounds? Luo Yunyang smiled at the man with the good features. I have already said that I won't stop you all from establishing your training grounds. However, the 36 great cosmoses have their own region masters, who are important to us. I naturally wouldn't let out the 36 great cosmoses to people who are not in the imperial court. However, I will still arrange a place for everyone. Those ordinary cosmoses and voids can be used at will. The differences between a great cosmos and an ordinary cosmos were imaginable. The training grounds that would be established would increase their strength. After hearing Luo Yunyang say all this, someone said right away, I am willing to join the imperial court. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm was basically instinctive. Jin Wudi's choice was like a spark, and those that followed were like wildfire. In a short time, more than half of the returnees were rushing to join the imperial court. Chapter 11:13. Human Race Ruler, Mysterious Underworld Great Emperor. The over 600 top powerhouses who had returned from previous eras became paramount starlords of the imperial court. While this was basically just a title put on these people, their motive was actually to make this convenient for them in the future. However, there was one undeniable truth in them joining: the reputation of the imperial court instantly swelled. Over 1,000 Taishi Yuan venerates and more than 600 Taichu Yuan venerates had joined. When the imperial court publicly announced its name list, it would be quite a powerful deterrent. In the eyes of many people, the colossal imperial court already couldn't be offended or disobeyed. The heavenly court of Tianding realm paled in comparison. Although they had the support of 6 half-step Tai Yuan venerates, how could so many paramount starlords not make the heavenly court lower its head? Even though Yuan venerate Flowing Sky and the others knew that these paramount starlords were merely Luo Yunyangs subordinates in name and Luo Yunyang basically couldn't order them, it still made them feel uncomfortable. The establishment of the imperial court was well underway. If the 5 great sacred halls provided the foundations and over 800 newly ascended Yuan venerates, everything would be progressing smoothly. In just half a year, the entire imperial court was more or less established. Even though Luo Yunyang was the human ruler, he was actually not too worried about the establishment of the imperial court. Luo Yunyang's main inclination was cultivation. However, at such a level, even making a tiny bit of progress was extremely difficult. Luo Yunyang had already reached the limits of his universe-breaking cultivation. While it couldn't be said that there was no way of progressing, Luo Yunyang really didn't have any good ideas at this point. Knowing that it would already be very difficult to improve just by relying on his own strength, he'd started to have exchanges with Jin Wudi and the other returning powerhouses in hopes of learning new ways of comprehension from them. Golden Deity Jin Wudi and the others didn't decline these exchanges on cultivation. Firstly, Luo Yunyang's cultivation base wasn't inferior to theirs, and secondly, they still had to show some respect to the human ruler. On the surface, they were still Luo Yunyang's subordinates. Every great era had its own glory. Although the human race's cultivation bases appeared more or less the same, in fact, each great era had its own different weaknesses. These differences were basically the essentials of this cultivation. While Luo Yunyang didn't obtain the supreme secret arts that the Golden Deity and the others cultivated from these exchanges, he managed to learn different ways of comprehension that gave him an unprecedented awareness of his own cultivation. Luo Yunyang's greatest gain was exploring the path of becoming a Tai Yuan venerate. According to the Golden Deity and the others, they had only been at the Tai Yuan venerate in the various great eras they were from. For a new Tai Yuan venerate to appear, they would have to attack the mysterious underworld race, the divine incarcerate race, and other enemy races. Only by destroying the mysterious underworld race or the divine incarcerate race would there be a possibility of a second Tai Yuan venerate appearing. Although this wasn't certain, according to the returnees, a second or third Yuan venerate would only appear after they defeated the races that were subordinates of the mastermind behind the scenes. The Bronze Monarch's words caused Luo Yunyang to think the most. According to the Bronze Monarch, Tai Yuan venerates controlled natural heaven law. A race within a great era would only be allocated one natural heaven law and one Tai Yuan venerate. A second Tai Yuan venerate would require seizing a natural heaven law belonging to another race and achieving the Tai Yuan venerate in the process. While all sorts of thoughts and ideas were going through his mind, an immense sense of danger suddenly appeared. In an instant, Luo Yunyang sensed that this intense sense of danger didn't originate from his own body but rather from the chaotic four-origin beast clone embodiment. Or rather, it came from Nilanye, who was situated in the mysterious underworld race. While Luo Yunyang was consolidating the human race's strength, Nilanye hadn't been idle either. Following the death of the Sky Marshal Underworld Hall Master, Deputy Hall Master Nilanye had already started to wield the majority of Sky Marshal Underworld Hall's authority. Nilanye, who possessed the strongest cultivation base, had become Hall Master of Sky Marshal Underworld Hall and continued waging war against the ancient Underworld Hall Master under the guise of taking revenge for the former Hall Master. Because Luo Yunyang's main body had come out of seclusion, Nilanye's strength had increased so much that even ancient Underworld Hall and its 2 allied halls were constantly pushed back. When Luo Yunyang sensed this danger, Nilanye was leading the Sky Gold Underworld Hall Master, the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master, and some others to encircle the space around Ancient Underworld Hall. Although killing the Ancient Underworld Hall Master wasn't an easy thing to accomplish, they would absolutely be able to wipe out at least half of Ancient Underworld Hall if they continued to press on. Nalanye had already succeeded the position of the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master and become the leader of their three-party alliance. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was already on the verge of becoming the ruler of the mysterious underworld race. However, as everything was progressing smoothly, Luo Yunyang sensed a huge threat looming. He wasn't the only one who sensed it. The Sky Gold and the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Masters, who were beside Nalanye, didn't look too good either. They had also felt this threatening sensation and sensed that it would be difficult for them to escape. Although they were high and mighty most of the time, they now felt like mayflies in the face of such a crisis. It's the first ancient Yuan Underworld Lord. The Sky Gold Underworld Hall Master stuttered. The first Yuan Underworld Lord was the entity that had gone into slumber after establishing the 6 great underworld halls. According to legend, he was the patriarch of the mysterious underworld race. Luo Yunyang's clone embodiment had already climbed to a top position in the mysterious underworld race. However, he hadn't heard much regarding the first ancient Yuan Underworld Lord. The reason he had killed the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master was because of the first ancient Yuan Underworld Lord. Now, as he was surrounding Ancient Underworld Hall, this being had appeared again. He had not appeared in many years and hadn't even issued any decrees even when the second ancient Yuan Underworld Lord's inheritance had been disgraced. His reemergence gave Luo Yunyang a strong premonition that the final war between the human race and the mysterious underworld race was imminent. "You are Nalanye," a placid voice like still water spoke. However, this calming voice carried power, as if the owner had control over life and death. One could say that Nalanye, with the support of Luo Yunyang's main body, had a cultivation base at the peak of the Taichu Yuan Venerate. However, while facing this interrogation, he felt as if he was being bound by a formless power. He even felt incapable of retaliating in the face of this power. Nalanye pays his respects to the Underworld Lord. Luo Yunyang steeled his mind and bowed before the first ancient Yuan Underworld Lord. "I already asked you all to stop fighting. Why did you still encircle Ancient Underworld Hall? Do you know how many mysterious underworld martialists will die because of this?" Luo Yunyang heaved a huge sigh of relief. Regardless of what was said, as long as the first ancient Yuan Underworld Lord didn't kill him without giving him a chance to explain, Luo Yunyang would have a chance of redeeming himself. "My lord, Sky Martial Underworld Hall violated your orders, but we only did so because we were forced to." Nalanye acted like he had been severely wronged as he continued speaking. "Our Hall Master had already ceased fighting the moment he received your order and had been preparing to negotiate for peace with Ancient Underworld Hall. However, while he was in the process of heading over to negotiate, he was slain by Ancient Underworld Hall. Sky Martial Underworld Hall really had no way of negotiating with them under the circumstances. The only thing we could do was get revenge." The first ancient Yuan Underworld Lord scoffed. "Did you see the Ancient Underworld Hall Master doing it? I was guarding Sacred Underworld City at the time. I only found out about the Hall Master's death from a subordinate afterward." Luo Yunyang purposely made himself sound very bitter. "Given our Hall Master's cultivation base, I don't know who else besides the Ancient Underworld Hall Master could have ambushed him. Alright, I can testify that this wasn't done by the Ancient Underworld Hall Master. As for who the culprit is, I will definitely get to the bottom of it for you all." The first ancient Yuan Underworld Lord said with a hint of disdain, "A great calamity is about to begin. Only by seeing this great calamity through will we be able to obtain the greatest benefits. I order you all to immediately stop killing and work with a common purpose to defeat the human race," the first ancient Yuan Underworld Lord said sternly. "I will take your lives if I find out that you are still killing each other." Although Luo Yunyang had steeled himself mentally, he still felt like trembling when he heard the voice of the ancient Yuan Underworld Lord. The might of a Tai Yuan Venerate really wasn't something a Taichu Yuan Venerate could compare to. Luo Yunyang quickly got to work as he glanced at the empty void above him. He paused for a moment before saying, "My lord, if you hand this assignment over to me, I can definitely accomplish it. You wish to lead the mysterious underworld race." The first ancient Yuan Underworld Lord's tone was slightly cold. "Indeed, my lord, the strongest has always been the king of the mysterious underworld race. The ancient Underworld Lord has already been defeated by Sky Martial Underworld Hall. It would be a great joke if we were to be subservient to them. Nulanye continued speaking fearlessly. I will naturally abide by my lord's commands. However, if Sky Marshal Underworld Hall martialists are unconvinced, we will only be able to give about a 30% to 40% effort. If I were to lead the mysterious underworld race, why would the defeated ancient underworld hall remain unconvinced? The Sky Gold Underworld Hall Master and the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master both felt a little nervous. Nulanye was a newborn calf. To think that he would dare negotiate terms with the first ancient Yuan Underworld Lord. Haggling over terms was akin to committing suicide most of the time. All right, I will give you this chance, the first ancient Underworld Hall Master said heavily. From this day on, you will be the mysterious Underworld Great Emperor and you will command the entire mysterious Underworld race. Chapter 11:14. A Great War Starts. Sacred Underworld City. Sealed Sky City was the human race's frontline fortress against the mysterious underworld race. Currently, more than 100 million troops had already gathered outside Sealed Sky City. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the other 5 heavenly rulers were gathered above Sealed Sky City. Pedestals defining their status floated high above, and above them was an empty throne. Compared to the luxurious thrones Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others were sitting in, the highest throne seemed to be made of ordinary stone. Or rather, it was a stone that looked like a throne. However, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others didn't dare take this stone lightly. Their master, the human race's divine ancestor, had been sitting in that ordinary, mediocre stone throne when they had been accepted as disciples. Still, this was enough to verify that this throne was different. 30 million troops, 100,000 Taishi Yuan Venerates, and at least 600 Taichu Yuan Venerates formed this army, which was both vast and mighty. Attack the mysterious underworld race. This was the decree the human race's divine ancestor had issued 3 days ago. The armies of Tianding Realm had already arrived outside Sealed Sky City in just a day. Amongst the 600 Taichu Yuan Venerates, besides the 200 Taichu Yuan Venerates that were from Tianding Realm, the others were all returnees. Even though these people didn't have to listen to the human ruler's orders, they still had to comply with the only Tai Yuan Venerates decree. There's a mysterious underworld race army a million miles ahead. New mysterious underworld Great Emperor Nulanye is leading the troops of the 6 great underworld halls and guarding sacred underworld city. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said. This Nulanye person rose up rapidly. He employs vicious methods and is one of the rare prominent geniuses of the mysterious underworld race. However, our enemy this time isn't Nulanye but the mysterious underworld race's first ancient Yuan underworld lord. In terms of strength, we have the advantage. Therefore, we definitely have to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop this time. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky was the leader of the 6 heavenly rulers and he held a certain status within Tianding Realm that not many people could compare with. Therefore, after these instructions were issued, practically the entire Tianding Realm answered respectfully, "Yes, sir." Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky glanced at the golden deity and the others. He felt a little uncomfortable seeing these people standing aside without a care in the world. However, he was helpless too because the fighting strength of all these people wouldn't be much weaker than his. If he offended any of them, then his position as leader would be in peril. Let's go. The target is Sacred Underworld City. Take it in one day. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky's words were powerful, resonating, and full of confidence. After all, Tianding Realm and the human race were already stronger than the mysterious underworld race. Furthermore, they had more than 1,000 returning powerhouses. Taking down Sacred Underworld City wouldn't be much of a problem. Marching to war would normally involve array formations. However, at the level of the Taichu Yuan Venerate, ordinary array formations were already not of much use. What Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky did was just allocate his subordinates and get them to march off toward the mysterious underworld race's territory. They would be taking down the mysterious underworld race, striking the divine incarcerate race, eliminating the star sky race. As these enemies were destroyed, they would be able to ascend to the Taiyu Yuan Venerate. The more Taiyu Yuan Venerates there were, the stronger they would be. Then, the black palm that had destroyed the human race time after time. The golden deity glanced at the giant with the thunder inscriptions on his forehead and said sardonically, "They are taking down Sacred Underworld City. They are really brimming with confidence. The mysterious underworld race won't be what they envisage. It won't be taken down in a single day." The giant with the thunder inscriptions frowned. "What does whether they can take down the city or not have to do with us? We just have to do our job well. Hee hee. More importantly, we have to survive this battle. As for the final benefits, if we don't get them, let's see how they'll stop us from taking them by force. The giant didn't mince his words, and the Taishi Yuan venerates around them all heard him. Even though the Taishi Yuan venerates felt that these words were rather prickly, they didn't dare do anything. After all, this giant was a peak Taichu Yuan venerate. Such an existence could kill many of them with a single slap. Although they had the support of Yuan venerate Flowing Sky and the other 6 great heavenly rulers, the returning powerhouses were getting closer to each other by the day. Even a slight provocation could result in a chain reaction. Therefore, the best thing to do would be not to provoke these entities. Golden deity Jin Wudi chuckled and looked at Yuan venerate Flowing Sky and the others above. Speaking of that, if we are talking about having a commander, I would rather the human ruler led us. No matter what happens, at least I wholeheartedly accept that brat. Our human ruler also wants to have the merit of exterminating the enemy. Unfortunately, he simply can't get the chance. The white-silver deity standing on the other side said, "This merit is great, and there are many benefits to it. How could he be put in command here? In my opinion, when others become Tai Yuan venerates, he will merely still be the human ruler." Even though these people were talking, their advancing speed never slowed down. Thousands of Taishi Yuan venerates were conjuring in array formation, so they arrived outside Sacred Underworld City in no time. When it came to the fight between the human race and the mysterious underworld race, the human race always defended itself while the mysterious underworld race invaded it. However, the scenario was now completely reversed. The human race's armies were numerous and their massive power was crashing toward the mysterious underworld race like a tidal wave. Against such a formidable display, it could be said that the mysterious underworld race's sacred underworld city was extremely scared. This city stood in the way of the human race and had been helmed by the golden mysterious lord for many years, so it contained countless array formations. These mighty array formations could both be used offensively and defensively. It wouldn't be an easy task even if hundreds of Yuan venerates wanted to invade sacred underworld city. However, the most crucial thing was that the Yuan venerate powerhouses of the human race were too many. The top brass of the 6 great underworld halls was gathered in sacred underworld city. They had started to gather there upon hearing that the human race would be on the offensive. Sacred underworld city was like the gateway to the mysterious underworld race's domain. Once it was lost, the territories of the mysterious underworld race would be completely exposed to the human race. "Great Emperor, what do you think we should do now?" the ancient underworld hall master asked in a tone laced with sarcasm. The ancient underworld hall master was very uncomfortable with Nalanye being the mysterious underworld race's great emperor. It could even be said that he was extremely displeased deep down. After all, the ancient underworld hall had always been the head of the 6 great underworld halls. Even though the ancient underworld hall had been at a disadvantage ever since Nalanye had become the Sky Marshal underworld hall master, it could still be said that ancient underworld hall was greater. However, the ancient underworld hall master felt miserable when the first ancient Yuan underworld lord finally appointed Nalanye and not him as the mysterious underworld race's great emperor. Deep down, he even wanted to compete head-to-head with Nalanye. Luo Yunyang's clone embodiment wasn't feeling calm either. Luo Yunyang very much wished to be a part of this crushing attack against the mysterious underworld race. However, the human race's divine ancestors' decree, which had been issued from the 9 Cauldrons training ground, had ordered him to guard against the enemies of the divine incarcerate race and the star sky race. The invasion would be led by Yuan venerate Flowing Sky and the other heavenly rulers. Although Luo Yunyang felt very uncomfortable with this job, he still didn't have the ability to go against the human race's divine ancestor, so he could only accept this plan. What to do? We wait, of course. Unless you feel that if you alone rushed over to attack them, you could stop these enemies, Segu. Luo Yunyang used these sharp, unkind words without even sparing a thought for the ancient underworld hall master's dignity. If you have that ability, then go on. Nobody will stop you. The ancient underworld hall master's face darkened. Besides being pissed that Nalanye had become the mysterious underworld race's great emperor, he was even more peeved that this troublesome person would take the mickey out of him from time to time. This despicable fellow had actually dared humiliate him in front of so many people. Naturally, I can't stop the enemy alone. Who even imagined that the human race would actually possess such might? The ancient underworld hall master said through gritted teeth. As the mysterious underworld race's great emperor, shouldn't you come up with an idea now that the mysterious underworld race is at such a crucial juncture? Idea: the first ancient Yuan underworld lord has given us directives. We just have to follow the lord's instructions. While Luo Yunyang wouldn't offer up the mysterious underworld race with both hands, he wouldn't think of any ways to resist either. Furthermore, the strength disparity between the human race and the mysterious underworld race was very wide, so even making a full effort to defend themselves wouldn't be of much use. The Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master shot the ancient Underworld Hall Master a glance with the intention of telling Segu to stop bickering with Luo Yunyang. The situation was just as Luo Yunyang had put it. The present top brass of the mysterious underworld race simply had no ideas. Nalanye, give up sacred underworld city. A tranquil voice reverberated in the huge hall they were in. Luo Yunyang's heart tightened when he heard this. The person speaking was the first ancient Yuan underworld lord. My lord, we won't have any means of defending ourselves against the human race's attacks if we give up sacred underworld city. Our race's territories will suffer from the invasion of the human race. If that happens, it wasn't Luo Yunyang who spoke, but the ancient underworld hall master. However, he hadn't finished speaking when a terrifying aura flooded the entire large hall. The ancient underworld hall master was at a loss for words in the face of this aura. Retreat. Although Luo Yunyang really wanted to know what the first ancient Yuan underworld lord was up to, he knew that the only choice he had was to follow the first ancient Yuan underworld lord's arrangement. Chapter 11:15. The 12 Yuan Demon Sky Extinguishing Great Array. They had to retreat all the way in defeat. Nalanye and most of the powerhouses from Sky Martial Underworld Hall were inside a massive spaceship. However, at the moment, they weren't looking very good. This was because they had just thrown away a large portion of their territories. Nalanye had been fleeing with the powerhouses from Sky Martial Underworld Hall ever since they had given up Sacred Underworld City 10 days ago. Your Majesty, we have just received news that Kingming Great Cosmos of our mysterious underworld race has been breached by the human race. All powerhouses above the galaxy grade have died in battle. A Sky Martial Underworld Hall Martialist reported to Nalanye in a sullen tone. As a matter of fact, Luo Yunyang had known earlier than the reporter what had happened to Kingming Great Cosmos. He even knew in great detail. The entire situation was in his grasp due to his God Sky conversion technique. However, as various great cosmoses of the mysterious underworld race were breached one by one, his God Sky conversion technique also became weaker and weaker. In the end, his God Sky conversion technique would totally collapse because too many territories of the mysterious underworld race had been lost. Although Luo Yunyang did not rely on the God Sky conversion technique himself, it was extremely important to Nalanye. Thus, Luo Yunyang needed to make Nalanye's cultivation fade away. I got it, Luo Yunyang answered somewhat impatiently, as he had to show that his cultivation was fading. He had established his own reputation in Sky Martial Underworld Hall, so many of the people in Sky Martial Underworld Hall were still respectful even though the current situation wasn't very good for him. Your Majesty, we have retreated and lost more than half of our territory. The powerhouses of the human race have destroyed one great cosmos after another in order to diminish the overall strength of our race. The mysterious underworld race will no longer have a place in this world if this continues. The martialist who reported this spoke in an anguished tone. In the past, a Taishi Yuan Venerate powerhouse of Sky Martial Underworld Hall would not have dared to speak to Nalanye in this manner. However, the great cosmos that he had been born in had been occupied by the martialists of the human race, so it seemed as though he was a little impatient and he could no longer keep his temper in check. Nalanye looked at the martialist and said flatly, I know what's on your mind, so I don't blame you for this. Then, Nalanye perked up. However, although I am the great emperor of the mysterious underworld race, I can only control the power of Sky Martial Underworld Hall. It's not that I don't want to resist. We just do not have the strength to resist at all. Furthermore, this order was issued by the first ancient Yuan Underworld Lord. What do you think I can do? The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Martialist fell silent. He clearly knew that Nalanye was not assigning responsibilities. What he said was a fact. Although Nalanye was the great emperor of the mysterious underworld race, he could not actually decide the fate of the mysterious underworld race. What on earth does the first ancient Yuan Underworld Lord want to do? The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Martialist asked eventually. Luo Yunyang was also curious to know what the first ancient Yuan Underworld Lord was plotting. Although he proclaimed to be second only to the first ancient Yuan underworld lord in the mysterious underworld race, in fact, he had no idea what the first ancient Yuan underworld lord was thinking. Based on his own estimations, Luo Yunyang believed that being able to force a figure like the first ancient Yuan underworld lord to pay such a big price was definitely a big deal. I want to know too, Nulanye replied after pondering this for a moment. He contacted both the Sky Gold Underworld Hall Master and the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master and received the same information. They did not know what the first ancient Yuan Underworld Lord was going to do either. Although Luo Yunyang could not find any information, he still decided to contact the human race's divine ancestor immediately. Even though Luo Yunyang was the human ruler of the human race, he still had to go to the Nine Cauldron training ground in Tianding Realm if he wanted to meet the divine ancestor. There had always been people stationed between Tianding Realm and the 36 great cosmoses. After seeing Luo Yunyang, those stationed there hurriedly greeted him respectfully. As Yuan venerate Flowing Sky and the others were not in Tianding Realm this time, the journey to the Nine Cauldron training ground was very smooth for Luo Yunyang. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Red Moon Child, who was already waiting at the entrance to the Nine Cauldron training ground when Luo Yunyang arrived, greeted him in a respectful, machine-like tone. Luo Yunyang had a favorable impression of the Red Moon Child. He thus smiled in return and said, "Red Moon Child, I have come to see the Divine Ancestor, so please inform him." The Divine Ancestor already knows about the purpose of the human ruler's visit. He asked me to tell the human ruler that although the mysterious underworld race has ulterior motives, they are all small tricks that will not amount to anything significant. Destiny now lies with the human race, so he hopes the human ruler can protect his territories well and just wait and see. Luo Yunyang was very uncomfortable with the message given by the Red Moon Child, but he couldn't do anything. I hope the Red Moon Child can report my arrival to the Divine Ancestor. I really wish to discuss this matter with him. Upon looking at the stubborn Luo Yunyang, the Red Moon Child hesitated for a moment before replying, "Since Your Majesty is so persistent, I'll report this on your behalf. As for whether you can see the Divine Ancestor or not, it is not something the Red Moon Child can decide." Luo Yunyang nodded his head. "Sorry for troubling you." The Red Moon Child conjured a series of hand seals quickly while a piece of jade zoomed up into the sky. In an instant, a look of dismay appeared on the Red Moon Child's face. Evidently, his actions seemed to have caused him some problems. "Your Majesty, the Divine Ancestor is busy. He asks you to do what you were tasked to do well." The Red Moon Child sounded rather courteous. Luo Yunyang thanked the Red Moon Child and left. He was feeling very uncomfortable this time. It could be said that he had sincerely come to discuss some important matters with the human race's divine ancestor, but had not expected that he would be labeled as someone who got worried easily. Because of this, Luo Yunyang felt that the human race's divine ancestor might not be very satisfied with him. After returning to Hongmeng Sacred Hall, Luo Yunyang put all his focus into improving the strength of the chaotic four-origin beast. Although the current chaotic four-origin beast only had the cultivation base of a Taishi Yuan Venerate, its strength was definitely something that an ordinary Taishi Yuan Venerate could not compare to. According to Luo Yunyang's estimations, while it would be difficult for the chaotic four-origin beast to defeat a returnee like the Golden Deity, it wouldn't necessarily lose to a Taichu Yuan Venerate from Tianding Realm even if it could not gain the upper hand over the Yuan Venerate. It was not easy for Luo Yunyang to break through and become a Tai Yuan Venerate, and this was why Luo Yunyang had to devote most of his energy to the chaotic four-origin beast. He could only compete against a Tai Yuan Venerate existence, while the chaotic four-origin beast had broken through and become a Taichu Yuan Venerate. It had been extremely difficult for the chaotic four-origin beast to become a Taichu Yuan Venerate, as Luo Yunyang had been greatly affected by the resources he needed. However, the benefits of becoming a human ruler were evident at times like this. Most of the resources would basically be delivered to him when he gave an order. What he needed the most was time. In the deathly silent space of the mysterious underworld race, the armies of the human race swept through as if they were invincible. The spies of the human race who had lived in the territories of the mysterious underworld race for many years were continuously sending back all sorts of information to Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others. This mighty force allowed the armies of the human race to triumph in every battle. In a matter of 10 days, they had captured more than half of the territories of the mysterious underworld race. We will be able to reach the ancestral land of the mysterious underworld race, the endless underworld Earth, after crossing that great cosmos. If we secure the endless underworld Earth, it will basically mean that we've destroyed the mysterious underworld race, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said spiritedly. He was fully confident about destroying the entire mysterious underworld race. Although he knew that the first Yuan underworld lord of the mysterious underworld race had appeared, he did not know what kind of scheme was hidden behind their retreat. The human race was not unprepared, and any schemes would still be useless in the face of absolute power. The Green Moon Child just sent over some news. The Worry Freak went to the Nine Cauldron training ground to meet the Divine Ancestor and talk about the mysterious underworld race, the Southwest Earth Heavenly Ruler said with a hint of mockery. After being stopped by the Red Moon Child, he continued to pester the Red Moon Child to report his arrival to the Divine Ancestor. It seems like he really does not know when to give up. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky replied with a smile. Of course he is not willing to give up these great benefits, but he should take a look at his situation. Becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate is just wishful thinking. In my opinion, we should give that chap a warning and let him know what he needs to do and what he doesn't need to do. The Southwest Earth Heavenly Ruler's unfavorable opinion of Luo Yunyang was evident, and he spoke in a much more straightforward way than he normally would. The other four Heavenly Rulers merely smiled faintly. In their opinion, Luo Yunyang was too small of a fry to bother them too much. All their attention was focused on the endless underworld Earth. They were eyeing the opportunity to become Tai Yuan Venerates, which would come after they destroyed the endless underworld Earth. Although they did not speak about this on the surface, none of them dared to be careless. As they were moving forward, the endless underworld Earth was as still as before. However, the aura of the endless underworld Earth had become deathly still. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even a universe-grade martialist would immediately turn into ashes if they were to enter this land without any special protective treasures. The deathly still endless underworld Earth was like a huge whirlpool silently devouring the vitality around it. At the center of the endless underworld Earth, a black-robed first ancient Yuan underworld lord stood with his eyes radiating absolute desolation. We made so many preparations, but it's time for us to reap the rewards. 12 Ancient Yuan Demon Sky Extinguishing Greater A, Rise. Chapter 11:16. Set Sky 9 Cauldrons, unavariate fate. A great number of almighties from the mysterious underworld race were buried in the endless underworld Earth. These almighties would climb out of the Earth, where many more had been buried at random periods of time. Thus, the endless underworld Earth had been the foundation of the mysterious underworld race for a very long time. Some people even said that the mysterious underworld race would still exist as long as the endless underworld Earth remained intact. The endless underworld Earth was sacred for the people of the mysterious underworld race, and it could even be said that it was a place that was extremely revered. However, the armies of the human race's army had begun to break this tranquility. Various ancestors, we are incompetent juniors who have startled you all. A powerhouse from ancient underworld hall flew out of his spaceship and knelt on the edge of the endless underworld Earth while wailing loudly. However, as he was feeling remorseful, a bone spear that was exactly 3 feet long pierced his body instantly. The body of the mysterious underworld race's powerhouse dissipated silently in the void when the bone spear penetrated him. If that mysterious underworld race powerhouse had been like a balloon before, then the soft stab of the bone spear had burst him. Many people on the spaceship were terrified upon seeing what had happened. It's dangerous. Run, quick, a universe-grade mysterious underworld race powerhouse shouted out. Although they did not know what had happened, the sight had made them feel very afraid of the situation. Their survival instinct made them feel strongly that they might really die here if they stayed. Their best choice of action was to leave quickly. They would be safe only if they left right now. However, just as they maneuvered the spacecraft to fly millions of miles away, they suddenly discovered that there were 5 towering bone peaks right in front of their spaceship. How could such a massive mountain move? They actually felt like their bodies could not move when the mountain peaks moved toward them. What exactly was happening? This was the only thought in everyone's minds at that moment. However, as they were searching for an escape route in horror with their spirit consciousness, they suddenly realized that their spirit consciousness could not leave their bodies. It seemed as though their omnipotent spirit consciousness was suppressed by something. All of you will die. A consciousness devoid of emotion invaded the minds of those powerhouses. As this consciousness entered their minds, they began to sense that the bone peaks in front of them were just a palm. A palm that blocked the sun. It was also at this moment that they clearly saw who the palm belonged to. It was a towering figure that had 8 pairs of white bones and wings that looked extremely grim. Although this figure was significantly different from the 12 ancient Yuan demons they knew, they still managed to react right away, as they had great respect for the 12 ancient Yuan demons. The figure that blocked the sun and occupied the endless sky was impressively one of the 12 ancient Yuan demons. However, unlike the 12 ancient Yuan demons that they knew, who would exude endless vitality, the present ancient Yuan demon was full of deathly qi. Why is this happening? A powerhouse said hoarsely. He wanted to know why, but his life essence disappeared completely as soon as he uttered those words. The last traces of his spirit consciousness only sensed the 12 bodies made of white bones that blocked the sun. Deathly qi continued to hover around the white bone body and kept expanding crazily. Within the grayish deathly mist was a faintly discernible body made of white bones. What is this? The armies of the human race had already seen the 12 white bodies before landing on the endless underworld Earth. Each of those bodies was bigger than a star domain. Their spaceships and everything about them was insignificantly smaller in contrast to those gigantic bodies. It could even be said that those bodies would be able to crush their spaceships easily as long as they moved their pinky fingers. These are the 12 ancient Yuan demons, the strongest ancestors of the mysterious underworld race. They shouldn't look like this. Golden deity Jin Wudi said in horror upon looking at the 12 bodies that blocked the sky. Jin Wudi was no average person. Being sent back as one of the strongest forces of a great era itself was testimony to his mind and strength. However, this formidable figure still shuddered in fear while facing the 12 towering figures. The Thunder Monarch's face was purple to begin with, so it seemed as though there were no changes in his facial expression. Still, his tone was equally horrified. I have seen these 12 ancient Yuan demons before in my great era. Although they were very powerful, compared to the current situation, he did not directly summarize how strong they were compared to the current situation, but based on his expression, one could tell that the difference was too big. It seems that this time, the mysterious underworld race is really going all out. The white-silver deity said. With that much deathly qi, it is no wonder they don't even have any defense. Unless I'm wrong, the leader of the mysterious underworld race has used this endless deathly qi to reverse the endless underworld Earth. This way, he's replacing the power produced by the endless underworld Earth that can revive the top powerhouses of the mysterious underworld race, who were in deep slumber, with endless desolation power. He'll hurt himself before he hurts anyone else. This move is almost akin to betting the entire fate of the mysterious underworld race. No, the mysterious underworld race will still be wiped out even if they win. An array had been reversed to produce a force capable of wiping out its own kind entirely. The ferocity of the array was unimaginable. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the other 5 heavenly rulers looked equally shocked, as they also felt this immense power. Despite being half-step Tai Yuan Venerates, they still felt helpless in the face of this power. After all, each of the 12 massive bone Yuan demons also had an aura close to a Tai Yuan Venerates. Those ancient Yuan demons weren't actual Tai Yuan Venerates, but they were very close already. All of them would surely be abused if they were to face them one-on-one. Request to see the master. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said firmly to his companion after glancing at his surroundings. The Southwest Earth Heavenly Ruler and the rest also realized the severity of the matter. They nodded simultaneously before bowing respectfully to the stone throne in the middle. Although the human race's divine ancestor had not followed them over, he would still descend on the throne as long as they saluted the throne together. This was the way the human race's divine ancestor treated the mysterious underworld race. As though he wasn't worried at all. When Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the rest saluted, the human race's divine ancestor slowly appeared on the throne and looked at the 12 gigantic white bone ancient Yuan demons coldly. First ancient Yuan underworld lord, the two of us have dealt with each other before. I never expected you to be so determined. The tone of the human race's divine ancestor was cold and deathly. Obviously, he was very uncomfortable with the way the first ancient Yuan underworld lord had acted. Ha ha, human race's divine ancestor, don't act like a saint here. Do you think I don't see the big picture? The stronger the human race is, the better it will be for that person. The body of the first ancient Yuan underworld lord appeared in the middle of the 12 gigantic white bone ancient Yuan demons. He overlooked his surroundings as he said icily, "The Lord has abandoned us for his final harvest. The forces of the divine incarcerate race and the starry race, who could have helped us, are unable to provide us with any help anymore. Do you understand? Ha ha ha, we have already been abandoned." The human race's divine ancestor remained unmoved by the first ancient Yuan underworld lord after listening to his resentful words. It was obvious that he already understood what the first ancient Yuan underworld lord meant. Access read. Live if you like watching manga, comics. You are abandoning us only to help accomplish what you all want. Or rather, the stronger the power of life you represent, the stronger the benefits that lord will reap. The first ancient Yuan underworld lord said furiously. However, the mysterious underworld race is absolutely unwilling to accept this. One of us must die in this war. The human race's divine ancestor stared indifferently back as he replied casually, your determination has somewhat exceeded my expectations, but I still have to say that your puny trick is not going to stop me. Although the power of the 12 ancient Yuan demons has soared, this is still just a 12 ancient Yuan demon array. After he said that, the human race's divine ancestor formed a series of hand seals, causing folds that looked like ripples to appear in the space filled with endless deathly chi. An instant after the ripples appeared, the 9 massive cauldrons descended from the void. The 9 cauldrons rotated as they landed while also absorbing a massive amount of deathly chi at once, thus restoring the deathly space back to its original appearance gradually. This process wasn't very fast, but the momentum of the situation was already set. Set sky 9 cauldrons. The first ancient Yuan underworld lord sneered sarcastically when he saw the 9 giant cauldrons. While you do have the set sky 9 cauldrons, you are still a little short of breaking my 12 ancient Yuan demon great array. Then, a flag as black as ink appeared in the hands of the first ancient Yuan underworld lord. By waving the flag in the void, he instantly restored the void to its original deathly state. The human race's divine ancestor, who had originally been calm, was shocked when he saw the flag and exclaimed in disbelief, the unavariate fate banner. This is the unavariate fate banner. How could you have it? Chapter 11:17. Great extinguishing black hell, supreme incarcerate ruler. The unavariate fate banner was the star sky race's ultimate treasure from several great eras ago. It could be said that this was the foundation of the star sky race's ability to establish itself. The unavariate fate banner was extremely important to the star sky race because it concerned the survival of the star sky race. However, this ultimate treasure had actually appeared in the mysterious underworld race's territory. The face of the human race's divine ancestor darkened. This was a considerable blow to him. According to the human race's divine ancestor's estimations, the mysterious underworld race shouldn't be able to get too much support from the mastermind behind the scenes. The paramount Tai Yuan venerate existences of the star sky race and the divine incarcerate race would also find it difficult to leave the area they were confined to. He shouldn't have any problem to personally wipe out the mysterious underworld race. The human race's divine ancestors' preparations for this matter should be incomparably perfect. However, the current circumstances were way beyond what he'd expected. The surging deathly chi was once again restored, and the projections of the peak mysterious underworld powerhouses became faintly discernible all around. If it was just the unavariate fate banner, these sorts of methods would still have been useless against the human race. The human race's divine ancestor glanced at the first ancient Yuan underworld lord and said with a hint of clear provocation, of course, you will also be unable to stop the destruction of the mysterious underworld race. Divine ancestor, my methods naturally aren't just limited to this. There seemed to be a hint of delight in the eyes of the first ancient Yuan underworld lord, as if he was totally oblivious to the human race's divine ancestor's psychological warfare, or he simply didn't care. As the first ancient Yuan underworld lord tapped lightly with his finger, a treasured portrait floated up in the vast starry sky. The instant this treasured portrait appeared, the originally gloomy and sinister void instantly became a purgatory. There were black sacred mountains, gray rivers, vast desolate plateaus. The entire surroundings seemed to have undergone a huge change. It now seemed as if they were situated in a purgatory. Great extinguishing black hell portrait. The human race's divine ancestor's gaze froze when he saw this portrait. Although he still remained calm, he was no longer as confident about being prepared for everything as he had been at the beginning. Not bad, it's the divine incarcerate race's great extinguishing black hell portrait. Now we are all in the confines of the great extinguishing black hell portrait. You won't be able to get out even if you have the set sky 9 cauldrons on top of your cultivation base. Naturally, you won't be able to return to your own nest either. The human race's divine ancestor had never thought that the star sky race and the divine incarcerate race would actually be ruthless enough to lend these two ultimate treasures to the first ancient Yuan underworld lord. He steadied himself and inhaled softly. Even if we aren't able to leave your great extinguishing black hell portrait, breaking your array won't be too much of a problem given our current combat strength. It will just be a waste of some additional time, that's all. Yes, my 20 yuan demon mysterious underworld sky extinguishing great array never had any intention of keeping all of you here, the first ancient yuan underworld lord said sarcastically. I never even considered that the mysterious underworld race would be able to win. However, you will have to spend at least 10 years inside this 12 yuan demon sky extinguishing great array. 10 years is merely like the snap of a finger to us. However, it is enough time for the divine incarcerate race to wipe out the entire human race that was left behind. If that happens, I fear that the human race won't even be able to compare to the mysterious underworld race without its foundation. The human race's divine ancestor stiffened when he understood what the first ancient yuan underworld lord had decided to do. The 36 great cosmoses in Tianding realm seemed to have no way of comparing to the armies of the mysterious underworld race. However, in reality, this vast quantity of human life was their foundation. As long as these people were slain, the chi of the human race would diminish and the possibility of the Tai Yuan venerates of the divine incarcerate and the star sky race freeing themselves would become even greater. Plus, it wasn't like the human race's divine ancestor wasn't able to escape these fetters and return to Tianding realm. However, although he could escape, the others couldn't return. If he chose to return, the first ancient Yuan underworld lord would use a few ultimate treasures to take Yuan venerate flowing sky and the others and disappear. Despite the power of the human race's divine ancestor, the possibility of finding him would be extremely small. The human race's divine ancestor's face darkened when he realized what his opponent's intentions were. He knew that even though he had been on guard for a long time, he had already fallen for this fellow's ploy. The divine ancestor steeled his mind as these thoughts swirled in it. Even though the divine incarcerate race isn't weak, they won't break through the defenses of our 36 great cosmoses. We have more than 100 Taichu Yuan venerates on guard. More than 100 Taichu Yuan venerates. How fearsome, the first ancient Yuan underworld lord said mockingly. Unfortunately, the representative of the divine incarcerate race is the supreme incarcerate ruler. The human race's divine ancestor burst out laughing when he heard the name of the supreme incarcerate ruler. The supreme incarcerate ruler has just gotten out of his seal, so he simply can't enter the human race's 36 great cosmoses now. We can still protect them rather well. The Tai supreme incarcerate ruler can't enter the human race's 36 great cosmoses. The first ancient Yuan underworld lord's self-confidence increased even more. Then, he also said provocatively, but what if it was a Taichu Yuan venerate supreme incarcerate ruler? A Taichu Yuan venerate supreme incarcerate ruler. The human race's divine ancestor was shocked. As an absolute top entity, he could still maintain the same demeanor even though it seemed like he was at a disadvantage after this card was played. I never imagined that a character like the supreme incarcerate ruler would actually be willing to sever his own cultivation base. Indeed, even I never imagined that brother supreme incarcerate ruler would be that resolute, the first ancient Yuan underworld lord said. However, since he has made such a decision, we can only allow him to implement it. Furthermore, the opportunities born from wiping out the human race might even allow him to rejuvenate his cultivation base quickly. The human race's divine ancestor had a complex expression on his face. Right now, he actually felt some regret. If he had known all this, he wouldn't have so easily let Yuan venerate flowing sky lead their troops into the mysterious underworld race. Then there isn't much to talk about. Whether the human race can be invaded will depend on the methods of the supreme incarcerate ruler. However, the mysterious underworld race will be exterminated before the supreme incarcerate ruler's invasion is successful. The 9 huge cauldrons beside the human race's divine ancestor swelled up 1,000 times as he spoke. Each cauldron seemed like a huge star flying toward the 20 huge white bone Yuan demons. Ha ha ha, the victor and loser haven't been decided yet. The first ancient Yuan underworld lord was someone who was able to go with the flow. Even though the odds of victory weren't in his favor for this battle, he still howled before attacking the human race's divine ancestor. The conversation between the two Tai Yuan venerates wasn't concealed from Yuan venerate flowing sky and the others. Therefore, they all had clearly heard what those two had been talking about. Upon hearing this exchange, they all looked frightened, especially the martialists from Tianding realm and the 36 great cosmoses. They had never imagined that this invasion would actually face such a plot. While they wouldn't lose or be pushed back with the human race's divine ancestor at the helm, the supreme incarcerate ruler was leading the divine incarcerate troops. Would Tianding realm and the 36 great cosmoses be able to defend themselves? The calmest people in this situation were probably the golden deity and the others. They had all come alone, and even though they had established training grounds, worst case scenario, they would only be losing a huge amount of resources. If a Tai Yuan Venerate was reverted to a Taichu Yuan Venerate, although their cultivation base would decline, their battle experience wouldn't decline much and they would still be considerably stronger than a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. Against such an opponent, human ruler Luo Yunyang would really be in for a tough time. Amongst the returnees, the Thunder Giant had the most complaints about Luo Yunyang. Although he didn't say anything about this matter, his face clearly showed that he was actually delighted about this situation. Although the human race's divine ancestor was engaged with the first ancient Yuan underworld lord in combat, a trace of his spirit consciousness had sent a message to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang received this information even later than the human race's divine ancestor. Although mysterious underworld race Great Emperor Nalanye was still rather well, the first ancient Yuan underworld lord's plan had barely even been revealed. The supreme incarcerate ruler had decisively severed his cultivation to go from the Tai Yuan Venerate to the Taichu Yuan Venerate. It was frightening just to think of it. After all, this was an entity that would be even more powerful than a half-step Yuan Venerate. Although he was incomparable to a Tai Yuan Venerate, that difference was still limited. Plus, Luo Yunyang's cultivation base was merely at the initial stages of the Taichu Yuan Venerate. When can you return, divine ancestor? Luo Yunyang asked after he quashed all the various thoughts going through his head. This question would decide whether he would win or lose. The human race's divine ancestor pondered it slightly before saying, at least 10 years later. If this had been an even match or there had only been a slight difference in skill, 10 years wouldn't have been so long and Luo Yunyang wouldn't have to be afraid. However, going up against a Tai Yuan Venerate willing to fall to the Taichu Yuan Venerate for 10 years wasn't an easy task. Luo Yunyang, you are the human ruler and this concerns the fate of the human race. No matter what, you must defend the 36 great cosmoses. The human race's divine ancestor then said urgently, I won't spare you if I return and discover that the 36 great cosmoses in Tianding realm have been completely destroyed. Chapter 11:18. Imperial Court Summons. What? The divine ancestor was accounted for in their plans. The Da Qian master exclaimed in alarm. The divine ancestor was a stabilizing force for the entire human race. With him there, nothing should faze them. However, the human race's divine ancestor and the other forces that would go to take down the mysterious underworld race were already accounted for in the plans of the mysterious underworld race. This was totally a bolt out of the blue for the human race. When can the divine ancestor and the others return? The Zanpin Sacred Hall Master asked anxiously. Although the various Hall Masters had some complaints regarding the human race's divine ancestor, they were all clear on one thing. They would not have someone great to rely on without the human race's divine ancestor. A Tai Yuan Venerate was really important to the entire human race. Without a Tai Venerate's support, the foundation of the human race wouldn't be very stable. Probably after 10 years, Luo Yunyang glanced at the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master and said, however, in these 10 years, we will be facing the attacks of the divine incarcerate race and the star sky race. Read comics on our read. Live. Furthermore, to enter our race's territory, the divine incarcerate Tai Yuan Venerate has severed his cultivation. Although a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate wasn't a Tai Yuan Venerate, a self-severed Tai Yuan Venerate was much more terrifying than a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. Everyone present knew that they wouldn't be able to hold off for too long without the support of the human race's divine ancestor. Therefore, there was a period of silence. Yunyang, did the divine ancestor not leave us any defensive capabilities? For example, the 9 Cauldron Great Array of the 9 Cauldron Training Grounds. If we utilize it, we can definitely go up against Tai Yuan Venerate entities. The Battle Hall Master's eyes were bright when he mentioned the 9 Cauldrons. Luo Yunyang shook his head. The 9 Cauldrons have already been brought by the divine ancestor to the mysterious underworld race. He simply won't have the time to send aid. The Da Qian master and the others fell silent. Even though they worked their brains off trying to think of a solution, they knew clearly that they really had nothing that could be useful under the circumstances. Absolute power wasn't something schemes could make up for. After this bout of silence, the Da Qian master said, Yunyang, what do you suggest we do? We'll definitely have no way of winning this war if we let the supreme incarcerate ruler into our 36 great cosmoses. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Daqian master and said, therefore, we need someone amongst us to stall the supreme incarcerate ruler. The Daqian master really wanted to ask to be entrusted with this. However, he knew very well that this wasn't something one could say for fun, and he simply wasn't capable of handling this task. He wasn't the only one. The others couldn't handle it either. Or any of the returnees capable of hindering the supreme incarcerate ruler. The Dark Hall Master asked. The Battle Hall Master shook his head. Even if they could, they might not necessarily take action. After all, there is a very high chance of death. Furthermore, according to my estimations, no one amongst them has reached this level yet. The Daqian Master pondered this for a bit before saying, there are still close to 300 returnees. If we add the Taichu Yuan venerates of Tianding realm, our numbers can reach 400. If 400 Taichu Yuan venerates attack together, we might not be defeated by the supreme incarcerate ruler. Perhaps we can rely on our numbers to kill the supreme incarcerate ruler. The Zanpin Sacred Hall Master nodded. This had to be the best option for now. Luo Yunyang also knew that this was the most plausible solution. However, he knew that this suggestion wasn't something easy to accomplish. This could definitely work against a half-step Tai Yuan venerate. However, a self-severed Tai Yuan venerate is a different matter. Luo Yunyang said with some bitterness, a Tai Yuan venerate entity doesn't require accumulated numbers to achieve victory. Then what should we do? The Battle Hall Master asked. Are we going to sit around and wait to die? Luo Yunyang already had a plan on his mind. However, he wasn't prepared to share his thoughts right now. His ideas were also very dangerous, and Luo Yunyang was only willing to use them as a last resort. Summon all Taichu Yuan venerates, he told the Battle Hall Master. Understood. I will go relay your Majesty's decree right away, the Battle Hall Master said resolutely. After he left, the Daqian Master said worriedly, I'm just afraid some people won't come, especially those from Tianding realm. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Daqian Master beside him. The divine incarcerate race isn't leaving us a lot of time to work with. Thus, we cannot squander our time. We have to dispose of the contrasting voices within the human race. Luo Yunyang said the words, dispose of, very naturally, but the Daqian Master and the others shuddered when they heard this. They had all sensed that Luo Yunyang was bluffing to intimidate all the people in Tianding realm that were merely paying lip service. Luo Yunyang's target was Tianding realm. Ever since the Imperial Court and the Heavenly Court had been established separately, Tianding realm basically hadn't thought much of Luo Yunyang's Imperial Court. Even though Luo Yunyang could command the Heavenly Court now, who knew what the martialists of the Heavenly Court would try? Rather than botching things up when the time came, Luo Yunyang was prepared to immediately get rid of the dissenting voices that might appear. After a while, the Battle Hall Master returned in a huff. Your Majesty, the returnee powerhouses said that they will rush over immediately after hearing Your Majesty's order. However, Tianding Realm's Dongfang Jianming, who is in charge of those that stayed behind, says that they will only follow the heavenly decree of the heavenly rulers. They won't comply without the heavenly ruler's decree. Luo Yunyang had an impression of Dongfang Jianming. This person was Dongfang Qishan's brother, and his standing in the Dongfang family seemed even higher than Dongfang Qishan's. Although this person didn't really have evil conduct, Luo Yunyang was still prepared to kill him to make an example out of him. He didn't care whether this would be an injustice to Dongfang Jianming. He had not had a path of retreat from the moment the human race's divine ancestor had entrusted this assignment to him. Besides, the human race's 36 great cosmoses in Tianding realm no longer had a way out. They would either unite and fight it out with the supreme incarcerate ruler, or they would all die. At this crucial time, taking the head of someone in exchange for the reverence of the human race's armies seemed appropriate. I got it. As soon as he said that, he got up. Come on, let's head to the human ruler's palace. Although a large proportion of Luo Yunyang's time was spent in Hongmeng Sacred Hall, as the human ruler, he could not have a palace to receive people. The human ruler's place was the place where the Imperial Court convened. Although Luo Yunyang rarely used this place, this palace was the most suitable venue. After all the returnee powerhouses and Tianding realm martialists were convening. Greetings, Your Majesty. Hundreds of Taichu Yuan venerates from various great eras paid their respects to Luo Yunyang as he took his seat. Although not everyone seemed thoroughly convinced by Luo Yunyang, his position meant that they had to show the appropriate amount of respect. There's no need for formalities, everyone. Luo Yunyang eyed the returnee powerhouses and said, "You have all been invited over because there is an issue regarding our fates that I have to discuss with you." Luo Yunyang didn't hide anything. Instead, he immediately briefed them on the situation. All the returnee powerhouses immediately scowled. Originally, some of them had been unhappy about being summoned by Luo Yunyang. However, whatever complaints they'd had vanished completely now. They understood how powerful a self-severed Tai Yuan Venerate actually was, and they all knew how much damage a Tai Yuan Venerate could cause. "Your Majesty, everyone, I once encountered a self-severed Tai Yuan Venerate in my time. In that era, I couldn't even take 3 moves of that person." An elegant-looking man with 7 stars flickering in his eyes said heavily. "Therefore, we mustn't be careless. I've never encountered one, but my master mentioned that while a self-severed Tai Yuan Venerate's cultivation boundary might seem to be the Taichu Yuan Venerate, they are still a Tai Yuan Venerate. Their strength is only weaker than a Tai Yuan Venerate's. However, their control of nomological laws is still at the Tai Yuan Venerate level. When facing this sort of entity, we can't drop our guard. We must be extremely careful in order to deal with the present circumstances." Luo Yunyang said, "I appreciate everyone's support, but there are still some people who do not understand the severity of things among the human race. I hope that you can help me punish them. We can't have people causing problems when we are facing such a powerful enemy." Meanwhile, in Tianding Realm's 6-ruler palace, Dongfang Jianming was flipping through some books. Compared to Luo Yunyang's human ruler palace, the 6-ruler palace seemed even more dignified. While Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky was absent, Dongfang Jianming had gotten addicted to being the temporary heavenly ruler. "Big brother, Luo Yunyang is the human ruler. We shouldn't go against him when he summons us over," a Taishi Yuan Venerate, who looked slightly similar to Dongfang Jianming, advised him. "Right, human ruler Luo Yunyang is merely the human ruler of the 36 great cosmoses. We are the ones who let him be. Who does he think he is to actually summon us to listen to his instructions? He really doesn't know how much he is worth." Dongfang Jianming scoffed without even looking up. 1119 Make a decision when it is time. Many thousands of troops were stationed at the entrance of the passage to Tianding Realm. With the establishment of the human ruler and the heavenly rulers, the numbers of channels connecting Tianding Realm and the 36 great cosmoses had also increased. "You must obey the rules of Tianding Realm after entering. Remember, the first thing you have to do is bathe and fast for 15 days to remove the impure qi from you and not spoil the pure qi of Tianding Realm," the martialist responsible for inspecting those entering Tianding Realm said in disgust. Although most of the martialists put on a smile while entering Tianding Realm, some of them were also very angry but didn't dare say anything. "This is too much. Why isn't there a fasting period for people entering our 36 great cosmoses then? Now that we've arrived, the check is really strict and we also need to fast. This is really..." A young martialist was speaking angrily. "Brother, remember what we are here for. We are here to make a fortune, so don't get into trouble with the people of Tianding Realm. If they want to check you, let them check you. If they want us to fast, then we'll fast. They are the big shots here, aren't they?" A round, unctuous middle-aged man said with a smile. The young man scoffed, "I will definitely suggest to the imperial court to make those that enter our 36 great cosmoses fast as well. Young brother, don't get angry. It's useless to do so. I'm afraid you don't know this, but people in Tianding Realm don't even bother going to our 36 great cosmoses." The unctuous fat man smiled and added, "Just look at what's going on here in Tianding Realm. All the things they require." As the two men were talking, a somber, desolate intent swept over from afar. The soldiers from Tianding Realm who were performing the inspection suddenly turned pale. At the same time, a shadow rose into the sky. It was an early-stage Taishi Yuan Venerate martialist. He was the guardian of this particular channel and was usually training in seclusion. He began to give off this aura the moment he appeared. Naturally, this was supposed to tell people that his channel wasn't easy to go through. However, there was a solemn look in his eyes when he saw the mighty group. After all, he was aware of the identity of the person arriving upon sensing his aura. The human ruler is here. No one throughout Tianding Realm took Luo Yunyang seriously, as they felt that the human ruler was the human ruler of the 36 great cosmoses and not the human ruler of Tianding Realm. Although the human ruler was strong, he could not do anything to them. After mulling this over for a split moment, that Taishi Yuan Venerate hurriedly contacted Dongfang Jianming. After all, he did not have the capacity to make decisions about such situations. Dongfang Jianming immediately understood the reason for Luo Yunyang's arrival upon receiving the report. After pondering it a little, he said seriously, "There are rules in Tianding realm. Now that the rules have been set, just follow them. I believe His Majesty the human ruler will certainly agree that subordinates like you should adhere to the rules of Tianding realm." That Taishi Yuan Venerate started cursing Dongfang Jianming inwardly after hearing his reply. Dongfang Jianming was simply asking to die. Adhere to the rules. Damn the rules. This is the human ruler. I wouldn't have reported this to Dongfang Jianming if I'd known that he would reply like that. As he mulled this over, Dongfang Jianming's voice spoke again through the communication device. "I believe that you will not disappoint the whole Tianding realm." Although the Taishi Yuan Venerate was deeply furious, he also knew that there was no room for backing down. He only had two options. One of his options was to stop Luo Yunyang and thus offend the human ruler, and the second option was not to stop Luo Yunyang and thus offend Dongfang Jianming. He probably wouldn't be able to stay in Tianding realm in the future. He made a decision despite being in a dilemma and chose the lesser of two evils. Although the human ruler's position was much higher than that of Dongfang Jianming, the human ruler could command Tianding realm, where he still had to live. Hence, when Luo Yunyang's carriage was still 10 miles away from the entrance to the passageway, he lowered his tone and said, "Who is it? Do you have official travel documents?" Official travel documents were a certification issued by Tianding realm. Only those who had official travel documents could enter Tianding realm. Yuan Venerate White Crane and the others had followed Luo Yunyang to enter Tianding realm. Upon hearing what the Taishi Yuan Venerate shouted, they all frowned at the same time. He immediately stepped forward and said, "I'm Yuan Venerate White Crane of the human ruler's imperial court. This is the chariot of His Majesty the human ruler, so give way. Yuan Venerate White Crane, please forgive me. I was ordered not to allow anyone to enter Tianding realm without official documents." Although the Taishi Yuan Venerate wanted to let Luo Yunyang pass, he did not dare offend Dongfang Jianming. After all, he still had to survive by working under Dongfang Jianming. Yuan Venerate White Crane looked at the Taishi Yuan Venerate, who was full of smiles yet did not want to step aside, and understood the situation immediately. He knew that he shouldn't cower and retreat now, or Luo Yunyang, who was the human ruler, would become a laughing stock. However, as he was preparing to explain to the Taishi Yuan Venerate the situation once again, Luo Yunyang's instruction echoed in his ears. "Beat the crap out of him." Although Yuan Venerate White Crane knew Luo Yunyang hadn't come to Tianding realm with good intentions, beating the crap out of the guards still made him feel very shocked. However, he was only shocked for a moment, as he already knew what had happened to the human race's divine ancestor. Thus, Yuan Venerate White Crane slapped the face of that Taishi Yuan Venerate with a resounding sound. Although the Taishi Yuan Venerate's cultivation was not weak, he couldn't dodge the slap at all. It could even be said that he didn't have any means of retaliating after Yuan Venerate White Crane's slap. Right after that Taishi Yuan Venerate was slapped, Luo Yunyang's chariot continued to move toward the passage. Someone broke into Tianding realm. Quick, pass on the message. Some martialists from Tianding realm behaved very calmly and shouted loudly to their companions. At that call of distress, someone quickly pressed the button beside him. Yuan Venerate White Crane and the others could stop the button from being pressed, but they were instructed by Luo Yunyang to ignore it if they wanted to take action. Tianding realm and the channels of the 36 great cosmoses were also very important to the heavenly court. Furthermore, Dongfang Jianming decided to focus after receiving the news of Luo Yunyang's arrival. Thus, Dongfang Jianming heard about this almost in an instant. When he saw Luo Yunyang's chariot driving straight into Tianding realm, he immediately thundered, "The audacity! Tianding realm is not a place where he can act wantonly. Come with me. Let's go and give a friendly reminder to His Majesty the human ruler." Brother Jianming, now that the 6 heavenly rulers are not here, there is nothing we can do about Luo Yunyang. I'm afraid we'll just humiliate ourselves if we go over. A man standing next to Dongfang Jianming said. Dongfang Jianming glanced at the man and then said coldly, "What do you know about that?" Although the 6 heavenly rulers are not present, they gave me the controlling module of the 9 cauldron great array when they left. I can take over the 9 cauldron training ground and the power of the set sky 9 cauldrons as long as I conjure the controlling array. Although I don't think that I can kill Luo Yunyang, trapping him should be a piece of cake. When the heavenly rulers return, we will hand over Luo Yunyang to the heavenly rulers, which will be a great, meritorious deed on our part. The person who spoke sighed in relief as he saw Dongfang Jianming bringing out the control module, which looked like a plate. After all, he had been defeated by Luo Yunyang, so he was a little afraid of going up against him again. Now, with the control module and the help of the set sky 9 cauldrons, he could finally act with some confidence. Let's go. This time, we must teach Luo Yunyang a lesson and let him know that the human ruler is useless here. Because of the set sky 9 cauldrons, the martialists left behind to guard Tianding realm were all in high spirits. In a quarter of an hour, they rushed over like a whirlwind in front of Luo Yunyang's chariot. Your Majesty, you broke into Tianding realm without permission. According to the commandments of the heavenly court in Tianding realm, we have to suppress your Majesty on Repentance Cliff. I wonder if your Majesty would like to head over by himself or let me do the honors. Dongfang Jianming stood in front of everyone like a deity in charge of meting out punishment. Luo Yunyang walked out of the chariot and stared at Dongfang Jianming, who acted as though he was going to devour Luo Yunyang. How could Luo Yunyang not understand what he was thinking? However, the sole reason Luo Yunyang had come was to take Dongfang Jianming's head in order to set an example for the martialists of Tianding realm and make sure they would not interfere with his actions in the future. The 6 heavenly rulers are my subordinates. Do you think their orders apply to me? Luo Yunyang said indifferently. Dongfang Jianming's face turned black as soon as this was said. He then growled, Your Majesty, I am not here to tell you who your subordinates are. I just wanted to inform you of the commands of the heavenly court. Since your Majesty has said so, don't blame me for not playing nice. As he said that, Dongfang Jianming formed a series of hand seals quickly and traces of light shot toward the array's control module. Luo Yunyang immediately understood that the controlling module had to be connected to the set sky 9 cauldrons of the 9 cauldron training ground. Although it was very powerful, this type of array was also very useless given the current situation. Hence, he didn't stop Dongfang Jianming. Instead, he watched Dongfang Jianming conjuring a series of hand seals while smiling expectantly, as though he was waiting patiently for Dongfang Jianming to finish executing his technique. Even Dongfang Jianming was feeling weak when the final hand seal was completed. However, he had to remain calm, as the greater the power needed from him, the stronger the power borrowed from the set sky 9 cauldrons would be. 1120 Entering the divine incarcerate race. In the opinion of the martialists in Tianding realm, the set sky 9 cauldrons were sacred and holy, and the existence of Tianding realm made countless people look up to it. Although Luo Yunyang had a tremendous cultivation base, he was still, according to the people in Tianding realm, very inferior to the set sky 9 cauldrons. It was not a very difficult task to defeat Luo Yunyang with the power of the set sky 9 cauldrons. Some people even believed that it was relatively easy to do so. However, just as these people were filled with expectations, they realized that Luo Yunyang was still standing there quietly while the power of the set sky 9 cauldrons seemed ineffective. Dongfang Jianming was aware of the gulf in power between him and Luo Yunyang. Although he disliked Luo Yunyang a lot, he also did not dare take on Luo Yunyang directly. The reason he dared to challenge Luo Yunyang was primarily because he was relying on the power of the set sky 9 cauldrons. Luo Yunyang, don't be too full of yourself. When the power of the 9 cauldrons descends, although the power of the set sky 9 cauldrons had yet to descend, Dongfang Jianming was still very confident. Luo Yunyang didn't say a word as he casually looked at Dongfang Jianming and the other Tianding realm martialists while time passed quickly. A quarter of an hour passed under these calm circumstances. During this quarter of an hour, the powerhouses of Tianding realm transitioned from eagerly expecting something to happen to gradually feeling fearful. None of the expected overwhelming power had appeared. Even if they were slow to react, they should already know that the current situation was beyond their imagination. How could that be? Dongfang Jianming, who couldn't bear it any further, bellowed at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang looked at Dongfang Jianming and said faintly, Would you believe me if I told you that it is because I am the human ruler and the 9 cauldrons will only protect and not repress me? I'd be a fool to believe you. Dongfang Jianming snorted coldly. Although he had some doubts after hearing Luo Yunyang's words, he stayed firm and refused to believe that the 9 cauldrons would not react because of Luo Yunyang's identity. Luo Yunyang lowered his tone and muttered, then tell me, why has your array turned out like this? Why is it not effective at all? Dongfang Jianming looked speechlessly at Luo Yunyang. I'll tell you the truth. The Set Sky 9 Cauldrons are not in the 9 Cauldrons training ground at the moment. Even the human race's divine ancestor is no longer in the 9 Cauldrons training ground. Luo Yunyang snapped harshly. The human race's divine ancestor encountered some trouble in the territory of the mysterious underworld race and will not be able to return for at least 10 years. The most critical time for the human race is about to befall us, and you, as the guardian left behind in Tianding realm, do not want to obey orders and instead want to imprison the human ruler for insignificant benefits. This is simply audacious and outrageous. Luo Yunyang's voice turned icier as he asked, do you really think that I would not dare to kill you today? Dongfang Jianming's face fell. Although he wanted to say that Luo Yunyang was lying to him, he knew deep down that Luo Yunyang didn't need to lie to him in front of so many people. If the human race's divine ancestor was trapped in the mysterious underworld race, then the 6 heavenly rulers had to be trapped as well. In that case, who could stop Luo Yunyang in Tianding realm? He momentarily entered a state of panic. He was at a complete loss. About what to do now? You're spouting nonsense. The human race's divine ancestor has tremendous cultivation. How could he be trapped? You must be spreading rumors and causing trouble to break our morale. After all, Dongfang Jianming wasn't an ordinary being. After losing his cool momentarily, he quickly recovered from his state of panic and realized that he mustn't cower in fear. Yes, he is spouting nonsense. The followers of Dongfang Jianming also shouted loudly. Luo Yunyang glanced at Dongfang Jianming and scoffed, you aren't worthy enough for me to lie. Somebody, take him down. Kill him if he dares to resist. Dongfang Jianming immediately tensed up upon hearing Luo Yunyang's order. He shot a glance at Yuan Venerate White Crane and the others standing around Luo Yunyang and said, let's see who will dare to do so. If anyone dares to attack me, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? I'm Zan Wufeng of the Heavenly Sacred Great Era. Are you sure you want to resist? Said a middle-aged man with a calm face and a tinge of icy coldness. Although the man was not as dazzling as the golden deity, his imposing manner still sent chills down the spine of Dongfang Jianming. He was also a Taichu Yuan Venerate, but he could feel the gulf between him and Zan Wufeng. He definitely would not last beyond a single move if Zan Wufeng did not want him to. As he was wondering silently how he should deal with this situation, he heard another voice. Moro Great Era, Ning Shenchui. It was a black-faced giant who was 10 meters tall. Killing intent was sipping out of his murderous eyes. Ning Shenchui, what sort of name was that? Dongfang Jianming did not make any effort to mock Ning Shenchui's name, as another person spoke out right afterward. Sky River Great Era, Guo Tianyu. I hope I can learn something from Dongfang. Flood Field Great Era. In an instant, hundreds of people stepped forward and looked at Dongfang Jianming as if they were looking at a dead man. Dongfang Jianming wasn't a match for any of them. He was completely stunned now. Although there were also 100 Taichu Yuan Venerates around him, the difference in strength was too great compared to the Taichu Yuan Venerates around Luo Yunyang. Your Majesty, I'll admit defeat and willingly accept any punishment when the 6 heavenly rulers return. Dongfang Jianming stopped resisting when Yuan Venerate White Crane and the others stepped forward again. Dongfang Jianming did not obey imperial orders and he acted willfully. Behead him. Luo Yunyang glanced at Dongfang Jianming and said unquestionably, anyone who dares to disobey the human ruler's orders in the absence of the human race's divine ancestor will be beheaded. Many people felt wronged on Dongfang Jianming's behalf when they heard that Luo Yunyang was going to behead him. They all found Luo Yunyang too imperious. However, they all fell silent one by one after listening to the murderous tone of Luo Yunyang. They finally sensed Luo Yunyang's determination and had no way of resisting whatsoever. Dongfang Jianming, whose cultivation had been quickly suppressed, was finally afraid. He knew that he would die for sure if Luo Yunyang wanted to kill him now. Human ruler, although you are the human ruler, the imperial court is separated from the heavenly court. How will you explain this to the 6 heavenly rulers if you kill me now? Luo Yunyang shot a cold glance at Dongfang Jianming and said rightfully, there's no need for an explanation. The supreme incarcerate ruler of the divine incarcerate race is about to attack. If I can't hold back the supreme incarcerate ruler, the 36 great cosmoses in Tianding realm will all be destroyed. The human race's divine ancestor will not hold me accountable for killing you as long as I can hold back the supreme incarcerate ruler. After he said that, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, who was holding the god-slaying blade from Hongmeng's sacred hall, swung the blade down at the struggling Dongfang Jianming at Luo Yunyang's orders. Dongfang Jianming was sliced directly into two without any resistance. Following the death of Dongfang Jianming, the surrounding atmosphere instantly quietened down. All the Taichu Yuan venerates in Tianding realm were shocked by the news of Dongfang Jianming's death and what Luo Yunyang had just said. With the impending attack of the supreme incarcerate ruler, both the human race and Tianding realm were sent into a state of turmoil. Luo Yunyang had flagrantly killed Dongfang Jianming in order to make sure that they would not dare resist in any way. Dongfang Jianming died unjustly, someone whispered to his companion. It was clearly Luo Yunyang's intention to use Dongfang Jianming to make a statement. This is the only way. However, the person who said this stopped halfway. Although he had whispered, he was also afraid of being heard by Luo Yunyang. Your Majesty, how can you hold the supreme incarcerate ruler back if he is coming right now? Asked a Taichu Yuan venerate from Tianding realm. Although he also felt that Dongfang Jianming had died unjustly, Dongfang Jianming was nothing compared to the army of the divine incarcerate race led by the supreme incarcerate ruler. Luo Yunyang, who had just ordered the execution of Dongfang Jianming, said, "You guys don't have to worry about holding back the supreme incarcerate ruler. What you have to do now is hold back the armies of the divine incarcerate race and the star sky race under the leadership of the Daqian Hall Master. Naturally, I will handle the supreme incarcerate ruler." After saying that, he turned to look at that Taichu Yuan venerate and said, "At this critical juncture, I will grant the Daqian Master the authority to kill as he sees fit. He has the authority to take the life of anyone in Tianding realm who refuses to obey his commands." That Taichu Yuan venerate was not satisfied with Luo Yunyang's answer. He hesitated for a moment before asking heavily, "What if your Majesty can't stop the supreme incarcerate ruler?" "You'd better hope that I can stop him. I will die if I fail to stop him, and the 36 great cosmoses in Tianding realm will cease to exist." Luo Yunyang calmly glanced at the Taichu Yuan venerate as he spoke flatly. The Taichu Yuan venerate's expression was even more solemn now. He glanced back at Luo Yunyang and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." After instructing the Daqian Hall Master, Luo Yunyang flew in the direction of the divine incarcerate race. He did not like such things very much, as a matter of fact, but he knew that he now had no way out. Joining forces with the Taichu Yuan venerates who had returned from different great eras to fight against the supreme incarcerate ruler seemed to give him a higher probability of success. However, in fact, defeating an existence like a Tai Yuan venerate required more than just throwing numbers at him. Against a heavenly great path, everything else seemed like a mere ant. After mastering a heavenly great path as a Tai Yuan venerate, one would definitely not care about mass attacks even if his cultivation base was self-severed. Otherwise, the supreme incarcerate ruler, who was aware of the strength of the human race, would not have served his cultivation. After a lot of deliberation, Luo Yunyang decided to enter the divine incarcerate race and use the power of his attribute regulator to see if he could hold back the supreme incarcerate ruler. Actually, Luo Yunyang himself wasn't sure whether he could accomplish this either. However, this was his best choice of action. 1121. Single-person strike force, kill, kill, kill. Frenzied cries shook the realm. These monstrous cries that were laced with murderous intent came continuously from the divine incarcerate race powerhouses, who looked like the devils incarnate. They were tall and they either had 3 heads and 6 arms, limbs as hard as shields, or 6 heads and 9 limbs. Although their appearance was very strange, their murderous intent and excitement were all the same. They were extremely excited because they were going into the territory of their old adversary, the human race, with the supreme incarcerate ruler leading the way. The human race's territory was a piece of fat meat to them. They wanted very much to swallow this piece of meat whole. Murderous intent gushed upward like waves, filling the 9 skies. "Let's go, children," a tall Yuan venerate powerhouse from the divine incarcerate race bellowed as his 4 gigantic eyes flickered with excitement. He guffawed and said, "The opportunity we have this time is rare." The supreme incarcerate ruler said that your opportunity lies with the human race. Grab hold of this chance and you will be able to soar to the sky. Some people might even become Yuan venerates. If you won't grab hold of this chance, then, ha ha ha, you will still be the same cowardly pieces of trash. Can you all seize this opportunity? Although this Yuan venerate of the divine incarcerate race appeared somewhat unruly, his actions made people want to erupt with passion. The martialists of the divine incarcerate race already felt their impassioned blood boiling. After being stirred up, they all became even more excited. It could even be said that they had all reached the peak point of excitement. Ha ha ha, let's go, the Yuan venerate of the divine incarcerate race shouted. However, just as he was about to take off, he realized that his body could not move at all. What was going on? He was a Yuan venerate. In the territory of the divine incarcerate race, he was an existence that could basically do what he wanted. Unexpectedly, an existence as great as himself had been immobilized by a sudden surge of pressure. This made him feel very frightened. Could he have accidentally offended some Taichu Yuan venerates? However, that divine incarcerate race Yuan venerate thought it was impossible for such a thing to happen. After all, he was in the territory of his master. Other Taichu Yuan venerates would not dare to harass him here. His master also wouldn't intimidate him, as he was his master's closest disciple. He suddenly had a thought. The moment the thought struck him, the powerhouse wondered if he was crazy. How could the human race assault the divine incarcerate race? Unless they were tired of living, of course. Otherwise, entering the territory of the divine incarcerate race would be a dead end for them. As the divine incarcerate race Yuan venerate was rapidly considering possible scenarios, he suddenly felt like his body was going to break apart from the force on him. Actually, his every part was rapidly breaking apart while he was under the influence of this force. Although his eyes still hadn't shattered completely, he saw all his subordinates, who had been excited a few moments ago, suddenly dissipate silently into the void. They weren't merely disappearing. The divine incarcerate race Taishi Yuan venerate knew clearly that they were dying. All his subordinates quietly died in front of his eyes. Even his own master wasn't that strong. Could this be a Tai Yuan venerate? However, it seemed like a Tai Yuan venerate would be much stronger than the person who had just taken action. Who are you? In the end, the unwillingness in him overcame the fear in his heart as he roared out loud, driving out the fear within him. The moment he opened his mouth, he saw a figure appear before him. When he looked at this figure, the divine incarcerate race Taishi Yuan venerate's eyes widened. A human. It was a human. The human race, which was merely meat on a chopping block, had unexpectedly appeared in the territory of the divine incarcerate race and even managed to kill him in one fell swoop. I am Luo Yunyang. The person that had appeared shot a glance at the divine incarcerate race powerhouse before disappearing with a flash. The eyes of divine incarcerate race Taishi Yuan were filled with reluctance. He wanted to shout but could not. His body shattered like a collapsing mountain, but at the moment of his death, a piece of information was passed out through his jade talisman. This was the communication device used by the divine incarcerate race. It would be usually activated when a powerhouse of the divine incarcerate race died. The function of this communication device was only to convey the state of the dead martialist before he died to whomever he wished to notify. The Taishi Yuan venerate wanted to send this information to his master. He had always believed that he would never need to send such a message, but he unexpectedly had to send it while his fighting spirit was burning the strongest. This was not the first or the last time the divine incarcerate race's Taishi Yuan venerate powerhouses sent this sort of message. 1 hour before and after his death, more than 30 Taishi Yuan venerates of the divine incarcerate race had also died silently. For the divine incarcerate race, 30-odd Taishi Yuan venerates was not a small number. It represented nearly 1/30th of the number of Taishi Yuan venerates in the divine incarcerate race. All these news were also passed on to Taichu Yuan venerates that they'd wanted to notify. There were 10 divine incarcerate race Taichu Yuan venerates in total, and all of them flew into a rage the second they received the news. They had been planning to attack the human race, but before their troops had even moved, they had been attacked by the human race on their own soil and lost many troops. This was a huge insult. Find him, catch him, kill him. Some Taichu Yuan venerates bellowed in rage, while others immediately rushed to the space where the killing had taken place. However, their judgment on this matter was too shallow and they all paid a huge price for it. Great cosmoses shattered one after another, causing a dent in the morale of the powerhouses of the divine incarcerate race, who had initially been very fired up. In the beginning, they were angry at the existence who had infiltrated their divine incarcerate race and angry at the contempt they'd received. However, as more and more news about the deaths of their fellow powerhouses came in, they found it difficult to catch this human race powerhouse. This caused their stubborn morale to plummet all of a sudden, and some people even began to feel despair. The Taichu Yuan venerates who had been full of confidence at the beginning also finally realized that things were definitely not as simple as they'd thought. Although the powerhouses who perished accounted for less than 1% of the Divine Incarcerate race's total power, fear had already been instilled in the entire Divine Incarcerate race. This fear caused the spirited Divine Incarcerate race martialists to get depressed. Even encouraging words meant to bring back the boiling passion were also rendered ineffective. After failing more than 30 times, all the Taichu Yuan venerates stopped what they were doing. They had exhausted all kinds of methods, only to realize that they were really powerless in this situation. In the end, a red-faced member of the Divine Incarcerate race said, "Let's report this matter to the Supreme Incarcerate ruler as soon as possible. I'm afraid we can't destroy the human race if we enter their territories but can't get rid of this scourge. Our subordinates would not even have the will to fight. We would be exhausting the Supreme Incarcerate ruler's strength to report this matter to him now. If we had known this earlier, we would not have let the Supreme Incarcerate ruler sever his cultivation or allowed ourselves to fall into such a state." A blue-faced Taichu Yuan venerate said reluctantly, "The Supreme Incarcerated ruler is everything our Divine Incarcerate race has. He would certainly be able to get news immediately as long as martialists from the human race dared to infiltrate our soil to cause trouble. He wouldn't be so passive, right?" As soon as the blue-faced Taichu Yuan venerate spoke, the faces of the other Taichu Yuan venerates turned dark. Just as someone was about to start a quarrel, the red-faced Taichu Yuan venerate interrupted him. "Stop it, now is not the time to start a quarrel. Let's report this matter to our lord quickly." The other Taichu Yuan venerates immediately looked sullen, but they could do nothing about it. That being was like a ghost, so they could not find any traces of him. However, that person was constantly attacking the powerhouses of their Divine Incarcerate race sneakily, and the number of fallen Taishi Yuan venerates had increased to 50. It could be said that the Divine Incarcerate race had not suffered such a great loss in many years. If they couldn't find the human race powerhouse, it would not be of much use even if they entered the human race's territory, as their subordinates would have no fighting spirit. As they were preparing to use their communication jade talismans, a massive palm suddenly appeared in the void. As the palm fell from the 9 skies, it stretched and grabbed at space. The space was millions of miles wide, but the moment the palm landed, these millions of miles of space seemed to be caught in a standstill. Even the Taichu Yuan venerates that were tens of thousands of miles away from that space could feel their minds being suppressed by a force and could not move at all. "Our Lord has taken action," the red-faced Divine Incarcerate race Taichu Yuan venerate exclaimed. Unlike the other members of the Divine Incarcerate race, these 10 Taichu Yuan venerates were rather reserved. Those Divine Incarcerate Taishi Yuan venerates, however, were all excited as they waited patiently for things to unfold. They wanted to see what sort of person the human who had managed to kill more than 50 of their companions was. As for whether the Supreme Incarcerate ruler could catch the attacker, this was something they were not worried about at all. In their opinion, this was not a problem worth worrying about. After all, no one could escape from the Supreme Incarcerate ruler once he took action. 1122 Universal Realm Cage Luo Yunyang was right under the palm, who perceived this descending giant palm the most rather than those Divine Incarcerate powerhouses. Luo Yunyang felt like his body was bound by an invisible force the moment the palm started falling toward him. Under the constraints of this power, his speed was reduced several times. He had to leave at once. If he did not leave right away, he would be trapped in the grasp of the massive palm. Luo Yunyang, who had only added the various attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast to himself at first, now rapidly transferred all the attributes to his speed. Although his strength and other attributes would weaken, his speed would increase drastically. The restrictive force that caused the suppression and restraints disappeared completely right after Luo Yunyang rose up in the air. His speed had reached a peak, so even though the owner of the massive palm was garnering the power of a great path nomological law, it still was difficult for that person to capture Luo Yunyang. After all, that person had self-severed his cultivation. Luo Yunyang, who had been freed from the shackles, managed to escape the entrapment of the massive palm in an instant. The owner of the massive palm flew into a rage when he saw this. Although he had self-severed his cultivation, he still regarded himself as a Tai Yuan venerate. Luo Yunyang's willful destruction of his territory was by itself a provocation to his dignity. Now, he had personally come out to deal with him. If Luo Yunyang was allowed to come and go at will, it would indeed be really humiliating for him. The dignity of a Tai Yuan Venerate could not be tarnished, especially not in front of so many of his subordinates. "Where are you going?" The 4 words thundered in the void like the holy tune of the land. Upon hearing the 4 words, Luo Yunyang felt as though his surroundings had transformed into a raging tsunami, the tremor of the earth shattering, and a standstill of all things. Heavenly Great Path nomological law spread across the land. Although the supreme incarcerate ruler had severed his cultivation in order to enter Tianding realm, and these actions had made it very difficult for him to maintain the present state, a Tai Yuan Venerate was still a Tai Yuan Venerate. There was still a huge gulf between them. Luo Yunyang had landed in the void that came to standstill, while those divine incarcerate Taichu Yuan Venerates saw his true appearance. The moment someone saw Luo Yunyang, he immediately responded and said, This is human ruler Luo Yunyang. How audacious of him!" Although Luo Yunyang was also an existence that was hard to ignore among the rivals of the human race, his reputation was overshadowed by the presence of the human race's divine ancestor. After all, even though he was strong, he was merely a Taichu Yuan Venerate. The pillar of a race had to be a Tai Yuan Venerate. With a Tai Yuan Venerate around, even the strongest Taichu Yuan Venerate would be ignored by others. Catch and kill Luo Yunyang and avenge our dead companions. The powerhouses of the divine incarcerate race shouted hysterically. The palm missed its catch for the first time and started descending in the direction of Luo Yunyang once again. The moment Luo Yunyang heard that frenzied bellow, he immediately felt strong mind power conjuring a heavenly great path nomological law and intensifying the suppression of his mind. Naturally, it would be difficult for Luo Yunyang's mind attributes to break through such suppression. However, Luo Yunyang had the attribute regulator. He had 4 times his usual mind attributes, so the heavenly great path nomological law was blown into pieces by Luo Yunyang's universe-breaking technique. Without the suppression of his mind power, Luo Yunyang quickly adjusted his attribute regulator and bolted away again like lightning. Fast, fast, fast. Luo Yunyang's speed was simply too fast. So fast that the supreme incarcerate ruler even found it difficult to cast his palm over Luo Yunyang again. The situation sounded slow to describe, but, in fact, it all happened in a snap. The supreme incarcerate ruler was high above all others and, in the opinion of many martialists of the divine incarcerate race, he was a being that was akin to a god. The martialists of the divine incarcerate race also felt that there was nothing that their supreme incarcerate ruler could not do. Now, the supreme incarcerate ruler had made moves twice and they had both resulted in Luo Yunyang escaping. Such an incredulous situation had eroded the blind faith that the divine incarcerate race martialists had for their supreme incarcerate ruler. How could he escape again? This is His Majesty the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler. A universe-grade divine incarcerate race martialist said indignantly. There was faint resentment in his tone. Of course, he dared not be resentful toward the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler, as his status was simply incomparable to the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler's status. Although many divine incarcerate race martialists frowned after hearing what this particular powerhouse said, most people did not criticize this person too harshly. Still, a divine incarcerate powerhouse said, the supreme incarcerate ruler is trying to kill a chicken with a huge blade. This is why Luo Yunyang escaped. He would not have been able to escape if our Lord had taken things seriously. Right after that divine incarcerate race powerhouse spoke, they saw that the palm of the supreme incarcerate ruler had begun to shrink slowly. In an instant, the overwhelming palm had become only 10 feet in size. A tall divine incarcerate race powerhouse who could make anyone shudder with his imposing majesty appeared in the void. His appearance made all the divine incarcerate martialists who were watching the battle get worked up. Some of the divine incarcerate race Taishi Yuan venerates even knelt down in worship. The supreme incarcerate ruler. This was the supreme incarcerate ruler. Naturally, Luo Yunyang was observing the supreme incarcerate ruler very carefully, as the supreme incarcerate ruler had severed his own cultivation and was in a much weaker state than before. Such a character was a valuable reference for his journey to becoming a Tai Yuan venerate, so he could not miss out on this opportunity. In terms of cultivation, this person was merely a Taichu Yuan venerate. However, as he stood in between the sky and earth, the entire divine incarcerate race seemed to have gathered along with him. He was the sky, he was the path. He was the ruler of this supreme realm. However, Luo Yunyang's keen eyes made him notice that something was missing from the relationship between the supreme incarcerate ruler and the realm of the divine incarcerate race. In other words, there was a kind of estrangement between them. Some sort of very faint but extremely difficult estrangement to make up for. If it weren't for this estrangement, Luo Yunyang felt that there would have been no chance of him escaping from the supreme incarcerate ruler during their exchange. He would even have had no chance of retaliating against the supreme incarcerate ruler. Human ruler, I really underestimated you, but do you truly think that you can free yourself from my manipulation? The supreme incarcerate ruler's mouth didn't move, but traces of mind power resonated with the realm as this thunderous voice reverberated in the void. After the majestic voice spoke, the 6 arms of the supreme incarcerate ruler moved almost at the same time in an attempt to form a series of hand seals as traces of nomological laws quickly appeared in the void. The seemingly empty void had become a cage in the blink of an eye. A cage completely formed of nomological laws. Luo Yunyang did not panic upon seeing the cage. In fact, he looked pleasantly surprised. From the moment the cage appeared, Luo Yunyang saw traces of the universal realm formed by his own nomological laws in the cage. This cage, which was formed by true nomological laws, would be a dead end for top Taichu Yuan venerates like the Golden Deity, the White Silver Deity, the Bronze Monarch, and other elite Taichu Yuan venerates. However, there was not much of a threat to Luo Yunyang. Actually, it could even allow him to comprehend more techniques that he had been unable to accept before in this perfected universal realm cage. You have some nerve, but the gap between you and me is too huge. I won't kill you for the time being. I want you to watch the human race get destroyed. I want you to know that an insignificant ant like you will find itself in a hopeless situation. The supreme incarcerate ruler was very confident in his own universal realm cage. This was almost the maximum he could do now, and it could be considered one of his several trump cards. The supreme incarcerate ruler was confident about capturing all the Taichu Yuan venerates left behind by the human race with his universal realm cage. Although Taichu Yuan venerates controlled Great Path nomological laws, what use would those Great Path nomological laws be in the face of a universal realm cage made up of countless nomological laws? The supreme incarcerate ruler is formidable. Martialists from the divine incarcerate race who were scared stiff by Luo Yunyang already hated him to the core. How could they not be excited after seeing that this vile being was trapped in a cage? This technique is really good, but you can't keep me in here. Luo Yunyang glanced at the confident-looking supreme incarcerate ruler and spoke with a faint smile. The supreme incarcerate ruler was a Tai Yuan venerate, and he naturally had the pride of one as well. Thus, Luo Yunyang's words made him very uncomfortable. It could even be said that the supreme incarcerate ruler had an impulse to crush the human in front of him, who had dared to challenge his prestige. I can't keep you here. Come out then. I'm prepared. We and the martialists from the Star Sky race will enter the human race territory in a quarter of an hour. You can only watch as the 36 great cosmoses of the human race are reduced to ashes if you don't come out by then, the supreme incarcerate ruler said with great confidence. Although he wasn't a complete Tai Yuan venerate because he had severed his cultivation, he still had great confidence in the control of this realm. A quarter of an hour. It won't take me so long. Although Luo Yunyang wanted to learn more, it was not appropriate for him to stay too long in this realm. As soon as he said that, Luo Yunyang went on to blast out a punch heavily at the universal realm cage, which was made up of countless nomological laws. 1123 Universe breaking. In the opinion of many people, a Taichu Yuan venerate blasting out a punch at the universal realm cage of a Tai Yuan venerate was simply a joke. Many people did not even know if they should laugh or cry at this sight. However, the moment Luo Yunyang struck out, some of the divine incarcerate race powerhouses felt as though his fist could break everything in sight. Realms shattered once the fist was out. The moment Luo Yunyang crashed violently against the universal realm cage, the universal realm cage, which had originally been extremely sturdy, broke apart. Luo Yunyang was like a surging streak of light that rushed out of its entrapment. How was this possible? This was the supreme incarcerate ruler's technique. Even if Luo Yunyang was extraordinary, he should not be able to break the Lord Supreme Incarcerate Ruler's universal realm cage. Even the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler watched Luo Yunyang in bewilderment. In his opinion, although Luo Yunyang's cultivation was exceptional, it would be practically impossible to escape from his universal realm cage. Besides Tai Yuan venerates, no one should be able to escape from the universal realm cage he had conjured. Now, his complete confidence had been forcefully broken by Luo Yunyang. Because he had absolute confidence in his universal realm cage, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler hadn't even considered using other techniques, let alone stopping Luo Yunyang. After Luo Yunyang took flight, he escaped hundreds of thousands of light years away in a flash, moving toward and attacking the divine incarcerate race martialists who had watched him break away in shock. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Yunyang was a Taichu Yuan venerate who had mastered the shattering Great Path. Thus, he was nearly invincible as he swept through the group, which had at most Taishi Yuan venerate powerhouses. In just a few moments, a dozen Taishi Yuan venerates had died at Luo Yunyang's hands. How dare you! The supreme incarcerate ruler was in existence at the same level as the first ancient Yuan underworld lord. How could he not be truly angered when he had suffered such humiliation at the hands of Luo Yunyang? The supreme incarcerate ruler believed that Luo Yunyang's actions had not only hurt his dignity, they were also a hard slap across his face. The reason those Taishi Yuan venerates had gathered there was because of his protection. How could he bear being unable to protect them? The supreme incarcerate ruler roared in rage as he took a step and leapt forward, completely exceeding the limits of space and appearing in front of Luo Yunyang. However, even though this technique was effective, it also consumed a lot of energy. If the supreme incarcerate ruler had not severed his cultivation, it would have been very easy for him to execute such a technique. Now, his cultivation was only at the Taichu Yuan venerate level. His current cultivation was unable to sustain such a rapid teleportation technique. Thus, the moment he appeared in front of Luo Yunyang, he did not have any time to strike Luo Yunyang at once. All this had happened in a few seconds, yet this amount of time was already enough for Luo Yunyang. He quickly shifted in another direction and dashed toward the other divine incarcerate race martialists. After witnessing what had happened before, he widened the distance between the divine incarcerate race martialists a lot. Upon seeing that Luo Yunyang was rushing over to them again, they almost instinctively chose to escape on their own immediately. Although the divine incarcerate race was famous for its bravery among all other races, this did not mean that the martialists of the divine incarcerate race could face death calmly without feeling any fear. Boom, boom, boom. Thanks to the entrapment of Luo Yunyang's obliteration Great Path, another 4 or 5 Taishi Yuan venerates were killed. Although the number of people that died was smaller now, it was even more painful for the supreme incarcerate ruler. In the supreme incarcerate ruler's opinion, killing Luo Yunyang shouldn't be too hard. However, after their previous exchange, Luo Yunyang had caused him to make a mistake that had completely humiliated him. You better stop right now, vile being. The supreme incarcerate ruler roared again in rage, but he didn't execute that exhausting teleportation technique this time. Instead, he chased after Luo Yunyang hurriedly. Although he wasn't a Tai Yuan venerate now, the supreme incarcerate ruler was still extremely confident in his own speed. However, during this chase, he discovered that he had severely underestimated Luo Yunyang. He wasn't slow, but Luo Yunyang's speed was much faster. During the pursuit, the supreme incarcerate ruler couldn't even catch up to Luo Yunyang's shadow. The supreme incarcerate ruler couldn't help himself. Although he even used the teleportation technique, it was still futile when it came to dealing with Luo Yunyang. In the process of the pursuit, a dozen more Taishi Yuan venerate powerhouses of the divine incarcerate race were slain by Luo Yunyang. The supreme incarcerate ruler was an unparalleled being. After suffering losses over and over at the hands of Luo Yunyang, he began to calm down. While glaring at Luo Yunyang, who was able to act freely against his attacks, the supreme incarcerate ruler said, "Luo Yunyang, you aren't too slow to avoid my attacks, but you cannot stop me. Don't you want to massacre the divine incarcerate race? Do as you wish. You can even destroy the divine incarcerate race's foundation for all I care. Now, I'm going to the territory of the human race. Let's see who is faster." He was the supreme figure of the divine incarcerate race, so the supreme incarcerate ruler's status actually dropped when he said such words. However, he had said all this without a second thought. The 10 Taichu Yuan venerates of the divine incarcerate race were glaring fiercely at Luo Yunyang. Although they had not joined the pursuit of Luo Yunyang, the supreme incarcerate ruler's failure to stop Luo Yunyang was also a significant loss for them. The supreme incarcerate ruler is right. We will go to the territories of the human race and kill them now. We want to see who kills faster, you, human ruler Luo Yunyang, or us. The red-faced divine incarcerate race Taichu Yuan venerate bellowed. Out of all the Taishi Yuan venerates killed by Luo Yunyang earlier, his juniors accounted for most of them. Thus, it was natural for him to be the angriest. Luo Yunyang listened to the threatening words of the supreme incarcerate ruler and felt anxious deep down. He knew that the most critical time of his mission had arrived. If he couldn't cope with this threat, then his mission to delay the supreme incarcerate ruler this time would be a complete failure. Supreme incarcerate ruler, please enter the realm of the human race quickly and leave this place to me. Let's have a match to see who can cause more destruction quicker. Luo Yunyang knew that he could not be too anxious. The more anxious he was, the more unfavorable the situation would be for him. The supreme incarcerate ruler's answer was a little unexpected, but he was, after all, a figure of supreme authority. He smiled faintly back and said, "Everyone gather within 300 miles of me. I will lead you into the territory of the human race." As soon as this was said, Luo Yunyang's figure soared upward and rushed toward another great cosmos of the divine incarcerate race. Supreme incarcerate ruler, I won't be sending you off then. I heard that the foundation of the divine incarcerate race is in the origin incarcerate grounds. Just in time for me to gain some insight. The supreme incarcerate ruler glared at Luo Yunyang, who seemed like he had no intention of staying, and his expression became even stiffer. He clearly knew that he was competing with Luo Yunyang in terms of determination. If Luo Yunyang attacked him because Luo Yunyang was worried about the fate of the human race, then he would take the initiative to attack. This way, victory and Luo Yunyang's life would both be in his hands. However, if he focused all his attention on the pursuit of Luo Yunyang because he was worried about the forces of the divine incarcerate race, then the supreme incarcerate ruler would be the loser this time and the plan would fail completely because of Luo Yunyang. You can go and experience the origin incarcerate grounds of the divine incarcerate race then. However, the origin incarcerate grounds isn't a place one can easily break into, the supreme incarcerate ruler said with a faint smile. Let's part ways here. After saying that, the supreme incarcerate ruler gathered up the powerhouses of the divine incarcerate race around him and rushed straight in the direction of the 36 great cosmoses of the human race. Luo Yunyang also dashed in the direction of the origin incarcerate grounds without any hesitation. He knew very well that he couldn't hesitate, as he would need to pay a bigger price. The two of them left very decisively without the slightest bit of hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two sides had already exceeded 1 million light years. If this situation continued, they would each complete their respective tasks. Luo Yunyang was alone. He had left without hesitation, but the supreme incarcerate ruler had many divine incarcerate race martialists follow him. Many of them were reluctant to let go of their own territories. Your Majesty, aren't we paying too much for giving up our territory for Luo Yunyang? A Taichu Yuan venerate of the divine incarcerate race finally said after a lot of hesitation. Although the cream of the crop of the divine incarcerate race was with them, many more divine incarcerate race martialists remained in the territories of the divine incarcerate race. Given Luo Yunyang's power, those people would basically have no chance of surviving. Do you mean that I should go back? The supreme incarcerate ruler glared at the Taichu Yuan venerate who spoke and replied icily. Your Majesty, this is the foundation of the divine incarcerate race after all. If we lose our foundation for this war, then our race will really be in danger. The supreme incarcerate ruler did not speak as he continued moving quickly toward the territory of the human race. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the junction between the human race and the divine incarcerate race. 1124 Star Sky Supremacy Genyu City, the border between the human race and the divine incarcerate race, was where all the powerhouses of the human race had now gathered. It could be said that all the Yuan venerate powerhouses of the human race had gathered outside Genyu City. The Da Qian master overlooked Genyu City somberly. Although the joint attack of the divine incarcerate race and the Star Sky race had not yet begun and Luo Yunyang had already entered the divine incarcerate race, this still made him feel that the pressure on him was overwhelming. He felt that he wasn't going to endure such pressure for much longer. He was also unwilling to let himself bear such pressure. Da Qian master, you don't have to take everything into your own hands. After all, the key to this isn't us, said the Zan Pin Sacred Hall master. She looked at the solemn facial expression on the face of the Da Qian master and softly comforted him. The Da Qian master said heavily, why would I not understand that we aren't the crucial parts of this matter? However, His Majesty the human ruler has entrusted me with the responsibility of guarding this place, so I cannot sit by idly. After he said that, the Da Qian master added, although the powerhouses of the 36 great cosmoses and Tianding realm could still listen to my orders, if there is a crisis, I am afraid I will. The Daqian master did not say explicitly what he was afraid he would do, but the Zanpin Sacred Hall master knew what he meant. Although the Daqian master was very extraordinary and he outperformed most people in many aspects, there was still a big gap between his abilities and prestige and Luo Yunyang's. While the returnee powerhouses would obey the orders of the Daqian master, this sort of obedience was based on their reverence for Luo Yunyang. If Luo Yunyang hadn't been in command, the Daqian master would never have become the leader among them. If the war situation became unfavorable, the Daqian master himself was unsure about what would happen. While mulling this over, he suddenly heard the Zanpin Sacred Hall master say, "All we have to do now is do our best and face our destiny." As the two of them were talking, a ridiculing voice came from the void. What a great way of saying you should do your best and face your destiny. But aren't these words a bit too decadent? This is not something a hall master should say. The Zanpin Sacred Hall master and the Daqian master tensed up. Both of them were beings with profound cultivation. Thus, it shocked them immensely when that person appeared by their side as they were talking. Although such a being might not be completely successful should he launch a sneak attack on them, the chances of success were definitely well over 70%. Who is it? The Daqian master took a deep breath and strolled forward. Daqian master, we have not seen each other in a very long time. Have you forgotten your old friend so quickly? The soft voice was followed by a figure who walked out of a five-colored light. The Zanpin Sacred Hall master immediately recognized the person at first glance. She was extremely surprised as she said, "Ancestor Feng, what a surprise." The person that had appeared was indeed Ancestor Feng, who had disappeared after the battle with the ancient six families. Her appearance instantly made the Daqian master think about the top powerhouses of the ancient six families. That powerhouse could compete against the human race's divine ancestor, the existence they were completely powerless against. He felt an instinctive fear just thinking about it. "Ancestor Feng, why have you come here?" The Daqian master asked after taking a deep breath. "I know all of you are in danger now, so I came here to give you an idea. Whether it works or not is none of my business." After Ancestor Feng said that, a stone the size of a human finger appeared in her hand. She threw it lightly in the air and said, "This small stone fell from the finger of our ancestor. I was fortunate enough to find it." How could the Daqian master and the Zanpin Sacred Hall master not know about the ancestor mentioned by Ancestor Feng? Both of them looked bewildered when they heard what Ancestor Feng said. After all, how could someone at the level of that person be aware of losing a thing? Could that being be deliberately trying to help them? While they were puzzled, Ancestor Feng also looked somewhat embarrassed for a split moment. However, she immediately straightened her expression. It can play a role in intimidating your opponent if you utilize it. Of course, whether you successfully deceive your opponents has nothing to do with me. After saying that, Ancestor Feng transformed into the five-colored light again and disappeared without a trace. The Daqian master decided to grab the small stone floating in the void. However, the moment he picked the small stone up, a look of horror appeared on his face. He had really underestimated the small stone. Although it was small, it transformed into a strong oppressive pressure in his mind when it was in his hands. He even felt like his mind had an impulse to collapse due to this oppression. However, instead of showing his fear, he appeared surprised. The aura given off by this small stone belonged to a Tai Yuan Venerate. Although it could not be used to attack the enemy, it could act as a form of intimidation. "Ha ha ha, I'll use it now and try to intimidate people with it." After some short hesitation, the Daqian master quickly conjured the small stone. In the blink of an eye, a surge of majestic aura rushed up to the sky. 100 light-years away from Zhenyu City, the martialists of the divine incarcerate race were closely staring at the direction of Zhenyu City. However, they were not thinking about assaulting Zhenyu City but the whereabouts of Luo Yunyang. The supreme incarcerate ruler could return to the origin incarcerate grounds in a single bound if he wanted to. After all, there was a mysterious connection between the supreme incarcerate ruler and the origin incarcerate ground. However, judging from the look of the supreme incarcerate ruler earlier, they felt that their lord would not want to go back. They actually believed that the supreme incarcerate ruler really wanted to duke it out with Luo Yunyang. During the silence, streaking starlight burst through the air and shot over at them. A Taichu Yuan Venerate reached out to seize the star and immediately said, "Your Majesty, Lord Star Sky Supremacy has arrived." Star Sky Supremacy was the top-notch powerhouse of the Star Sky race and had a peak half-step Tai Yuan Venerate cultivation base. However, he wasn't a Tai Yuan Venerate, or rather, he was not a complete Tai Yuan Venerate. This was because he could not become a Tai Yuan Venerate through cultivation but through integration with another person who was in deep slumber. This naturally made his cultivation base much weaker than that of the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler, who had severed his cultivation. However, he was still much better than ordinary Taichu Yuan Venerates or even a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate like Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky. In the beginning, Star Sky Supremacy had led the plan with the first Yuan Ancient Underworld Lord and plotted to attack the leader of the human race. However, in the end, there had been too many returnees among the human race along with Luo Yunyang. This had made the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler, who wanted to win in one fell swoop, decide to sever his own cultivation in order to enter the human race's territories. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler had not expected to suffer such a heavy loss of troops at the hands of Luo Yunyang when he had just severed his cultivation and hadn't even entered the territories of the human race. Please welcome him. Upon hearing that Star Sky Supremacy had arrived, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler smiled to himself. He belonged originally to the same generation as Star Sky Supremacy, so after severing his cultivation, it was unlikely that he would become an elder of Star Sky Supremacy. In a short moment, Star Sky Supremacy, who had a massive body as big as a star, appeared in front of the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler. Despite his massive size, Star Sky Supremacy had a very delicate mind. After noticing the angry look on the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler's face, he asked softly, "What makes you feel so angry, my brother?" "I suffered some losses." The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler did not hide what he had experienced as he explained what had happened when Luo Yunyang had entered the Divine Incarcerate race to Star Sky Supremacy. Star Sky Supremacy appeared furious as he snapped, "This human ruler is really abominable. Could he be as fast as my endless starry skies? Brother, let's capture and kill Luo Yunyang first. It won't be too late to deal with the human race afterward." The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler had made up his mind right from the start. After listening to Star Sky Supremacy, the smile on his face widened. "In that case, I'll trouble you, my brother. This time, the Star Sky race will receive an additional 10% of the benefits we'll receive from the territories of the human race as long as you kill Luo Yunyang." Star Sky Supremacy exchanged a couple more pleasantries with the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler before they left with their respective subordinates and moved in the direction of the Origin Incarcerate ground. They soon arrived at the Origin Incarcerate ground with the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler leading the way. Although the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler had severed his cultivation, he was still very skilled in controlling the territories of the Divine Incarcerate race. After scouting out for a moment, he said deeply, "The human ruler is 10 minutes away from us. Let's meet him there." Star Sky Supremacy said excitedly. It was obvious that he was very interested in killing the human ruler. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since he is courting death, we don't have to spend too much time, my brother. Please disguise yourself as a part of the starry sky. As long as he enters this area, his fate will no longer be in his control." While Star Sky Supremacy wanted very much to kill Luo Yunyang face to face, he would never oppose the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler's decision when he had just issued an order. After he agreed to the order, Star Sky Supremacy's body vanished within the void in an instant as more planets of different sizes appeared in the endless void. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang was quickly rushing in the direction of the Origin Incarcerate ground. 1125 The fabled galactic star bees. After he entered the territory of the Divine Incarcerate race, Luo Yunyang's contact with the outside world was carried out through the clone embodiments of the chaotic four-origin beast. One of his clones was right inside Zhenyu City. However, in order not to affect the Daqian Hall Master, his clone embodiment had not been revealed. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler's army had reached the border, but the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler did not take any action and his army did not move either. Although this type of situation was what Luo Yunyang was looking forward to, it also made him extra vigilant. After all, this situation also implied that the location of the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler was unknown. He was likely to be on the prowl, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Luo Yunyang was on high alert all the way to the Origin Incarcerate grounds, but nothing dangerous was coming at him. However, when he was thousands of miles away from the Origin Incarcerate grounds, a looming premonition filled his mind. This sense of crisis did not originate from his own body but from his chaotic four-origin beast clone, which was undergoing evolution. After obtaining the chaotic four-origin beast many years ago, Luo Yunyang felt for the first time that his chaotic four-origin beast was emotionally upset, fearful, and information quickly entered Luo Yunyang's mind. After receiving the news, Luo Yunyang understood why. There was a galactic star beast ahead. This galactic star beast was a natural enemy of the chaotic four-origin beast. The two of them were mutually hostile and they also had an incredible connection. If the supreme galactic star beast devoured the chaotic four-origin beast or vice versa, one of them would be able to convert and use the power of the one it had devoured and also advance to a beast that had the potential of a Tai Yuan venerate. Luo Yunyang had thought about this supreme galactic star beast in the past, not just because the supreme galactic star beast possessed formidable powers but also because it had received the star sky race's strongest protection. Although his cultivation wasn't weak at all, it was not easy to enter the territory of the star sky race either. However, the supreme galactic star beast was about to ambush him. This was an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His chaotic four-origin beast would be able to advance to the Taichu Yuan Venerate level if it devoured this supreme galactic star beast and would also have the potential to advance to the Tai Yuan Venerate. At the same time, Luo Yunyang sensed a lingering fear. If it weren't for the chaotic four-origin beast inside him, which sensed the presence of a supreme galactic star beast, he would have indeed been ambushed. After pondering it for a bit, Luo Yunyang soon made up his mind. He absolutely could not allow any mistakes to happen under the circumstances. Now, his goal had shifted to obtaining the supreme galactic star beast. In the center of the Origin Incarcerate grounds, the supreme Incarcerate ruler was like a hunter silently waiting for his prey. He would strike the moment it appeared. Star sky. Supremacy had transformed into part of the starry heavens, so no part of him was visible. He was very confident about his disguise. Even a Tai Yuan Venerate would not be able to see through his flaw without using probing techniques in advance, let alone Luo Yunyang. After all, this was a unique technique that a supreme galactic star beast possessed and it could be considered one of their unrivaled life-saving techniques. Ambushing a human ruler sounded equally attractive as well. Luo Yunyang entered the starry heavens that star sky supremacy had transformed into slowly. The Origin Incarcerate grounds lay just ahead. Everything went very smoothly, and it could be said that everything seemed very normal. However, the moment Luo Yunyang entered the middle of the starry sky, the supreme Incarcerate ruler took flight and threw a lightning-quick punch at Luo Yunyang. The punch of the supreme Incarcerate ruler contained the power of a heavenly great path that suppressed all other paths. Under the influence of the heavenly great path, the might of the punch reached the point where a universe could be easily shattered. Although Luo Yunyang's cultivation was extraordinary, it was not easy to withstand a sudden blow from the supreme Incarcerate ruler. His best choice of action was to dodge. Only by doing so could Luo Yunyang escape with his life. Luo Yunyang soared upward as his body twisted like thunder almost without any hesitation. At the same time, the starry heavens he was in suddenly transformed into a huge vortex. Binding and ripping nomological laws started to form within the vortex. Although Luo Yunyang's cultivation was exceptional, it seemed as though he had already been sucked into the depths of the vortex in an instant when his body was caught amid the binding nomological laws. Open. Luo Yunyang, who felt that it was no longer easy to escape this peril, glanced angrily at his surroundings. His hands moved rapidly to form a series of seals and the world-shaking sky bell soon erupted above him and went forward to greet the punch of the supreme Incarcerate ruler. The quality of the world-shaking sky bell wasn't inferior to the divine creation disc. Although it was inferior to the set sky 9 cauldrons, it was also a rare treasure. Dang! Luo Yunyang's world-shaking sky bell was knocked away when it collided with the fist, and cracks started to appear on its almost completely restored bell structure. It seemed as though the world-shaking sky bell was about to shatter at any time. Luo Yunyang, who controlled the world-shaking sky bell, had an ugly look on his face. It even seemed as though he had no power at all. Ha ha ha! Luo Yunyang, you have entered my body. Just die now. Star Sky Supremacy said triumphantly as he revealed this. Luo Yunyang had unexpectedly arrived in the belly of Star Sky Supremacy. Once Star Supremacy closed the opening of his belly, Luo Yunyang would have nowhere to run. He would simply become a part of all the digested food in Star Sky Supremacy's belly. The Supreme Incarcerate ruler hated Luo Yunyang very much. As a Tai Yuan Venerate, He had been livid after being utterly humiliated by a Taichu Yuan venerate, and he wished he could crush Luo Yunyang into pieces and never give him the opportunity of being resurrected. Hence, the supreme incarcerate ruler formed a seal with his hands as he gathered a massive amount of nomological laws from the void to form a guillotine that fell straight toward Luo Yunyang. The guillotine contained infinite power from the heavenly great path nomological law. An ordinary Taishi Yuan venerate or Taichu Yuan venerate would find it impossible to resist such heavenly great path nomological laws. After all, the gap between them was really wide. Luo Yunyang's expression became very solemn when he saw the heavenly great path guillotine. Although it was not a supreme treasure and it had been formed by the supreme incarcerate ruler using his own heavenly great path, it was more difficult to resist than his world-shaking sky bell. Luo Yunyang once again launched his own world-shaking sky bell without any hesitation. Although this would cause great damage to his bell, he had no other choice. Crack, crock, even more cracks appeared on the world-shaking sky bell as the heavenly great path guillotine collided with it. A shrill ringing sound could be heard from the world-shaking sky bell. Obviously, the world-shaking sky bell was on the verge of shattering. Normally, the supreme incarcerate ruler wouldn't be willing to destroy a supreme treasure like the world-shaking sky bell. However, he felt no pity for the world-shaking sky bell at all, despite how impressive it was. He wanted to kill Luo Yunyang and wash away the humiliation he had faced. You are a star sky supremacy. It is really shameful for someone with your status to sneak on me and attack me. You will become the laughing stock of all ages. Luo Yunyang glared at and berated star sky supremacy. Star Sky Supremacy was not angry at Luo Yunyang. Instead, he laughed loudly. Human ruler, losers are always in the wrong. Don't you think what you just said is too naive? You won't just die this time. Every part of you will be fuel for my next advancement. At least you have served your purpose. After he said that, the Supreme Galactic Star Beast turned toward the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler, who was about to attack again, and said, Supreme Incarcerate Ruler, Luo Yunyang is my food. I believe that my advancement will be smoother with him. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler really wanted to kill Luo Yunyang, but he was more reluctant to have any conflict with Star Sky Supremacy now. It did not matter how Luo Yunyang was going to die. What he wanted most was for Luo Yunyang to die here. Well, since you say so, Supreme Galactic Star Beast, I will be waiting for your good news. While saying that, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler stretched out his hand and made a gesture at Luo Yunyang's world-shaking sky bell, which was on the verge of shattering. Although he had given most of Luo Yunyang's benefits to Star Sky Supremacy, this did not mean that there was nothing he wanted. The world-shaking sky bell might be damaged, but he still had ways of repairing it quickly. Star Sky Supremacy also saw the world-shaking sky bell but knew he shouldn't be too greedy, even though it was a good treasure. After all, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler was a Tai Yuan venerate. Although he had been completely humiliated by Luo Yunyang this time, he was still much stronger than Star Sky Supremacy. If he didn't know where to draw the line, then the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler glanced at the world-shaking sky bell flying toward him and smiled in delight. Although the world-shaking bell was not as good as his own treasure, it still wasn't too bad. With proper training, the world-shaking sky bell would definitely play an important role one day. Luo Yunyang, on the other hand, would have absolutely no way of resisting. However, when the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler had this thought, a feeling of unease suddenly crept into his mind. This feeling of unease shocked the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler very much, but he couldn't think of the reason behind this feeling. Luo Yunyang had been nearly swallowed completely into Star Sky Supremacy's belly. It could be said that he had not put up any form of resistance. Plus, there were no other problems. As the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler was wondering, the world-shaking sky bell flying toward him suddenly exploded in the void. 1126 Reversal. The world-shaking sky bell was a supreme treasure to begin with. Thus, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler's face twitched the moment the bell shattered. After all, he had already treated the world-shaking sky bell as his own. The fact that it had exploded in the void meant that he was going to get nothing. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler was enraged as he formed a series of hand seals with his hands and sent an invisible force to envelope the world-shaking sky bell. He couldn't let the power of the world-shaking sky bell erupt. The moment the world-shaking sky bell shattered, Star Sky Supremacy almost completely enveloped Luo Yunyang within him and got ready to seal off the only path of escape Luo Yunyang had. Once his only way of escape was sealed completely, Luo Yunyang would fall entirely into Star Sky Supremacy's stomach. Then, it would be up to Star Sky Supremacy to decide how to devour Luo Yunyang. Swallowing up the human ruler was an incredible feat for Star Sky Supremacy. In his opinion, Luo Yunyang should not be able to muster up any sort of resistance. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Yunyang's body shattered in the void. The surging energy brought forth along with the nomological laws of the universe-breaking technique shot toward the channel that was about to be sealed up by Star Sky Supremacy. Having a physical body was very important to a Yuan Venerate. After all, it would take a Yuan Venerate many years to achieve such durability. However, a Yuan Venerate would still shatter his body when he had to. It would be a last-ditch attempt if any Yuan Venerate did so. This would be a massive victory for a Yuan Venerate as long as his spirit consciousness could escape. As for his shattered physical body, it could still be reconstructed, although it would be weaker than before. Thus, a Yuan Venerate would never attempt to shatter his body unless he had to. If he shattered his body, it would mean that the Yuan Venerate was going all out to fight for his life. Star Sky Supremacy, who had long prepared himself in case Luo Yunyang used such means, scoffed. Human ruler, your futile attempt at struggling is useless. Why still do it? To be honest, I thought you would die with dignity. I never expected you to be such a disappointment. Luo Yunyang did not respond to Star Sky Supremacy's mockery as his spirit consciousness rushed toward the channel. However, the moment he rushed toward the channel, a mighty force was already there to block his path. The mighty force and Luo Yunyang were like two massive dragons facing off in the middle of Star Sky Supremacy's huge body. In an instant, Luo Yunyang's mind power and destructive force ended up in a disadvantageous position. Everything was going according to Star Sky Supremacy's plan. The human ruler was going to die. While Star Sky Supremacy was very pleased with the situation, he suddenly felt a looming premonition. This sense of crisis immediately caused him to frown. Almost at the same time that this premonition hit him, he saw a massive figure appear. It was a huge figure that rose from the shattered body of Luo Yunyang. When the figure appeared, the expression on Star Sky Supremacy's face turned very ugly. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, but the cold hard truth was right before his eyes. Star Sky Supremacy had made a lot of effort in order to find a legendary existence that could make him advance to the Tai Yuan Venerate without waiting. However, it was a pity that he had found none after searching through billions of stars and galaxies. Just as he had been about to devour him and focus all his strength on fighting Luo Yunyang, the chaotic four-origin beast had actually appeared in his body. The chaotic four-origin beast was still very weak. However, his own defense was even weaker. How could he fight the chaotic four-origin beast with this low level of defense? You have been controlling Luo Yunyang all this while? Star Sky Supremacy asked in disbelief. The chaotic four-origin beast didn't give him a chance, as it opened its big mouth and crunched down hard on the most vital part of his heart. It was a mouthful of formidable devouring force. Star Sky Supremacy simply could not mobilize any power to defend himself against the chaotic four-origin beast. Although his physical body could resist an attack from a Taichu Yuan Venerate, it was completely defenseless in the face of the chaotic four-origin beast's crushing bite. Both of them were naturally hostile. Unless there was a collision of forces, even a juvenile chaotic four-origin beast could devour Star Sky Supremacy right now. The chaotic four-origin beast would definitely not have been a match for Star Sky Supremacy if the two of them had met under normal circumstances. However, Star Sky Supremacy's mind power was focused on Luo Yunyang, so he was unable to come up with any form of assistance. He struggled and raged. Star Sky Supremacy was unwilling to accept the outcome, but no matter how much he struggled, his efforts were still pointless. As the chaotic four-origin beast opened its mouth, the essence of his body surged like a torrent into the body of the chaotic four-origin beast. After a few moments of effort, half of his body had already been devoured by the chaotic four-origin beast. Given Star Sky Supremacy's cultivation, he could reconstruct his physical body as long as his spirit consciousness was not destroyed. However, more than half of his physical body had been devoured, so the nomological law and the power he used to fight against Luo Yunyang were also constantly weakening. Luo Yunyang, who had been suppressed right from the start, slowly began to suppress his opponent instead. However, Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness did not devour the spirit consciousness of Star Sky Supremacy. He merely suppressed it, making it difficult for Star Sky Supremacy's spirit consciousness to join up with the body of the galactic star beast. The supreme incarcerate ruler did not know what was happening. Although he was a Tai Yuan venerate, that did not mean that he could see through everything that was happening within Star Sky Supremacy. In order to not let Star Sky Supremacy feel uncomfortable, he had also avoided using his spirit consciousness to find out what was going on inside Star Sky Supremacy. After all, doing so might cause a misunderstanding with Star Sky Supremacy. He wasn't a Tai Yuan venerate now, and although he was superior to the galactic star beast, it would be best to show proper respect before he regained his former cultivation. Star Sky Supremacy's body was constantly twitching. In the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler's opinion, it seemed normal, as human ruler Luo Yunyang was inside the galactic star beast's body. As a human ruler, Luo Yunyang naturally did not want to become food for Star Sky Supremacy. Once one was swallowed by Star Sky Supremacy, no one except a Tai Yuan venerate could escape from the peril. It could even be said that a Tai Yuan venerate might find it difficult to force their way out of the body, as there was a standalone realm within Star Sky Supremacy's body. In its body, nomological laws were actually equivalent to Heavenly Great Path nomological laws. Even a Tai Yuan venerate would be stifled within it. In the beginning, the twitching of the galactic star beast's body was intense. However, it gradually toned down and stopped completely in the end. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler felt that Luo Yunyang should have been completely devoured by Star Sky Supremacy after waiting for another quarter of an hour. Only then did he ask with a faint smile, "How does it feel to devour the human ruler, who is a peak Taichu Yuan venerate?" "It feels great." The voice came from within the body of Star Sky Supremacy. Upon hearing this voice, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler sensed that something was wrong. Although this voice was very similar to the voice of Star Sky Supremacy, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler still felt that something was amiss. "Star Sky Supremacy, what is wrong with you?" The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler believed he was overthinking as he casually expressed his doubts. It really isn't easy to devour a human ruler. Not only is it very beneficial, but he also had a lot of top-notch items. I am extremely delighted, but this process also expended way too much energy. Tisk. Speaking of this, I really want to thank you for allowing me to devour the human ruler. Star Sky Supremacy said pleasantly. I feel that my opportunity to become a Tai Yuan venerate is close. Whatever doubts the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler had originally had disappeared completely. He chuckled and said, "This is great, but you'd better become a Tai Yuan venerate after we break into the human race. Otherwise, you will end up like me, confined to the land of the Star Sky race and unable to enter the void of the human race." As the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler was speaking, he suddenly felt a foreboding premonition. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler knew that he absolutely could not be hostile to Star Sky Supremacy. However, compared to his rationality, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler was more confident in his intuition when it came to danger. Therefore, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler took flight and soared to the sky without hesitation. He had already retreated 100,000 miles away in a flash. However, the time it took him to retreat was kind of long. Just as he was retreating, a massive body slammed toward him. Although the huge size of the body rendered the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler unable to see the whole appearance of the beast, he had a feeling that this beast was definitely not Star Sky Supremacy. Boom! The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler's physical body was extremely tough, but he was still sent flying away upon colliding with the beast. He even felt like his body was on the verge of rupturing. While the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler was astonished, Luo Yunyang appeared in front of him and unleashed the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes. The fist contained an earth-shattering might. In the face of this punch, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler didn't have any time to hesitate. He retaliated with a punch of his own. Although the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler's fist was executed hastily, he still had great confidence in his attack. He believed that Luo Yunyang would fall back even if he wasn't injured by the punch. However, he had not expected that he would be sent flying again by this clash. 1127 2 blows. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler couldn't believe that he was actually on the losing end of the clash with Luo Yunyang. How was that possible? How? Despite his severed cultivation base, he wasn't that weak in terms of cultivation. Something had to be wrong. Luo Yunyang must have used some techniques unknown to him to weaken his power. Ha ha ha, Supreme Incarcerate Ruler, take another punch from me. Luo Yunyang even looked delighted after winning the last bout. He blasted out another punch as the surrounding atmosphere seemed to fragment. After suffering just a minor setback, the supreme incarcerate ruler wanted very much to prove himself. He was absolutely not willing to accept the fact that he would be defeated by Luo Yunyang. This time, the supreme incarcerate ruler also unleashed his strongest power the moment Luo Yunyang attacked. Although his heavenly geek path nomological law was incomplete, it was still a heavenly great path nomological law. Boom! Mighty powers collided in the void again before the supreme incarcerate ruler was knocked back once more by the clash. In terms of power level, the supreme incarcerate ruler's blow contained a heavenly great path nomological law and had the absolute upper hand. However, in terms of power, Luo Yunyang's blow held a greater advantage. The clash between the two eventually resulted in a draw. It should be known that the supreme incarcerate ruler had always suppressed Luo Yunyang during previous clashes. However, a massive change of fortune had occurred between the two. They were evenly matched, yet it was very hard for the supreme incarcerate ruler to accept this outcome. He knew that he would have been defeated this time without the heavenly great path nomological law included in his attack. How could this be? Although his cultivation had dropped to the Taichu Yuan Venerate, he should still be at the peak stage of the Taichu Yuan Venerate. How could he lose against Luo Yunyang? This was abnormal. The supreme incarcerate ruler couldn't accept this reality. He also felt that if this situation continued and Luo Yunyang became a Tai Yuan Venerate, he wouldn't be a match for him. As these thoughts went through his mind, the gigantic chaotic four-origin beast suddenly swung its left claw. Its claw was overwhelming and terrifying. As it moved, billowing chaotic chi erupted forth and pummeled toward him. The supreme incarcerate ruler wasn't too sure of the origin of this chaotic four-origin beast, but he hated it to the core. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the chaotic four-origin beast, he wouldn't have been in such a predicament. Thus, he had even more grievances. He had just suffered a huge setback, so he needed to take revenge. The supreme incarcerate ruler extended his palm against the claws of the chaotic four-origin beast. Based on the size difference between their two bodies, it seemed like the supreme incarcerate ruler was a small egg smashing against a large rock. However, in the supreme incarcerate ruler's opinion, the egg in this case was the chaotic four-origin beast. This time, he needed to kill the chaotic four-origin beast in one fell swoop. However, the supreme incarcerate ruler felt a crazy devouring force when the two attacks collided. That force instantly devoured the power he had infused with his heavenly great path nomological law. Although the power of his heavenly great path nomological law did not disappear, the mighty devouring force surged past it and headed straight toward his body, making him feel as though his entire self was stuck within a frenzied devouring vortex. He naturally would not have cared about this devouring force if he had still been a Tai Yuan Venerate. However, he was currently only at the Taichu Yuan Venerate level. The power in his body had begun to show signs of being devoured. If this continued, it was very likely that his body would be devoured completely. The supreme incarcerate ruler retreated haphazardly without any hesitation. After he backed off 100 paces, Luo Yunyang's fist blasted toward him again. Luo Yunyang's power was stronger than his, so he had better not confront him directly. Although the supreme incarcerate ruler felt humbled by the situation, he wasn't reckless. The supreme incarcerate ruler had escaped thousands of miles away right after soaring to the sky. However, a ball of light the size of a fist that contained infinite power crashed onto him before he could stabilize himself. Boom! It was too late for the supreme incarcerate ruler to dodge it, so he chose to go head-on against this dark ball of light. The glowing ball shattered upon colliding with him and the supreme incarcerate ruler was sent flying away. The chaotic four-origin beast had spewed out the ball of light, as it contained the force of this shattering chaotic whole. Although the supreme incarcerate ruler had exceptional cultivation, the power of the chaotic four-origin beast was much greater than his. Hence, the supreme incarcerate ruler suffered a significant setback during this clash. When was the last time the supreme incarcerate ruler had suffered such a setback? Ever since he had been a Tai Yuan Venerate. Instantly, his eyes burned with fury. Luo Yunyang, go to hell. While he was bellowing in rage, the palm of the supreme incarcerate ruler swelled up 1,000,000 times instantly, seemingly covering everything and sealing the entire void. Overcasting sky palm. This was one of the supreme techniques that the supreme incarcerate ruler used when he was a Tai Yuan Venerate. He would not have used such an exhaustive technique if Luo Yunyang hadn't pushed him this far. Luo Yunyang knew it was almost impossible to avoid the palm, as it was wrapped around the entire realm. After shooting a glance at the chaotic four-origin beast, he went ahead first and executed his Thousand-Era Imperial purposes. As the vigorous power of the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes collided with the overcasting sky palm of the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler, the chaotic four-origin beast shot a fist-sized chaotic light sphere again. The speed of the ball of light was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it crashed into the massive palm being blocked by Luo Yunyang's Thousand-Era Imperial purposes. Amid the sound of heaven and earth falling apart, fissures started appearing all over the realm. Huge mountains far away from the origin incarcerate grounds also began to crack. The massive palm broke down inch by inch and a trickle of blood could be seen at the corner of the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler's mouth. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler, who had been wounded in a humiliating fashion, glared at Luo Yunyang but managed to calm down at once. You exceeded my expectations." While the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler said this, he took flight and dashed in the direction of the origin incarcerate grounds. Although the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler would not die that easily, he knew that there was nothing he could do to regain the advantage. Rather than being humiliated, it was better to leave temporarily and restore his Tai Yuan Venerate cultivation before getting revenge on Luo Yunyang. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler's heart was filled with bitter resentment. However, he resented himself for making the foolish decision to sever his own cultivation, which had resulted in him being humiliated by Luo Yunyang. How could Luo Yunyang allow the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler to escape? He watched the fleeing Supreme Incarcerate Ruler and bellowed, "Supreme Incarcerate Ruler, you are the top-level existence of the Divine Incarcerate race. Aren't you casting aside the entire Divine Incarcerate race by running without putting up a fight?" The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler didn't give two hoots about what Luo Yunyang said as he fled desperately. Luo Yunyang's chaotic four-origin beast quickly pursued him as though it wouldn't give up unless it killed him. Being chased around by a junior was a form of humiliation that the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler had not suffered in many years. However, he was still wondering how Luo Yunyang's power could have been enhanced so greatly all of a sudden. Although his Heavenly Great Path Nomological Law was stronger than Luo Yunyang's Great Path Nomological Law, he had still ended up being defeated after the clash of their powers. This implied that the power contained in Luo Yunyang's Taichu Yuan Venerate body was at least twice as much as his. What was even more abominable was that the chaotic four-origin beast actually contained such massive power. Not only was it not inferior at all compared to Luo Yunyang, but its control of nomological laws wasn't inferior either. Luo Yunyang naturally did not know that the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler was mulling over his cultivation, as he was in high spirits himself. However, Luo Yunyang knew very well what was going on with his power. He was even happier that he had discovered another use of his attribute regulator. His body and clone embodiment could team up and fight the same opponent while rapidly integrating both sets of attributes via the attribute regulator. As long as his body did not attack at the same time as his clone, the power of his body and clone would be a concentrated total of attributes that interchanged between the two of them. As a result, it could be said that Luo Yunyang's combat effectiveness had multiplied. Otherwise, Luo Yunyang would have found it impossible to beat the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler even if he was able to avoid defeat. It seemed like he still hadn't spent enough time researching his own attribute regulator. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang did not have much time to study the use of his attribute regulator now. He and Chaotic Four-Origin Beast were busy chasing after the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler, and everywhere they went they caused destruction. Thus, the void of the Origin Incarcerate grounds also started to tremble. In the beginning, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler still exchanged blows with Luo Yunyang constantly, trying to win an exchange. However, as he failed to take advantage during each clash and instead suffered, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler finally gave up fighting back. He used all his means to strengthen his power to try and escape from Luo Yunyang's pursuit. Although the Origin Incarcerate grounds was an important place, the area it occupied wasn't large. Hence, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler was able to dash out of the Origin Incarcerate grounds in no time. While the Origin Incarcerate grounds tempted Luo Yunyang, it still wasn't something that could be compared to the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler. "Where are you heading?" With the aid of his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang instantly raised his speed to the max and rushed before the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler as he formed a seal with his hand, sending a Dolphin Sky Mark smashing heavily down on the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler. 1128 guarding and attacking 100,000 miles outside of Zhenyu City, 10 of the strongest Divine Incarcerate race Taichu Yuan Venerates known as the 10 Great Incarcerate Monarchs were currently looking toward Zhenyu City. Jianyu City. I really don't like this name. I will massacre everything in this city when I enter it, one of the divine incarcerate race monarchs said confidently. While he was still talking, someone asked, I wonder why there's been no news from His Majesty and Star Sky Supremacy ever since they went to ambush Luo Yunyang. Everyone around him went dead silent after he asked this question. Ha ha, Dongtian Incarcerate Monarch, are you doubting the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler or Star Sky Supremacy's abilities? A provocative voice was heard. Dongtian Incarcerate Monarch's expression instantly turned ugly. As one of the top 10 Incarcerate Monarchs, he had basically reached a point where his words held great weight. Being mocked by someone in such an unbridled fashion was something he had not experienced in a very long time. However, the person that had mocked him was a golden massive galactic beast that had shrunk down thousands of times until reaching a 30-meter size. Although it was difficult to calm his anger, he could only submit to this humiliation for now. Enough, Sky Metal Star Lord. Dongtian Incarcerate Monarch was just lamenting for a moment. Why do you have to do this? Nanli Incarcerate Monarch, who had a pretty good relationship with Dongtian Incarcerate Monarch, quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. Although Dongtian Incarcerate Monarch did not fear Sky Metal Star Lord, he also knew that this was a crucial time for his race. If the overall situation was ruined because of him, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler would never forgive Dongtian Incarcerate Monarch. Although he cursed inwardly, he could only bottle up his resentment for Sky Metal Star Lord. Sky Metal Star Lord did not appreciate his restraint. He thus smiled coldly and added sarcastically, lamenting. Wouldn't that be? As Sky Metal Star Lord wanted to take advantage of the misunderstanding, his eyes suddenly widened in alarm. As one of the most trusted subordinates of Star Sky Supremacy, it could be said that Sky Metal Star Lord knew many secrets. One of the most important secrets he knew was the connection between him and Star Sky Supremacy. Sky Metal Star Lord could sense the commands of Star Sky Supremacy at any time, and this alone raised his status higher than any other Star Lord's status in the entire Star Sky race. However, he suddenly realized that he could hardly sense the whereabouts of Star Sky Supremacy. Although the connection was very fuzzy, it had always been there. Unfortunately, it had suddenly disappeared, which made Sky Metal Star Lord feel extremely worried. Sky Metal Star Lord did not believe that Star Sky Supremacy had had an accident, as he could escape even if he encountered a Tai Yuan Venerate. This time, Star Sky Supremacy and the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler had gone together to deal with a junior, so they would definitely have no problem doing that. However, the more Sky Metal Star Lord thought about it, the more he worried that Star Sky Supremacy might be in a situation he didn't know about. He felt powerless in this situation and did not know what to do next. As Sky Metal Star Lord was pondering this hard, a powerhouse of the Divine Incarcerate race said joyfully, "Quick, look! His Majesty is here. We can finally beat up the human race." The 10 great Incarcerate Monarchs were getting restless, as they could only look at Jianyu City. Now that the opportunity was here, they naturally wouldn't let it slip away. Sky Metal Star Lord was relieved to hear that the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler had come. Since the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler had returned, there would be no problem for Star Sky Supremacy. However, he was shocked instantly when he glanced in the direction of the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler. The sight he saw surpassed his wildest imagination. "Where are you going, Supreme Incarcerate Ruler?" The voice of a human blustered. The voice was akin to a thunderclap that stunned everyone present. What sort of person was the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler? He was a supreme existence, someone that could decimate the almighties of the human race, yet he was being pursued and was forced to stay on the run. How was that possible? The martialists of the Divine Incarcerate race did not believe it. Sky Metal Star Lord did not either, and even the Daqian Master and the rest of the martialists stationed above Jianyu City were also very shocked. "Supreme Incarcerate Ruler, stop right now!" Amid this frenzied roar, a sphere of chaotic energy blazed toward the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler quickly dodged, but he was still a tad slower and the force of the light sphere managed to impact his body. Although the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler did not suffer any fatal injuries, his entire body was still blown thousands of miles away. This was nothing. As the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler stood up slowly, Luo Yunyang had already approached him and sent out another Dolphin Sky Mark. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler's face turned pale when he saw the Dolphin Sky Mark, which was filled with overwhelming power. He had taken a beating from this Dolphin Sky Mark and been bombarded by countless Dolphin Sky Marks of Luo Yunyang's throughout his run. Although he had managed to block them each time, the Dauphin Sky marks still put him in a sorry state each time they struck him. The cracks on his body would increase every time he was struck. Vile being, I'll go all out with you. The raging fire in the supreme incarcerate ruler intensified. The moment the Dauphin Sky mark descended, he moved his hands rapidly to form a seal and smashed his fist against the Dauphin Sky mark. The punch also contained the Heavenly Great Path nomological law, and it managed to shatter the Dauphin Sky mark after colliding with it. However, his body was still flung backwards due to the tyrannical power of the Dauphin Sky mark. Luo Yunyang naturally wouldn't miss the chance to kill the sorry-looking supreme incarcerate ruler. Take another Dauphin Sky mark from me. Luo Yunyang kept executing his Dauphin Sky mark. He realized that the Dauphin Sky mark was especially useful in dealing with the supreme incarcerate ruler. Although there wasn't a supreme heavenly great path nomological law in the Dauphin Sky mark, it wasn't very inferior when it was combined with the firm, tyrannical technique of Luo Yunyang's universe-breaking nomological law. In terms of power, it could be said that Luo Yunyang, who was assisted by the attribute regulator, was completely abusing the supreme incarcerate ruler. If the supreme incarcerate ruler's cultivation wasn't so high, Luo Yunyang believed that he could have exhausted the supreme incarcerate ruler to death with just his Dauphin Sky mark. The 10 great incarcerate monarchs were at a loss upon seeing the sorry state the supreme incarcerate ruler was in. When he saw the chaotic four-origin beast beside Luo Yunyang, Sky Metal Star Lord felt afraid, as he could feel the aura of Star Sky supremacy on that chaotic four-origin beast. The Sky Metal Star Lord's foreboding sensation intensified when he felt this aura. This is too much power. The Battle Hall Master, who executed a technique to observe the battle from afar, felt uneasy all of a sudden. Although the Battle Hall Master no longer wanted to compete against Luo Yunyang ever since he had become the human ruler, he also would not submit to Luo Yunyang too willingly. However, after seeing how imperiously Luo Yunyang was storming forward, the Battle Hall Master could no longer keep calm. I never expected this at all. The Daqian Master lamented as a smile appeared on his face. His heavy heart calmed down greatly when he saw how Luo Yunyang was dominating everything. There was nothing to worry about if Luo Yunyang was chasing after the supreme incarcerate ruler. In fact, the reason the human race was in such a predicament was because they had not had anyone that could deal with the supreme incarcerate ruler before. Attack and destroy the divine incarcerate race. Luo Yunyang shouted his command in the direction of the Zhenyu city while engaging the supreme incarcerate ruler. His voice was so loud and clear that it sounded like a divine commandant to everyone. There was a slight pause before the Daqian Master finally came to his senses and shouted deeply, "All the troops will attack and destroy the divine incarcerate race." In the past, the divine incarcerate race had usually been the one in the offensive end of the war against the human race. However, with the appearance of the human race's divine ancestor, the situation had changed. Still, the human race did not dare do anything to the divine incarcerate race, as they also had a Tai Yuan venerate like the supreme incarcerate ruler at the helm. Now, the divine incarcerate race was already in peril. Thus, the powerhouses of the human race would definitely not hesitate. The respect the returning powerhouses had for human ruler Luo Yunyang had also increased greatly. They were all talented individuals, so they had a very clear idea of what had happened during the battle between Luo Yunyang and the supreme incarcerate ruler. Although the supreme incarcerate ruler still held the advantage in terms of nomological laws, Luo Yunyang's power was just too overwhelming. It could even be said that Luo Yunyang's power had exceeded the power of a Taichu Yuan venerate. Thanks to the advantage of his power in the unknown beast, the supreme incarcerate ruler had absolutely no chance of turning the tide. Although it was still difficult to kill the supreme incarcerate ruler, he could do nothing but try to escape from Luo Yunyang's pursuit. This is indeed an absolute genius. A deity with eyebrows flickering with 3 different colors said emotionally. The deity with the multicolored flickering eyebrows was naturally no ordinary person. The fact that he'd made such a compliment showed how much he admired Luo Yunyang. Destroy and slaughter the divine incarcerate race right now. Move forward, someone shouted with burning passion. In an instant, hundreds of Taichu Yuan venerates flew forth. Before the supreme incarcerate ruler had been pursued by Luo Yunyang, the hundreds of Taichu Yuan venerates had simply been disregarded by the divine incarcerate race. In their opinion, the more people there were, the more food there would be for themselves. However, this situation terrified them. After all, they were destined to die here. Retreat. Dongtian incarcerate monarch shouted at the top of his voice without any hesitation before trying to rush toward the deepest recesses of the divine incarcerate race. Unfortunately, although his speed was fast, a human race returnee waving 12 pairs of black wings blocked his path timely. Your name is Dongtian incarcerate monarch, right? Since you are already here, don't go. 1129 status is forged through fighting. Dongtian incarcerate monarch was very unhappy. He had turned from a victor to a loser in just a day. They had arrived at Zhenyu City in high spirits, but all of them looked like sorry stray dogs now. Dongtian incarcerate monarch was stopped just as he was about to start fleeing, which pissed him off even more. He pointed back at the black-winged human race returnee and said, Who are you? You don't have to know that. All you need to know is that you are going to die. As he said that, the wings behind him flapped simultaneously before an image as dark as ink instantly appeared, turning the void into a purgatory. It was a land devoid of vitality that was filled with endless flames that came from a sea of fire. Hanging over the void was grayish river water that spread far and wide. Thousands of people armed with weapons were glaring furiously. 12 black scrolls enveloped Dongtian incarcerate monarch entirely. In the beginning, Dongtian incarcerate monarch didn't think much of this man's attack. However, when the 12 scrolls converged, he finally felt fear. It was a great path nomological law made up of 12 different kinds of deathly nomological laws. As a result, his own great path nomological law was completely suppressed. Dongtian incarcerate monarch even felt that his own great path nomological law was beginning to get eroded by this nomological law. Release. As a Taichu Yuan venerate, Dongtian incarcerate monarch hurriedly executed his strongest technique without any hesitation after sensing the danger. He wanted to force his way out of this stranglehold. Although he knew it was difficult, he had no choice at the moment. To his great surprise, a crack actually appeared in front of him after he made his move. This crack wasn't big, but it was the greatest hope of Dongtian incarcerate monarch. Hence, he didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as he jumped toward the crack and rushed out. He entered the crack hurriedly, only to find that the realm he was facing was even deadlier than the realm he had come from, and the desolateness there was even stronger. Fool, there's a total of 9 levels in my purgatory. It will produce endless disasters to entertain you. Have fun. A mocking voice echoed in the ears of Dongtian incarcerate monarch. However, before he could speak, countless black chains appeared in all directions and surrounded him. Each of these chains was formed by nomological laws. Although the chains could not do much to Dongtian incarcerate monarch, it was still extremely difficult for him to even budge an inch. While Dongtian incarcerate monarch was breaking the chains one by one, the powerhouse with the 12 pairs of wings rushed toward his next target. However, he realized that he was too late when he arrived at a place that was filled with bloodlust. He saw a man with a body made of copper slowly bringing in a massive smelting furnace in his hands. Is this the legendary desolate flood furnace? The man with 12 pairs of wings asked earnestly. How could I bring back the real desolate flood furnace? Tisk. It's just a replica that I managed to refine based on my memory of the desolate flood furnace, the man with the copper body said peacefully. However, his words felt as though they could burn everything in their path. The man with the 12 pairs of wings couldn't help but shake his head and say, You can remember so many lines of divine inscriptions. You're indeed that great Eras. Let's not blow our own trumpets here. In this realm, the true chosen one is that person. The man with the copper body looked toward the distant void and said emotionally, There's always someone better. The man with the 12 pairs of wings also lost any interest in continuing the conversation. While they had expressed their willingness to serve this human ruler in the past, it was all merely a pretentious facade. They were the greatest geniuses of their respective great eras, and they were sheltered by the top existences of those great eras. When their great era was on the verge of extinction, that top existence would use some nature-defying technique to send them to the last great era before the human race was exterminated. Naturally, they had the right to be prideful. Luo Yunyang was extraordinary, and they even had to admit that he wasn't weak, but almost all of them considered Luo Yunyang a goal. They wanted to surpass him. The stronger Luo Yunyang was, the stronger their morale would be. Now, these aspirations had disappeared. They knew very well that it was impossible for them to defeat a Tai Yuan venerate if they could not become one themselves. Even defeating the supreme incarcerate ruler, who had severed his cultivation to become a half-step Tai Yuan venerate, was impossible for them. Although their great path nomological law was very powerful, it could still not resist an imperfect heavenly great path nomological law. Therefore, even though some of them wanted to give their all and resist when they heard that the supreme incarcerate ruler was going to attack the human race, many more of them were unwilling to sacrifice their lives. After all, they had painstakingly gone through so many hardships before arriving at this great era's human race for a battle that seemed meaningless to them. The reason it was meaningless was because the outcome had already been determined. However, just as they had been about to escape, Luo Yunyang had entered the divine incarcerate race to hold back the supreme incarcerate ruler and had only asked them to defend the territories of the human race. Although all of them had stayed back to fight a battle they only had half a chance of winning, they were still full of hesitation and doubt. After all, they could imagine how strong the supreme incarcerate ruler would be. However, the current situation had surprised them. It was unexpected, utterly unexpected. The developments of this situation had surprised them thoroughly, even making them wonder if they were dreaming. Luo Yunyang was very strong. When had he become this strong? He, a Taichu Yuan Venerate, was suppressing a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. They all heard the frenzied roar of the supreme incarcerate ruler. While this relieved them greatly, they also began to revere Luo Yunyang even more. Two elite Taichu Yuan Venerates quickly flew to the depths of the divine incarcerate race's territories and executed their moves without mercy, causing cosmoses to fall one after another. The supreme incarcerate ruler continued to flee. Although he did not look back at all, he knew exactly what was going on by hearing those incessant shrieks. The divine incarcerate race was suffering defeat after defeat, and many people he valued were killed by Luo Yunyang. He burned with anger and fury, but he was utterly helpless. It was easy to sever his cultivation but extremely difficult to become a Tai Yuan Venerate once again. The supreme incarcerate ruler wanted to use the supreme power he had obtained when he had destroyed the human race. Unfortunately, his divine incarcerate race had already collapsed even before they'd even entered the territory of the human race. Martialists of the Star Sky race were fleeing, and the mysterious underworld race couldn't be counted on either. Drowning in his thoughts, the supreme incarcerate ruler began to ponder what to do next. Luo Yunyang was still pursuing the supreme incarcerate ruler. Although he had pounded the supreme incarcerate ruler time after time with the aid of his attribute regulator, it was still difficult to kill the supreme incarcerate ruler. While this made the supreme incarcerate ruler feel very uncomfortable, Luo Yunyang was deeply regretful as the pursuer. His goal was to kill the supreme incarcerate ruler, but the supreme incarcerate ruler's body was protected by a heavenly great path nomological law, making it almost impossible to kill him. On one occasion, Luo Yunyang even trapped the supreme incarcerate ruler in his great obliteration millstone. However, in the end, the extremely powerful great obliteration millstone had also failed to crush the supreme incarcerate ruler, let alone kill him. Furthermore, the supreme incarcerate ruler had many unexpected tricks up his sleeves that allowed him to extricate himself from Luo Yunyang's besieging attempts. The battle would not end until the supreme incarcerate ruler was killed, but Luo Yunyang felt that there was no way to kill the supreme incarcerate ruler. All he could do now was wait. Wait for the Daqian Hall Master and the other martialists to storm over and take down the territories of the divine incarcerate race, hoping that this would result in some changes in the supreme incarcerate ruler. Luo Yunyang, do you think we can have a talk? The supreme incarcerate ruler asked as he was blasted away once again by Luo Yunyang. The supreme incarcerate ruler wasn't willing to negotiate, but he had no other choice under the present circumstances. Luo Yunyang glanced at the serious supreme incarcerate ruler and stopped the chaotic four-origin beast, who was about to attack. Supreme incarcerate ruler, do you think there's anything for us to talk about? Although the supreme incarcerate ruler hated this very much, he also knew that a loser had no right to choose. Hence, he pushed aside his pride and said, Luo Yunyang, let's end this battle here. The divine incarcerate race will swear that we will not interfere with the battle between the human race and that supreme existence. What do you think of this? Fear could be seen on the supreme incarcerate ruler's expression when he mentioned that supreme existence. He was extremely frightened of the being who pushed for the destruction of the human race. In the supreme incarcerate ruler's opinion, he had already paid a big enough price to refrain from participating in this. Luo Yunyang eyed the solemn supreme incarcerate ruler and smiled. I don't believe your promise. Instead of keeping a ticking time bomb, it would be way better to destroy the divine incarcerate race. The supreme incarcerate ruler gritted his teeth. He wouldn't have had to bow down to a junior if he had not severed his cultivation and allowed himself to be demoted below the Tai Yuan Venerate level. This was already very shameful for him. Unfortunately, losers couldn't be choosers. After a moment's hesitation, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler said, "You cannot kill me and you never will, even if you destroy all of my race's territories. When that happens, all you will gain is an extra enemy that will fight the human race to his last breath." The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler was already snarling as he said this. Luo Yunyang grinned. "Ha ha, really? Let's talk more after the Divine Incarcerate race is annihilated." 1130 The Great Extinguishing Black Hell Portrait. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler had never been so harshly rejected in his entire life. He glared at Luo Yunyang furiously, very much wanting to rip him to pieces. However, given his current strength, he was already very fortunate that Luo Yunyang could not kill him, as it was impossible for him to kill Luo Yunyang. As he heard the wailing of the entire Divine Incarcerate race, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler made up his mind instantly. "Luo Yunyang, you forced me to do this." The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler sounded hoarse as his hands moved rapidly to form a seal before a mysterious mark began to converge in the void. Luo Yunyang thought that the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler was going to attack, but after seeing the formation of the mark, Luo Yunyang noticed that this mark appeared to be summoning something. Without any hesitation, he and the chaotic four-origin beast unleashed their attacks almost at the same time. Whatever the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler summoned was going to move against Luo Yunyang. Hence, Luo Yunyang was determined to stop it. However, when they struck out at the same time, the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler did not retaliate. He also didn't put up any defense. Instead, he stared arrogantly at Luo Yunyang. He looked as lofty as a Tai Yuan Venerate. A shadow slowly emerged around the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler. He, who had originally been in the same void as Luo Yunyang, suddenly reappeared in a realm that looked very much like a fiendish hell. A grayish-brown mist flowed in that space, and the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler, who stood in this hell, looked like the ruler of that realm. The combined attack of Luo Yunyang and the chaotic four-origin beast was wrapped by the storm condensed from the grayish-brown aura. Although the combined attack of Luo Yunyang and the chaotic four-origin beast was extremely powerful, it didn't hit the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler at all, as the attack disappeared. Luo Yunyang did not know what this realm was, but he had a feeling that it was the strongest technique of the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler. The reason he hadn't used it all this time had to be because he had to pay a certain price to do so. "Luo Yunyang, you have successfully rescued the human race's divine ancestor and the others trapped in the mysterious underworld race. Now, you have to face the Great Extinguishing Black Hell Portrait alone." The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler was in high spirits as he formed a series of seals with his hands, causing the hellish storm to warp the void around Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's face stiffened after he heard the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler's words. Although this was the first time he had heard of the Great Extinguishing Black Hell Portrait, he knew that this had to be the supreme treasure that had trapped the human race's divine ancestor, judging by the way the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler had said this. Luo Yunyang understood the capabilities of all the people that went against the human race's divine ancestor rather well. Even though this supreme treasure might not be entirely responsible for trapping such a formidable force, the level of its power was still unimaginable. "Die!" The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler roared as countless bone wyverns spiraled out crazily toward Luo Yunyang and the chaotic four-origin beast. As the bone wyverns were surging forward, another loud roar echoed from the void of the Great Extinguishing Black Hell Portrait. It was a roar of boundless rage. The sound was filled with endless resentment. Although no words were said, Luo Yunyang was still able to feel the wrath, resentment, and unwillingness in that sound. The clone he had left in the mysterious underworld race transmitted a piece of news to him. The armies of the human race were breaking out of their seal. The entity that roared was the first ancient Yuan underworld lord. This supreme existence, who had sacrificed all the foundations of the mysterious underworld race in order to destroy the human race, was enraged over his plan's failure. Everything had been going very smoothly at first, but the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler took away the Great Extinguishing Black Hell Portrait that had trapped all the human race powerhouses while the plan was still in effect. Without the Great Extinguishing Black Hell Portrait, the human race's divine ancestor would be able to send his armies into any area of the mysterious underworld race at will. The opportunity of the first ancient Yuan underworld lord had been shattered. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler naturally heard that roar of rage as well. He knew that the thin thread of his friendship with the first ancient Yuan underworld lord had completely disappeared this time. He did not give an explanation to the first ancient Yuan underworld lord, as it was meaningless right now. After a whoosh, hordes of white bone incarcerate monarchs began to appear one by one around the supreme incarcerate ruler and charge frantically at Luo Yunyang. The white bone incarcerate monarchs were only Taichu Yuan venerates, but their number was huge and none of them feared death as they charged forward. Although Luo Yunyang seemed very at ease as he was striking them down one after the other, he knew that he would eventually die in this realm if he did not figure a way out of the great extinguishing black hell portrait, even though he could withstand it for a very long time. There was no sun, moon, or time in the great extinguishing black hell portrait, but according to Luo Yunyang's estimation, he had been inside for at least 3 days. Although his cultivation had reached a point that could allow his power to be infinite, he still felt a little exhausted as the consumption of his power continued. This was happening while he and the chaotic four-origin beast continued to supplement each other's power. Otherwise, Luo Yunyang felt that they would not have had it as easy. During these 3 days, Luo Yunyang also surveyed the great extinguishing black hell portrait. He had executed all the offensive techniques in his arsenal, but he still couldn't find any flaws in the great extinguishing black hell portrait. It was no wonder that this treasure could trap the human race's divine ancestor. Not only did the great extinguishing black hell portrait transform into a realm of its own, but it also had a supreme power that even someone at the level of Luo Yunyang's cultivation could not break through. Naturally, it would be difficult to come out of the great extinguishing black hell portrait if he could not force his way out. What should he do? Resist, endure, and wait for the human race's divine ancestor to rescue him? Although Luo Yunyang reckoned that there was a high probability of the human race's divine ancestor rescuing him, there was a prerequisite: the human race's divine ancestor had to find him first. Plus, the human race's divine ancestor would have to get rid of the first ancient Yuan underworld lord first. Although the mysterious underworld race had begun to collapse, it was not so easy to kill the first ancient Yuan underworld lord. Despite the collapse of the entire mysterious underworld race, which would cause the first ancient Yuan underworld lord to lose his cultivation and fall slowly from the Tai Yuan venerate to the Taichu Yuan venerate, it would take something else before he eventually fell and got killed by the human race's divine ancestor. Nobody knew how long that would take. Luo Yunyang could not wait for this to happen. He too had expanded all other possible solutions that he could come up with and had even thought of using the clone technique of the chaotic four-origin beast to shift to the territories of the mysterious underworld race. Unfortunately, this method was useless. Aren't you desperate? The supreme incarcerate ruler seemed to understand what was going on in Luo Yunyang's head very well, as his words were full of mockery and ridicule. The supreme incarcerate ruler hated Luo Yunyang to the core. Luo Yunyang hadn't just spoiled his plan. He had almost cost him everything he had. It was basically impossible for the supreme incarcerate ruler to become a Tai Yuan venerate again without the divine incarcerate race. The failure of the mysterious underworld race had left him devoid of any means to fight against the human race. He would only become a stray dog while he waited patiently for the emergence of that supreme existence. He hated Luo Yunyang very much and naturally did not want Luo Yunyang to have it easy. Not only did he want Luo Yunyang dead, but he also wanted Luo Yunyang to die in despair. Luo Yunyang looked unswervingly determined after shattering a massive white bone tower filled with deathliness. Although he still didn't find a way to escape, he knew he couldn't show the slightest bit of vulnerability at a time like this. Although the great extinguishing black hell portrait is not bad, it's still far from being my supreme treasure. As Luo Yunyang said that, he conjured his great obliteration millstone and engulfed his surroundings with it. The supreme incarcerate ruler glanced coldly at the great obliteration millstone and said, "This thing is not bad, but it is still not worthy of being a supreme treasure that can change the fortune of a race. While it can allow you to withstand this for a little more, it won't last too long." As soon as he said that, chains made of bones filled the void in an instant. Those chains were formed by nomological laws and they immediately sealed out the void around Luo Yunyang when they appeared. Around these chains were pure white flames that moved between the spaces. Although these flames looked gentle, a tiny bit of them was enough to kill a 9th-level heavenly venerate. There was almost no flaw in the ever-changing, great extinguishing black hell portrait. It would be basically impossible for anyone that was not a Tai Yuan venerate to escape once they were trapped inside the great extinguishing black hell portrait. After thinking things through again, Luo Yunyang discovered that he had no other solution as he glanced at the supreme incarcerate ruler, who was standing in the distance as if he were the king of hell. Although the supreme incarcerate ruler seemed like he was in control of everything, Luo Yunyang felt that the connection between the supreme incarcerate ruler and the great extinguishing black hell portrait wasn't that strong. In other words, the two of them weren't completely harmonized as one. Was this a flaw deliberately exposed by the supreme incarcerate ruler, or had his own cultivation fallen below the Tai Yuan venerate and caused this situation? With that thought in mind, Luo Yunyang had a crazy idea. He used the attribute regulator to adjust his own attributes most of the time, but he rarely used it against his opponents. Could he cause the supreme incarcerate ruler to lose control of the great extinguishing black hell portrait? Luo Yunyang got worked up the moment he had this idea. Although he wasn't sure his idea would be successful, it was so much better than doing nothing at all. Luo Yunyang once again activated his attribute regulator without any hesitation. 1131 The sky-wielding crystal Luo Yunyang. 11,410, speed, 12,420, constitution, 13,548, mind, 15,752, bloodline, 9.8 chaotic 4 origin beast, power, 16,234, speed, 17,521, mind, 16,954, constitution, 18,121 The violet digits of the attribute regulator flashed within Luo Yunyang's mind. These numbers were various attributes belonging to Luo Yunyang and the chaotic 4 origin beast. These interchanging numbers allowed his Taichu Yuan venerate cultivation to beat the self-severed supreme incarcerate ruler. After viewing his attributes, Luo Yunyang shifted his focus onto the attributes of the supreme incarcerate ruler. Supreme incarcerate ruler. Power, 21,464, speed, 20,458, mind, 31,045, constitution, 24,562 The values of the supreme incarcerate ruler were somewhat random compared to the more evenly distributed attributes of Luo Yunyang. The supreme incarcerate ruler's attributes were greater, and his mind attribute was nearly twice as much as Luo Yunyang's. The amount of mind attribute was directly related to the control of great path nomological laws when it came to a powerhouse like Luo Yunyang. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang began to activate his attribute regulator. However, this time, he adjusted all his attributes together before reducing the mind attribute of the supreme incarcerate ruler. The supreme incarcerate ruler's mind attribute was rapidly deducted. In an instant, the nearly 30,000 mind points he had were reduced to little more than 300. While Luo Yunyang's mind was still at approximately 30,000. This wasn't because Luo Yunyang was pulling the punches and did not want to further reduce the supreme incarcerate ruler's remaining mind attribute, but because the numbers displayed on the attribute regulator were getting more difficult to lower. Although the attribute regulator had followed Luo Yunyang's meteoric rise since the beginning, he still had not fully understood the attribute regulator. Unfortunately, he didn't have much energy to spend on understanding it. The supreme incarcerate ruler's control of the great extinguishing black hell portrait should have also been reduced to its extreme threshold after having his mind attribute reduced to 300. When Luo Yunyang looked at the supreme incarcerate ruler, he saw a look of horror on the supreme incarcerate ruler's face as the bone chains surging toward Luo Yunyang disappeared silently. The bone, wyverns charging over at Luo Yunyang aggressively had also vanished into the void. In addition, all other attacks sent out by the supreme incarcerate ruler collapsed. It could even be said that these attacks had not even fulfilled their objective. "What have you done?" the supreme incarcerate ruler roared. He could no longer maintain his composure. Luo Yunyang grinned at the supreme incarcerate ruler. Take a guess. While the supreme incarcerate ruler sensed that his power was still there, he felt that he couldn't control that mighty power. The heavenly great path that he used to control freely also felt extremely hard to manipulate now. This was extremely alarming for him. Although he was furious at what Luo Yunyang had said, he also knew that this wasn't the time to quarrel with Luo Yunyang. He was in great danger, so his best choice of action now was to escape quickly. He could avenge this loss after he restored his Tai Yuan venerate cultivation. The restoration of his Tai Yuan venerate cultivation base would be very difficult. On top of that, without the foundation of the divine incarcerate race, it would be nearly impossible for him to become a Tai Yuan venerate again. However, he could not worry about this now, as he had to escape from this entanglement with Luo Yunyang. A short while ago, it would have been very easy for him to banish Luo Yunyang, as he would simply have needed to conjure his great extinguishing black hell portrait to send Luo Yunyang as far away as he wanted. Now, it had become very laborious for him to utilize the great extinguishing black hell portrait. He even felt that he could no longer control the great extinguishing black hell portrait at the moment. Being unable to control his own supreme treasure made the supreme incarcerate ruler very frustrated. However, the supreme incarcerate ruler was still a former Tai Yuan venerate, so he immediately blasted out a punch at Luo Yunyang's position the moment he realized that things had gone south. Although his mind attribute had been reduced, he still had his power. However, without the enhancement of his heavenly great path, his punch seemed somewhat frail. Don't waste your time. Luo Yunyang dodged the blow with ease as his mighty mind power surged into the space of the great extinguishing black hell portrait instantly. If the supreme incarcerate ruler's mind power hadn't been affected, Luo Yunyang would simply have been courting death by using his mind power to infiltrate a supreme treasure belonging to another person. However, it was as easy as entering his own backyard now. In a few moments, Luo Yunyang had already left his mark in many areas. As Luo Yunyang left more and more marks, the entire great extinguishing black hell portrait would belong to him. Although the supreme incarcerate ruler understood all this, he believed that he still could not stop it. The technique he had executed with ease in the past had become tremendously strenuous to use again. He even felt that he couldn't clearly recall the right steps to execute the technique. Not only did he feel constricted, but he now felt much more afraid of Luo Yunyang. The supreme incarcerate ruler did not speak again, as he knew that Luo Yunyang had completely gained the upper hand this time and definitely wouldn't let him off easily. Instead of asking for mercy and losing face, it was better to wait and hope that Luo Yunyang would make a mistake. He would take advantage of that mistake to escape. After all, it was not so easy to refine the great extinguishing black hell portrait. Luo Yunyang could not feel the flow of time in the great extinguishing black hell portrait. However, as he gained control over it, he was able to sense the outside world gradually. He could already leave the great extinguishing black hell portrait with a mere thought as long as he wanted to. But why would Luo Yunyang be willing to make such a disadvantageous decision when a great opportunity was right in front of him? His mind power advanced gradually and slowly devoured the control of the great extinguishing black hell portrait. If someone could see through the great extinguishing black hell portrait and witness what was happening within, they would see different kinds of luster illuminating from within the great extinguishing black hell portrait. One was purple and gold in color and was formed by Luo Yunyang's mind power. The other was the scarlet mind power that belonged to the supreme incarcerate ruler. The purple and gold radiance occupied more than 90% of the field, while the scarlet occupied only a small red circle in the center of the great extinguishing black hell portrait. The small circle was still constantly being devoured and, in a short while, only 1/3 of its original area remained red. Luo Yunyang, I admit that I have utterly lost. Now, can you tell me how I lost? The supreme incarcerate ruler's voice was laced with bitter unwillingness. Luo Yunyang could feel the sincerity in the words of the supreme incarcerate ruler, but he still had no intention of spilling his secrets. He merely shook his head and continued to devour the mark that the supreme incarcerate ruler had left on the great extinguishing black hell portrait. Very well, Luo Yunyang. Since you're going to let me die with regrets, how can I not cause you some trouble? You want the great extinguishing black hell portrait? I'll give it to you then. However, whether you can get the sky-wielding crystal will depend on your capabilities. Right after the supreme incarcerate ruler said that, his massive body shattered within the great extinguishing black hell portrait. Surging essence formed a streaking rainbow in the void that spiraled upward. The essence formed with the mighty power of the supreme incarcerate ruler was unimaginable. If Luo Yunyang had taken full control of the great extinguishing black hell portrait, he would naturally have been able to stop the surging essence, making it difficult for the supreme incarcerate ruler to escape. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang hadn't yet taken control of the core part of the great extinguishing black hell portrait. Thus, he could not conjure the great extinguishing black hell portrait to engulf the essence of the supreme incarcerate ruler. However, what really caught Luo Yunyang's attention was the object wrapped by the essence and not the essence itself. Although it was merely the size of a fist, it was a very abstruse crystal. A crystal that was only the size of a palm. The sky-wielding crystal had to be the basis that the supreme incarcerate ruler had used to break through and become a Tai Yuan venerate. The reason the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler had sent the Sky Palm Crystal away was because he did not want Luo Yunyang to obtain it. Given the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler's cultivation level, his foresight would be extremely accurate. He had already decided to crush and destroy his treasure after knowing that he could not salvage this situation now that Luo Yunyang had gradually devoured his great extinguishing black hell portrait. He knew that it would be impossible for him to put up any resistance once Luo Yunyang took control of the great extinguishing black hell portrait. Instead of being slowly forced to death by Luo Yunyang, it would be better to destroy himself and send his sky-wielding crystal outside of the great extinguishing black hell portrait. As for where and who the sky-wielding crystal would eventually end up with, that was no longer the decision of the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler. He did not intend to let Luo Yunyang obtain the sky-wielding crystal easily. Although the sky-wielding crystal wasn't big, it released a great deal of light the moment it flew forth, sending the blinding light through countless universes and illuminating the 9 skies. It was like a radiant sun that had shined for thousands of years. Luo Yunyang immediately guessed what the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler was scheming after seeing the light of the sky-wielding crystal. He felt some heartfelt admiration for the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler for making the decision to destroy himself. Luo Yunyang didn't go after the sky-wielding crystal right away. Although he was the closest to the sky-wielding crystal, he would still need to wait for the sky-wielding crystal to slow down even if he chased after it desperately. After all, the energy that pushed the Sky Palm Crystal forward was all the power that came from the Supreme Incarcerate Ruler blowing himself up. This force was simply too great. 1132 General Persuade, Die. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky bellowed as a black and white radiance turned into a massive mountain under his control that smashed heavily against a gigantic ancient Yuan demon. Although the gigantic Yuan demon was stronger than Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky, its spirit consciousness wasn't stable and it could only use 50% of its overall power. The ancient Yuan demon howled in rage while taking on the massive mountain and thrusting the huge blade formed entirely by white bones onto it. Rumble, rumble. Although the ancient Yuan demon's blade managed to create an opening on the massive mountain, it did not manage to slice it apart. Instead, the force that resulted from the collision with the black and white mountain blew the body of the ancient Yuan demon away. One of its white bone arms was turned to dust on impact. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky couldn't help guffawing when he looked at the flustered ancient Yuan demon. He had always been the one at a disadvantage during his fight against this ancient Yuan demon. This was because this ancient Yuan demon's body was nearly indestructible within the great extinguishing black hell portrait. Now, the fighting capabilities of the ancient Yuan demons had been reduced greatly without the support of the great extinguishing black hell portrait. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky believed that it wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill an ancient Yuan demon. However, just as he was preparing to capitalize on the situation and secure his victory, a blinding light flashed past his eyes. He immediately understood what had happened. If the thought of defeating the ancient Yuan demon had made him feel very refreshed, then he was feeling extremely excited now. Something he had been looking forward to since many eons ago had finally arrived. He could no longer care about engaging the ancient Yuan demon. Instead, he rose to the sky and surged in the direction the blind light had disappeared. The sky-wielding crystal was the best opportunity for one to become a supreme existence. He couldn't give it up no matter what. While Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky chased after it, he saw his other 5 junior brothers. Although the 6 of them had a pretty good relationship most of the time, none of them said anything as they took flight as well. No one was willing to give up the sky-wielding crystal that had appeared. After all, it was very likely that they would never advance or become Tai Yuan Venerates in this lifetime if they gave it up. I just saw that Master is still battling the first ancient Yuan underworld lord. How did this sky-wielding crystal get here? The Southwest Heavenly Ruler, who was the first to speak, expressed his doubts. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky was momentarily stunned. He knew that the Southwest Heavenly Ruler would definitely not lie about this. If this sky-wielding crystal did not belong to the first ancient Yuan underworld lord, then who did it belong to? Could this be a move made by the mysterious underworld race to lure us away? A heavenly ruler standing on the left of Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky asked. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky shook his head. Impossible. I'm very certain about the light emitted by the sky-wielding crystal. It was definitely a sky-wielding crystal that just flew past. While the Southwest Heavenly Ruler and the others were speculating, they heard the voice of the human race's divine ancestor resound through the void. The Supreme Incarcerate Ruler has fallen. This is indeed the sky-wielding crystal of the divine incarcerate race. The supreme incarcerate ruler was a supreme figure in the eyes of Yuan venerate flowing sky and the others. He and the first Yuan ancient underworld lord were like two towering mountains that stood firm and strong. However, Yuan venerate flowing sky and the rest felt some disbelief after hearing that he had fallen. After all, that was the supreme incarcerate ruler. Unfortunately, they did not have much time to find out why the supreme incarcerate ruler had fallen. What they needed to do was obtain the sky-wielding crystal. Hence, after listening to what the human race's divine ancestor had said, they all charged after the sky-wielding crystal like streaks of lightning. Yuan venerate flowing sky and his group weren't the only powerhouses chasing after the sky-wielding crystal. When the light of the sky-wielding crystal illuminated the 9 skies, someone rushed out of a huge mountain located in a small space hidden within the crack of the void. The man wasn't too tall, and his entire body looked plump. He looked toward the sky and mumbled to himself, "My opportunity, this is my opportunity." After mumbling to himself, he disappeared into the void. At the same moment, the space hidden within the crack of the void also collapsed entirely. As the figure rushed toward the sky-wielding crystal, countless powerhouses were also doing the same thing. Among them was a ferocious beast the size of a planet, an existence as small as a speck of dust that contained infinite power. It was also at this moment that people realized that there were many elite-level existences hidden within the endless starry sky. These beings were too lazy to move normally. Only the appearance of such a supreme treasure could attract their attention and make them compete for it. Luo Yunyang wasn't paying much attention to the chaos created by the sky-wielding crystal. Most of his attention was on the great extinguishing black hell portrait. Although Luo Yunyang had refined more than half of this portrait during his battle against the supreme incarcerate ruler, his priority was to refine the core part of the great extinguishing black hell portrait. Unfortunately, refining the core part would require some time. As the supreme treasure of the divine incarcerate race, the power of the great extinguishing black hell portrait was infinite. If Luo Yunyang had not been using the attribute regulator on him and the supreme incarcerate ruler had not self-severed his cultivation and caused flaws to appear within him, Luo Yunyang would have been trapped inside the great extinguishing black hell portrait. As Luo Yunyang continued to refine the great extinguishing black hell portrait, various wonderful uses of the great extinguishing black hell portrait also entered his mind. After some time, the great extinguishing black hell portrait that floated above Luo Yunyang's head vanished completely. However, Luo Yunyang, who had originally been in this void, seemed as though he did not belong in this realm. This is indeed the supreme treasure of a race. Luo Yunyang was extremely satisfied with his current state. He believed that he could compete against a half-step Tai Yuan venerate even without relying on his attribute regulator. A half-step Tai Yuan venerate controlled a flawed heavenly great path nomological law. With the help of the great extinguishing black hell portrait, which could almost form a great cosmos on its own, Luo Yunyang could offset the advantage of a half-step Tai Yuan venerate. After refining the great extinguishing black hell portrait, Luo Yunyang waved his hand in the void and a portal appeared. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang had appeared in a patch of chaos. The chaos chi present was as dark as ink and weighed more than a ton but did not pose any threat to Luo Yunyang. However, the range of his spirit consciousness was 10 times smaller than that in an ordinary great cosmos. Luo Yunyang wouldn't need to use his spirit consciousness at all to look for the sky-wielding crystal. Even in the infinite chaos, the sky-wielding crystal was still illuminating as bright as the sun. The chaos chi also dissipated when the light shined on it. By relying on the light from the sky-wielding crystal, Luo Yunyang saw 20 or so figures that were chasing the sky-wielding crystal. Among these figures were Yuan venerate flowing sky and the other 6 heavenly emperors, whom Luo Yunyang was familiar with. However, there were many more he didn't recognize. Luo Yunyang felt that the greatest threat was a human, a man who was about 8 feet tall and was as graceful as an immortal. Although they were all chasing after the sky-wielding crystal, only that man's movements and posture seemed so perfect. This should be a returnee. Luo Yunyang had this thought the moment he saw the man. There were thousands of returnees from all great eras, but after going through the list of returnees one by one, Luo Yunyang realized that there were still some returnees that hadn't submitted to the imperial court's allegiance. For example, the returnee from the great era that had produced a total of 4 Tai Yuan venerates. Luo Yunyang did not believe that a great era like this would not leave behind a contingency plan. The great eras that were much weaker than theirs were also able to send their best disciples back, let alone a great era that had managed to produce 4 Tai Yuan venerates. However, none of the powerful great eras Luo Yunyang knew about had sent any returnees. The sky-wielding crystal was still flying ahead of everyone, but its speed was slower than when it had just rushed out of the great extinguishing black hell portrait. It was actually multiple times slower. Even so, those chasing after it were still far behind. In the process, some of them also fought from time to time. For example, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky had teamed up with the other 5 heavenly rulers to conjure the divine thunder together, striking down a powerhouse ahead of them in the midst of the chaos. Although there were many competitors, Luo Yunyang still had the resolution to obtain the sky-wielding crystal. This was not because he had forced the supreme incarcerate ruler to throw away this sky-wielding crystal, but because this sky-wielding crystal was the foundation of his path to becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate. How could he become a Tai Yuan Venerate without the sky-wielding crystal? With a mere thought, Luo Yunyang transferred all his attributes to his speed and overtook the last powerhouse, who was a massive beast the size of a planet. Although the beast was a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate, his speed was not flattering. When he saw that Luo Yunyang was rushing toward him, a dark green light shot out of all 9 pairs of eyes on both sides of the beast's face. These light beams were as sharp as swords as they pierced the sky. Both of them were half-step Tai Yuan Venerates, so he was out to kill the moment he attacked. In the face of the dark green light beams, Luo Yunyang did not resist or accelerate to escape. Instead, he moved forward at his usual speed. The beast sneered as he saw Luo Yunyang's reaction to his attack. After all, he had absolute confidence in his ultimate technique. This human really did not know his own limits. 1133 Hong Yuan Great Era. Unparalleled Yuan Z. Those chasing after the sky-wielding crystal were the most top-notch existences. Although they were chasing after the sky-wielding crystal, every single one of them was very aware of the situation around them. Naturally, the emergence of Luo Yunyang could not escape their notice. At the front of the pack, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the other 5 heavenly rulers were extremely surprised by the appearance of Luo Yunyang. In their opinion, Luo Yunyang was only a Taichu Yuan Venerate, and there was a wide gulf in power compared to a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. The gap had effectively severed Luo Yunyang's pursuit of the sky-wielding crystal, but he still chased after it despite the impossibility of succeeding. He was overestimating himself. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the other 6 heavenly rulers had been chasing sky-wielding from the moment they'd come out of the 12 ancient Yuan demon array. They had no time to understand what had happened to the human race and how the sky-wielding crystal had come about. Naturally, they did not know anything about what had happened to Luo Yunyang either. When Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky realized that Luo Yunyang was actually ignoring the attack, he bellowed, "This is the dazzling netherworld light. Why aren't you dodging it? Do you want to die?" The dazzling netherworld light was a legendary supreme execution technique Luo Yunyang had seen in the ancient books of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Even a Taichu Yuan Venerate would have their soul obliterated when illuminated by the dazzling netherworld light, let alone when a beam shot out. Although Luo Yunyang knew about the dazzling netherworld light, he wasn't worried, as he was confident about his great extinguished black hell portrait. Sure enough, the moment the dazzling netherworld light was before Luo Yunyang, it was swallowed directly into the great extinguishing black hell portrait and couldn't get close to Luo Yunyang at all. The beast attacking Luo Yunyang knew exactly what was happening the moment his dazzling netherworld light entered Luo Yunyang's body. He knew that this seemingly friendly human was not someone he could easily provoke. Hence, he immediately decided to distance himself from Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang was not willing to waste too much energy on fighting the beast, he still understood what it meant to respond in kind. Thus, the moment the beastly powerhouse retreated, Luo Yunyang activated his attribute regulator to observe the various attributes of the beast. The violet-colored mind attribute was just a little over 10,000. After seeing the mind attributes of the beastly powerhouse, Luo Yunyang directly used his own mind power, which had increased several times thanks to the attribute regulator, and stared at the beast. Although he just gave it a look, the beast still felt as though his spirit consciousness had been struck heavily by a hammer as he nearly fell from the void. Judging by the beast's personality, he would definitely not let this matter rest after such a humiliating setback. However, Luo Yunyang's deadly stare had frightened the beastly powerhouse very much, so he eventually slowed down to let Luo Yunyang move first. This did not mean that the beast powerhouse was going to give up fighting for the sky. Wielding crystal by giving way to Luo Yunyang, but it was a way to show that Luo Yunyang held the upper hand during their engagement. Yuan venerate Flowing Sky and the rest knew how strong this powerhouse was. If speed had been the beast's forte, the most powerful candidate to compete for the sky-wielding crystal would have been him. However, the beastly powerhouse actually suffered a defeat after clashing with Luo Yunyang. Those in pursuit also kept this in mind as they started to take Luo Yunyang more seriously. However, the powerhouses of the human race and other races did not say a word, nor did they attack Luo Yunyang again as they continued to chase after the sky-wielding crystal at maximum speed. Nobody considered using their techniques to teleport, as teleporting was time-consuming. Furthermore, the sky-wielding crystal was not moving in a straight line. It would change direction at random and even reverse direction many times. No one was willing to execute their teleportation technique, as it would only cause them to get further and further away from the sky-wielding crystal. Hence, everyone was chasing after the sky-wielding crystal at their speed while the sky-wielding crystal gradually started to slow down. "You are the human ruler." As Luo Yunyang was observing the opponents around him, a voice spoke. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Yunyang immediately confirmed that it belonged to the strongest powerhouse of the human race, who posed the biggest threat to him. It was a well-dressed man as graceful as an immortal. "I am the human ruler. How should I address you and which great era are you from?" Luo Yunyang was already very curious about the man's origin. Thus, upon hearing him take the initiative to speak first, he asked him these questions directly. The man answered immediately without any reluctance, "My name is Yuanzi, and I come from the Hong Yuan Great Era." Yuanzi from the Hong Yuan Great Era. Luo Yunyang vaguely thought of the names of the 3 Tai Yuan venerates of the Hong Yuan Great Era. He felt a little strange about Yuanzi's name, so he immediately asked, "So you and the 3 Supreme?" "The 3 Supreme Existences are my senior brothers." Yuanzi said faintly, "I didn't have an opportunity to become a Tai Yuan venerate, so my master sent me here." A master and 3 senior brothers who were all Tai Yuan venerates. Although Yuanzi was modest, Luo Yunyang knew that anyone who would be sent to the final great era was basically the cream of the crop. In other words, Yuanzi had more potential than his 3 senior brothers. "I wonder what sort of advice you have for me." Luo Yunyang felt many thoughts going through his mind but still maintained a calm front. Yuanzi said softly, "I dare not offer any advice, but I do have a kind of immature opinion that I wish to share with the human ruler. This is only one sky-wielding crystal, and the 1/3 of powerhouses chasing after it are from the human race. I think we should cooperate and get this sky-wielding crystal for the human race first." After he said that, Yuanzi looked at Luo Yunyang and added, "I can be in charge of convincing the fellow returnees of other great eras. I wonder if the human ruler can persuade the 6 heavenly rulers." Yuanzi was naturally aware of what was happening in this great era since he was able to name Luo Yunyang and the 6 heavenly rulers. It seemed like he had planned not to come in contact with Luo Yunyang or Tianding Realm all this time. However, no matter what Yuanzi was plotting, it was still a good idea to first bring the sky-wielding crystal to the human race. Luo Yunyang mused slightly before replying, "Although the idea is not bad, there is only one sky-wielding crystal. Who will the sky-wielding crystal belong to if we all cooperate and manage to get it under control? How about we decide based on everyone's ability?" Yuanzi, who was already prepared, answered Luo Yunyang straightforwardly. Luo Yunyang did not expect the others to give up the sky-wielding crystal because of his status as the human ruler. After all, this sky-wielding crystal was very important, as anyone could become a Tai Yuan venerate as long as they were able to refine it. The human ruler was nothing in comparison to the might of a Tai Yuan venerate. "Alright, let's do it that way. Based on everyone's ability." Luo Yunyang, who did not want to linger further on this issue, agreed immediately. The negotiation ended quickly and Yuanzi stopped talking after Luo Yunyang agreed to his suggestion. Obviously, he had begun to communicate with several powerhouses of the human race. Luo Yunyang had to reach an agreement with the 6 heavenly rulers. Although the 6 heavenly rulers were Luo Yunyang's subordinates, they were not on friendly terms. When Luo Yunyang told Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky about his agreement with Yuanzi, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky only hesitated for a moment before agreeing to it. Although the 6 heavenly rulers had always been unwilling to accept Luo Yunyang as the human ruler, they were still able to consider the overall situation, which concerned the survival of the human race. Luo Yunyang felt really relieved after getting Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky to agree. At the same time, the sky-wielding crystal slowed down even more. Everyone, the human race is very powerful. If we don't join forces to fight against it, then this sky-wielding crystal will eventually fall into the hands of the human race, said the beastly powerhouse. Although he was lagging behind, he was not too far away from Luo Yunyang and his voice reverberated in all directions. Let's work together. Everything will be ours after we expel the powerhouses of the human race. The beastly powerhouse roared passionately as his 9 pairs of eyes emitted dazzling netherworld light toward a human race powerhouse beside him. That human race powerhouse was tall, and his entire body looked like hard rock. Like Luo Yunyang, he did not dodge when the dazzling netherworld light came toward him either. However, unlike Luo Yunyang's body, his body began to glow with a faint bronze light. The light glow was very faint, as if it was just floating above the man's skin. He was merely knocked back a couple of steps, while his bronze skin gradually dulled when the dazzling netherworld light hit his body. The beastly powerhouse that controlled the dazzling netherworld light was at first very proud of himself. However, he immediately felt afraid after seeing what had happened. Although the dazzling netherworld light was not his only trump card, it was his strongest. If it was ineffective against his opponent, it would mean that his overall strength had decreased by more than 80%. It could even be said that he had basically lost any hope of competing for the sky-wielding crystal. Although the beastly powerhouse felt humbled by what had happened, the other powerhouses that did not belong to the human race started to look at Luo Yunyang and the rest vigilantly. Some powerhouses from different races had even sandwiched the martialists from the human race and were ready to spring into action at any time. "Take my fist, vile being," said the man with a rock-like body as he smashed his fist heavily against the beast powerhouse. Thousand-era imperial purposes, 1134 won, to be defeated with the treasured portrait on my side. The thousand-era imperial purposes was the supreme technique that Luo Yunyang had obtained after many hardships. It could be said that it was also one of his trump cards. For a long time, Luo Yunyang had emerged victorious whenever he'd executed the thousand-era imperial purposes. However, the thousand-era imperial purposes was now actually executed by the tall man that looked like a metallic stone. Giant figures shrouded in golden light that looked very much like deities struck their fists forward into the void. Their punch was razor-sharp and nearly impossible to resist. While Luo Yunyang was focusing his attention mostly on the powerhouses of the other races around him, he still could not help turning to observe the man with the golden metallic body when the technique was executed. He wanted to know the difference between this person's thousand-era imperial purposes and his own. According to Luo Yunyang's observation, this man's thousand-era imperial purposes seemed more perfected than the one he had achieved. Indeed, it was perfect. However, Luo Yunyang felt that the man who'd executed the thousand-era imperial purposes lacked his own characteristics. In terms of inheritance, this man had completely inherited the full thousand-era imperial purposes technique but had not improvised or improved the technique much. Even so, the fist still sent the beastly powerhouse flying when it struck. The difference in constitution would be more insignificant at the level of a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. However, the huge body of the beastly powerhouse still had a significant advantage in terms of power. This time, he was blasted far away when he took a blow from the man's thousand-era imperial purposes. He had lost. The beastly powerhouse suffered significant losses during the clash. Unfortunately, the beast's attack against the human race was merely a small part of the general situation. The moment the thousand-era imperial purposes struck the beastly powerhouse, powerhouses from other races also attacked Luo Yunyang and his group practically at the same time. Around Luo Yunyang were 4 powerhouses that did not belong to the human race. Among them, the strongest one was a giant snake with 9 heads. The giant snake was not slow by any means. All 9 of its heads hurtled toward him and tried to engulf Luo Yunyang at the same time. This devouring force became a powerful force that could tear anything apart in the void. When he sensed this tremendous power, a cold glint appeared in Luo Yunyang's eyes. Luo Yunyang, who was protected by the great extinguishing black hell portrait, was not afraid of the ripping force. He did not retreat or even dash toward the 9-headed snake when this force appeared. The 9 heads of the snake transformed into 9 massive whips that lashed crazily in the sky, sealing the void around Luo Yunyang in an instant. Destruction. Luo Yunyang understood the cultivation path of the 9-headed snake right away. While the 9-headed snake lashed at him, Luo Yunyang continued to use his great extinguishing black hell portrait to protect himself as he moved closer to the snake. The nine-headed snake realized that something was going wrong after discovering that all its attacks were blocked by the great extinguishing black hell portrait. It wanted to pull back and retreat, but Luo Yunyang was not giving it any chance to do so. After forming a series of seals with his hands, a dolphin sky mark that contained all the power of Luo Yunyang and the chaotic four-origin beast came crashing down heavily. "Why are you guys not attacking? What are you waiting for?" Upon realizing that the situation didn't look good, the nine-headed snake roared as all 9 of its heads continued to lash out in the void. The other 3 foreign powerhouses around Luo Yunyang actually felt that they had been quite fortunate. They wanted to team up and defeat Luo Yunyang, but they also wanted the nine-headed snake to fight Luo Yunyang first, as it would be best if both of them suffered together. Now, Luo Yunyang was actually able to suppress the nine-headed snake, and it seemed as though a supreme treasure that could absorb all sorts of attacks was protecting Luo Yunyang. This made them feel very threatened. The 3 of them exchanged a glance before the massive divine rock slashed its claws down, causing a vortex consisting of surging yin and yang qi to form between its claws, which seemed capable of obliterating everything. Luo Yunyang's attention was somewhat attracted to the divine rock's execution, as the yin and yang qi of the divine rock had completely broken through the range of a great path nomological law and was already considered a heavenly great path nomological law. It was glowing as brightly as the sun and felt utterly irresistible. Luo Yunyang felt that while he was able to stop this divine rock with his cultivation without using the great extinguishing black hell portrait, it would be extremely difficult to deal with the other powerhouses at the same time. Thanks to the great extinguishing black hell portrait, Luo Yunyang could simply ignore the earth-shattering attacks of the divine rock. He allowed the giant claws of the divine rock to descend on his space, but the yin and yang qi of the divine rock that could obliterate anything was devoured by the great extinguishing black hell portrait around Luo Yunyang's body. The divine rock wasn't anxious about the situation. It flapped its wings as the yin and yang qi transformed into a formidable ripping force during the collision and ripped against the great extinguishing black hell portrait of Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, it was the great extinguishing black hell portrait it was dealing with. Although the divine rock had an impressive cultivation and was overall exceptional, it was ineffective against the great extinguishing black hell portrait. The moment the divine rock finished executing its technique, the figure of Blue Lotus Daozi appeared beside Luo Yunyang. Blue Lotus Daozi also executed the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes. Although it wasn't as strong as the technique of the man with the golden metallic body, it was still 10 times stronger than the move of the human race powerhouse. Even though Luo Yunyang was not a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate, the power that he transferred to Blue Lotus Daozi through his attribute regulator was much greater than the power of a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. Even the supreme incarcerate ruler would suffer a defeat against Luo Yunyang's power. Furthermore, this was only a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate divine rock. The divine rock flapped its wings in response to Luo Yunyang's attack, forming a treasure gourd made up of yin and yang qi. The treasure gourd protected the divine rock from the outside and was considered extremely sturdy. Generally, opponents of the same level as the divine rock would find it difficult to break the yin-yang treasure gourd, but unfortunately, Luo Yunyang was not the average opponent that the divine rock faced. The instant the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes collided with the yin-yang treasure gourd, the treasure gourd was immediately sent flying away. Not only was the yin-yang treasure gourd blasted away, but it even shattered after being thrown thousands of miles away, leaving the divine rock inside the treasure gourd significantly injured. Blue Lotus Daozi held the upper hand completely, and the nine-headed snake Luo Yunyang was dealing with was actually showing signs of being captured by Luo Yunyang's great extinguishing black hell portrait. Although the nine-headed snake struggled desperately, the great extinguishing black hell portrait was a force to be reckoned with. Thanks to the additional support of Luo Yunyang's power, the situation of the nine-headed snake had become dire. The other 2 half-step Tai Yuan Venerates looked hesitant when they saw what had happened to the divine rock and the nine-headed snake. They all wanted to stop the human race, as they knew that there was a greatest possibility of the sky-wielding crystal falling into the hands of the human race. However, what Luo Yunyang was doing was too savage. They did not want to see all the benefits taken easily from them after doing their best and suffering a series of injuries. Hence, the 2 powerhouses from the foreign race decided to move in different directions after exchanging a quick glance. One of them rushed to the side of a small 3-headed monkey that was trapping Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and said, "Fellow cultivator, let me help you." Although the three-headed monkey trapping Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky was rather tiny, it was extremely strong and his every shot would cause trouble for Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky. In addition, the three-headed monkey could form 3 long rivers by spitting. These 3 rivers were made up completely by 3 supreme treasures: star metal, sky metal, and earth metal. Not only did the rivers contain immense suppressive power, but they were also very incisive and it felt as though they could penetrate anything. The mountain of yin and yang qi formed by Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky was nothing compared to this. Under the circumstances, how could Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky not be pissed when someone jumped in to offer assistance? Although Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky was at a disadvantage, he was also observing the battle as he fought. By watching the war, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky found out that he wasn't in as much trouble as the Southwest Heavenly Ruler, who was currently under siege by 3 half-step Tai Yuan Venerate powerhouses. One of them was a worm-like half-step Tai Yuan Venerate that cultivated a nomological law that countered the incomplete heavenly great path of the Southwest Heavenly Ruler. Although it was difficult for the worm to take the Southwest Heavenly Ruler's life right away, it still managed to put him in dangerous situations time and time again. None of his 4 junior brothers had the upper hand against their opponents, which made Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky's normally lofty pride disappear. It was needless to mention Luo Yunyang's state. Yuan Zi also had the upper hand against his opponent. The sword in his hand shattered anything that stood in the path of its sword intent as its sword light traveled miles and miles away. He was formidable and unmatched. This was how Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky felt about Yuan Zi. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky even had a feeling that Yuan Zi was not using all his strength. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky could not possibly guess how much power Yuan Zi was actually hiding. Just as Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky was pondering whether to seek help from Luo Yunyang and the others, the sky-wielding crystal that had been moving very rapidly suddenly halted in midair and the dazzling light on it dimmed instantly. Its power had been exhausted. All the powerhouses had this exact thought almost at the same time upon seeing this. Hadn't all of them been fighting against the human race because of this sky-wielding crystal? 1135 targeted by all the sky-wielding crystal was suspended quietly and defenselessly in the void. Anyone could grab it simply by reaching out. It could be said that the sky-wielding crystal was basically at the fingertips of everyone present. Everyone engaged in the fight stopped at once. Although there was an agreement between them, no one was willing to let such a great opportunity go when it was right in front of them. Similarly, no one was willing to act rashly because it would jeopardize their chances of obtaining the sky-wielding crystal and make them the prime target. It wouldn't be good to become everyone's prime target, as it was very likely that the person who acted first would become the first to be eliminated. Hence, all of them waited patiently. They were waiting patiently for someone to act rashly. Waiting for someone else to move first. Luo Yunyang eyed the sky-wielding crystal while he calculated the odds of him obtaining it. While he could increase his speed to the extreme and make sure no one would be able to surpass him, escaping after he obtained the sky-wielding crystal wouldn't be easy. Perhaps everyone present was not as quick as him, but there were still many people that could execute techniques at lightning speed. The range of a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate could also make it difficult for Luo Yunyang to take full advantage of his speed. Unless someone could be there to shield Luo Yunyang from the attacks of the others. While conducting these calculations, Luo Yunyang did not look at Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky. Instead, he glanced at Yuan Zi. Given Luo Yunyang's status and his relationship with the human race and Tianding realm, the first person he thought of should be Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky. However, after musing for a moment, he chose to believe Yuan Zi. Yuan Zi's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, as he was also in a dilemma. He had many tricks up his sleeves, but it wouldn't be easy for him to snatch the sky-wielding crystal either. While struggling with his dilemma, Yuan Zi saw Luo Yunyang looking over. He understood Luo Yunyang's glance instantly and returned the glance, as if trying to ask, "How do we split this?" There was only one sky-wielding crystal, so splitting it would be a big problem. Luo Yunyang was not a gentleman per se, but he would never break a promise. "We can both think about it." Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment and then said, "Whether we decide through a battle or other means, we will decide together and agree before going ahead with it." Luo Yunyang's words sounded like an empty statement, but after pondering it for a split moment, Yuan Zi said, "I agree." Although Luo Yunyang trusted Yuan Zi more than Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the rest, he had not expected Yuan Zi to agree to his proposal. After all, it seemed like Yuanzi was at a disadvantage from all angles. He would have to remain behind to fend off the enemies for Luo Yunyang, and the sky-wielding crystal would end up in the hands of Luo Yunyang as well. It would be a wasted effort if Luo Yunyang fled after obtaining the sky-wielding crystal. "Aren't you afraid that I'll take the palm sky crystal and leave for good?" Luo Yunyang knew that it wasn't a good decision on his part to ask this question, but he still couldn't help it. Yuanzi replied, "Of course, but I don't have any better options." Yuanzi said this without any hesitation. Luo Yunyang did not communicate further with Yuanzi. Instead, he turned back to look at the sky-wielding crystal again. At the same moment, a shadow that looked like a thin silk thread rushed directly toward the sky-wielding crystal. The shadow-like silk thread was as fast as lightning and got within 100 meters of the sky-wielding crystal in a flash. Someone also made a move the moment the silk thread appeared and sent his strong attack over at a spider, whose entire body looked like a purplish divine crystal. The fact that the purple divine tarantula had made a move at such a time naturally showed that it had a very clear understanding of the situation it was going to encounter. Hence, its body quickly shrank in the face of the impending attacks and turned into a purple crystal stone that was merely the size of a speck of dust as it continued scuttling along the silk thread. The purple divine tarantula was very swift, and the strategy it adopted was also spot on, as many of the attacks failed to hit it. However, even though shrinking its body was a good decision, it had encountered the three-headed monkey, which was also the size of a speck of dust. The three-headed monkey spat out 3 different long rivers that severed the silk thread. At the same time, it also rained down a barrage of punches against the purple divine tarantula. The purple divine tarantula only managed to gain a split-second advantage by shrinking, as it only shook the other half-step Tai Yuan venerates for a moment. Once this was over, the half-step Tai Yuan venerates came out with countermeasures immediately. The 9-headed snake immediately shot out 18 beams of light from its eyes and aimed at the purple divine tarantula right away. The beams of light converged to form a massive net that trapped the purple divine tarantula within it. The purple divine tarantula knew that this couldn't go on, so it grew back in size quickly as its 6 massive legs turned into a bunch of sacred lances to meet the beams of light sent forth by the 9-headed snake. In terms of cultivation level, the purple divine tarantula was not the weakest compared to Luo Yunyang and the rest. However, it made a fatal mistake by striking first. This fatal mistake caused it to become everyone's target. Even if it did not die immediately because of its half-step Tai Yuan venerate cultivation, it would still be pounded to a sorry state. As a half-step Tai Yuan venerate, the purple divine tarantula also knew when to advance or retreat. Knowing that it had lost its only chance of obtaining the sky-wielding crystal, it immediately took flight and fled. It would be safe as long as it was out of the range of the sky-wielding crystal. The purple divine tarantula thought that no one would chase after it if it left now. However, another powerhouse attacked the moment it took flight in the air. This time, it was the 3-headed monkey. The nomological law of the 3-headed monkey was also sharp enough to sever anything. It had always been at the forefront of the battle against the purple divine tarantula, so it could be said that the 3-headed monkey had ruined the purple divine tarantula's plan. The moment the purple divine tarantula retreated, one of the many arms of the 3-headed monkey suddenly moved forward as fast as lightning to grab the sky-wielding crystal. The move was extremely fast. It was already too late when someone noticed the action of the 3-headed monkey. After all, any action or movement executed by a half-step Yuan venerate was extremely fast. However, while most of the people thought that the sky-wielding crystal was going to fall into the hands of the 3-headed monkey, an arm suddenly appeared and caught hold of the sky-wielding crystal. It was Luo Yunyang's arm. After seizing the sky-wielding crystal, Luo Yunyang zipped away as quick as lightning toward the front. Given his cultivation, his speed was already many times faster than the speed of light. Thus, in an instant, he had escaped more than thousands of light years away. Fast, fast, fast. Yuan venerate Flowing Sky and the rest had been preparing themselves. They had never expected Luo Yunyang to make a move so suddenly. After feeling momentarily shocked and stunned, they took flight immediately. Although Luo Yunyang was a part of the human race, the sky-wielding crystal was of even greater importance. They couldn't sacrifice their opportunities just to fulfill Luo Yunyang's. They weren't noble enough to give up that readily. However, this momentary hesitation at such a critical juncture caused them to lag behind as they went after Luo Yunyang. The first to make a move was the divine rock, who hated Luo Yunyang very much. Its wings flapped in the void, sending countless black and white wing shadows that formed a blanket of sword light that enveloped Luo Yunyang. The divine rock had never attacked all this while but was ready to take Luo Yunyang's life the moment it did. However, although the divine rock's actions were quick, someone was already prepared. Yuanzi had already moved into position behind the path that Luo Yunyang was escaping through. He said with a smile while facing the black and white wings, "Sir, your attack still has a long way to go." As soon as he said that, a massive golden tower condensed above his head and flew forward to meet the countless black and white wing shadows. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of metal colliding against metal reverberated through the void as all the wing shadows of the black and white wings were parried. However, while he managed to stop the attack of the divine rock, the three-headed monkey, who had been overtaken by Luo Yunyang in the bid for the sky-wielding crystal, roared and shot out a series of light beams from its mouth. Yuanzi was unperturbed. The moment these light beams arrived, a black and white light had appeared under his feet. Although the three-colored light beams were extremely incisive, there was no way they could puncture the lights beneath Yuanzi or do anything to him as a result. The purple divine tarantula, which had already escaped, turned back silently. Its body had turned the size of a star in an instant while it shot out a massive amount of web that transformed into a huge net toward Yuanzi. Yuanzi scoffed at the attack as a black banner appeared in his hand. He waved it in the air and sent surging chaos energy toward the spider web net descending on him. Although the spider web net seemed omnipresent, it seemed like it couldn't move at all while facing the retaliation of Yuanzi. Yuanzi actually wasn't at a disadvantage while fighting off everyone single-handedly. At the same time, the attacks of Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the rest had also arrived. Yuanzi waved his treasure banner again and blocked Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky's attack before snapping angrily, "The human ruler has obtained the supreme treasure. Why are you still attacking him?" His words, which were full of righteousness, shook everyone present. Although Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky was very determined, he couldn't help but feel his determination waver upon hearing Yuanzi's voice. However, some people had already started to shout out, "Quick, chase after the little thief who took the sky-wielding crystal." 1136 Who should the divine crystal belong to? Yuanzi obstructed all the powerhouses, which infuriated all of them greatly. However, Yuanzi wasn't their target, even though he frustrated them a lot. They would not be able to obtain the sky-wielding crystal even if they killed Yuanzi. The sky-wielding crystal was in the hands of Luo Yunyang and would very likely be refined by Luo Yunyang if they continued to get tangled up with Yuanzi. They all wanted to catch up to Luo Yunyang and snatch the sky-wielding crystal back from him. However, none of them were willing to encounter Luo Yunyang, who had successfully refined the sky-wielding crystal. After all, Luo Yunyang would become a Tai Yuan Venerate once he refined the sky-wielding crystal. Thus, after hearing the roar, the three-headed monkey turned into a streak of golden light and headed in the direction that Luo Yunyang was headed to chase him. Other powerhouses also executed their techniques and followed suit to chase Luo Yunyang. Some transformed into a glimmer, while others tore through the void to intercept Luo Yunyang. Some of them, such as the nine-headed snake, executed a secret technique and disappeared into the void. Although no one knew what technique the nine-headed snake had executed, many of them felt that it would not be far away from Luo Yunyang after it disappeared in the void. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky glared at Yuanzi sternly but did not say anything. Instead, he left eventually. The other heavenly rulers also followed Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky. As disciples of the human race's divine ancestor, they were extremely proud of their cultivation, but the skills and strength displayed by Luo Yunyang and the cultivation level of the other powerhouses made them realize that the possibility of them obtaining the supreme treasure would be slim if they acted alone. Yuanzi no longer held off these powerhouses. He just watched them leave. "Yuanzi, what shall we do next?" said the man with the golden metallic body, who had executed the Thousand-Era imperial purposes. Although it seemed like this man was on equal footing with Yuanzi based on the way he addressed him, his tone was still respectful. "Find a place and wait." Yuanzi mulled it over for a second before he replied with a smile. "Wait, aren't we going to help Luo Yunyang? It will all be a wasted effort if the sky-wielding crystal is taken away by someone else." Yuanzi shook his head and said, "We have already bought Luo Yunyang enough time. It would be useless to head over if he still has not secured the sky-wielding crystal by now." The man shook his head and said, "All right, if you say so. But is Luo Yunyang really worthy of our trust?" The powerhouses standing beside Yuanzi suddenly went quiet. Although all of them were supreme geniuses of their respective great eras, they were extremely proud. Nevertheless, when it came to the sky-wielding crystal, they all found it extremely difficult to keep calm. After all, this was the sky-wielding crystal. Even they couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't be tempted if the sky-wielding crystal was in their hands. There weren't a lot of sky-wielding crystals, so obtaining one that would allow one's cultivation to reach the Tai Yuan Venerate was a very attractive temptation. Yuanzi clapped his hands and said, "Although I would like to say that I trust Luo Yunyang, I know that you would all still be skeptical." Zongshan did not speak but nodded his head. Yuanzi added, "You guys have to admit that this was the best option for us at the time. Rather than allowing the foreign races to obtain the sky-wielding crystal, it was better for the sky-wielding crystal to be captured by the human race." Zongshan nodded in agreement. "Therefore, we can't blame you for this, regardless of whether Luo Yunyang keeps his word or not." After he said that, Zongshan looked at Yuanzi with a hint of doubt and asked, "Is what you said a while ago true? You would not have used the sky-wielding crystal even if you had obtained it?" "It's true," Yuanzi responded firmly as curious eyes began to look at him. Although it was not the first time that Zongshan and the rest had heard this from Yuanzi's lips, many people still doubted what he said. After all, this was the sky-wielding crystal. Luo Yunyang was like a bolt of lightning piercing the void. He had now transferred most of his attributes to his power and mind. Naturally, all the attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast were also added to the remaining attributes of his body. The additional speed attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast, on top of his own half-step Yuan Venerate speed, meant that Luo Yunyang was not worried about others catching up to him. Although he wanted to keep the sky-wielding crystal within his internal chaos universe, he realized that he had no way of doing it now after attempting it. Not unless he refined the sky-wielding crystal. Luo Yunyang could sense the thing within the sky-wielding crystal as he held it in his hand. It had turned out to be a heavenly great path nomological law. A perfect heavenly great path nomological law. No wonder one could become a Tai Yuan Venerate by fusing with the sky-wielding crystal. A perfect heavenly great path nomological law was actually within it. Luo Yunyang himself wasn't an inflexible thinker. While being pursued, he kept thinking about whether he should fuse with the sky-wielding crystal. Although fusing with the sky-wielding crystal seemed like betraying Yuanzi, great gains shouldn't be stopped by a small mistake. Luo Yunyang could still find a reason to cover up his deed. However, he chose not to in the end. The reason he didn't was because the attribute regulator in his mind started to resist when he tried to fuse with the sky-wielding crystal. This was a very strong form of resistance. The attribute regulator had been acting like a machine all these years and had never developed any consciousness even when changes had been made to Luo Yunyang's state of mind. However, the attribute regulator actually resisted when Luo Yunyang chose to fuse with the sky-wielding crystal and produced a very strong sensation. Although the sky-wielding crystal was important, Luo Yunyang valued his attribute regulator more. This was not just because the attribute regulator had followed him ever since he'd started to rise, but also because the attribute regulator had limitless potential. Luo Yunyang felt that he still had not fully used all the attribute regulator's abilities. Since he was not going to fuse with it, he would decide after meeting Yuanzi. After shaking off the powerhouses that were chasing him, Luo Yunyang entered the 36 great cosmoses of the human race. The scheme of the first Yuan ancient underworld lord had failed, and the human race's divine ancestor could return at any time. Thus, the territories of the human race had become a restricted zone for the powerhouses of foreign races. After returning to the 36 great cosmoses, Luo Yunyang immediately found Yuanzi. Before they could even speak, the voice of the human race's divine ancestor echoed in his ears. "Human ruler, head over to Tianding realm." The human race's divine ancestor was looking for him. Luo Yunyang mulled this over and understood right away that it was definitely related to the sky-wielding crystal he possessed. He still decided to meet the human race's divine ancestor in Tianding realm while pondering it all. Although there was still time for him to fuse with the sky-wielding crystal, Luo Yunyang had a strong feeling that it would be better to leave the sky-wielding crystal as it was. After all, he was still unsure whether it was a blessing or a curse. "Great, you did not fuse with the sky-wielding crystal." Yuanzi saw the sky-wielding crystal in Luo Yunyang's hand and lamented. Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before moving the sky-wielding crystal a few feet closer to Yuanzi and saying, "The divine ancestor is looking for me. It might be because of the sky-wielding crystal, as we had an agreement before. Why don't you make me an offer I can't refuse? I'll give you the sky-wielding crystal in exchange now." Yuanzi hesitated for a second but eventually chuckled and said, "Although the sky-wielding crystal is great, it is not something I'm after. It can easily make you advance, but it is still something external. It is akin to shackles that will make it difficult to move again after one puts them on." Yuanzi actually considered the sky-wielding crystal shackles. Luo Yunyang eyed the man of the most brilliant great era, who even had Tai Yuan venerates as his master and senior brothers. He felt as though this man must have known something. "What are you after?" Luo Yunyang asked seriously. "I naturally want to break through with my own ability," Yuanzi said in all seriousness. "Provided that you did keep your promise, I'll tell you one more thing. Only a person's own power truly belongs to them. Borrowed external powers have to be paid back in the end." Luo Yunyang, who was mulling over what Yuanzi had said, deliberately replied in a lighter tone, "Are you saying this on purpose because you can't beat me at obtaining this? You did not look so calm and indifferent when you were fighting for the sky-wielding crystal. Believe it if you want. If you don't, you can consider what I said rubbish." Yuanzi was still calm as he said, "However, I hope you don't regret it in the end." Luo Yunyang looked back at Yuanzi and said heavily, "Can someone really become a Tai Yuan venerate just by relying on themselves?" "Yes," Yuanzi answered firmly without any hesitation. The two of them did not continue their conversation, as Luo Yunyang took a final glance at Yuanzi before taking off toward the void. Yuanzi watched as Luo Yunyang left and sighed gently. While he was watching Luo Yunyang leave, he felt someone behind him. Upon turning around, he saw Feng Feifei glittering in 5 lights and looking at him quietly. "I just knew you wouldn't die." Feng Feifei's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yuanzi as she said faintly, "It's been a while. How have you been?" 1137 Flaw Supreme Luo Yunyang traveled hastily across Tianding realm, his mind meticulously planning the words he should say upon meeting the human race's divine ancestor. Surely, the reason the human race's divine ancestor wanted to meet him so urgently was because of the sky-wielding crystal he now had in possession. Luo Yunyang was extremely hesitant to use the sky-wielding crystal because of the hostility it had for the attribute regulator. While the sky-wielding crystal had its strengths, Luo Yunyang still trusted the attribute regulator, which had boundless potential. Furthermore, Yuanzi's words had sent shudders down his spine. While he was not aware of the secrets encompassed within the sky-wielding crystal, judging by what Yuanzi had said, Luo Yunyang was aware that there were definitely defects within the sky-wielding crystal that could not be made up for. Was the Tai Yuan venerate really the pinnacle of all cultivation? It seemed so. However, how strong was the entity that could destroy entire eras and exterminate the human race even when they were at their strongest? What a cultivation base! While these thoughts were going through his mind, Luo Yunyang entered the 9 Cauldron training ground. Following the previous incident, when he had entered, struck and intimidated Tianding realm, nobody had the courage to stop him from entering. "Greetings, human ruler." Red Moon Child welcomed Luo Yunyang. There was no difference from the first time he had welcomed him. Luo Yunyang nodded at Red Moon Child as he allowed him to lead the way. On the way, Luo Yunyang felt as though there was something Red Moon Child strongly wanted to say to him but kept to himself. While Red Moon Child very much wanted to say something, this urge was suppressed by apprehension. Luo Yunyang had also been through that stage before and knew the reasons behind this apprehension. Thus, he did not probe any further. "Greetings, divine ancestor." The gigantic 9 cauldrons had yet to return to the 9 Cauldron training ground, but the human race's divine ancestor sat high up on a platform made of clouds. The 6 heavenly rulers stood, flanking him on both sides as they watched Luo Yunyang intently. Of course, this was because they were mainly interested in the sky-wielding crystal he was holding. "My respects, divine ancestor." Luo Yunyang bowed, respectfully without paying any attention to the others. "Let us stop the formalities," said the human race's divine ancestor calmly. However, as soon as the human race's divine ancestor had finished speaking, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said icily, "Human ruler, can you kindly explain to me why you entered the Tianding realm to kill Dongfang Jianming and the others?" After all, Dongfang Jianming had been the junior of Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky. It was only natural for Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky to be concerned about his death. Dongfang Jianming defied the imperial decree, so he deserved death. Luo Yunyang looked Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky in the eye and defended himself. "You," said Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky as he pointed at Luo Yunyang. He initially wanted to chide Luo Yunyang for overstepping his boundaries, but he quickly retracted his words. Although the human ruler's imperial court and the heavenly court each had control over their own domain, in fact, it was Luo Yunyang who had authority over everything. Enough, that matter is already over. It is a commendable feat for the human ruler to be able to prevent the supreme incarcerate ruler from entering the realms of the human race, the human race's divine ancestor said in an unquestionable tone. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky would definitely not disobey his master over Dongfang Jianming. Furthermore, he also had more important matters to take care of. Divine ancestor, I not only prevented the supreme incarcerate ruler from entering the boundaries of the human race, but I also annihilated the entire divine incarcerate race, Luo Yunyang said before his face broke into a smile. His words made Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky's face darken even more. They had hidden the fact that they had been ambushed by the mysterious underworld race and nearly caused a greater crisis for the human race. Luo Yunyang had easily resolved this crisis and managed to destroy the supreme incarcerate ruler, who had conspired with the first ancient Yuan underworld lord. This showed how obviously incompetent they had been compared to Luo Yunyang. The supreme incarcerate ruler was a top-notch opponent, so foiling his plans was impressive. However, I would never have expected him to die at your hands. That is simply, the human race's divine ancestor said gratefully. Before he could finish his sentence, however, Luo Yunyang was able to decipher his thoughts based on his first words. Divine ancestor, while I admit that the human ruler does have an exceptional cultivation level, I still think it is almost impossible that he has killed the supreme incarcerate ruler. I believe that the supreme incarcerate ruler might have offended some higher authority and suffered these consequences. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the rest understood that if they wanted to acquire the treasure that was in Luo Yunyang's hands, they would definitely have to be dishonest about giving credit to him for killing the supreme incarcerate ruler. Otherwise, they would have absolutely no chance of acquiring the sky-wielding crystal. Luo Yunyang glanced at the anxious Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and smiled. In that case, I should actually swap with Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky so the massive credit for this can be given to him. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky had never expected Luo Yunyang's quick-witted rebuttal. Luo Yunyang's reply left him red with embarrassment. He pointed at Luo Yunyang, as if wanting to say something, but was at a loss for words. Upon seeing this, Luo Yunyang continued smiling and said, "In the face of this massive crisis, I must have gotten really lucky since a better fighter helped exterminate the supreme incarcerate ruler as well as the divine incarcerate race." These words made Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky extremely uncomfortable, which was visible in his facial expression. After all, they too had felt strongly that a stroke of luck had brought them to their current level. If massive luck was what had helped Luo Yunyang get through this crisis, then it was also only natural that he should get to continue using the sky-wielding crystal. "You may leave the sky-wielding crystal here. I will help you look after it," the human race's divine ancestor said, preventing Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky from going on. Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky stiffened upon hearing what the human race's divine ancestor had said. Although he knew really well that it was wrong of him to chase after something that didn't belong to him, it was the sky-wielding crystal they were talking about. The sky-wielding crystal was priceless. Furthermore, even if they were to be criticized for such a move, they would definitely not give up such a rare opportunity. Divine Ancestor, the sky-wielding crystal is a rare unparalleled treasure. I do not think it is inappropriate for it to be distributed in this manner, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky said. While these words might actually anger the Divine Ancestor, he still found it necessary to say this. This was the sky-wielding crystal after all. If the sky-wielding crystal fell into the hands of Luo Yunyang, the chances of him getting it would be even slimmer. That wasn't something he wanted to see. We also feel that it is not very appropriate to be distributing the sky-wielding crystal in this manner. The Southwest Heavenly Ruler and the others chimed in. It was almost impossible for anyone to anger the human race's divine ancestor given the level of his cultivation. What is your opinion in that case? The human race's divine ancestor asked upon hearing the objections of his fellow disciples. Luo Yunyang watched this whole scene with the same grin on his face. He wanted to see how the human race's divine ancestor was going to handle this matter. As disciples all feel that even though it was Luo Yunyang who acquired the sky-wielding crystal, we also lent our assistance. After he said that, Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky seemed to realize he had said something wrong and added, it wasn't just the 6 of us. Others who came from another great era also made significant contributions. If the divine ancestor does not give these people due credit and bestows the sky-wielding crystal on the human ruler, then I'm afraid that even the returnees of the various great eras will feel some discontent. Divine ancestor, you know that many prominent figures came from various great eras. They were actually carefully guided by the elders of their respective sects. If we were to hurt their feelings in this manner, it is likely that they may not fight alongside us in the future. Therefore, I plead with you, divine ancestor, to allow us to divide the sky-wielding crystal in a way that satisfies everyone, said the Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky, who spoke as though he had everyone's interest at heart. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky, feeling a bad taste in his mouth. He ignored the 6 pleading individuals and spoke to the human race's divine ancestor directly. If we were to go along with what you guys are saying, does that mean that whoever made the most significant contribution should get to own this? In that case, could you challenge me for the sky-wielding crystal? Luo Yunyang said overbearingly, making Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky immediately tense up. He had thought of a good excuse, but in the face of such aggressiveness, he finally understood that there was nobody in the human race who could match Luo Yunyang in terms of contribution. In terms of merit, Luo Yunyang had successfully stopped the supreme incarcerate ruler and saved the entire human race. In terms of status, Luo Yunyang was the human ruler and had a higher status than the 6 of them. It was also rather difficult for them to match Luo Yunyang in any other aspects. Of course, one could say that these people were the trusted aides of the human race's divine ancestor. However, this was not a point they could bring up directly during an argument. As Yuan Venerate Flowing Sky and the others were starting to get uncomfortable, the human race's divine ancestor spoke up calmly. All right, this is enough. The human ruler has contributed significantly in this matter, so it is only right that he keeps the sky-wielding crystal. However, human ruler, no matter how good the sky-wielding crystal is, it still has a massive flaw. The supreme incarcerate ruler's self-severance didn't just reduce his cultivation base from the Tai Yuan Venerate considerably. It also left a significant defect in the sky-wielding crystal. Human ruler, it would be hard for you to attain immediate success and become a Tai Yuan Venerate even if you were to fuse with the sky-wielding crystal. After all, your current cultivation is not even at the level of a half-step Tai Yuan Venerate. The words of the human race's divine ancestor made the eyes of the 6 heavenly rulers light up. If Luo Yunyang was unable to attain the status of a Tai Yuan Venerate, then they still had a chance. Luo Yunyang believed the words of the human race's divine ancestor. After all, it was hard to speak too casually about things like this. Furthermore, what Yuanzi had said, as well as the attribute regulator's reaction, had made Luo Yunyang decide not to use the sky-wielding crystal. Now, the words of the human race's divine ancestor allowed him to see yet another opportunity. An opportunity to kill. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.